Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. On the 4th of March, 1424 according to the Nars calendar, the mainland of Nars became the place where the Great War of the Hosts broke out. People in knightly armor fought with evil spirits. An army of demons and the living dead made its way into the lands, which were choked in a stream of raging flames, turning all living things into ashes, and no one could stop the army of the Demon King, which is why the world plunged into despair. A detachment of fighters appeared on the cliff in front of the army of evil spirits, among whom was a warrior ready to fight back. The name of the game, Paradise, appeared on the monitor, along with a message urging players to join the battle right now. In this role-playing game, the hero confronts the Demon King, becomes a king and leads his state forward. A knight wearing the crown of the Wise King and a knight's sword appeared on the screen. The main character sat in a computer chair wearing special glasses. Every evening after work and all his free time he devoted to the game Paradise, which brought him genuine joy. The character from the game was dressed in golden armor. The main character was a person who knew the game inside and out, including hero development, kingdom management, game bugs, dungeon runs, item detection, and much more. His forum blog, containing all the information about the game and game guides, was at the top for 10 years, but he could not continue blogging and simply rotted away. The guy was sitting in a computer chair, showing no signs of life. The cause of his death was overwork at work and in games. Thinking that at 34 he had never even dated anyone and that his death was in vain, the protagonist opened his eyes. The fat young man jumped out of bed, trying to catch his breath while the shocked maid stood nearby. The girl, widening her eyes, asked worriedly whether His Majesty had a nightmare. The guy looked nervously to the side. There were many portraits hanging in the spacious room. Then he glanced at the other side of the room. The sun's rays through the huge windows illuminated the rich interior of the bedroom. Looking at the maid, the main character asked who she was and what kind of place this was. This question puzzled the girl. They looked at each other silently, not understanding what was happening. The sun illuminated the mansion. In one of the rooms there was silence. The guy was shocked when he saw his own reflection in the mirror. A status window popped up in front of him, in which all the basic information about the character was collected. Having read that due to his high degree of obesity, his life expectancy had been reduced by 20 years, the young man put his hand to his forehead, realizing that with such indicators of experience he was no better than ordinary trash. He sat down on a wooden chair, deciding to calm down first. In the reflection of the mirror was his body from a past life, then his name was Tapan, but the main character died from overwork and was reborn in the body of a fat king named Jared. Looking at the pop-up windows that showed the date, the name of the continent, Nars, and the name of the kingdom, Cvia, the guy realized that he was in the Paradise game, which had become a reality for him. Lowering his eyebrows nervously, he realized that this life would soon come to an end. Imagining the dead seizing the body of a man, the young man remembered that this year the Great War of the Hosts will begin, and in 5 years there will be a great drought and famine, a volcanic eruption, an earthquake, an epidemic, and the Great War of Nars will begin due to lack of food. Clutching his throat, he thought about what would happen to him, the king of this land, if a war broke out on Nars, involving all the states, including Cvia. Angrily waving his arms and legs, the main character was disappointed in his character, despite his extensive knowledge about Paradise, because in novels about Rebirth the hero is always reborn in the image of a handsome guy who lives a beautiful life. When asked why he was reborn in the body of a fat man, the chair leg cracked. His body fell noisily to the floor. With his arms outstretched, he lay on the ruins of a chair. Remembering the character as he was as a child, Jared thought that he must have grown up to be very handsome. Leaning on one hand, the guy decided that he still had hope, because weight can be lost very quickly. Trying to get up, the fat man realized that he had memories from his past life, and decided that he could be content with all the blessings of this world, since he was completely alone here. Standing up straight, he promised to secure a great future for himself with the help of knowledge and to get what others don't even know about. Out of breath, the main character stated that his goal was to become the strongest warrior on the mainland and a renowned king who would unite the whole world. The maid, humming some kind of melody, brushed dust from the bookshelves. Completely devoting herself to her work, she decided to tidy up well so that the king could use the office in cleanliness and comfort, despite the fact that he had not looked there for a long time. The noise frightened the girl. Jared opened the door and called her over. The maid, with a blush on her cheeks, turned to His Majesty. He was trying to find something in the desk drawer. What we were looking for was also not found under the table. The guy was rushing around the room looking for something important. The girl asked what exactly he was looking for. Looking through the things in the chest, the fat man replied that his father left him something after his death and, obviously, hid it somewhere. The maid opened the cabinet and took out an amulet from it, saying that it had been lying there all this time. The young man was surprised because he had already searched everything. Taking the amulet from the maid's hands, he thanked her. The girl's eyes lit up. She said that she was always happy to help His Majesty and asked what else she needed to do. Jared smiled and asked her to leave for a while. The maid found herself behind a closed door. She shrugged her shoulders, holding the pipe duster in her hands. Turning around, the girl noticed that the king was not the same today as usual. Clenching her fists joyfully, she declared that the king was too energetic. Running forward along the corridor, the maid decided to take his example and work harder. The guy sighed nervously. In his hands was an amulet, a relic of his father that Barrett had made, an artifact that promotes the growth of magic. Looking at the sparkling amulet, the young man was about to break it. The stone inside was cracked. Energy gushed out of him. The fat king's only merit was the title of fourth-class magician. The amulet flew into the air, emitting blinding energy that the king would not have been able to summon with his magic. A black spot formed in the air. The decision to sacrifice the artifact was the only way to succeed. Looking into the abyss, the main character decided that his father would understand his desire to use all possible methods to become stronger. The room was enveloped in a dark haze. A demon emerged from it in the middle of the room. A crack has formed on the wall. The ceiling was destroyed. The demon asked what kind of stupid person summoned him. Jared looked at him, thinking that he could only be summoned once in a lifetime. The demon Isabella appeared before him, opening his mouth and asking who summoned her. After her question about what a person so badly wants to take possession of, the guy resolutely knitted his eyebrows, asking her to make him the best among the best. Looking at the demon with burning eyes and sharp claws, he decided that there was no need to be afraid and worry, because Isabella quickly loses interest in those who are afraid and loves free individuals. Keeping a determined look in his eyes, the king thought that there would be no second chance if he sent Isabella back right now. Looking at the demon, the young man declared that he wanted to receive a spiritual eye. Opening her fanged mouth wide, Isabella laughed, declaring that the desire to see through other people was very selfish. Without taking his eyes off her, the protagonist confirmed this, thinking that only one person in paradise could master the spiritual eye skill. Imagining people covered in red haze, he thought that the spiritual eye allows him to scan the indicators and character of another person. The detail of the information depends on the level and abilities of the user, and he needed this skill to manage the kingdom and find promising players. Raising his index finger, the demon agreed, asking for something in return. Bringing her face closer to Jared's, she asked what was most important to him, because everything had to be paid for. A scroll appeared in front of the frightened guy's face. The demon immediately grabbed him. Opening the scroll, Isabella declared that she would give the spiritual eye in exchange for the most valuable thing for him. Raising the king above the demonic cycle, she said that she could take away his wealth and glory and turn him into a penniless slave, or she could feast on his precious family. With his eyes widened in shock, the guy realized that the demon was seeing his memories and reading his thoughts, which was the worst curse. The young man grinned slyly. Isabella pouted, not controlling herself and not understanding what was happening. Smiling, the main character said that all this time he kept in his head what was not particularly dear to him, because he knew in advance about the terms of the demonic deal. Putting his fingers to his temple, he said it was difficult to keep thinking about the same thing. Looking smugly at the demon, Jared explained that all this time he had been thinking about how he had kept his first kiss for 34 years. Trying to resist the force of the contract, Isabella dug her claws into the floor and said that it was incredibly stupid to think about her first kiss. Her head was right in front of the guy who was against the fact that his first kiss would be with a demon. His robe tore, he spread his arms, glorifying his country, and so an eternal contract was concluded with Isabella. Two maids walked along the corridors of the mansion. One of them said that the king had been acting strange lately because he had been in reclusion for several months and was now full of energy, despite the fact that before he was constantly overcome by laziness. The second maid replied that his face only became animated when he was eating, and the maid was running down the corridor, her blue hair bouncing as she ran. One of the girls wondered why the king went down to the basement that no one ever goes into. A maid with blue hair interrupted their conversation with a request to disperse and let her through. The black-haired girl asked if Hayes needed help, to which she, running forward along the corridor, shouted that she could handle it herself. The red-haired maid said that her colleague was too zealous, despite the fact that she cries at night due to curses and beatings from the king. The second girl put her hand to her head and felt sorry for her friend. Hayes entered the office, holding a stack of books and papers in her hands, and said that she had brought all the documents for the kingdom and information about the family. The main character put his hand in front of him, asking the girl to stop and not come closer. Leaving her bewildered, he read her status window, surprised that she had many traits, including S-level devotion. Jared frowned and wanted to make a healer out of a simple maid. He thought that unrequited love at level meant that the girl had been in love with someone for at least 10 years. The guy mentally apologized for being too busy and could not date her. Hayes asked worriedly what happened, why the king extended his hands and asked to give him the documents. He took the top few sheets. The maid looked at the king in confusion. When the fat man leaned on the table to read the documents, she suddenly asked for forgiveness. The guy asked what the apology was for. Looking down, the maid explained that every time something like this happened, she needed to work harder. The main character looked at her. Her trembling hand was pressed to her chest. He remembered how his character raised his hand to slap the girl. Sheets of paper were in the air. His character watched as the maid collected the fallen documents. However, there was a smile on her face. The angry character moved away from her. Standing in front of Hayes, Jared remembered that the king very often entrusted most of the tasks to her and took out his anger on her if something did not work out. Thinking that he was a completely different person, the guy rose above the maid and called her by name. He waved his hand. The girl closed her eyes to take another blow, but the young man hugged her and asked for forgiveness. The maid, pressed to his chest, stared in shock at the king, who asked for forgiveness for all the pain he had caused and thanked him for his trust. On the table lay a pile of papers and an inkwell with a feather. The fat man promised that from now on everything would be different and that he would no longer be so pathetic for the sake of becoming the most powerful king. The main character smiled and asked if Hayes could trust him one last time. Pressing herself against his chest, the maid asked His Majesty for forgiveness. Looking at the king with embarrassment, she declared that she was so touched that she could not stop crying. The girl hugged him back and promised that she would always be by his side. Jared thanked her for that. Tears welled up in the eyes of the happy maid. Frowning, the guy decided that he had to answer for all the wrongdoings that his character had committed. In the dining room there was a long table with many chairs and a harp in the corner. With her hands pressed to her chest in embarrassment, Hayes said that she was not happy with this arrangement. The young man put a fork with vegetables on it in his mouth. The girl said that if you only eat vegetables and grass, you might fall from exhaustion. Stuffing the root of the plant into his mouth, the fat man declared that there was no other way and it would only benefit him. He continued to consume grass, which has a negative effect on satiety levels and is, in a sense, beneficial to the diet. Having closed his eyes in disgust, the main character noted the disgusting taste of this herb, similar to sour milk, to which soybean paste had been added. Notifications popping up one after another said that consuming Merlin herb and aspa leaves promotes the breakdown of fat and increases metabolism, due to which additional calories are consumed and intense stimulation is activated. The fat man's belly began to noticeably decrease. Realizing that he was about to throw up, Jared covered his mouth with his hands, stopping the urge to gag. Hayes put a plate of steak on the table, saying she had prepared soy meat just in case. Scratching her cheek in embarrassment, the girl explained that she had learned to cook this dish for the sake of the king's health, and offered to try it despite the fact that he had always thrown it away before. The guy shed a tear, wondering how his character could mock such an angel. Imagining himself soaring into the sky on angel's wings, the fat man thought that her cooking was at a level and felt the rotten taste disappear from her mouth. After putting the steak on his fork, he decided to try it. Putting a piece of meat in his mouth, the young man thought about the fact that, judging by the documents, Cvia is located in the northernmost part of the continent. Imagining a kingdom surrounded by snow-capped mountains, he thought that the kingdom was very cold, making farming impossible, and that the Class F desert land was inhabited by poisonous insects, wild animals, and bandits. But despite this land has many advantages. Hayes watched contentedly as the king ate meat. The plate was empty in an instant. The main character realized that his main problem was his weakness, which did not allow him to properly use the advantages of the kingdom. Resolutely rising from the table, he decided that he should start with himself. An angry Isabella appeared, demanding that the spiritual eye be given to her. Her sudden appearance caused the guy to choke. The fat man asked why the demon was still here, to which Isabella's head hung in the air replied that she would not allow him to laugh at her like that. The demon warned that it would follow him for the rest of his life and torment him until he died and returned the spiritual eye. Jared swallowed nervously. The sun illuminated the royal mansion. The guy thought that he would not be able to resolve this matter so easily. 10 years ago, a man in uniform knocks on the door, calling for His Majesty to open it. The man continued to bang on the door, saying that the death of the king was very sad news, but at the moment it was necessary to forget about the past and think only about the future. There was no light in the room. The person on the other side of the door promised to help get through this troubled time. The prince sat by his bed, not paying attention to his cries. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he thought about his father. It was snowing outside, and someone in the mansion asked why the king was suddenly calling them out of the blue. Chuckling, the man with the eye patch suggested that a New Year's party was planned. Taking a sip from the bottle of alcohol, he looked around. Hayes stood in the corridor with a red-haired maid. The man exhaled next to her ear. Having hugged both girls, he wished them good morning. The oppressed maid said good morning to Glaucus, who praised her for her politeness. Biting his lower lip, the man expressed his confusion as to why such a beautiful girl would love the fat king, and thought that one day she would become his girlfriend. A man with a sword walking towards them asked what his comrade was doing and condemned him for thoughtlessly flirting with the maids. Hayes turned to greet lackeys, who continued to lecture him about inappropriate behavior at court. Noticing him, Glaucus opened his mouth in shock. Gritting his teeth, the man said that no one would dare lecture the head of public order. His statement that constant bark whispering had led to nothing caused lackeys to furrow his eyebrows in anger. Having collided with their foreheads, they began to argue. Lackeys asked to repeat what he had said, to which Glaucus sarcastically asked if he was deaf. An elderly man appeared in front of them, hastening to end the argument because of the imminent arrival of the king. Lackeys turned around, noticing Mr. Arin. Turning away, Glaucus declared that the toothless dog and the old man were still disgracing the kingdom. Looking after him, lackeys asked how such a scoundrel was entrusted with such an important position. Arin replied that he fully understood his feelings and that it could not be changed just like that, and then invited him to go to the dining room. All the most important people in the kingdom gathered around the table. The bald man, putting his hand to his mouth, whispered with his colleague, not understanding what really happened, which is why the king initiated the meeting. Those gathered were surprised that His Majesty, sitting at the table, was reading documents. Glaucus took a sip from the bottle. One of those present said that the rumors did not lie. Placing a bottle of alcohol on the table, the man mockingly said that it was not becoming for a king to engage in all this routine. Smirking, he asked His Majesty to quickly end the meeting and have a drink with him. Glaucus added that he had hidden a bottle of noble alcohol, which the king would surely like. The protagonist's hand trembled. Putting his hand to his chin thoughtfully, Jared considered this sentence. Glaucus smiled smugly, suggesting in addition to calling lovely young ladies, and thought that this method always helped to take the king away from pressing problems and slow down all affairs in the kingdom. Lackeys, who was watching what was happening, thought that this time he had to be stopped, no matter what happened, for the sake of Cvia. The king pointed his finger at Glaucus and asked why he came to the meeting in such a drunken state. The unexpected question caused horror on the face of the security chief. Lackeys gave him a surprised look. Glaucus laughed, bringing the bottle to his mouth, and said that they had recently been drinking together. The main character used a magic arrow spell. Because of the spell, the bottle was broken into pieces. With only one bottle left in the man's hands, the king explained that if it were not for the importance of this meeting, he would not have been so lenient. Gritting his teeth, Glaucus could not believe that His Majesty would use magic like this. With his hand on the pile of documents, Jared finally decided to move on to the topic of the meeting. Closing his eyes, he asked the head of the guard if he was satisfied with the fact that he constantly used his power to take money from merchants, making up for his greed. Shocked, Glaucus stood up from the table. The king continued his speech, saying that due to the greed shown, the life of the population of the kingdom had fallen into decay. Concentrating a clot of energy in his hand, the guy said that the people had stopped believing in the authorities because all the property acquired with such difficulty was taken away from them, and illegal tax collection, human trafficking, and illegal training of mercenaries in the territory of Cvia were flourishing in the kingdom. The young man summoned a fireball over his hand. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, he stated that, unlike a broken bottle, the punishment for these sins would be much worse. After saying that the king was going to burn his face, Glaucus widened his eyes in shock. He jumped out of his seat, knocking over his chair and screaming. The fireball rushed after him. With his mouth wide open, the man tried to escape from the flames flying behind him. The fireball hit him in the back. Glaucus fell to the floor. The skin on his back was burned. The main character said that he would have killed him on the spot, but he wants to follow the laws. Looking at the head of the guard, the king announced that from that day on he was removing him from this position. The words that an investigation would be carried out into all corruption operations carried out in the kingdom shocked everyone present. All those gathered immediately fell to the floor, bowing before His Majesty and asking forgiveness for their negligence. Lackeys watched in amazement, thinking about how the king was able to resist the military master Glaucus, using the power of a fourth-class magician from the Ukale's family with deep magical roots. Imagining his predecessor, Lord Barrett, against Jared's background, he thought they looked alike. Turning to the perplexed lackeys, the guy appointed him the new head of public order in Cvia. In response to his objections, the young man stated that this was the king's order, after which the man bowed to him, declaring that he was ready to follow further instructions. The main character asked if anyone had any objections. The people who bowed before him answered in the negative. Knitting his eyebrows together menacingly, he thought that all was not lost for the reputation and dignity of his character. Seeing the status windows for everyone present, Jared noticed a clear problem with the placement of personnel, as no one was in the right place. He looked around, noticing Arin to the side. The old man smiled. Smiling back, the guy decided to fix everything with the help of his spiritual eye. 1 month later, snow covered the roofs of the houses, and a conversation was taking place in one of them. The beaten resident clasped his hands together, begging for mercy on him, because he would no longer be able to trade if he did not have money. A man with white hair threatened him with a knife, ordering him to shut up, stop making noise, and just pay for his place. The man in the bandage noticed that Glaucus had not come for a bribe recently. His friend assumed that he had gone on a trip to warmer climes. The robber was contentedly holding a gold coin in his hands. The man said that he was ordered not to spend the money and keep it for himself. Someone's voice was heard behind the door. One of the robbers asked the other to go out and check who had come. The bald man opened the door slightly to find out who was behind it. On the threshold stood the smiling protagonist, greeting the perplexed robber. Having widened his eyes in surprise, the bandit asked why some fat man was standing outside the door. Someone's fist immediately flew into his jaw. The robber flew into the air, causing confusion on the faces of the rest of the gang. An angry lackeys declared that no one would dare insult the king, even if they did not need a head on their shoulders. Jared waved his hand, reassuring the head of security, and said that there was nothing wrong with insults. Looking at the stunned bandit, he added that these people illegally received money for the place from merchants and residents of the kingdom. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy ordered to seize everyone without reserve. Gritting his teeth contentedly, lackeys said that the order would be carried out. The appearance of the chief of security, ready to hold a trial right here and now, shocked the unsuspecting robbers. One of them came out through the back door with a huge bag of loot. The man began to sneak along the street amid the noise of a fight. The king, who came out into the street, took him by surprise with the question of where he was going. Summoning a magic arrow, he put the bandit who threw the bag to flight. The spell rushed after him, causing the robber to scream in pain. Residents of the kingdom took to the streets, rejoicing and glorifying the king and the head of the guard. To the general joyful cries of people who had been waiting for a long time to catch the scoundrels, the guards led the gang members in handcuffs. Lackeys clenched his fist victoriously and declared that His Majesty had honestly admitted his past misdeeds and promised to try to put the lives of his citizens above all else. The head of security announced that catching the criminals was just the beginning. One of the robbers looked down in frustration, thinking about how Glaucus could have made a mistake. Lackeys asked the citizens not to forget about the actions of the king, who values them. The man handed the poor man bread, saying that the generous ruler ordered food to be given to the hungry. The head of the guard asked the inhabitants of the kingdom to be grateful. The bard, sitting on the fountain in front of a crowd of people, sang a song that a new sun had risen over frozen Cvia. Citizens greeted the protagonist as he rode on horseback. All the important people of the kingdom gathered in the dining room again. People began to relate to the authorities a little better. Smiling, lackeys said that the appearance of the king's supporters was a great success. Jared said that his efforts were not in vain. He asked whether his comrade liked the new position, to which the smiling chief of security answered in the affirmative. The man said that he was happy to be in the place that suits him best. The guy took a sip from his mug. A notification that appeared stated that his magical power had increased by 1 unit. The young man turned to his colleague and said that he was pleased that he was doing well, hoping that everything would continue like this. The king, sitting at the table in front of his companions, began a meeting. Over the past month they have managed to catch all the criminals that are in the kingdom, thanks to which security and public opinion have improved greatly. The knight held a shield in front of him. A guy with blades stood next to him. Lackeys was given the disposal of skilled warriors, whom the main character selected with the help of the spiritual eye and who united under the name of the king. Isabella's face appeared behind Jared, still demanding to give her the spiritual eye. Arin, looking at the piece of paper in his hands, said that a new cultivation method had been developed to allow farming, but the long, cold winter and many harmful plants remained a big problem. Isabella, scratching his temple with his finger, read that he was promoting the magic stone of Cvia as a special product, but for good results he needed more time. Patting himself on the stomach, the king thought that without talents, the spiritual eye did not make much sense, so he needed to put in a little more effort. Noticing the guy slapping his stomach, lackeys said that this movement must mean something. Scratching his stomach, the young man replied that this was an exercise known in other countries for weight loss. Giving a thumbs up, the head of security said that with the weight loss, he would become more like a real king. Laughing at this line, the main character thought to himself that this move was actually not related to diet and was a way to increase the stats of killing magic. By imagining his body as streams of energy, he first channeled magic into both hands and then back into the body, thus causing the magic increase bug. The image of a game developer appeared in his head. Jared remembered that Paradise officially had no bugs, but he still managed to notice that thanks to this method, the level rose by 12 points within a month. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, the guy decided that with this method he could use 4th class magic several more times. Someone rushed into the dining room. The man, with his mouth wide open, hurried to report the latest news to His Majesty. Everyone present looked at him when the guard announced that the search party had found a gang of thieves hiding in the mine. The words that there were slaves among them made the young man frown. 1 year ago, 2 swords crossed in battle. 2 warriors fought each other. A little girl watched their battle. Looking admiringly at one of the fighters, she noted his skill with the sword. 2 strangers leaned over her, saying that if the girl continued to watch their colleagues, trouble might happen. Smiling joyfully, the girl greeted her friends. The girl with red hair said that she would face punishment for absenteeism. Raising a barrel of water, the girl exclaimed that she was still faster than the others. The guy called Lena a strong woman. A butterfly flew against the background of a clear sky. The blue sky was reflected in the barrel. One of Lena's friends said that she was already 14 years old and asked if she would become a servant in a rich house. The butterfly sat on the edge of the barrel. The joyful girl answered in the affirmative. Turning her back to the girl with red hair, Lena said that the director of the orphanage had found this house for her, and she hoped that it would be a wonderful place. The girl, looking forward, said that she wanted to recruit her into their army. The girl smiled, calling her friends. The warriors looked back, asking what happened. With her hands behind her back, the orphan asked if she could one day become a powerful warrior if she tried hard enough. The butterfly flew high into the sky. The girl said that she did not want to be a maid. The guy burst out laughing. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, he asked if she knew why there were so few female warriors in the world. A sharp swing of the sword raised clouds of dust into the air. Turning serious, the guy sternly replied that the world was too dangerous and that diligence and courage were not enough. Lena grabbed her dress when her friend said that most women either gave up after really realizing it or died. Taking off his glove with his teeth, the guy objected that men were no exception. Looking at his scars, he said that gender is not so important. What is important is ability, talent, diligence, and will. The butterfly flapped its wings. The guy explained that his young friend was clearly superior to them in abilities and therefore could become a warrior. Patting the girl on the head, the girl with red hair asked her to come at any time if she had nowhere to go, because as the commander of the army, she would hire her immediately. Lena smiled enthusiastically and agreed. Remembering this conversation, the girl sat in prison. There were heavy shackles on her hands and feet. Placing her hands to her head, she cried bitterly. An image of the orphanage director holding the hands of other children appeared in her head. The man smiled, calling the orphan an angel whom the Almighty sent to the orphanage, and hoping that she would continue to support them. Lena smiled joyfully and agreed. The robber, baring his teeth, said that the director of the shelter sold her to bandits. Clenching her fist, the girl screamed that this couldn't happen because the director had promised to send her to work as a maid for a rich family. The gang of bandits laughed. The man with a mug of beer in his hands called her a stupid slave. The robber, holding a whip, said that there is not much difference between a slave and a maid. Swinging his whip over the girl, he said that slaves should speak more politely. The whip hit the orphan on the back. Clutching her head, Lena screamed that they were mistaken because the director was not that kind of person. There were children behind bars. A month passed after the girl was sold into slavery. Sometimes she was subjected to corporal punishment, but almost all the rest of the time she spent in a prison cell. A girl with red hair turned to her, asking if the slave was from Mallorca. Looking at the ceiling, she said that slavery was destined for her. Lena asked what she was talking about. People gathered in front of the auction stage where a child stood. A girl with red hair explained that most Mallorcan orphans are sold into slavery. Smiling, she said that the director also took part in this and advised him to discard any other thoughts. Lena hugged her knees, declaring that she would not give up and would definitely get out of here. Stuffing her finger into her nose, the girl with red hair called her funny. Lena asked if she really didn't want to leave here. The girl, holding out her hand, said that she had not thought about it, then said her name and offered to live together in this hell until they die. Lena moved away from her, saying that her words were making her mood drop. Manny, laughing, replied that she was a realist. The girls, who quickly became friends, carried baskets of laundry along the corridors of the mine. Another month passed. They walked past the bars behind which other slaves were sitting. There weren't many child slaves in this place, but there was no will of their own, so most of the slaves looked like soulless dolls. Lena looked through the bars. With a slave with a broken will there are much fewer problems, and selling such a slave was not difficult. Girls under 15 years old did not have to worry about anything, since they were the most dear slaves. Lena, resolutely knitting her eyebrows, said that she would never give up. 6 months passed. The girl got used to constant work. Soup was boiling in the cauldron. Manny said that Cvia was a more backward country than Mallorca. The orphans were peeling potatoes. Lena thought that her friend taught her a lot. Manny stated that Cvia was gradually declining due to the deserted land and the young king who did not have any special talents. Holding a knife and a potato, Manny turned to her friend when she asked where she got such knowledge. Laughing, she replied that she had good hearing, thanks to which she overheard the conversations of the robbers. While stirring the soup, the girl said that Cvia is full of monster hunters, but there is no work for hired soldiers, so Lena's friends will not come here to help. The orphan displeasedly thanked her for these words. Clenching her fists, the girl looked at the chains, deciding never to give up. Holding a ladle in her hands, Manny called her the most persistent person in her life. Looking away, she whispered that she really liked it. A snowstorm hit the mine. A year passed. The girls turned 15 years old. Lena sat in front of her friend, who had a fever. Her face was red and sweat was running down her entire body. Putting her hand on her shoulder, the girl realized that she had a fever and that trouble could happen if nothing was done. The robber, throwing his feet on the table, said that Glagas, who asked to believe only him, had fallen into the clutches of the Fat King. Taking a sip from the mug, he displeasedly stated that because of Glagas they could not sell the dirty slaves and continued to hide in the damp mine. Lena called out to him to attract attention. Holding onto the bars, the girl asked for a cup of warm broth for a friend who had a high fever. Sitting on her knees and clasping her hands, she promised to obey and not say anything against in exchange for a cup of broth. The man looked in her direction. He seated Manny at the table and placed a bowl of soup in front of her. Lena pushed a hot mug towards her friend and asked her to eat before the food cooled down. Having put his arm around the girl's shoulder, the robber took her away, declaring that he had business with her. Manny jumped up from the table, calling out to her friend. The slave looked back, saying that everything was fine. Grabbing her face, the bandit said that the patient needed to rest. At that same second, a plate of hot soup flew into his face. He put his hand to the burned side of his face, screaming in pain. Manny grabbed her friend's hand, shouting that they had a chance. She wanted to run away, but for some reason Lena resisted. Not understanding what was happening, she said that they were just asking for soup. Frowning furiously, Manny declared that her friend was not a slave and that she should not stay here. When the girl reminded her that her friend always said that she would get out of here, the robber reached out his hand for them. Grabbing Lena, the man bared his teeth and pulled out a knife, asking where they were going. In a rage, he slashed the slave with a knife. Lena opened her mouth in shock. Blood gushed from Manny's chest. Having hit the bandit in the face, the girl screamed for him to let her go. She ran to her friend who was bleeding on the floor. Sobbing with grief, Lena asked why she went under the knife instead. Smiling, Manny replied that her life was too wasted, because the orphan grew up all her life among robbers and saw only murders, so she was not fit for anything else. Introducing her friend's friends, she stated that Lena had a beautiful dream and that at first she herself had no words. Raising her bloody hand, Manny said that she was jealous of her friend, which is why she wanted to protect her. The girl closed her eyes, wishing her never to give up. Lena replied that she would never give up and would definitely get out. Behind her, the robber swung his knife. Without turning around, the girl said that she would do everything to get out of here. Gritting her teeth, she added that she would get out, even if she had to kill everyone here. The stunned criminal widened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. The man pressed the slave's head to the floor, furiously asking who she dared to stare at. His eye was red because of the burn. The robber shouted that because of the orphan he had a burn on half his face and that he had a headache since the very morning because of them. He wished death for the girl, brandishing a knife. A voice from the side asked if this could be called a burn. The bandit turned around questioningly. A flash appeared before his eyes. Bright flames engulfed his entire body, causing the man to scream in pain. The main character, holding his hand in front of him, declared that this was a real burn. The king, together with the head of the guard, stood in front of the entrance to the snow-covered mine. Lackeys asked how he knew that the hideout of Chad's gang was in the Ilum mine. Steam was coming out of Jared's mouth. He replied that after the disappearance of Glagas, who was covering for them, the robbers hoped that the king would rampage for a couple of days and calm down, and the mine was an ideal place to sit in peace. Lackeys put on his knight's helmet and asked if His Majesty had any other insightful thoughts. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the guy replied that this was too much. He turned around and ordered everyone inside. A whole army stood in front of him. The young man said that they had come here to destroy all those who make slaves out of people. The warriors in knightly armor listened attentively to his speech that they must free all the oppressed in order to achieve justice. The faces of the soldiers expressed determination. They were ordered not to spare anyone. Raising his sword, the king rushed into the mine, shouting that he would fight for Cvia. The knights fought with the robbers with swords. One of the gang members asked to gather those inside the mine. The man who was told to call Chad ran into the mine. However, the next moment, a sword pierced his back. Lackeys looked menacingly at the enemy, saying that no one would escape from here. The robbers were struck one after another by his lightning strikes. A knight with a shield held back enemy attacks. The bloody sword lay on the ground. There was a pickaxe next to a pile of stones. Finding himself in front of several entrances deep into the mine, the king said that there were too many forks here. Turning to his army, he declared that the robbers' level of weapon proficiency was no better than that of an ordinary person, and ordered the soldiers to split up to search everything here. The angry robber, holding a knife over the slave, shouted that because of her he had a burn on half his face and had a headache since the morning. The man turned around when he heard a question about whether this wound could be called a burn. A bright flash appeared ahead. A wave of fire engulfed his body. The main character, from whose hand the flame was emanating, said that now the robber had a real burn. He ran forward, thinking about how he often saw slave prisons in games, but in reality it looked much more disgusting. Kneeling down on one knee in front of Lena, Jared asked if she was okay. The answer was yes. Biting her lower lip, the girl said that her friend was not so lucky. The orphan explained that Manny died saving her. The guy looked at the girl's dead body. Frowning, the young man thought that it was too late to use restoration magic. Having hugged Lena, he asked for forgiveness, saying that he should have come earlier. The girl began to cry. Looking at the sobbing slave, the main character noticed her emaciated body and dry skin on her hands and thought that she had to go through a lot. The leader of the gang, heavily intoxicated, entered the room and asked what all the fuss was going on. Seeing Jared in front of him, he was surprised that the fat king himself had come here. Chad shouted that it would be better for the king to sit at home and eat fatty meat, and asked what he forgot here. The guy, knitting his eyebrows angrily, did not understand the question asked to him, thinking that his character's life was too worthless because everyone knows the king is stupid fat man. Gritting his teeth and gathering energy in his hand, he promised to catch Chad and personally send him to hell. Creating a ball of energy in his hand, the leader of the bandits laughed, saying that such a fat man could not use magic. The young man frowned angrily. The bandit looked him straight in the eyes. A bolt of light erupted from his hand. Using speed magic, the main character was able to dodge this attack. Chad opened his mouth in shock, not understanding what kind of magician would use speed magic in battle. The king began to run around him, not allowing him to follow him. Trying to discern the opponent's movements, Chad guessed that it would be difficult for him to change direction, since this entry-level magic is quite difficult to control, despite the fact that it gives the owner's body super speed. Deciding to blow up everything around him, the gang leader raised his hands up, focusing powerful energy above himself. The sudden attack knocked out his jaw. The next blow landed on the elbow. A beam of light struck his side. The robber's body was twisted by multiple attacks. Stopping, Jared thought that his enemy had used super powerful magic that required a lot of control while intoxicated, which is why there were so many holes. The guy sheathed his sword, declaring that his opponent was too weak and that he did not even have the strength to be angry, after which he wished Chad to simply disappear into the abyss. There was a ringing sound. A notification appeared saying that the war against crime task had been completed and that the level of devotion of the inhabitants of the kingdom had risen to 23. In a new message it was written that the task of destroying the cave gang had been completed and that the level of devotion had risen by another 11 units. A sign appeared on which it was written that the level of devotion had reached 100 and that a small golden age had begun in Cvia. A bright sun shone over the city. Chad died, and the matter with the mine was quickly resolved. Lackeys rode on horseback, accompanying the cart. All of Chad's accomplices, who were involved in murders and kidnappings, were sentenced to death. The cart carried people who were enslaved and whom they promised to return to their families, accompanied by guards. Wrapped in a blanket, Lena asked if she could really go to Cvia. The main character sitting opposite answered in the affirmative, saying that the director of the shelter would still want to sell her again if she returned to Mallorca. Smiling, Jared explained that he was always looking for young and talented people who could work with him, so he would be grateful if the girl moved to their kingdom. After saying that the king would take responsibility for her and make her a first-class knight, Lena smiled joyfully and thanked His Highness. Raising her hands enthusiastically, the girl promised to become a skilled warrior who would live up to his expectations. The guy replied that he was looking forward to this. Rounding his eyes, he thought that he did not expect to see Lena here. An image of the earth being burned to the ground appeared in his head. 10 years later, during the Great Host War, this girl would have to stand in the vanguard of the Demon King's army. The young man imagined how many warriors rushed to attack, but the blows would be easily repelled because Lena is the strongest tank who does not lose. The girl in the black demonic suit grinned arrogantly. The fortress she was guarding could not be taken by storm because Lena was an excellent protector of the Demon King's army. The protagonist took the hand of the innocent girl sitting in front of him, thinking that it was good that he was able to meet her, because then he could stop the orphan from falling into the hands of the Demon King. The girl watched in surprise as their hands glowed. Jared decided that in preparation for the Great War of the Host, he would make her a rising star not of the devil, but of his army. Looking down intensely, the guy thought that the only problem remained in the neighboring state, Mallorca, which allowed the illegal trade in slaves, and, therefore, there were other violations that had a bad impact on the territory of Cvia. The young man asked himself where the scoundrel Horgus was going to spend all his money. Meanwhile, the lights were burning in the windows of the house in Mallorca. The bald man, surrounded by girls, said that he began to hear more often how Cvia was praised, which made his mood worse. He asked the white-haired man with a pipe in his hands what he thought about this situation. Being a friend of Glaga's, Fru replied that he would prepare everything as required by their position. Smirking, he stated that he needed to repay his friend's insult. Moonlight illuminated the night city. The killer, standing on the roof, watched the patrol knights below. When one passed him, the killer deftly jumped from one roof to another. Having landed on another roof, a man in a dark cape with a hood stopped. A moment later, he threw the bag from his shoulder into the alley between the houses. Blood spread across the ground after the bag landed. The killer stood on the roof watching the result of his actions. The mask covered the killer's face while he looked into the alley. The events were transferred to the next day. Jared was barely breathing, trying to run a few more meters. Sweat was actively dripping from his face. Unlike him, Lena ran calmly and was not out of breath. The coach of Jared and Lena, who was watching the run, shouted to them, notifying them of the last lap. Tired to death, Jared smiled, asking Len if she felt better after her morning run. The happy girl smiled and raised her hand, saying that the shaft was too narrow and the air there was terrible, so she liked everything. Sweating profusely, Jared smilingly suggested that Lena study together and they would find her a teacher later. The coach, who was watching everything, fell into a stupor seeing how Jared almost lost consciousness due to fatigue. While eating, Jared glanced to the side and asked if this was a message from Lord Avil. Hayes handed the letter to Jared, saying that this letter arrived this morning and it was from Avil. Looking at the protagonist reading the letter, Lena asked him to tell her how everything was resolved. Jared continued reading and said that he would keep it short. Next, he began to talk about Lord Arin, who was engaged in growing crops called Retria, and the first sprouts sprouted from him. And due to the fact that their kingdom mainly imported products, due to this they would at least slightly reduce expenses. Avil was able to attract 1.5 times more monster hunters than usual. They began to sell the crystals that they obtained through their hunts, and income doubled compared to last month. Lena smiled, saying that her friend told her that Cvia was getting worse, but it turned out to be wrong because this place is much better than she thought. The protagonist, continuing to read the documents, said that it was only now that everything began to improve, but soon everyone on the mainland would know about Cvia. Suddenly lackeys came up and called out to Jared. The protagonist looked at lackeys in bewilderment and asked what happened. He answered him by saying that he had an urgent report. Entering one of the alleys guarded by guards, Jared asked if it was discovered this morning, to which lackeys, walking next to him, replied by saying that it was exactly like that, but it was discovered not only in this place, but also in others. The protagonist frowned, not understanding who dared to do such a thing on the territory of the kingdom. In front of them was the corpse of a wolf monster, and blood was spread all over the ground in the alley. Lackeys closed his eyes, saying that he had no words because he should have paid more attention to the security. Sitting down next to the monster's corpse, Jared told lackeys not to blame herself because none of the inhabitants were hurt, especially since Cvia is a very small kingdom. There wasn't even a fortress, so it was not surprising that in such a situation they were quite vulnerable. Looking at the corpse, the protagonist thought about the possible criminal and the benefit that he could get by throwing corpses on the streets of the city. A sudden cry from a girl asking for help made Jared and lackeys turn around. The protagonist got up and walked towards the exit from the alley, listening to the girl begging to help her and in return selling herself. A little girl, almost crying, held the hand of a man in green robes who was shouting that he did not have this medicine. Jared's unexpected question about the girl's identity made the man and girl suddenly stand in a stupor and stop screaming. Many people recognized Jared's identity when he went outside, but without paying attention to them, the king asked the girl what medicine she was looking for. Clenching her fists, the girl, barely holding back tears, said that her name was Mia and her mother fell ill with Ronella disease. Jared's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Ronel's illness. When Mia began to talk about the fact that she needed medicine, the doctor raised his head and shouted, saying that Ronel's disease was almost incurable. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought he knew that this disease could only be cured with the blessing of a great priest or a precious cure for all diseases. Jared mentally imagined bacteria and viruses. Ronel's disease was similar to tuberculosis. It was often contracted in dungeons or from wild monsters of the Ronel kingdom, hence the name. Sitting down on one knee, the king asked Mia to take him to her mother. Smiling, the king announced that he had a way to heal her mother. Soon they came to a 2-story house. Climbing the stairs, the girl looked at the king, saying that her mother was on the 2nd floor. Looking at the dilapidated staircase, the king wondered whether the staircase would withstand him. Going upstairs, the king could see Mia abruptly enter one room calling for her mother. Mia walked up to the bed where her sick mother lay and, almost crying, said that she had brought a person who would help her. Looking at the arrival, the sick and exhausted woman asked the doctor for forgiveness and asked to leave, but the protagonist saw with his spiritual eye that the woman had 7 days to live. Jared became a little nervous and frowned, realizing that she could die in 7 days, after which he told the woman that he did not need payment and they could be calm and trust him. Mia stopped crying and smiled, saying that it was the king, not the doctor, and he came to save her. Jared pointed at himself and asked Mia's mother if they knew each other after she said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Closing her eyes, the woman said that 8 years ago she was invited to work as a cook in the castle. Jared covered his face with his hand and apologized for all his actions. The woman looked at the king, who sat down next to her bed, and told him that he should not have come so close because this disease was too dangerous, but the protagonist interrupted her, asking her not to say that. The king asked Mia, who was standing at the door, to bring a wet towel. Then Jared stood up abruptly and looked to the side. He walked to the window and began to lift the lattice window. Picking it up, he looked outside, confirming his fears. Poking his head out and looking at the monster's corpse, Jared asked Mary how long ago she started seeing monsters. Mary turned her head and looked at the king and said that she had worked for a long time as a cook in a detachment that was engaged in the sale of crystals obtained from monsters. Holding the window and looking down, Jared said that the Ronella disease is not transmitted between people, but everyone who had contact with the monster becomes infected. But until recently this disease had almost no symptoms, so most live in ignorance. Mary, who was listening to the king, frowned and coughed into her handkerchief and asked if she would die and who brought the corpse to her house. Hayes and Lena entered the room. They brought all the necessary things and medicines, telling the king that they brought all the things that he asked for. Rolling up his sleeves, Jared said to just trust him, because he won't leave until her condition improves. Mary smiled sincerely and, almost crying, thanked Jared for his help and his generosity, although she did not know how to repay him for it. Jared smiled, saying that she first needed to get well and then think about it. While he was saying this, two girls rushed around the room preparing all the necessary things. The killer sitting on the roof chuckled, calling the attempt to prepare a medicine nonsense. But the angry lackeys suddenly appeared behind him and took out his blade. Frightened the killer, lackeys said that their king had never made a mistake. Looking at lackeys, the purple-haired killer listened as he said that their king foresaw that the criminal would appear at the crime scene. Very angry, lackeys frowned deeply. He asked the criminal if he was the one who dumped the body of the monster in their kingdom, where people are at risk of contracting the Ronel disease. Grinning, the criminal squinted his eyes, asking lackeys if it was so interesting. While Jared prepared the medicine sitting right on the floor with Hayes, Lena hugged Mia and watched everything. Hayes, holding a mortar in one hand and a pestle in the other, said that finding these medicines would not be difficult, and if they could make a cure for Ronel's disease, she could not imagine such a thing. Jared sat in front of the flask alchemy machine he had created, preparing a potion. The protagonist involuntarily remembered the site on which the composition of the medicine for Ronel was posted. During the game in Paradise, pharmaceutical players were developing a cure for Ronel's disease, but suddenly someone posted a recipe, thanks to which almost everyone learned about it. Thanks to this, 10 years later he sits and prepares this medicine. Mary turned her head and addressed the king. Exhausted, Mary opened one of her eyes and asked Jared why a person like him would try so hard for some poor commoner. Jared, sitting with his back to Mary, said that anyone who has been sick before knows what it is. Looking at the back of the king sitting in front of her, Mary asked if he had Ronella disease. Lena and Mia looked at the king when he said that he grew up in a loving family and was never sick. Grabbing Mary's hand, Jared said that there was something else besides his mother's affection. Stroking the exhausted woman's hand, Jared began to remember the old story. The moment when they lived in poverty, they were not in a position where their mother could get examined at the hospital. When they finally arrived at the hospital, it turned out that his mother already had the last stage of cancer, which is incurable. He then sat in front of her couch and cried. He trembled all over, feeling not so much sadness as anger, because even in such an ordinary situation he did not have the ability to solve this problem. He cried then. Even after he wiped them away, they continued to flow from his eyes again. Jared still blamed himself for this. Shaking the flask in his hand, Jared understood what Mia was experiencing, which is why he was here. Looking at the red liquid in the flask, the king realized that he did not want Mia to feel the same as he did. At this time, the criminal and lackeys were moving along the roofs. Lackeys and the criminal clashed blades, starting an intense battle. The angry chief of security frowned as he moved at great speed. His opponent swung his blade, wanting to kill lackeys. Lackeys and the assassin clashed blades at great speed. Suddenly, the killer's blade changed its trajectory. Lackeys clenched his teeth, looking at the tip of the blade approaching his throat. Suddenly, the head of the guard blocked the enemy's sword with his own right in front of his face. Lackeys pressed down forcefully on his sword, causing the assassin to retreat and his hands to tremble. Looking at Lackeys' sword, which was already a few centimeters from his head, the killer realized that he was simply rudely pressing on him with force. Using his speed, he sharply turned his body to dodge the enemy's sword. A moment later, he took his chance and threw a kick. The killer's foot hit Lackeys square in the face. Lackeys staggered slightly after the assassin's blow. Suddenly, the criminal's eyes widened in shock. The evil lackeys looked at his opponent and asked if this was all he could do. The chief of security's sword began to cut through the roof, moving towards the enemy. Lackeys' eyes lit up as he swung his blade upward, asking his opponent how he, with such pathetic abilities, still dares to touch Cvia. The criminal managed to place his blade in the path of the strike. With one swing, Lackeys sent the criminal flying. The killer was horrified. Looking at Lackeys, he was amazed at his strength, because no one told him that the head of security was so strong. Falling down, the criminal looked at his opponent, wondering where he got such strength from. In fact, the reason why Lackeys was so much stronger than the assassin was due to his abilities. His powerful body coupled with mana was simply terrifying. And during the battle, his eyes lit up. His complete order and embodiment of justice brought his physical abilities to the maximum if lackeys fought with the villains. The killer landed on the roof without taking his eyes off his opponent. Lackeys, shrouded in an aura, stood in front of the criminal, saying that there was no mercy for him. It was basically impossible for the villains to defeat lackeys because of his skills. Putting his blade in front of him, the criminal said that his thoughts were to kill him if he was caught, but now he would have to abandon this idea. Straightening up, the mercenary continued to look at the head of security. Lackeys screamed as his opponent turned around abruptly, bidding him farewell. Seeing lackeys become even more angry, the mercenary lowered his mask and grinned and said that they would meet soon. Sharply removing his mask, the mercenary blew out a huge amount of smoke from his mouth, saying that then there would be a battle to the very end. Lackeys clenched his teeth and frowned at the approaching smoke. A second later, when the smoke cleared, lackeys, standing on the roof, realized that he had missed his enemy. 2 days later, Mia sat on the floor and watched Jared's mana emanate. Jared collected mana over his palm and said that it was a clot of mana that was formed through simple imagination. Raising his second hand, Jared said that this mana was formed by a complex method of strong concentration. Mia raised her hand and, pointing her finger at one of the clots, asked why she had to develop both directions if only one way could be developed. The king, who put on a false mustache and a green robe, clenched his hand into a fist, saying that evil magicians burn all the mana that is nearby, in which case those who used the first method turned into fools who were not capable of anything. Mia shuddered, saying it was terrible. Jared's eyes lit up. He extended his hands, scaring Mia, saying that this is why it is worth learning the method of strong concentration, even if it is difficult. Next, the girl pointed her finger at the protagonist, asking why he was wearing such strange clothes. As the king took off his entire outfit, he said that he was just wearing it to create an atmosphere since he became her magic instructor. While Jared and Mia were talking, the door handle clicked and Mary's voice was heard, signaling the time for dinner. Mia immediately rushed out, while Jared awkwardly extended his hand trying to stop her, because the lesson was not over yet. When Mary entered the room, she asked the standing king if she had disturbed them, to which he smiled and said that he himself was interested in trying her food. Mary, in her new chef's uniform, smiled with her hands clasped in front of her, telling the king that she hoped he liked her food. Talking to each other, the king and the cook left the room. All this time, Isabella hovered near the ceiling and watched Jared. A moment later, she smiled wildly, calling Jared someone else. The mana in the king's room curled in the air and illuminated it. A considerably thinner Jared sat on the floor while mana swirled around him. Mentally, he thought about the worldview of people who were always trying to find the shortest path. Suddenly, all the mana around the protagonist's body scattered as if in an explosion. Jared at that moment was thinking about a glitchy training method that would allow him to increase his mana level by 2 or 3 points in one day. Upon opening his eyes, the protagonist admitted that most of the people who used this method had rather low skill. Jared looked at the system alerts, which notified him that he had successfully mastered a new training method and could now choose an official name for it. Reaching out to the system window, Jared thought that the method of controlling magic, combining the method of training with bugs and the mana of the mage family, could increase the power of magic by 6 points. The protagonist began to write on the system window, mentally telling himself that this training method would become his basis, so he wanted to come up with a name that symbolized it. When he finished writing, the inscription "single-player bug user" was visible on the system window. Isabella stuck out her tongue, saying that she had secretly observed many magicians, but his methods were different from others. Jared raised his head and looked at Isabella hovering above him, asking if she saw the streams, to which she replied by saying that ordinary people could not see this, but not her. Pointing her finger at Jared, Isabella said that although he did not play by the rules, his mana level was acceptable. The protagonist was horrified when the demon touched his face with her hand, asking if he was from another world. Isabella, sticking out her tongue and looking at the guy with a wild grin. The king looked at her and asked her a little nervously what she was talking about. Jared breathed a sigh of relief when Isabella flew away from him and said that she just wondered if he had come from another continent, because even though she had only heard, they said that people from the Eastern Empire had enormous mana absorption abilities. Raising his finger up, Jared smiled, saying that according to the stories of his ancestors, he had heard the same stories. He then looked at his hand, thinking that the Eastern Empire was a project that the Paradise development team had been working on for 5 years. He was eagerly awaiting the release of the update, but died before he could try it in the game. Isabella's hair fluttered as she asked Jared what he was thinking about. The demon hugged the protagonist, saying that as long as she was next to him, something interesting always happened. The protagonist, without looking at her, asked what was strange about it. Isabella smiled, offering to talk, because anyway, only he could see her. When the demon spread his eye with her fingers, the protagonist activated the spiritual eye, saying that he would not give it up because it was his. Jared screamed in shock when Isabella, putting her hands to her face, said that she would not be upset about the spirit eye and would consider it a wedding gift to her future husband. Touching her tongue with her finger, the demon told Jared that at first he was fat, which was disgusting to look at, but now that he had lost weight, he was handsome. The protagonist became very nervous, asking the demon if that was why she kept looking down at him while he was sleeping. Isabella hugged the protagonist, saying that a man like Jared would be just right for the ghost of a virgin. The protagonist grimaced, horrified, remembering his first kiss. Jared abruptly began to run away from the loving Isabella, saying that he needed to go to Ronella. Reading the letter, Hayes said that Lena was developing too quickly, and it was surprising how the king saw such abilities at first glance, which is exactly what lackeys conveyed. Hearing her, Jared smiled awkwardly, realizing that the strongest warrior of Cvia would only last for a month. Jared asked Hayes, who was sitting across from him, to tell lackeys that he would find a good teacher. Looking out the window, the king began to remember several good candidates for this role. Something was approaching the king's carriage at great speed. When an arrow broke the window and almost hit Hayes, a barrier of mana formed in front of her head and saved her. Shocked, Jared looked out the window while his palm was enveloped in mana. Hayes picked up the broken pieces of the arrow, ignoring the shouts of the knights outside. Many arrows flew into the carriage. The king formed a barrier in front of him, blocking all the arrows and saying that it was like an attack by robbers. When another pair of arrows collided with the barrier, Hayes suddenly screamed. She abruptly stood in front of Jared, saying that she would protect him. This greatly excited Jared. Holding the barrier, Jared shouted to Hayes that it was dangerous because she could get hit. Clinging close to the king, Hayes said that it was her duty to protect the king. Jared hit the girl sharply on the head, ordering her to sit inside and not come out, and if she did, he would kill her himself. The arrows continued to fly at the carriages and knights. The angry king got out of his carriage and approached the knights, calling the enemy's attack a pathetic effort. Isabella asked Jared, who was gritting his teeth, whether he should have helped her, but the protagonist refused her help. Holding the barrier with one hand and forming a mana ball with the other, the protagonist stepped forward. Through the mesh barrier, he could see a crowd of opponents in the distance. One of the robbers turned to the boss, informing him about the magician. Tog, who put his axe on his shoulder, said that that guy still had a reason why he entrusted the mission to them. Jared stopped being angry when he saw a masked man who looked too much like the one lackeys had described to him. Holding a staff in one hand and an axe in the other, Tog rushed straight at the king. The mage killer moved at great speed, shouting that this time there was a newcomer with them, so he would show how everything was done. Spinning his axe all the time, Thog approached Jared using a spinning slaughter. Thog sharply threw his axe straight at the king. Jared was able to dodge by using speed magic, after which he extended his hand with a sphere of mana formed in it. Approaching sharply, he waved his staff and dispelled the sphere of mana, calling Jared's attempt ridiculous. A moment later, Thog struck Jared in the head with his staff. Thog frowned at his opponent. There was not a single scratch on Jared's head even after being hit by the mage killer. Jared, whose barrier above his head had cracked, looked at Tog, saying that his title was not just a pretty name. The killer opened his eyes wide and shuddered after what he saw. Thog did not stand any longer and in an instant dealt many blows to the king. Continuing to beat Tog non-stop, he realized that his opponent had at least 4th class. While attacking the barriers that were forming, Tog realized that if he stopped, he would fall under a counterattack, which is why he could not allow the enemy to do anything. Shocked and frightened, the knights watched the battle, worried about their king. And Tog's subordinates grinned, anticipating his victory. Suddenly, the protagonist extended his hand, stopping the staff. Then he trembled in shock looking at the protagonist who had caught his staff. Jared was a little surprised to learn that the staff was a magical artifact, and he just lacked the artifact. Using magic to increase physical strength, Jared held the staff and smilingly told his opponent that he would take the staff for himself. Looking at the trembling staff, Thog wondered if this magician was originally so strong. Green lines began to spread across the killer's face as Jared told him that he had already blocked his vaunted physical abilities with paralysis magic. Trembling with his whole body, Tog begged for mercy, saying that he would tell everything. Jared raised the axe above his head and smilingly said that, of course, he would like to listen, but he does not believe the criminals. A moment later, the axe in Jared's hand came down sharply. Events are transferred to the past. Arkeens, looking through the small lattice window, said that a merchant without money will not buy good luck. Arkeens hit himself over the head, berating himself for hiring security on the cheap. Arkeens looked out the window listening to one of the employers tell Tog that this medicine merchant was too good and he probably had a lot of soldiers on guard. Tog, holding his axe in his hand, looked at the customer, saying that in front of his axe they were nothing more than pigs. The customer held out a bag of money when Tog extended his hand demanding an advance payment. In his mind, the customer who had recently fought with lackeys was thinking that the king of Cvia had cured everyone with his potions, which meant that he could easily get the ingredients for it. Looking at Tog, the assassin thought that Jared should go to Ronella, a huge profit from the sale of drugs. Looking at the road, Tog asked the customer whether his victims would definitely appear on this road, to which the customer answered him by saying that the information from his servants was reliable. Arkins, looking out the window, asked himself if there really wasn't a person who could catch this monster, which killed 11 people in a week. Events returned to the moment when the protagonist lowered the axe directly on Tog. Arkins watched the entire battle through the window and listened to the screams of the robbers. Jared soared into the air and began shooting everyone with magic arrows while simultaneously forming a fireball in his hand. Arkins' cheeks turned red as he looked in admiration at the man who managed to cope with Tog. Looking at Jared floating in the air, Arkins called him a warrior who would save him. Clinging close to the protagonist, Arkins smiled thanks to his savior. Rubbing his finger on his cheek, the king called gratitude a good deed. Jared closed his eyes, asking the huddled Arkins if it was possible to keep his distance. Hayes, standing to the side, was a little embarrassed by this behavior of the rescued boy. Covering his mouth, Arkins feigned an apology, saying he was overcome with emotion. While riding in the carriage, Jared asked the boy if it was true that he had come to make a deal about the crystals, but Tog attacked him and stole everything. After receiving an affirmative answer, the king put his hand to his chest and asked forgiveness for the fact that there were no supervising guards in the area. Arkins smiled broadly, saying that nothing terrible had happened, because he thought that he would die like that until he saw him. Looking at Arkins, the protagonist used the spiritual eye, remembering who this boy would become, namely the largest ruler of the NPC, who bought a kingdom in the east for an astronomical sum. Jared couldn't help but imagine a statue of Arkins, who, with the help of his excellent forecasting skills and fashion analysis, identified trends in advance and bought popular products. Jared kept his eyes on Arkins, wondering what brought the boy here who would in the future become the largest ruler in the east. Arkins flinched when Jared offered him a deal. The king raised his hand, offering Arkins 15% of the profits, but he needed to sell instead the product that he was going to trade in Ronella. Looking at how the guy thought, scratching his chin, the protagonist mentally said that of all the outstanding people, he was the most extraordinary, and first it was necessary to conclude a deal with him, arouse interest, and then hire him for a job. Arkins extended 2 fingers, asking the king to fulfill 2 requests instead of profit. Hayes looked at the guy who was telling the king that if he believed and trusted him, he would find a good place for them. Looking at the guy leaning back in his seat, Jared told him that he agreed, but depending on the situation, he could refuse. Hearing him, Arkins closed his eyes, saying that the king would most likely listen to his requests. Looking kindly at the king, he asked to call him. Aki is the first request, and he will say the second later. While a shocked Jared agreed in a stupor, Isabella appeared above him and began to swear furiously. Soon Jared arrived in the kingdom of Ronella, then looking at the busy streets, Hayes said that she used to think that this kingdom was dark and nondescript, but it is quite bright. Aki, holding a box of scrolls in his hand, looked at Hayes, saying that many people thought so, but people could not refuse the jewelry obtained from the dungeon. Looking at the crowd of people in front of you, Aki said that if only the problem of the disease was resolved, the potential of this kingdom would instantly be revealed. Jared glanced at Aki, saying that thanks to him they opened their business in a good place. Aki awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that this was all compensation for everything they had done. Aki looked at Jared approaching a huge barrel and asked him if this was exactly the medicine for Ronella's disease that he was going to sell. The king answered him negatively. Jared brought the flask to the tap and opened it slightly, pouring the potion into the flask. At the same moment, the system notified the completion of the production of medicinal herbs. When the king closed the lid, the flask lit up brightly, and the system notified Jared that the medicinal herb had been raised to the 2nd level and the highest growth rates had been achieved in a day. Looking at the system window, Jared confirmed his suspicions about a glitch, due to ignorance of which, the production of the medicine at the very beginning took 2 months. Jared smiled, handed the potion to Aki and said that he needed to sell it and during the sale, tell a few features to the buyer. After some time, Aki stood in front of a mercenary whose name was Tolan. He was infected with a disease and he urgently needed help. Tolan asked Aki if they would really sell him the medicine for just 1 gold piece. Aki clasped his palms together, saying that only he would sell it for gold, because he saw that he was a good person, so this offer was especially for him. Aki leaned against the mercenary, assuring him that this was not a scam. Tolan handed over a gold coin, saying that he was dying anyway and he didn't mind 1 gold coin. Aki thanked Tolan for the purchase and then handed him the contract, asking him to sign it. Tolan frowned, looking at the contract, not understanding why this medicine was needed. In the end, the mercenary nevertheless signed the contract, saying that it was quite strange. A moment later, the mercenary drank the entire flask of potion in 1 gulp. Jared, standing to the side, told Tolan that it would be 30 minutes before he felt the effects of the potion. He would be here the whole time, so he could rest and come again. The mercenary frowned again, saying that although he believed Akian bought it, but if it was a scam, he wouldn't just stand by. Jared smiled and said that in this case he would reimburse the potion in the amount of 1,000 gold. Aki and the king watched the mercenary leave. Aki waved his hand, telling the king and Hayes that he would go and prepare one more thing before the trade began. Deciding to take advantage of this time, the protagonist again leaned the flask against the tap, deciding to try to make the medicine again. While the protagonist and Hayes happily looked at the potion, the system notified the protagonist that the production of the healing herb had been completed and the crafting skill had increased to the 2nd level, and also that it was impossible to increase the skill within 24 hours. In Paradise, skill in making medicine was given depending on the product of manufacture. The same mana potion could restore 30 units or 100, depending on the skill, and the penalty that limited the level of skill was 24 hours according to the criteria of the potion itself. But by transferring production rights through a contract to another user, all data except the level of skill that has already been applied to his information will pass to him. That is, even the fine for 24 hours goes to the departed Tolan. Events move forward 2 hours at a time when the protagonist was looking at the blue sky. Jared and Hayes looked to the side, waiting for Aki. Suddenly, both shook in fear as the ground began to shake. Hayes looked to the side to see a whole crowd of people chasing after Aki. Hayes started screaming excitedly, asking if people were running towards them, but Jared didn't answer, continuing to look at the crowd. At the front of the crowd, Jared saw Aki and their first customer, smiling as they rushed towards him. A crowd of people suddenly approached the protagonist and began to demand medicine and scream because of their proximity. Hayes even had to push his master away. Hayes, trembling with her whole body, stood in front of Jared, listening to the crowd screaming, demanding to sell them the medicine. Jared and Hayes smiled as they heard people say that God bless Cvia for them to make the cure. Jared clenched his fist and glared at the crowd, and Hayes began waving her hands trying to calm the king after someone in the crowd said that according to rumors, Cvia had a terrible government. But recently the king had come to his senses and was now ruling the country. Aki sharply shouted to the crowd of people, notifying them that it was Aki who would sell the medicine only today, and if they wanted to buy the medicine on another day, then they could come to Cvia. While drinking the potion, some hunters said that the nightmare forest of Cvia was almost untouched by hunters, so there were still many monsters left there, and for them it would be a gold mine. Other mercenaries, drinking their potions, listened to Aki shouting that if they bought it on the territory of Cvia, they could buy the medicine cheaper for only 39 gold. Holding a rosary in his hands, Aki did not pay attention to Jared and Hayes, who was tired of bringing the contracts and carrying potions, saying that in the territory of the Idoma kingdom it was difficult to find medicine for 100 gold, and their medicine was not even half the cost. Happy Aki held the potion in his hand while bags of gold were handed to him and told everyone to get in line. Large medieval house in the night. Hayes was sleeping peacefully in bed. Jared put his feet up on the table and tossed a coin. Income from sales per day amounted to 12,250 gold. The hero grabbed the coin. He thought that if he converted it into money from his past life, it would be approximately 12 million won. The hero again tossed a coin and looked thoughtfully into space, saying that monster hunters are rich after all. Someone caught the coin and asked if the hero was happy with this income. The hero's blue gaze touched the one who stood behind. He asked why the unknown guest was not sleeping and asked what happened. Arkins, with a blush on his face, said that he had come for the remaining reward. Jared smiled and remembered how they asked him for a request and said that the guy had one more reward left and said that he could say it. Arcanes put his hand on his chest and closed his eyes. He looked at the hero and said that he wanted to become his servant and manage the merchant union. Jared stood up and Arcanes sat down on one knee. Holding out a coin, the hero clarified about the last request and the guy said that he still had little experience and was only 20 years old. But if the hero trusted him, he would try to make the union of merchants the best in the north parts of the mainland. The coin sparkled on the guy's leather glove while the hero told him that he had been robbed and that he didn't have a penny behind his back, but he was so brave. Jared smiled and said that to be honest, having seen his abilities, he himself wanted to make him his servant, but instead of the manager of the merchant union, which is the core of all trade, it is impossible to get him right away. Arcanes sheepishly said that he knew this. Jared said a request is a request. The hero held the coin while the guy looked up happily. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder with a smile and said that the insight through which he saw the potential for the development of the curve, the desire to get a high position and the courage speaks about it directly, and added that the most important thing is luck because this vacancy is now free. Jared said that he liked Arcanes and called him the head of the trade union. The guy stood up and began to thank the hero, while he waved his hand, saying that there was enough work for today and clarified that tomorrow they would return to the kingdom. Jared looked away and was glad that they were finally returning to their cold kingdom. He stood on the balcony and looked at the moon, enjoying the warm spring breeze. Hayes stood waiting in front of a large distillation unit, from which the elixir flowed drop by drop into a jar. This time, thanks to the herbal mixing bug, the potion making skill increased to level 35. As a reward for completing production level 30, they were able to gain knowledge about automation of the production process and technology for the production of medium-strength potions. Arcanes presented a vial of red liquid to the motley crowd. Using 5,000 gold and 10 Cvia crystals per day produces 24 vials of medicine. If you take 39 gold for each, the net profit will be over 900 gold. Isabella studied the glowing purple crystal with great curiosity. The medicine can only be purchased in the Kingdom of Heroes, so monster hunters can freely hunt in the Nightmare Forest. Thus, the production of crystals in Cvia has increased, and losses from monsters have become much less. Foreign traders discussed the hero's medicine. The scientists studied information about the medicine. These traders, having heard enough stories about medicine and crystals, began to come to the kingdom for additional profit. All these points together meant that at the moment only good events began to happen in Cvia, surpassing even the hero's plans. The medicine became the starting point, and his achievements began to accumulate, and the mainland began to slowly recognize the name of Cvia. The horse galloped through the snow. Isabella meticulously asked the hero where he was going alone, adding that he knows that he is going to a place where there is not a soul and only a cold wind. In horror, she raised her clawed hand to her face, suggesting that the hero was about to commit suicide, and began shouting to her fiancé that this was impossible. She told him that he looked his best and she didn't want him to become a ghost. Jared looked at the demon and said that he did not understand what she was talking about, saying that he was going after the monster Deluck to catch him, and asked the demon not to throw words thoughtlessly. Isabella howled and said that this scared her even more and called the hero crazy. Jared calmly looked forward while the face of the demon indignantly spoke to the hero in the ear that the lich was a strong dark magician who had been cursed, and if the hero was captured, they would take away his soul and he would become an undead. Jared smiled and doubted that Deluck would be able to defeat him because the hero knows everything, starting with the method of attack. A tall skeleton in a dark robe and with a pile of skulls instead of a body sat on a throne. His name was Deluck. He was a lich who lives in a shelter he created. A huge black silhouette with a glowing purple rune hung over the forest. In the game Paradise, he was chosen by the Demon King himself and freed from refuge during the Great War of the Host, so he gained eternal life. During the main story of the game, all users had to go to a special part called Wrath of the Lich Deluca. Jared galloped through the snow and thought that if Deluck became stronger, then neither the sword nor the magic would act on him, which is why it was impossible to delay his destruction, remembering that he could be killed by divine power. Isabella frowned and said that Jared was very strange. She frowned even more while the hero began to laugh, because she said that he knew too much and that he might be a god or a monster from another world, just pretending to be human. A huge ice palace appeared among the high rocks in front of the heroes. Sharp cave stalactites hung menacingly as the heroes tried to figure out where the entrance was. Jared sat on his knee and felt the wall. Next to him hung a small beam of light illuminating the space and the head of a demon. The hero said that there was a very small gap in the wall that was difficult to find and assumed that it could disappear when the game became a reality. Isabella giggled, saying that Jared was like a puppy looking for his bone. Isabella once again asked irritably if he was really going to catch the lich. Jared said that it was and added that in order to climb inside Deluck's shelter, you need to climb inside a high mountain. Inside this mountain of heroes, many traps awaited the heroes, as Jared said, adding that even he could not cope with them alone. At the entrance stood many frozen corpses, pierced by spears and arrows. The hero's hand began to glow red and passed through the wall. Jared climbed through the wall, which angered the demon. The satisfied hero crawled back out and said that there was a secret entrance. Isabella looked with curiosity at the hero, who noted that this was another bug that he had personally discovered. He imagined a diagram of the lich's hideout and suggested that most likely an invisible passage had appeared on the map. Thanks to this, there was a way to defeat the lich. The heroes found themselves in a room sparkling with treasures. Jared told the demon, "Welcome to the lich's secret room." The couple looked at the mountains of treasures in admiration. Isabella asked if these were all the treasures. Jared said with a smile that this is a reward for defeating the lich, designed for a large group of people, and therefore it is natural that there are so many treasures in the room, adding that along with them there are more than 10 artifacts. He walked up to the shelf with artifacts and said what he had found. In his hands he held a ring. Instead of a stone in which his lips were inlaid, he said that the greedy prankster melted. The hero put on the ring and said that this is not just a ring. The lips on the ring parted and a golden tongue fell out. All the treasures began to be sucked into the ring with unprecedented force, while the hero explained that this is a spatial bag capable of expanding without restrictions. Isabella looked at the hero with displeasure, saying that she was not sure that it was possible to steal the lich's things like that, adding that although she herself was an evil spirit, she could not defeat the undead. Without being distracted from the matter, Jared asked what it meant to steal, saying that all these things were taken from all the people he killed. He pointed to the spirit and said that they must, on behalf of all these people, punish him. Notification blocks reported on received artifacts and leveling up of skills. The spirit asked if the hero liked all this. In the huge throne room there was a throne and someone was tied to it with glowing chains. A pale, thin hand rose with difficulty. It was wearing luminous shackles. A gray-haired old man with a long beard, whose name was Deluck, was chained to the throne. He said that because of that damn ant, he had lost a vessel of vitality and therefore could not even free himself and get up from this throne. Veins bulged on his face. He said that if only he could free himself, he would make all the people on the mainland undead and make them suffer forever. He put his hand on his knee and heard someone tell him that if such an old man sat on a chair, he would better think about his behavior, otherwise he was spinning vile thoughts. Deluck looked at the hero who appeared, who put his hand on his head and asked who he was. A flame began to flare up under the hero's hand and he asked in response, like who? A powerful stream of flame shot out from his hand and began to incinerate the lich. Jared calmly looked at the flame and said that he is the one who will become the main hero in this world. The entire throne was shrouded in black smoke and flames. An alien voice said that it would ask the question differently. The flame burned the skin on the lich, revealing his bony face and an eye on his chest. His empty eye sockets burned with flames and he asked where such trash came from and asked how he managed to bypass its magic and traps. The dice showed artifacts and a description of their properties. Jared jumped to the middle of the throne room. The lich smiled, the flames burned off him, his insides glowed purple. He was a cursed magician who received monstrous powers that violated any laws of this world in exchange for his humanity. Purple smoke rose from an anthropomorphic dark goblet with an eye. Magicians like the lich are able to create their own image and fill it with powerful magic. This image is controlled by the wizard's thoughts and can operate remotely from his real body. Glowing chains bound the darkness. Deluck lost this vessel of life force because of one sacred maiden. Now his soul was locked in his body. Now he is very weak and if he dies, he will not be able to resurrect. Jared launched several magical projectiles and quickly began to close the distance. He believed that you just need to be careful and keep your distance so that the lich cannot use dark magic, which allows him to drain the life force of the victim. The lich extended his hand and a glowing pentagram appeared near it, forming an energy ball. Jared dodged exploding purple projectiles and his weapon accumulated an electrical charge. He noted that he had already fought the magician several times after he was freed. Electric arrows formed under the hero's palm. They flew in an arc towards the magician. The lich put a red net in front of him, which reflected the arrows and said that this was low-level magic. Other blue projectiles quickly flew towards the magician. They hit him in the head. He looked at the hero and was surprised at the continuity of the attack and said that in this case the hero would need a lot of magic. He was surprised by the enormous power, deciding that it looked like third-grade magic. In some places, the lich burned with white flames. He noted that he felt the divine power of eternal fire in his body. He noticed the glowing ring on the hero's finger. The surprised lich looked at the hero and could not understand how he could end up in his vault. The lich began to form a huge beam of purple energy in front of him, noting that all this was strange, but he could not hesitate. Red fragments flew everywhere. Jared asked why. He cut the magician's defense, and with it a beam of energy, a fireball burned in his left hand. He said that he came to visit and besides, he was younger than him and told him to look after him longer. There was an explosion near the throne and Jared jumped to the side. He smiled and looked back, noting that the continuous attack to block the dark wizard's magic was working. He took a fighting stance. His club began to accumulate a projectile. He said that even if he could not finish him with one blow, if he continued at this pace, he would win. The lich sat, engulfed in fire, thinking to himself that Jared knew him so well, as if he could see right through him and said that this was his territory. Skeletal monsters in armor emerged from the ground. While the monsters were rising from the ground, the lich shouted that an invader had broken into the kingdom and ordered his path to be blocked. Frightened, Isabella began to scream that the undead had appeared. In the darkness, the eyes of the undead glowed purple. Jared thought that the creatures must be where the traps were and assumed that the pattern could have changed after his revival. The lich leaned forward and thanked him for the aforementioned suffering and offered to fight properly since he had extinguished the divine fire. Jared took off. He flew through the army of the undead and understood that until Deluck began to use high-level magic, he must be blocked no matter what. Isabella looked at the approaching monster and said to entrust them to her. The creature's face was pierced by a red beam. The monster is stuck. He turned around, his mouth and eyes glowing with the red light of the spirit. The companions howled in fear. The largest monster began to cut apart the entire army of the magician with one blow, laughing and noting that the new appearance was so-so, but strong. The lich extinguished the flames within himself. But a moment later it lit up again and began to create a pentagram aimed at the spirit. He shouted where the little demon was going. The body of a huge monster was torn into pieces. Jared praised the spirit emphatically. He threw a huge electric spear. The lich was struck by electricity. A new blue cloud of energy formed at the hero's staff, and he shouted that another attack would follow. Pierced by the spear, the lich erected a dark protective wall into which the projectile crashed. He shouted that he would not lose a second time. The wall in front of the magician began to collapse and reflections of the projectile began to appear through the darkness. The body was pierced by a new electrical projectile. The surprised lich exclaimed that 2 spells followed at once. Jared smiled, illuminated by the electric flash, and said that double magic was his trick and asked what does that mean he won't lose. He pulled the ring forward and it began to glow. A yellow projectile began to come out of the hero's staff. The hero, putting the property of holiness into the attack, said that when he played, the lich also constantly lost to these lightning bolts. The screaming lich lit up with a yellow glow. The skeleton's hand went limp. A chained skeleton remained sitting on the throne, steam rising from it. A giant skeleton approached the hero and asked if they had really defeated the dark magician. Jared walked up to the limp skeleton. He looked at the dead magician while Isabella screamed that it was all thanks to her. Suddenly the skeleton's hand rushed towards the hero. The skeleton reached out to the hero, it glowed purple, and his hand was covered with purple flesh. He shouted, "Die." Jared hit the skeleton's head with his staff. The skull split into several pieces. The hero's eyes glowed red. He used the spiritual eye and said that he knew that he would not throw away his skates. The skeleton raised its head. Jared began to use the treatment, investing in it the quality of holiness. He pointed his hand at the skeleton and it began to glow yellow and scream. The lich screamed. Holy flames came out of his eyes. He asked if this was his death. Jared, his eyes glowing, continued to cast the spell as the lich thought about the fact that he felt the fear of death for the first time since becoming himself. His instinct told him to avoid the guy, but the bonds made him unable to move. The mad lich refused to accept death. He screamed, and a huge pillar of dark and violet flame covered him. He shouted that he himself was the lich, a dark magician who spreads plague and rules over death. He screamed and the chains began to glow purple. He called himself the lich. With renewed vigor, all shining with darkness, he invited the hero to fight again. Jared looked at the dark magician gloomily. The entire throne room was filled with purple explosions. The lich's eye shone. Tendrils of darkness flew from the throne towards the hero. He covered himself with a blue barrier. Jared pulled his staff forward. The blue field was enveloped in darkness. With difficulty he restrained it and thought that the flow of magic was just gushing, saying that it could hardly be called magic. The protective barrier cracked, and the hero began to hide from the darkness. The lich's eyes sparkled with mad excitement. With a cry of "die," a new stream of energy flew at the hero. Jared recoiled in fear. The giant skeleton repelled the attack. The lich, burning with darkness, exclaimed that he had been thwarted again. Purple hands headed towards the skeleton. The skeleton's body was destroyed. Isabella flew up to the tired hero and said that she could no longer do it and asked if they could destroy this monster. Jared smiled, sweating, and said that he had already said that Deluck would never beat him. He rushed towards the throne, thinking that at first he was a little confused by the sight and method of his attack, but noted that his basic techniques had not changed. Jared remembered what his hero looked like in Paradise and said that this boss appeared in this game more than anyone else and that's why he knows everything about him. He rushed towards the throne while clots of energy missed him. He knew all its methods of attack, defense, and more. The lich screamed, called the hero a fleet-footed beetle, and shouted, "Die." The shadow of a huge hand hung over the serious hero. Jared noted that this was the right time. He suddenly stopped and a black hand pierced the floor, missing him. The lich glared at the hero and was surprised how he stopped at such a moment. Jared looked out from behind his hand with a smile and said that if you have confidence, then it's easy to challenge. The lich leaned over and asked the question. The hero does nothing but dodge. Is he really so sure that he can crush him? Jared teleported and appeared in front of the lich and answered with a smile, of course. Jared grabbed the chains and pressed the yellow glowing staff towards the lich. The lich exclaimed that it was 4th grade magic and asked if he deliberately used low grade magic to trick him, to which Jared replied with a smile that he was confident in himself. He clenched the chains into a fist, on which a golden ring glowed, and added that he was 100% confident in himself. The chains began to shine even more, and the magic of the Holy Seal chains intensified. The lich screamed and groaned while the hero said that it was more convenient to capture shapeless guys because it was enough to seal them with a sacred object. Jared hit the lich and told him to feel the divine blessing throughout his body. The sacred ring ended up inside the lich's entrails. The hero added a new property of holiness. The lich's face was pierced from within by a bright light. The entire throne room was engulfed in light. All that was left was smoke. Jared calmly looked at the lich while Isabella hid behind him. He said that the demon king that the lich was waiting for would not come and told him to give up. A black puddle and a piece of the skull's eye socket remained on the destroyed platform of the throne, but the lich was still alive. He said that giving up is not an activity for him and asked if the hero knows what future awaits him. The fire still burning in the empty eye socket, he asked if the hero really thought he could cope. Jared just threw up his hands and said that this was still far away, saying that the 9th class of magical abilities can be called the real end, and he only has 4. The lich said that the hero knows everything. He sat calmly and died. He asked, "What do you need from him?" and asked where the hero is looking. The hero said the strongest monarch on the mainland. For a moment, the lich's mask fell silent. He started laughing and asking if the hero was playing children's games. And he said that what the hero wants to get is a cup filled with blood, and said that what the hero wants, none of the outstanding kings, beloved by the deities, and even the cruel demon king could achieve. The darkness began to recede, revealing the hidden bracelet under the skull. He said that he would watch the hero from hell. Isabella looked at the hero and said that at such moments he thinks too much, adding that the world is full of those who are much stronger than him, but he doesn't care about that. Jared calmly reached out and said that the lich had finally disappeared, and Isabella added that the hero seemed to know that he could rise so high. Jared took the bracelet and looked at it with an all-seeing eye and said that he needed a bracelet, and it turned out to be even better than he imagined, and said that it was like an artifact of growth. He began to rub his cheek lovingly against it, while Isabella behind her saw a book lying on the floor. Jared said that now there is nothing better for him than this, and he did the right thing by coming. Isabella shouted to the turning hero that there was some strange book here. He picked up the purple book, while Isabella suggested that the lich could have left this book after death, while the hero thought that he had never picked up anything similar to Deluck's books. The book was called the Resurrection Spellbook. Isabella began to read the text of the book, while a smiling Jared only confirmed what was written. She read that the object of resurrection cannot refuse the wishes of the caster and becomes his subordinate. If he refuses, he will not only die, but disappear forever. Isabella, wearing glasses, hit the book and said that this was already some kind of slavery. He threw the book away in a rage and said that this was not the kind of relationship she wanted, and asked what the hero was going to order her. Jared raised his finger and said that first he needed to tie it up, which definitely surprised the spirit. Jared raised the second finger and said that she should use a curse on him, and he would endure it, to which an embarrassed Isabella asked if he was really a fan of this, to which I received a negative answer. Jared raised a third finger and said that by repeating the spell, the strength of resistance and stability would increase, adding that in general for this it would be necessary to hire a strong spellcaster, but it was too expensive, and Isabella would do it for free. Isabella frowned and thought that she had found his flaw for the first time, to which the hero asked not to look at him like that. She folded her arms across her chest and asked if that was all. Jared smiled playfully and said that he would think about something else. Isabella sighed and said that she accepted it, and added that she was tired of living the life of an evil spirit anyway. The heroes began to move away from the remaining fragment of the lich's eye socket, while Jared said that he had found a body for resurrection, to which Isabella asked to wait. Jared exhaled and asked what it was. He carried a girl with red eyes and asked if he really had to carry her. Isabella said that it was still difficult for her to get used to the new body and asked to call her Isabella. Jared and Isabella shouted at each other. The hero asked why the girl didn't like her name, to which she demanded to go faster. The wreath swelled on her face and said that even his perverted tastes are similar to Deluck, and there are no suitable clothes. Jared exhaled and asked if she was becoming more emotional, and I thought that it was good, of course, that she had the same indicators, but her character had not changed. Ahead of the heroes was a cave with a bunch of ancient corpses. Isabella turned around and asked if there really were that many corpses here, and Jared replied that this was a trap zone and added that he had neutralized everything and so they could relax. The girl was silent. She remembered how they looked at the body of the girl in the technological flask. She asked how this girl died, to which the hero replied that he had no idea, and this made her laugh. She looked at the girl's deathly calm face and thought about how she wouldn't become an evil spirit, because such a life makes you very tired, there are no feelings, but it's cold and lonely. She suddenly perked up and suggested that the girl might even be grateful to her if she lived a decent life in her body. She happily spread her arms and legs while Jared asked why such conclusions. Isabella said that she would eat goodies, wear makeup and beautiful clothes, and live an interesting life. She playfully put her hands on the hero's shoulders and asked if it would be interesting to be with him. Jared calmly replied that yes, it would be interesting, and at times even dangerous. She clung to his back, closed her eyes and said that it was so good, to which Jared smiled and said that he was also glad that he had a good partner. Isabella smiled silently and lay on the hero's back. The cat analyzed the loot and acquired skills after the foray to the lich. The mustachioed man was angry that they had lost more hunters in their region. A guy stood in front of him and said that yes, since the cure for Ronella could only be found in Cvia, it became the main element of their emigration. The man shouted that this is why they spent a fortune to hire people and steal the recipe for the medicine. The guy looked away guiltily and said that unfortunately, it seemed that Cvia had made it a priority to not let this information leak. Although they managed to get a few samples of the medicine, the process of recreating the formula was too complicated. The man furiously started pointing his finger at the guy and shouted, "How dare he say this with such a calm face?" He asked why the hell he hired this guy in the first place. The guy was thrown out of the room by throwing books. The man was left alone, leaning on the table on which everything was turned upside down. He said that Jared was a bastard and that he was pretending to be someone and that he did not understand how this world worked. The veins on the man's face popped out and he said that two could play this game. Horgus sat surrounded by smoke, with a young girl sitting on his lap. He looked ahead and asked how many lives could they give up if they declared war right now. In front of him, a hooded envoy sat on one knee. He replied that currently 1,239 trained fighters were at the complete disposal of the master. Horgus rubbed his chin and said that this was still not enough and asked the unknown man what he thought. Didn't they need even more people? He added that he knew that Jared was a class 4 spellcaster. He said that he was no longer the fat pig he knew and added that he should have asked Gragas to poison him while he had the chance. An unknown man sat behind bars while someone stood opposite with a bloody knife. Horgus asked what happened to Gragas. The unknown man replied that the assassin had been sent by Sir Perua to silence him. Horgus continued to sit on the large chair. Someone announced that the Majorca's chief advisor had arrived. Horgus replied that he was finally here. A white-haired guy with glasses and a hood and a big-eyed staff stood and smiled, saying that he was glad to see his sir in good health. His name was Arin. Horgus approached the crowd while the wizard pointed to the hooded people and said that he had brought those spellcasters that Horgus had ordered and added that it had cost a lot of money. Horgus replied that money is not an issue. Horgus put his hands on the hooded man's shoulders and asked what class of caster he was. The unknown person replied that it was the third. Arin smiled and said that if they attacked immediately, Cvia would be wiped off the face of the earth. Horgus smiled madly and said it was perfect. Forest and country path. Isabella turned to his master and said that he was aware of his efforts to spread his influence through diplomacy, but were not these forests adjacent to the northern border? The harness detachment moved along the cliff. Isabella asked if this was anyone's territory at all. He added that this place borders Mallorca and Ronella, which are constantly fighting over it. Jared calmly replied that this was an unofficial visit and that they were here to make a deal with the local tribe. Isabella looked questioningly at the hero and asked if elves inhabit these forests. Jared looked ahead, holding the horse's reins, and said that they would soon find out. Unknown creatures watched the squad from above, hiding behind the stones. Isabella noticed someone else's presence and asked what it was. Small armed red goblins began to run down the ledge towards the party. Arin chuckled, saying that he thought they were alone in these parts. However, the squad found itself completely surrounded by goblins. The commander shouted to the soldiers not to yawn and began to defend the master. Lackeys ordered the establishment of a defensive formation and gave the command not to engage in battle with the goblins. The soldiers looked at each other. Isabella looked at the goblin squad in bewilderment and did not understand why it was needed. Someone turned to people. The tallest goblin in a white robe and jewelry came out through the rows of goblins. He said welcome to their lands. He calmly looked at the people and introduced himself as Ivaneba, the leader of the goblins. The old man was surprised that this was a goblin who could speak the Nasu dialect. Jared walked up to the goblin leader, put his hand on his chest and said that he was glad to meet him and introduced himself. The goblin said that Jared had exceeded all his expectations and asked what was the reason for organizing this whole meeting. Ivaneba smiled. Jared said that they wanted to establish diplomatic relations to acquire gold and iron from the goblins, to which the goblin replied that this was the first time in his long life that a person was the first to extend his hand to them. Jared turned to the sitting soldier and said to get it when Ivaneba asked what he had that could satisfy them. Isabella looked furiously at the cart of crystals and said that this was nonsense. Jared smiled. Behind him were boxes filled with magic stones. He said that they were nightmare stones and asked if this would be enough to satisfy the needs of the goblins. Isabella and other companions were surprised that this was the most common resource from the Forest of Nightmares and said that this stone was worth nothing. Lackeys stood with his hands folded on his chest and thought that the nightmare stones were beautiful stones that hunters bring from the Forest of Nightmares. It might turn out that the goblins would consider the gift of these stones an insult due to their extremely low cost. Ivaneba calmly examined the stone in his hands and said that it seems that people have quite a lot of them. He angrily shouted that none of the people had even looked in their direction before, and now they were bringing these stones to meet them. Isabella and the others waited in shock for the continuation. Ivaneba smiled and said that he liked it and they did a good job. The leader of the goblins shook the hero's hand with a smile and thanked him for coming such a long way to present them with these beautiful stones. He began to sign the paper. Jared and Ivaneba hugged and he said that this made them brothers of the north. Jared looked at the goblin and said that he hoped that their relationship would become even stronger over time, to which he received a reciprocal response. Ivaneba joyfully ordered to drag iron and gold. The goblins quickly carried large sacks on their backs. Gold and silver bars sparkled in the open bags. People looked in shock at the pile of metal. while Ivaneva lovingly looked at the Stone of Nightmares and said that not a single stone in the world could compare with this in beauty. And the goblin standing next to him said that his heart was jumping out of his chest just thinking about how he will polish these stones. The man held a gold bar and frowned. He thought that he could not imagine that goblins possessed such an unimaginable amount of ores. Sweat ran down his face as he thought about what would be a better idea to take over this land. The goblins rejoiced, and Ivaneva said that they could not let the newly acquired brothers go without a celebration and suggested celebrating. He looked away and said that, moreover, they no longer needed their protection, so they could go out. Armed dark elves appeared among the trees. The man was surprised by the presence of such a hostile race. The fatal thought was that most likely the gentleman knew about this too. Jared looked at the man and noted the fact that there was a race that lived even further north than the goblins and that they could not simply ignore them, despite the fact that their peoples barely communicate. Jared presented a diagram where Cvia was below, hunters were fighting monsters above, red goblins lived above them, and dark elves were even higher above them. The goblins have a close relationship with the dark elves of the Isle of Totter, which automatically makes them part of the agreement. A large snow ogre appeared with a humanoid werewolf. Ivaneva is known as a sage with many connections to a wide variety of tribes. Ivaneva smiled, spreading his arms. Behind him were goblins, dark elves, and ice creatures. He said that although their cultures are different, they should not let this stop them from having fun together. If people thoughtlessly rushed to attack these goblins, then no one would ever find their bodies. A big fire was burning. Jared and Isabella smiled and drank. He said who would have thought that nightmare stones for goblins are like gold for us, and asked the hero where he could get this information. Representatives of different races drank, ate, and were merry. A man competed with all his might with a calm elf in arm wrestling. Jared turned to the head of security. The table was filled to capacity with various goodies. Jared asked what is the current state of the army and the forges. Lackeys replied that due to a lack of materials, they were forced to abandon the supply of weapons to recruits and concentrate on repairing and improving existing weapons. Jared looked gloomily at the head of security and said that once they received the iron from the red goblins, they would need to concentrate on mass production of spears, swords, and arrows. Lackeys bowed after saying that not a single ingot should remain untouched. Jared continued to say that some of the gold should also be used to strengthen the army, and from now on Lackeys is appointed as the head of the conscription. The drinking Ivaneva suddenly asked if Cvia was planning to declare war on Mallorca. He smiled and said that it could not be, that such a big deal was not made for the sake of preparing for war. He asked if he was right. He carefully took a bite of the grapes from the bunch and said that this was a smart move, because Mallorca is a hotbed of corruption, rotten to the very core, and sooner or later it will infect your kingdom. Jared excitedly began to apologize for the fact that the goblin might have been offended by the main purpose of the deal. Ivaneva began to wave his hand reassuringly and told Jared not to worry because he was only talking to support their conversation. The goblin put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that such a piece of iron and gold was not of great value to his people, and added that he personally could not tolerate Horgus and would root for them. Ivaneva jumped up, glass in hand, and proposed a toast to their new brother and to the prosperity of Cvia. Everyone joyfully raised their glasses. Jared smiled sheepishly as everyone cheered, and he took a very gloomy sip of his glass. A mansion among snowy mountains. Nasu territory, March 14, 1414. 4 weeks have passed since Isabella was resurrected. Jared imagined Hayes smiling at Isabella in a beautiful dress, saying that this was just her classmate from her days at the Desmond Empire Academy. As Jared had expected, Isabella had no trouble adjusting to life on the estate. Isabella directed a stream of red energy through her finger into the hero, who was holding his head in horror and screaming like a spider as she began to help him in daily pumping up his resistance. Isabella frowned at the hero, who was very afraid of spiders, noting that they were not that scary. Thanks to Isabella, the hero's magical resistance increased to 34 points. Isabella held the candy in her hand, asking what it was. The couple stood facing each other, and Isabella asked if Jared really wanted her to get fat. Jared scratched his sweaty face and said that this was just a small gift in honor of a small anniversary, adding that today was a special day when guys usually give candy to girls. Isabella squeezed the sweets into her fist in bewilderment and said that she didn't remember that today was a special day. The hero just waved his hand and said that this was only true according to the Eastern calendar. He thought that in his previous life today would have been a white day celebration. Isabella flirtatiously twirled her locks of hair. A blush appeared on her face. Jared said that a month ago, on February 14th, there was a day when women decided to give chocolate to men. Today, on the contrary, it is customary for men to give sweets to girls. Isabella said that it sounded quite romantic and that it sounded like he was starting to realize feelings for her. Jared, with a straight face, replied that he had already given candy to every girl in the estate. Isabella opened the candy, sniffed and popped the candy into her mouth, saying that he was funny and that he used people left and right and that he treated them like tools. She grabbed the hero by the neck and reached out to him for a kiss while he tried to hold her. Both smiled madly, and the girl asked if the hero didn't know that their lives were now intertwined with a spiritual eye, and the agreement was forever sealed with their kiss. Jared responded that it sounded strangely like a prenuptial agreement when she talked about it like that. He hovered over the girl and put his finger on her lips, making her feel embarrassed. He told her not to play with fate. He walked away and turned around and said that now that they had significantly increased their magical resistance, it was worth moving on to stronger curses, to which Isabella, with a full cheek, displeasantly said that he could just continue to ignore her. Isabella smiled wickedly and said they could start with a sex drive spell. Jared turned around in horror. The hero was engulfed in red passionate smoke. With all his might he shouted no, but the girl said that she could not accept such an answer. A heart-shaped cloud rose up. The notice stated that the minimum educational requirements for reaching 5th grade had been met. Education Project. The goal of the project is to find the best talent of the future and recruit them before others get to them. Jared sat in the library and wrote. Plus, there are many other reasons why Jared is putting so much into this project. He looked joyfully at the window, forgetting another point. One of the main reasons is the priest education system, which allows the teacher to receive stat points depending on the progress of up to 4 students. So far, Isabella has shown the best result. She was surprised by the word student, actually considering herself a slave. Lena, all bruised, screamed that since the gentleman himself would be her teacher, along with additional teacher lackeys, then she would give it her all. Lena gratefully accepted the tasks assigned to her. Nia tried to create an energy ball with a smile, saying that the exercises shown to her were very fun. She treated the training like a game. Jared thought about it. The tricks that Jared has picked up over the years have helped him develop optimal training programs that do not interfere with the execution of other plans. At least that's what he thought. He turned his attention in surprise when Hayes called him. The girl stood in front of him embarrassedly and asked how an ordinary maid could call him a teacher and said that she couldn't do it. The hero got into trouble here. He stood in front of her as she said that even if that was the case, she would do everything she could to become the best healer in the world. Hayes' progress was 0. She puffed up and tried to create a spell, a small beam of green light glowing between her hands. Unlike the cleric, the healer is a class that specializes exclusively in healing magic. The bunch still didn't grow. The healer is the highest class, whose representatives on the Nasu mainland are no more than 5 people. Jared closed his eyes in annoyance, thinking that maybe that was the whole reason. He began to furiously tug at her ponytail, scolding her for still seeing herself as an ordinary maid. There was a lamp on the table next to the chest. Jared held a cup of tea in his hands and said that in order to awaken the healer in herself, Hayes must be ready for this, both body and soul. Auburn drank tea next to him and said that since her birth, 23 years ago, she was only a maid and she doesn't know anything else. It won't be easy. Jared looked down and said that Auburn was right. It seemed like something was holding her back inside, like she was subconsciously ready for failure. He put his hand to his forehead and said that he should lead Hayes the right way, but what exactly should he do to do this? Auburn thought about it. He put down the cup and turned to the gentleman. He raised his hand and said that he had repeatedly demonstrated unmatched intelligence in the most difficult of situations, and they were extremely grateful for everything he had done for them. Hayes worked while Isabella looked after her, and Auburn continued that the hero should not always rely only on himself. Until now, Hayes had always given all of herself to serve the hero, and so he asked him to just rely on her. Jared looked at the old man in surprise as he said that a hero is a man after all. Jared smiled and said the old man was right. He opened the door and shouted thank you. The hero ran through the corridors and thought that everything was right. He smiled and couldn't understand why he hadn't thought of this before. He thought that Hayes was not like everyone else and all he had to do was be professional about it. Jared ran excitedly, but an unknown hooded man appeared behind him, throwing a punch. Alarmed, Hayes shouted, "Mister!" There was a scream. The hero's bloody body lay on the floor of the corridor. She stood opposite the body. A soldier stood next to her, and in a trembling voice she asked who did this. The soldier replied that the killer took the gentleman by surprise. They called a doctor, but the situation was critical. Hayes looked at the body with horror in her eyes, saying that they needed to cure it. The body with many wounds lay and did not move. She understood that the doctors would not get there in time. Tears pooling in the corners of her eyes, Hayes told herself that she was a healer and that she had to do this. She fell to her knees in front of the hero. She wiped her face with her hand. She put her hands forward. Green beams of light began to appear between her palms. Hayes' blood-stained face was covered in tears. She begged and begged for this to happen. The lights near the hands began to go out. All the memories with the master flew before Hayes' eyes. She said that she could not let him die like that. She promised him to always be with him. Hayes' excited face lit up with a green light. A strong stream of green light fell from the girl's hands, which enveloped the body of the dying hero. 30 minutes later, the soldier, Jared, and the killer sat guiltily and listened to how terrible they were. Hayes cried and screamed that even though it was done to help her, she still couldn't understand how the heroes could do this to her. Jared smiled guiltily and said that only a small incision and a little drop of the animal was used to exaggerate the extent of the damage, and asked what it was like to become a healer. Hayes screamed furiously that this was terrible. The soldiers looked at the floor guiltily and at the same time said that they were sorry when Hayes scolded them for following such an insidious plan. Hayes walked towards the exit and said that she hated to see him hurt. She said that when he was hurt, she hurt too. Jared stared after her, confused, as Arin said that this was not what he meant when he said trust her. The parenting project is going just fine. At night, a snowstorm began in the forest. Lackeys made his way through the snow, covering his face with his hand. He was forced to stop because he saw a stranger. A man stood in front of him with a lantern in his hands. The man was surprised at the meeting and recognized the guy, calling him Little Lackeys. There was a steaming cup of tea on the wooden table. It was a surprise to Mr. Olson that Little Lackeys had grown so much during this time. Lucky embarrassedly said that he was already 40 this year. The man only offered to drink some tea with the skin on. Mr. Olson threw a log into the fireplace and asked what business brought Lackeys into this nightmare forest. The guy looked away and replied that he had been thinking about Mr. Olson a lot lately, so he took a gift with him. He put a glass bottle of potion on the table and explained that this medicine was from Ronella, and that for those who live in the nightmare forest, such medicine is a necessary thing. Mr. Olson closed his eyes and asked if this was the medicine that there were so many rumors about. He straightened the logs in the fireplace and said that he heard what people were talking about and that he had a question. Was it all thanks to that stupid king? Lackeys replied seriously that His Majesty Jared repented of his past, so he sent him here to persuade the man to return. Mr. Olson burst out laughing because the king abandoned him so easily and just as easily wants to return him. Lackeys frowned because this was the time when seasoned veterans like Mr. Olson were needed. The man frowned, but if he had seen how Cvia had changed, he would have changed his mind. A headless horse was racing along the road, and on its back sat a rider in a robe with a scythe in his hands. Until now, there have not been so many wars of conquest on the Nars mainland. On the mainland, countless lives disappeared and a huge number of heads of rulers were cut off. Opposite the rider stood Jared, musing about blood relations, human bonds, and how no one could escape death because of this. Jared's figure towered over the figure of the fortress, and he continued to think about fear and the fact that he could mount the horse of death and rush to the northern edge of the continent. The mug was placed on the table with a thud. Jared smiled and said that the cool beer at Cvia was still excellent. There was a delicious smelling fish on the plate, and the king continued that it was because of the proximity to the sea that expensive seafood was so cheap. Isabella rested her head on her hand and asked what the king meant, that there was a terrible oak tree here and nothing grew. Jared smiled sheepishly and expressed hope that at least this time his pesticides would do some good. Hayes tried to console the king because he himself had made them, so there would definitely be some benefit, to which the king only embarrassedly hoped that her words would turn out to be true. Hayes turned around because she heard someone surprised at how everything was put in order here, starting with the road. The mercenaries were sitting at the next table. One of them said that of course he saw it and that merchantiki said that she would become an example and would keep everything around clean and tidy. The other man was surprised that Iki was praised so much, because it was only thanks to the mercenary that the kingdom became better and better. Hayes continued to overhear the mercenaries saying that if there was a cure, a potion, and even full support from the kingdom in case Ronella fell ill, then don't they think that now it would be a good idea to start expanding the territory of Cvia? Isabella and Hayes smiled when one of the mercenaries suggested moving the headquarters of their hunters guild here. Isabella said there was some benefit to exploring the village, and then, noticing Jared's gaze, she asked where he was looking. At the next table there was a loud knock of a mug on the table and a satisfied exclamation about how great the beer was here. A girl with red hair and round glasses loudly asked for another glass of beer. She looked back at her neighbor and asked if she needed it too, because the local beer was so cool. Jared stared at her, because it was that strange sword warrior Ella, a famous character who in Paradiso, for money, constantly helped the main character in difficult moments. Ella pointed her finger at her neighbor's cheek and asked why she was so unapproachable, because when she liked someone, she would at least have to drink a glass of such a drink. To which her neighbor replied that she did not need anything, because alcohol blocks the mind and causes a storm of emotions. Ella stood on the mountain nearby and was in the role of an enemy. This was her flaw, that for money she was ready to help even the devil himself. Jared activated his ability, trying to remember that he had also seen the second girl somewhere. A blue sign appeared above the neighbor's head, which told her that the girl's name was Chloe. She had the ability for absolute concealment of Class S and classic camouflage magic. She answered Ella that you can date someone who doesn't drink, right? Jared remembered that Chloe was the Queen of Silence and couldn't understand what she was doing here. The king recalled how Chloe stood over her defeated enemy. Is this the same Chloe who, 5 years after the Great War, at the age of 38, will act as Queen of the Dark Elves? This is a mystical character whose history the developers hid for the purpose of a large-scale patch. Jared couldn't remember Ella ever appearing in the north, and Chloe shouldn't be known at all right now. He whispered to himself that he did not expect to meet such important people in one place, and that if this happened, then he. The king smiled like a maniac, set his radar to on, and thought that he could not stand it anymore. His companions were perplexed, but Jared only asked them to continue talking, and he stormed off. Ella, taking a sip, did not understand anything when Jared approached her. He asked for forgiveness, but Ella interrupted him because she was not interested in suckers since she was 32 years old. Hayes ran to the stunned king. She apologized to the warriors. Hayes hugged the king and said that he held a high position, being the ruler of Cvia, and that the girls should be more polite. Silence reigned in the hall. The tavern regulars wondered how the king ended up in such a place. Ella clenched her fists and said that the maid had completely lost her fear. Hayes frowned. Ella stood up to her full height and said that she also held a high position, and didn't Hayes think that she was the only position in the world? Now Jared hugged the maid and said peacefully, turning to Ella, that this was probably a little unexpected for the first meeting, but could he ask for one favor? The king stood up so that he was now defending Hayes, and then said that he would pay well. Ella was a little surprised, because this was really unexpected for the first meeting, and apologized for her sharp reaction because she thought that he was just an annoying visitor. Jared looked around and suggested they go to a more suitable place. In the room, Jared, Chloe, and Allah were sitting at the table, the latter asking about the amount of 5,000 gold a year and a personal house for teaching a child. Jared clasped his hands and confirmed his words. He would pay in advance, but he would need to sign a contract. Chloe turned to the girl and said that she would do as the teacher said, because no matter where she went, people lived the same way. Ella looked at the king, not understanding why he trusted her, since Chloe had just become her student, and she herself was new to the north. He didn't know them at all. Jared seriously replied that he doesn't have an iota of trust in them right now. Then he smiled, because he trusts the one he pays. The king thought to himself that Ella helps in any matter for money. She will not be able to refuse the amount of 5 billion won. He remembered the defeated girl who, due to her character, could not gain recognition among influential heroes in the future. The mercenary's lips stretched into a smile. She liked it. She took off her glasses and smiled. This was the most tempting offer in recent times. She accepted the condition. Chloe took a sip of tea and thought about where this child was worthy of an investment of 5,000 gold. Night fell over the castle. The problem with the teacher was solved for Lena. Previously, Jared would have fallen asleep by this time, but thanks to the gorgeous necklace hanging around his neck, he did not feel tired at all. He wrote something in a notebook, realizing that he had forgotten a lot of all the countless information about Paradiso. Jared thought dejectedly that he had trouble even remembering Chloe today. The king again imagined himself as a small figure and thought that perhaps, given the development of the kingdom, it would be difficult to write anything about him. Jared imagined a black hand reaching out to him. He wished he could leave notes in Korean so no one could read them. He closed the book with the thought that the book containing all the knowledge about the world. The green book with notes about Paradiso. The weather was fine over the castle. Chloe and Lena were dragging a log. Jared stood with Ella and thought about what a hell of a workout it was. He imagined a pumped-up Lena and hoped that she wouldn't become a pumped-up monster if she continued like this. He looked closely at the girl. Chloe tried no less, but she didn't even break a sweat. Chloe sighed lightly as she ran. Ella happily noted that the world is huge and Lena is not the only talented child. She shook her head, because to be honest, whoever taught Lena before was, to put it mildly, a bad teacher. Jared smiled embarrassedly when he heard from the warrior that she could kill him even with one hand in just 5 seconds, and thought that lackeys at least deserved 5 seconds. Ella looked at Lena with a weapon in her hands and said that even without a worthy teacher, Len had a high learning speed thanks to magical equipment. The girl stood on the platform among the stone pillars. 4 homing elemental spells were installed on the pillars. One of the pillars released a fireball. Lena took the blow on the shield, because such training was quite good for training the ability to use a shield. Jared heard a question about how he was able to find the ideal training method for Len, to which he answered, smiling, that this method of training was on the eastern continent. The girl took another blow to the shield, so because of the system, if you use the same training method, then over time the gain in experience will decrease. Impact of the third element on the shield, since using 4 different elements, the system recognizes them separately. Jared thought that this bug bypassed the type of anti-macro training system. He looked at Elle and was surprised that she knew Len's condition even without using the spirit eye, and that he had nothing to worry about given the effectiveness of the training. Lena took another blow. Farmers inspected their crops. One of the workers saw his boss and greeted him, shouting to the others that their sire had returned. However, Arin was here only for a routine check, and he was interested in how things were going with the crops. The plants looked healthy, everything was as usual, so from the moment all the pests were exterminated, everything went like clockwork. One of the workers happily reported that because they had migrated to Ronell's territory, their neighbors wanted to learn the secret of growing. Aubert smiled as the people expressed gratitude to him and the Lord for every day that they worked in the fields because it saved them. Aubert was happy to see every farmer praising their Lord, but he wasn't quite sure what to make of it all, but he was grateful to everyone. The farmers cried with happiness. The bell rang. In-game signs have appeared with inscriptions about the united voices of farmers offering prayers in the name of the king, the completion of the task, sincere gratitude, and the fact that the king receives 200 loyalty points. Next, another game sign appeared, stating that the Golden Age had arrived in the country and that by achieving the Golden Age within a month, all production-related abilities would increase by 100%. The sun shone brightly above the houses in the city. People in the streets shouted words for the glory and health of their lord. Hayes worked with the rest of the staff to distribute documents and direct where to put what. Chloe and Lena were working hard outside. Jared looked at the game boards and rejoiced in another golden age. The Cvia was immersed in the sun's rays. Walking down the street was a delegation led by Arin, who was saying that he had heard quite a bit about Cribius's welfare lately, but the site was definitely worth dying for, even though they lived in the northern region. Arin, already in the castle, bowed to the king and showed his respect. He grinned, introduced himself, and said that he had come from Mallorca to deliver a personal message, and also had the ability to provoke conflict and greed. Game signs appeared in front of Jared, which said that the task Wedge with Wedge had been activated and his opponent was a 4th-class magician. For eliminating him, the king would receive 15 points to wisdom. Jared thought about it. He then smiled and extended his hand to welcome the guest into his home. He immediately inquired whether the previous amount of tribute had satisfied Lord Mallorca. Arin assured that his lord was very pleased, and if we consider the history of the relationship between Mallorca and Cvia, then Lord Jared's decision definitely deserves praise. Jared tensed and thought that the guest was trying to say that they were superior to him because he paid tribute. Lackeys tensed as his king expressed his joy at Lord Mallorca's satisfaction. The Arin guards grinned when the king expressed his desire to see the message. Arin held out the letter and mentioned that it was written personally by the Lord. The king began to read the letter, which said that after looking at their relationship, the Lord realized how poorly he had treated him and his territory in the past. He thought about it every day. But despite this, the Lord dreamed of eternal peace between their vast lands. The Lord also suggested continuing to build mutually beneficial relationships, because great friendship begins with small steps. Jared mentally rolled his eyes and thought that Horgus didn't care about him at all, but he said out loud that he, more than anyone else, dreams of peace between their countries. He looked at Arin and said that he would soon send the best and purest magic crystals in all of Cvia. Besides, he sincerely hoped that this would serve as a confirmation of the friendship between them. Arin smiled, because who can doubt it, his lord will definitely be happy. Jared smiled friendly and assured that they were welcome at Cvia at any time. The deer started from an unfamiliar rustling sound in the middle of the forest. The archer pulled the bowstring and took aim. The arrow hit the deer directly. The guard screamed that he had been hit. The other guards admired the fact that their lord was also a natural archer and that he was a very versatile person. Jared saluted happily. Lackeys quietly asked the king why he behaved so submissively with these bad people from Mallorca. Weren't they going to distance themselves from their influence? To which Jared philosophically replied that while it was true that someone would have to draw a sword when meeting an enemy on the battlefield, then in the political arena the best solution would be to put on a smile. Lackeys did not understand whether his king really believed that the enemy would become careless and lose concentration if his true intentions were hidden. Jared just put his finger to his lips. He pretended to leave and explained that the best blow is always the last one. You just need to not put too much effort into humiliation or sycophancy during the whole process. Lackeys had to agree. Jared turned to his guards and proposed that they celebrate the rapid development of their province with an incredible feast. The guards supported this proposal. A fire was burning in the forest. The guards ate meat. Jared also enjoyed the meat and told Lackeys that when he finally fully understood their relationship with Mallorca, he wouldn't be too worried about war anytime soon, right? Lackeys smiled and expressed hope that maybe the Golden Age had truly arrived on their territory. Many guards drank too much, none of them noticed the stranger. The man smirked as he thought that Jared was rather careless. He grabbed a bundle of firewood and mentally wished to enjoy the holiday while he could. The stranger's smile turned sinister, because the next glass the king drinks will be filled with his own blood. Jared looked after the stranger, reading his thoughts. The stranger with the bundle of firewood turned out to be a spy, which was quite natural. Besides, the man was superior, had the skills of thorough investigation using intelligence, and got into character quite well. The king smiled ominously, because on the day the spy delivers information, Majorca will immediately go to war against them, and then they will understand who they have contacted. Gurgling sounds were heard in the forest. Lackeys supported Jared when he became ill, and he apologized because he should have looked after the Lord better. A month after that, April 19, 1414, early morning in Cvia, the clatter of horse hooves and calls to rush forward. one of the army commanders calls for a war against Cvia and the destruction of the enemy. Horgus, wearing the red uniform of a commander-in-chief, smiled bloodthirstily in anticipation. He thought that Cvia would soon become his. The light from the window fell beautifully onto the castle floor. The corridors were empty. There was not a soul in the meeting room. Lena listened to the surrounding situation. She stood on her training field and said that the palace was quite quiet today. She asked Chloe if she knew where everyone had gone and received a negative answer. Ella appeared behind the girl and asked if she allowed her to talk during training. Then the woman ordered the student to run 20 laps around the site, to which she received an affirmative answer from the fleeing Lena. Ella looked through her glasses at the training field and said that Jared should have told her in advance that he would soon start a war. What was he even thinking? She stretched and continued talking to herself about how he really didn't think she needed to get involved. A volley of fire flew into the sky. One of the towers immediately exploded, knocking down the guard. One of the warriors shouted about the sudden attack and the need to retreat. A warrior approached Horgus, who was ordered that the watchtower had been destroyed and the guards needed to be immediately redeployed there, to which the warrior asked whether it was necessary to organize a pursuit detachment. Horgus replied that there was no need to waste time on all the rabble, since they actually only had one battalion. He sat on his horse, looked at the burning watchtower, and thought that if he had known that it would be so simple, he would have captured his territory a long time ago. One of the warriors rolled a barrel to the Lord, as they had found a large supply of alcohol, which the soldiers stored in barns, but Horgus grinned, because the enemy is so pathetic that he does not even know how to distribute supplies. The tip of the blade rushed upward and an appeal was heard to the brave warriors of Mallorca. The Lord's battle cry rang out that they would take what was theirs by right of force. The peasants left the city. The woman was crying and carrying a baby in her arms. The men talked among themselves about how things had been calm yesterday and that their lord was even worse. Jared stood in front of his warriors. One of the scouts reported that enemy troops had broken through the fourth line of defense. The scout was nervous because given the speed of their movement, the enemies would soon reach their location. The king looked around and realized that they would have to speed up. Lackeys stood nearby and listened to the fact that if the enemies break the defense here, they will have nowhere to retreat, so efforts must be made to hold this place. He agreed. Hayes ran to her lord. She was angry and did not understand why she was not taken to this war. She did not want to stay. However, Jared was against it. Hayes tried to object because she has healing magic and can help many. But Jared was adamant, because the battlefield is a place where she can lose her life because of the slightest mistake and it is too dangerous for her to be here. The king took the girl by the hand and said that her ability was incredibly rare. She could be irreplaceable during a war, but he could not take her to a place where he could lose her due to the use of her abilities. Jared squeezed her hand. Tears came to Hai's eyes because she just wanted to use all her strength to help him. The king smiled and asked if she really thought that someone could take a dear person to certain death, because this was not the case and he did not want to lose her. Jared thought back to their childhood and thought about how they had been together their entire lives. He remembered how little Hayes fell and he ran to meet her, so in order to protect those he loves, he prepared until today. In the memories, little Hayes began to cry, sitting on her knees. Little Jared extended his hand to help her up. He remembered her naive smile, asked her to believe him and asked if she understood, to which the already adult Hayes actually agreed. Isabella became angry when she saw this touching scene. She clenched her teeth, trying not to curse. Isabella grabbed Hayes by the collar. The demoness scolded the girl for that if she can only heal, then her place is in the rear. Jared waved at them as he heard Isabella tell him not to worry as she would take care of everything. Jared took the helmet. Now everything was ready. He put the helmet on his head. Scarlet eyes sparkled from the slits. He thought it was time to start now. Green banners fluttered over the rocks. The warriors thought they were in a good position due to their geographical advantage, but they only had 300 fighters. The green banners became closer, and thoughts were directed to the fact that there is quite a lot of talent in this military battalion, but this is not enough. Lackeys became more serious. Their detachment consisted of 100 farmers, who were not at all suitable for combat operations. He bowed his head and closed his eyes. Then he gathered his courage and began to make a speech to his soldiers about it. That he is grateful from the bottom of his heart to those who responded as soon as they heard the news about the war and the need to help. Lackeys frowned and continued to speak about the truth, that he was very ashamed and sorry to put them through this because of the lack of troops. He put his hands behind his back and continued, since everyone already knows that the Lord only wants peace with Majorca and even offered them a truce. But despite all the efforts of their Lord, they still want to capture and subjugate them. Horgus approached the defenders' positions at high speed, leading 1,200 trained soldiers. Lackeys' speech reached its peak when he said that those who are not ready can leave without shame, but it will be a great battle. He remembered himself with a bundle of firewood, his friend urging him to leave together. His friend tried to explain that soon everything in the kingdom would fall apart because the previous king was dead and Jared was too stupid. to rule. The firewood fell to the ground with a crash. Lackeys sat down next to them and said that he was staying. His friend was angry because even after he was thrown out of work, he can still talk nonsense. He should listen to his friend because Cvia will not survive the coming winter, it will be too harsh. But lackeys did not even turn around when they shouted to him that it was all over, because if so, he would die along with his country. His friend then got angry and left, leaving the man to do what he wanted. In parting, he only said to keep lackeys out of his sight. He was fed up. He remembered how he stood in front of his axe with no understanding of how to survive. His memories were interrupted by people asking him not to talk like that. They shouted that Cvia had always been and would always be theirs and they would not allow her to be taken away so easily. People also shouted that it was thanks to Lord Cvia that it became the place they deserve. People said that they would not give their land to people from Mallorca who are not even responsible for their own words. Lackeys had heard that they would rather die fighting than on the run. Did he mentally turn to his comrade from the past about his words that this winter would be the coldest? Lackeys was overwhelmed with emotions because his friend was mistaken since he had never been so hot in his life. He pointed his hand towards the approaching army and ordered his soldiers to issue weapons and armor to the new fighters. A scout came running and reported that the enemy was approaching. Lackeys peered and thought that he could see them from such a distance. The trampling of horses was heard, and the scout reported that unexpected circumstances had emerged. Lackeys tensed. Yellow flags fluttered. Ronell's wars rode on horses. The commander of the troops, Ronell, urged his soldiers forward to crush the army of Cvia. A month ago, at the Mallorca castle, there were two kings sitting in the office who had indeed been arguing with each other for some time, but didn't they have a common goal of protecting their lands? King Ronell was not entirely indifferent on this matter, and at the same time his resentment was not so deep, so let Horgus speak. The king of Mallorca asked that King Ronell had recently received money from Cvia. He, folding his hands in front of him, replied that he had received enough. They sent a lot of provisions in order to maintain friendly relations, and besides, considering how much gold they sent, he thought that their financial condition was stable. Horgus slammed the table, calling Jared names. He frowned and said that he needed to think about it carefully. He imagined Jared pretending to be a cute cat and didn't understand why the bad Jared suddenly wagged his tail and became friendly after such a long silence. Horgus imagined the king of Cvia smiling slyly, because 20% of their guards had fallen, and this figure continued to grow, and besides, Jared was trying to affect their lands. The king of Majorca grinned, deciding that the boy was simply scared. Although their territories were expanding, they were not yet ready. Lord Ronella thought that this was why he was trying to buy a truce with money. Horgus stuck out 3 fingers, saying that he had studied Cvia, and they barely had 300 soldiers. Lord Ronella was surprised, because isn't 300 soldiers too few? Lord Mallorca twirled the coin in his hands and said that this was why Jared tried to buy a truce with money. Didn't that sound convincing? He squeezed the coin and said that if Lord Cvia offered more money, they would be satisfied and would not attack, or so he would think. Horgus remembered that he sent Arin, the scout mage, since they decided to declare their lands allied. Lord Ronella jumped up in surprise that their lands were allied from today. Horgus smiled in evil anticipation as they would prepare for war against Cvia. He threw a coin on the table and continued that a month should be enough to prepare, and then they would strike suddenly. In a fit of emotion, Horgus jumped up and suggested creating a united front to Lord Ronell. Because they should not invade as bad people, it is necessary to crush Jared and his people. To which Lord Ronell agreed to declare an alliance. They shook hands and formed an alliance. Both lords were pleased with each other, because being born into an allied force with over 3,000 soldiers may at first glance seem to be a union of common goals, but the two had nothing in common. Horgus thought that Lord Ronell was next. Lord Ronella was thinking about how he would take over the lands of Majorca. Lord Ronella looked at Jared's army and thought about how angry he must be at seeing their unexpected advance. His soldiers lined up in even ranks, and the Lord thought that he couldn't say anything more because Jared's arrogant, barbaric decisions would affect his lifespan. The soldiers were tense because attempts to leave their lord would be in vain. Lord Ronella spread his arms to the sides because while they were talking, the Horgus army surrounded the lands of Cvia. He imagined galloping warriors and thought how stupid it was to distribute his army on the main front, leaving the bypass road unattended. Lord Ronella rejoiced, thinking of ignorance as a sin, and invited Jared to say goodbye to his lands. He looked at Lord Cvia and said that if they crawled to him on their knees and begged for mercy, then so be it, he would spare them. However, Jared remained silent. Then he took off his helmet. Lord Ronell was dismayed. Under the helmet stood a guy whose build only resembled Lord Cvia, and it was not clear who he was. Scout Mallorca spied on the unfolding scene and wondered where Jared had gone. The helmet flew off to the side. The scout hurried to run away from the battlefield, cursing as he went. He thought too much about the fact that it was a trap and he needed to report to the Lord before it was too late. And then he was hit. The attacker continued to strike. The spy could not dodge. The sword flashed. A green-haired guy leaned over him and whispered contentedly that he really was a spy. The victorious warrior stood over the body of the scout pinned to the ground with a sword and asked the green-haired guy if a person like him, responsible for public order and healthcare, behaved so surprised, then what should they do? The guy chuckled and told the spy that he was the one who allowed Rommel's army to invade their lands. The scout clenched his teeth and thought that they even knew his identity, which meant that all the information received was false. The warrior raised his weapon, told the spy to atone for his guilt by death, after which a deafening crash was heard. Jared and lackeys stood on a high ledge and says that if two lands sent a common army to attack, they would choose the main road. Their gaze fell on the country road. Lackeys thought for a moment and replied that they would have two options. He frowned, as it was easy to set up an ambush near the main road. Lackeys imagined Horgus saying that there was a high chance of losing soldiers while the enemy occupied the high ground. Jared was serious when he said that it was true and anyone would notice their geographical superiority, and he also thought that their enemies were planning the same. Lord Ronella looked at Horgus and asked what their last option was, to which Horgus replied that after careful research, he had found a hidden workaround. His scout found his way through the forest. Jared frowned, because if the spy was truly talented, then they would find a bypass route, and since he was pretending to be a lumberjack, then he had to study that route carefully. Jared looked at the flat disc he would place as a trap in the nook. An in-game sign flashed up, informing him that it was a Jared landmine, which is a magical device that causes a magic move to overload and in exchange creates an explosion comparable to a 4th class mage. Lackeys leaned on the mine and said that he had never seen anything like this and asked to look at his abilities. Jared asked him to stand behind him, to which he did not understand since when he needed to be protected. A magic ball appeared in the hands of Lord Cribius. The light from the ball streamed along the rope. The magic reached the mine. There was a deafening explosion. Stones and fragments flew in all directions. The earth shot up into the sky. Jared put up a defense. Lackeys found this incredible. Seeing a crater in the ground, he called the mine an exceptional weapon. Jared was serious, because with the help of this guy he would destroy the enemy in one explosion, and in this way their lands would not turn into a battlefield because the forest would become a grave for the attackers. The warriors rushed along the roundabout route. The warrior held in his hands a bundle of threads leading to mines that would become a one-way ticket. Horgus rode his horse at full speed. Arin was right behind him. The king of Majorca urged his soldiers to listen. When they attack Cvia, the soldiers must dismember anyone who resists. He presented the slaves and ordered those who surrendered to be chained. Arin smiled in anticipation, because the beginning of this war would begin their era of wealth and glory. The soldiers eager to fight were ordered to raise their weapons. Horgus shouted joyfully that the massacre would soon begin. Jared's voice sounded saying that now the massacre would really begin. Horgus turned around in surprise. Threads were visible all along the road and the voice of King Cribius said that Horgus was not mistaken about one thing, that his guys should raise their weapons. The knight in armor ordered the shields to be raised. Power flowed through the threads and the warriors of Majorca were invited to enjoy the traps. The mines that Jared had been diligently placing began to flicker. The soldiers did not yet understand that a whole network of mines was placed under their feet, which were ready to explode. Arin clenched his teeth nervously. Perspiration appeared on his forehead and he thought that the mana flowing beneath them was shaking the earth. He shouted to Isaac and Odium to begin defensive magic. The soldiers began to look around in fear. There was a powerful explosion, a pillar of fire and earth shooting up. Stones and fragments pierced through the armor. The warriors were burning alive. Arin managed to put up a shield around himself and several other people. The trees were burning. Smoke obscured my eyes. Lord Ronella looked at the blazing bypass. Drops of sweat were running down his face and he thought about a huge explosion from the side of the bypass road. He was overcome with fear because now they were the ones who had no advantage. However, he quickly grinned and came to his senses. Behind him there was still an army of 1,800 soldiers even without Majorca's support. He raised his sword and ordered to grind everyone into powder. The first line of attackers put their halberds forward. The commander of the defenders ordered the tanks to be put forward and hold their positions. Two armies clashed in battle. The black one covered the road. The wounded Corgus rose to one knee, spitting. Arin fearfully asked if everything was alright with his lord, to which Horgus ordered a report on the situation. The magician hesitated. They looked around at the corpses of the soldiers, because except for the 500 soldiers who followed them from behind, everyone was dead. The red banner burned out on the ground. Horgus asked what about the two magicians. The magician replied that Isaac and Odium also died. Horgus gritted his teeth and thought that his situation was catastrophic, since all the soldiers with whom he was supposed to fight against Jared had died. He thought hard that he would never have thought that Jared had such a terrifying weapon, and now he could only rely on Arin, and the rumor asked the magician not to go anywhere far. While he was talking about retreating and meeting with the army, Jared attacked Arin. Horgus shouted the magician's name in fear. Jared rushed upward at full speed, holding the magician by the throat. They soared into the sky at breakneck speed. Jared asked Arin why he was so nervous. The magician only swore that before this his appearance was only a stage performance. Lord Cvia grinned because his enemy only now realized this. Arin, swearing, asked how far he planned to fly. Jared suddenly released his hand. He said that this was enough and let the magician fall. Arin was now flying down. He picked up speed every moment, screaming in fear. Jared looked down. Then he flew like a bullet after Arin. Jared cast a spell. He gave the magician a choice. Arin can activate flight to prevent himself from falling, or it can create a shield to counter ice storm. Jared sent a spell and offered to make a choice. Arin stuck his hand out, still calling him names, and then he shouted that Jared was crazy. An explanation appeared that usually, in a duel of magicians, opponents keep their distance. By exchanging attacks, they reveal the level of strength of the opponent. The following explanation stated that after a long period of mutual exploration and reading of movements, mages bombard each other with chains of furious attacks, which is why duels usually happen like this. Jared hit Arin in mid-flight. He wrapped his arms around him. They flew down together as Jared took common sense and completely ignored it. The magician realized that in this situation he wanted to kill them both. Then he looked down. Arin saw the magic circle and was happy. He chuckled as he understood Jared's intentions. 4th grade, 4 dark silhouettes stood against a blue background. After a general examination of all the mage classes, the 4th class is definitely not considered the last. A bald man, steam coming from his mouth, was holding a pale dark-haired guy by the neck, around whom stood 3 people holding their stomachs. Even Horgus, who forcefully filled Mallorca's ranks with criminals, spent a quarter of his fortune hiring 3rd-class magicians to do his job carefully. Several people in gray capes lay dead on the cold ground. The protagonist, lying on the floor, desperately hit him and asked what was wrong with his garbage, fat character and his body. However, Jared had 2 reasons why he screamed at the sight of himself. An image appeared of a blonde guy with a glowing blue eye, his head shrouded in a golden helmet. In the past, the main character's strength was enough to subdue the reincarnated lich, Deluck, somewhat gladly. The protagonist, in his new body, closed his eyes. In comparison, a sack like Jared could only use 4th grade magic once. An image of a white-haired man with glasses appeared, smiling slightly madly. But Arin is different. His skills were perfectly balanced, making him an ideal magician since the 4th grade. He clenched his hand into a fist, along which veins ran. Although his fighting skills were not enough, he was on par with Jared in magic. He raised both hands with fury on his face. Arin asked if the protagonist thought he would lose to him. Without changing his face, the guy struck straight with his right hand. The main character, wrapped in armor and surrounded by a blue shield, thought that the shield easily breaks in close combat. Carrying out an attack that shattered the protagonist's defenses in an instant, the white-haired guy sarcastically asked if that was why he approached him. Shards of gray armor scattered. Having received damage, the main character, looking angrily at the guy, sighed in pain. Smiling madly, Arin stated that he had already seen his magic. He instantly soared several tens of meters into the air, using the magic of teleportation, a dimensional portal. Flying towards the falling Jared, the white-haired guy said that the protagonist wanted to use the fact that he could not use the magic of flight to counter the attacks that would fall on him. The protagonist was going to use this advantage and go through the portal while he was falling to the ground. An image of the protagonist's plan appeared as he flew into the portal, and his opponent fell to the ground. Continuing to scream madly with his mouth wide open, Arin stated that he thought it was a 4th class spell, but he couldn't think that the protagonist would be able to cast it. It was impressive. The protagonist, with uncertainty on his face, threw his hands to the sides, falling down. The white-haired guy stated that he was able to recognize his tricks. As he approached the purple portal, he stated that due to being hit by his previous attack, the person who would enter the portal would be him. Sticking his palm forward, the protagonist shouted the name of his opponent. Laughing with a victorious smile and creating a fireball between his hands, Arin told the protagonist to just try something. The main character fell onto a newly created 3-meter stream of fire. He also noted that now the choice is his, to stop his attack or stop his fall. Smiling inhumanly and madly, Arin stated that if his flames attacked the protagonist, he would die. His eyes reflected absolute madness. He stated that regardless of the choice, the main character will die. Approaching the fire, the main character continued to keep his hand in front. Jared entered the stream of fire at a moment when there was less than a meter left from the portal to his enemy. Entering the portal, Arin shouted with a crazy face that he had done it, and even if the protagonist survived, he would not be able to use the portal after him. Coming out of the portal and preparing to land, the white-haired guy stated that if it passes, then the moment it appears, he will destroy it with his attacks. Feeling pain, the guy looked around in fear. A dozen bladed weapons coming out of the tree pierced his body. He, looking at the spear, asked with fear and misunderstanding what had happened. coming out of the portal, the main character, holding his cloak, asked if the guy recognized his tricks. Looking at Arin seriously, Jared stated that he came down to tell him this. The pale guy was shaking in fear. The protagonist said that his face shows that he is completely confused. Covering his eyes and turning his head, the main character said that he was nothing without magic. Pointing his finger at the shocked Arin, the protagonist stated that thanks to his attack, he softened his fall, and the guy should not have attacked him while he was at the top. Recalling his attack with an icy blue stream of energy called an ice storm, the protagonist said that on the other hand, his attack accelerated his fall. Recalling the footage of the destruction of the protagonist's armor under Arin's attack, he stated that he deliberately interfered with his attack, making him the first to pass through the trap portal. An image of dark fog appeared. Jared mentally stated that he saw his plans and weaknesses, which is why he was able to win. Looking calmly at Arin, he stated that people say that if something looks too good to be true, then it is. If something looks too perfect, it probably isn't true or a good possibility. The protagonist also added that he was dancing on his palm from the very beginning. Spitting blood, Arin, through the pain, madly uttered the name of his opponent. The main character, creating a fireball, coldly declared that the white-haired guy who had committed 1,000 evil deeds would learn justice from him and not from his victims. A stream of strong wind spread across the location after a large explosion from the fiery equipment. His dead opponent's glasses fell at Jared's feet. The system alert announced that a new level had been achieved, and also that the neck and neck task was completed. 15 wisdom was received as a reward. Looking at the information window, the protagonist asked why the task was called neck and neck. Stepping on his opponent's glasses, he stated that Arin hadn't even touched his robe. The glasses are cracked. The knight's spears peeked out from under their shields. Several warriors in beige armor attacked with their weapons. The guys with green shields, receiving numerous attacks, retreated. The blue-haired girl treated the guy who received an attack to the body with green magic. One of the attacking soldiers, looking at his retreating enemy, shouted for his soldiers to force the enemy out, for soon their defenses would fall. One of the beige-armored soldiers was struck on the head by a sword attack, piercing his helmet. The knight in gray armor, fighting off the attacks, shouted for the soldiers to keep in line. The enemy's spear scratched the guy's face. He told Sir Rakis that they needed more people in the center now. Warriors in beige armor, breaking through the center of the formation and actively attacking the enemy with spears, quickly moved forward. One of the retreating warriors turned around and was shocked. With inhuman smiles, the running warriors in beige armor were ordered to ignore the soldiers and leave ordinary people first. Smiling and laughing madly, one of them declared that after the battle they would fill their pockets with gold and become damn rich. The soldiers who broke through ran forward to a large tent with the wounded. Hayes watched them approach with fear. Throwing a spear forward, one of the soldiers joyfully shouted that they were going to die. A strong and unexpected blow hit his face. His spear fell out, and he himself flew away and fell to the ground. Several of his companions looked around in surprise. As Olsen approached them, he stated that although he said that their military strength was the worst, he did not think that they would be driven out so quickly. The brown-haired guy, who had slung his bloody weapon over his shoulder, stated that it seemed that after their departure, the Cvia army had become helpless. With a smile, one of the silver-armored soldiers asked why Olsen only came now. Closing his eyes, the man with the scar on his left eye said they kicked Mallorca's ass before they came here. The spears of the troop of warriors were raised. The guys in armor looked forward confidently. Introducing the calm and collected protagonist and his father, Olsen appealed to Master Cvia and the great leader Barrett that, accompanied by an equally great man, the current leader of Cvia, Jared, they could win. Inserting his sword and standing in front of the huge number of soldiers, the white-haired man stated that they had 100 elite soldiers of Barrett and 900 soldiers of Jared's army further. He, opening his eyes, said that they would all fight side by side. The main character said that the man was doing well all this time. Looking at the protagonist with one eye in surprise, Olsen asked what he meant. The main character, folding his hands, said that he served long and well, but now he is sending him into retirement. Looking at Jared, the man said that he, Barrett, was the guardian of Cvia who swore allegiance. Sitting at his desk, the protagonist said that he could not because his father was not there. Looking up, he said that, therefore, he would not need his soldiers either. The white-haired man walked out the office door. An image of 2 gold coins appeared. And so, Jared fired most of the soldiers. The reason for this was a lack of funds. An image of a gray estate building appeared. Jared was drinking wine with 2 girls at a table of expensive food. For the most part, the lack of funds arose due to the protagonist's lavish spending on personal needs as well as a luxurious life. Vlogas, holding a bottle in his hand, looked forward with a confident smile. The parasites then took advantage of the situation and took over Cvia. 4 important figures of the country looked down in frustration. All of Barrett's guards were removed from their positions, and soldiers who received high salaries faced constant reductions, even to the point of dismissal. An image of Olsen appeared, looking around sadly. He and the other veterans did not want to watch the collapse of the Cvia they had spent so long building. An image of gray silhouettes appeared, diverging in different directions. Therefore, they decided to live quietly in the forest and separately. There was a snowstorm this winter day. Walking through the snow-covered trees, a blond man with a scar looked around. Holding a spear in his hands and walking through the winter forest, he thought that the spring snow was heavy today, and at this rate he would stop hunting. He saw several living creatures ahead. Low monsters were doing something in the distance. Red monsters were carrying carts of metals. They stopped when they saw the man. Sticking his spear forward, the man stated that these were goblins and asked how they got so deep into the forest. The goblin opened his mouth in surprise. The men held a spear and prepared to attack. The goblin put out his palm in fear. Olsen looked calmly at the goblin, appraising him. Surprised, he continued to look at the monsters. Raising his spear, he looked at the calmly leaving monsters. Lowering it and looking into the distance, he stated that they had ignored him. A blacksmith with a brown beard asked about the goblins who carried the iron. Looking at the white-haired man with a smile, he assumed that these were the ingredients they ordered. They recently sold tons of weapons to the military. Turning and closing his eyes, the man in the work cap declared that thanks to the Lord's orders they worked 24 hours a day. The man noted that this must be tiring. One of the blacksmiths was hitting hot metal with a sledgehammer. Sitting at the table and turning towards Olsen, the man said that this, of course, is tiring, but thanks to this they live like real blacksmiths. Smiling at the work of his colleagues, he declared that, with the help of the Lord, he was once again illuminated by the flame of passion. Pointing his finger at the man, he told him to keep it a secret. The weapons they make are delivered secretly. Olsen replied that he didn't even want to know, so it was better that he stopped telling him. He thought that the changes in Cvia were pure luck. An image of a city with densely packed dark white buildings appeared. However, with proper irrigation management, the drought problem was solved. With an improved road network, the problem of population influx was solved. The treatment of soldiers, the availability of new positions, and the recruitment of new talent were improved. Several warriors in gray armor, holding swords in their hands, actively attacked their enemies. The departed soldiers realized this and returned to military service. They gave Jared a second chance after all the work he did. An image of the protagonist's troops appeared, instantly destroying the knights, cutting them with their blades. These people stood with Jared and dealt with the monsters' invasion. They were the best of the best. Scarlet blood flowed down the leaves of the plants. This was the Malorcan army, and Ronell's army simply could not compare with it. Dozens of corpses of beige armored knights lay behind Olsen. They had incomparable experience and skills. Coldly looking forward, the white-haired man stated that these worthless soldiers did not even dare to look them in the eye. The surrounded guys, kneeling and raising their hands, asked to be spared. A detachment of defeated soldiers ran away shouting about retreat. A man riding a horse told Horgus that he was a fool, and he asked if he couldn't foresee that they would be hiding there. Furiously gritting his teeth, the dark man with a mustache declared that they had created an alliance in vain. He suggested they just retreat before Jared showed up. One of the warriors on horseback turned around and shouted. Several fleeing warriors in beige armor shouted that it was a magician. A squad of fleeing soldiers, seeing the protagonist above them, shouted that it was him. Gritting his teeth, the guy in the red helmet declared that he had already caught up with them. Approaching the man's face, the protagonist asked with a smile if everything was alright with his lord. The stunned man made an arcing attack with his blade. The main character, who dodged and found himself above the man, stated that he was very weak. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist suggested that he was stronger than Raki's. Looking angrily at the protagonist, the man told him to stop flying. He told him to come down and fight like a man. Grinning and creating a magic circle with his left hand, the protagonist, with a fireball beginning to form above his head, declared that he would go down first. The man's eyes widened in fear. A huge fiery explosion covered the location. One of the warriors, looking at the battle in fear, said that the warriors should protect the Lord. Fiery arrows pierced him, several warriors and horses. The protagonist told them to retreat with a deadly look. The warriors, looking up, backed away slightly in fear. Jared hovered over several corpses. The crippled man stood up, wiping blood from his mouth. The protagonist approaching him stated that from the very beginning he knew about the impossibility of peace. They were simply quietly planning their attack. Gritting his teeth, the man said that this was impossible. A concentrated air attack flew towards his face. He fell to his knees with his head bowed. Receiving several new attacks on the body, the man asked if he wanted to take everything from his lance. By thrusting his palm forward and attacking his opponent, the protagonist stated that he had to make sure to correct them. Recalling the damage, tears, and deaths of his loved ones, he said it was to make sure no one else suffered from their atrocities. Conducting a dense attack with wind and pushing back his opponent, the protagonist declared that he would thoroughly cleanse his lands. Dark blood fell to the ground as the man laughed. The bloodied guy, raising his head and smiling slightly madly, asked if he really thought it was possible. Looking at the crippled man, the protagonist stated that he knows that sometimes he makes mistakes, but he knows one thing for sure. He, approaching the kneeling man, ended his sentence by saying that even Jared was better than him. The man's face showed genuine rage. Jared plunged the silver blade into his leg. The protagonist, holding a blade in the body of a man screaming in pain, stated that this would calm him down. Hanging his bleeding head, the bald man asked if he thought everything would end with his death. Smiling, he added that if the general of the knights found out about this, he would bring his knights here and avenge him. The protagonist reached into his pocket. Picking up the green book, the main character asked if he knew what this thing was. The main character began to leaf through the book. As he began to read, he announced that Count Birox, whom he had spoken about, would not come. Turning in surprise towards the protagonist, the man asked how he knew his name. Still holding the book in his hands, Jared replied that he had spent countless nights on this. These are just ordinary notes about people. Covering his face with a book, the protagonist stated that he learned that they were relatives with that count. He, starting to shake, still not showing his face, asked if he would kill him. Revealing his face, he, looking at his defeated opponent with a murderous gaze, asked if he really thought that the general of the knightly order from the Idoma Empire would come to save his nephew. The bloodied man listened to the main character. Jared stated that he was talking about traveling 5,000 kilometers, crossing 4 kingdoms. It is simply impossible to cross so many territories. Continuing to stare blankly into the bald man's eyes, the protagonist asked if this meant that he would grieve over the death of his nephew and would do everything possible to avenge him. The man turned pale at the words of his enemy. The main character stated that he would not do this. For such a power-hungry person like him, such a nephew was just a thorn in the side. On the ground not far from them lay a red flag with a white symbol. Jared asked if anyone would even grieve for him. The man's world narrowed down to a protagonist who told him things that destroyed him from the inside. The protagonist said that no, they would simply be relieved by his death. Smiling mockingly, the main character said that this man's life was truly worthless. The main character began to form a spinning white ball of energy. He said he was much more prepared than he was, so he shouldn't worry. A powerful white and blue barrier covered the space surrounding them. The lost man lowered his head. Jared asked him what his last words were, stating that he would give them to him. The bald man's opened eye lit up. He pulled out a knife from his leg and rushed at the protagonist with a scream. The main character, holding out his palm, directed some of the magic surrounding them towards the man. In pain, he continued to hold the blade. His body was taking enormous damage. He screamed in pain, unable to attack anymore. He froze, surrounded by the magic of the main character. Jared, looking at the defeated man, stated that this was indeed an evil wish. Touching his nose and beginning to freeze it completely, the protagonist declared that he would listen to him in the next world. The man's body was covered with ice. It slowly began to crumble into small particles of snow. The protagonist, surrounded by snowflakes, moved his hand away from the dead man. A system alert appeared indicating that the first successful defense task had been completed. The protagonist received 50 charm as a reward. The value of his territory increased by 50% regardless of the state of internal affairs. The main character, sitting down on the ground, exhaled with relief. The knights standing 10 meters away looked at him. He turned his head in their direction with displeasure. Immediately raising their hands, they together declared that they were giving up. Several men, who had the best armor, walked near the Mallorcan soldiers who were waiting their turn. The remaining Mallorcan soldiers had their armor removed and finally surrendered. It was an easy victory. The protagonist put on glasses. He pulled a hood over his head and walked behind a soldier with a red and yellow helmet. Jared didn't get carried away by his victory, but disguised himself as a Mallorcan and moved on. Hundreds of soldiers entered the tall wooden gates. From the very beginning, the protagonist had only one goal. The main character, riding a horse together with other soldiers, was catching up with the enemy warrior. He planned to take Majorca and Ronella into his own hands. He, along with his best warriors, stood over a group of bowed knights of Majorca. As a result, Mallorca fell. The flag with a yellow star on a green background was raised. Then the leader of Mallorca changed in one day. The protagonist assessed the stats of his country. Agriculture, 50 out of 75. Business, 96 out of 1,501. Science, 75 and 150. Loyalty, 200 out of 300. The main character, putting his fingers to his chin, thought that Cvia is no longer a subordinate country, even though it is called weak. The dark-haired man approached Jared and asked him what he was going to do. Raising his hand, he declared that Ronella had no fortresses left and their troops were destroyed. He noted that he did not think that they would be able to defend themselves. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist, who got up from his chair, said that this is so, and for starters, the battle between armies comes down to who has more soldiers. Seriously looking at the man, the main character confidently declared that they would go to Ronella. An image of a surprised and slightly upset protagonist appeared. However, Jared's ambitious plan was dashed by the appearance of an unexpected person. Ronell's reception room. Jared sat in front of several people. The brown-haired man, putting his hand forward, declared that now, the genius of this war, Horgus, had been killed at the hands of Jared. It was General Capri from the territory of Myzeria. Holding out 2 fingers, he noted that he had also captured Mallorca. Thus, they got rid of the cause of war and have good results. The protagonist, sitting on a luxurious chair, said that he thinks differently. Turning to the side in shock at the man with the sparse mustache who turned away, the protagonist stated that he did not think that only one person was responsible. Clearing his throat, the sweating man turned to Lord Capri. Capri said with a smile that if so, then Lord Ronell should agree to pay compensation. The dark-haired man lowered his head. Lord Capri stated that he, as a peace-loving pacifist, would not like to see the territory of his neighbor consumed by the horror of war. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said the general's name. While introducing the Ronell and Myzeria territories, the protagonist thought that Capri was definitely looking for an opportunity to attack Ronell's territory by putting on a show about being peaceful. The brown-haired man asked the second one if he agreed. The dark-haired man kneeling said yes. Forming a sphere of air between his hands, Jared stated that he disagreed. He released a stream of energy, putting both hands forward, and used an ice storm. Making a hand gesture, he created orange arrows near him. They headed towards his previous attack with lightning speed. Lowering his hands, he began to form fire. A huge explosion destroyed the room following the use of a fireball. A 10-meter column of smoke was raised after the protagonist's attack. Capri ran out of the smoke, grabbing his blade. Having flown through the protagonist, he stabbed him in the stomach with a sword. The main character, closing his eyes, thought that he needed to calm down. He mentally noted that he was facing a rank B Tang, magic would not harm him in any way. He is the leader of the Central Territories, having an army twice the size of Cribia's. A cold look appeared on Capri's face and he asked if Jared agreed. Lowering his head, the main character, sitting calmly on a chair, made a mental decision that it was pointless to engage in battle with him. The protagonist replied that he understood. Looking at the main character with a smile, the Lord declared that he was right and a kind-hearted guy. Closing his eyes, the protagonist sadly mentally noted that, in addition, if he wants to move from north to south, he will have to go through Myzeria. Looking angrily at Lord Capri, the protagonist mentally declared that he would kill him. An image of a map appeared that described the characteristics of Capri. It depicted a lord holding a red sword. He was level 61. His shield bash was at level A, strong skin as well, anti-magic B, approximation, diplomacy, checks and balances were also listed in his characteristics. He had an artifact invader artifact armor of Dita. The cloudy night sky was over the white estate building. The yellow-haired girl was sleeping soundly in her bed. Some of the wine spilled out when the glass was actively rotated. A red-haired girl with glasses, calmly drinking wine at the table, declared that this was the best time of the day. Raising the glass to her face, she turned to the right. Ella, looking at Sabio, asked what she was doing here so late. Rubbing her neck, the girl replied that she just wanted to get some fresh air. The blonde girl sat down at the table. Ella excitedly stated that she had been somewhat absent-minded all day. She also asked if it was the war that affected her so much. Lowering her head slightly and looking down, Sabio replied that she had not and said that the reason was that she was simply thinking about why Lord Jared had not asked Ella for help. The girl said with a smile that he probably just didn't want guests to defend his house. She also said that he only invited her to teach Lena. The blonde girl, looking uncertainly in her direction, said that Cvia was about to be captured by enemies. Closing her eyes and starting to drink wine, Ella stated that, if you look at the results, it seems that Lord Jared has been preparing for this for a long time. Placing her hands on her knees, the white-haired girl noted that she felt this when they first met. She also stated that she felt like he was seeing into the future. An image of a girl with 2 swords appeared, standing in front of the protagonist. Sabio said she had many chances to talk to him during her vacation. The girl also noted that he asked if she was okay. The main character, looking at the girl with kind eyes, stated that since most elves are better off staying in their safe territories. The white-haired girl, calmly looking ahead, said that Jared asked why she toiled in this dirty world. She stated that he knew everything. An image of a bloody monster with glowing yellow eyes appeared. Sabio said that he knew about the terrible end her father met at the hands of the Black Orcs. Looking back at the girl, Ella asked if not only Grey Elves know about this. She noted that she only knew because she told her. The girl, sitting on a blue chair and turning her head to the right, stated that the protagonist even gave her advice, recommended that she look for more than just revenge. Lowering her head, she added that he advised her to also look at the big picture. Raising her hands, the girl declared that he was quite an interesting person and asked how he knew all this. Holding her hands together, Sabio stated that she would like to know too. Getting up and moving away from the table, Ella said that if the girl was interested, then she could follow him. She noted that they will still be on the territory of Cvia for a long time. Closing her eyes, the white-haired girl agreed with the statement. Stopping, the red-haired girl, holding a bottle of wine, said to tell her when she starts to feel something. Sabio trembled in surprise. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl said that she was doing it again. As Ella danced away, she said that she wanted to ask if he also wanted a glass of wine. The embarrassed girl called out to her teacher. Exhaling intensely, the white-haired girl stated that this is why freedom is so good, and why there are so many dirty rumors about it. Back alley in Mallorca, several small, unlit houses stood on an empty street. A glass bottle was broken amid shouts that Horgus was an idiot. Froy, holding out his hand with anger on his face, declared that he had taken so many soldiers. While being defeated, he also managed to die. A masked man was taking several bags of gold. Another was sorting through bags of drugs. The head of the drug gang said he couldn't believe he spent so much money on him. Getting up from his chair and walking forward, the white-haired man told people to collect money for all important things now. He also stated that they were leaving Mallorca. With his hands in his coat pockets, Frua stated as he walked outside that their trade routes were being guarded, so they would just have to prepare for the future when they came to Ronella. A stunned man in a dark cloak and mask told the captain to turn to the left. Closing his eyes and raising his head, the white-haired man declared that the main character was fast. The protagonist, along with a dozen of his soldiers, greeted the head of the drug cartel. The protagonist's eyes began to glow red. He mockingly asked where the man was in such a hurry. Adjusting the chain around his neck, Frua announced that he was moving due to a new job. Red system alerts appeared, indicating the parameters of the white-haired man. He was level 51, and his main traits were a rank recklessness, escape, and rage. He owns the 3rd level tier of Mahart artifact, as well as a space-bending clock. Opening the small silver watch, the head of the drug cartel said that he had no time for jokes. Directing several concentrated balls of energy at the man, the protagonist noted that he was also busy killing him and his guys. The white-haired man closed his eyes and waited for the approaching attack. He gritted his teeth and said that the protagonist was a big pain in the ass for him. The clock mechanism began to rotate, and a bright light came from it. The artifact has been activated. A huge transparent dome instantly covered part of the street. Froy used a space-bending clock. Several of the main characters' attacks approached the man. The moment after activating the ability, they immediately began to slow down. In front of his face, the balls of energy located in the dome stopped. Lackeys, standing next to Jared, noted with surprise on his face that the magic had stopped and asked if Frua was a magician. The protagonist, looking at the frozen white spheres, stated that this is the effect that his artifact has. It can stop magic 20 meters away from him. Coldly assessing the enemy, the main character thought that the artifact did not work on 5th grade magic. Looking at the white-haired man standing nearby, the protagonist mentally declared that he was still in 4th grade. Approaching the transparent ability barrier, Jared mentally said that, like it or not, he had to be within 20 meters to land a strong blow. The protagonist entered the barrier. Looking at the approaching yellow-haired guy, Frua asked if he wanted to say that he, the magician, would fight him up close. Stopping, the main character with a serious face declared that the head of the notorious drug cartel had come to an end. Smirking, the white-haired man asked if he was tired, since he was trying to catch him right after the war ended. Placing the fingers of one hand in a circle, Froy said to forget about it and get on with business. Raising his head, with a mad smile, the white-haired man declared that he would give him twice as much money as he gave to Horgus. He corrected himself and said that he would give 3 times if the main character closed his eyes to them. Several cloaked men grabbed their weapons. The head of the drug cartel said that he did not want to joke about the war with the new lord on their territory. Gritting his teeth in anger, Lackeys asked how he dared say such a thing. Seriously looking ahead, the protagonist thought that if he let him go now, then the northern region of the Nas continent would be under the control of Detrager. He introduced a blonde girl in a dark suit who smiled confidently. He mentally declared that in the future, Lena would be known as an impenetrable wall. An image of a blonde-haired man appeared, wearing a gold mask on his face and a gold jewelry with rubies on his neck. He mentally noted that Frua would be known as the right hand of that tyrant, the advisor of the Demon King. Raising his hand and placing the fingers of his other hand in his sleeve, the protagonist declared that they must kill people like him in order to maintain the nobility of Mallorca as a new territory. Taking out his saber, the man asserted that negotiations were impossible. Light came from the watch of the head of the drug cartel. He asked if Akron's beating had gone to his head. With rage on his face, he declared that childhood time was already over and now he would put him to bed. Revealing a golden necklace with dark symbols on his wrist, the protagonist prepared to use the ability. After he clenched his hand into a fist, a system window appeared in front of him. There was information that if his level is lower than that of the enemy, then his strength and wisdom are doubled. The conditions were met, so the fifth option of the Deluck bracelet was activated. The golden bracelet began to become covered with dark magic. The protagonist said that according to the fifth option, his strength and wisdom are doubled. Froys, standing in a stance and preparing to attack, looked at the lightning that came from the protagonist. Dark purple lightning bolts were coming off the guy's bracelet. The main character asked with a grin if the man was ready to sleep sweetly. It was a nightmare ability. Empty houses of the same type stood densely on an empty street. Lackeys, along with other soldiers, engaged in sword fighting. Jumping up, the protagonist fired several magical projectiles. The head of the drug cartel, making a dash forward, dodged the attack. Clenching his blade, he used the first level fugitive ability. Making quick attacks with his blade, he cut through the remaining balls of ice energy of the protagonist. He used the Sword of Speed. Stepping onto the ground, he made another jerk. Approaching the main character, he extended his hand forward. A knight in silver armor appeared in front of his face, holding his green shield forward and declaring that he would not allow him to injure his lord. Worried, the protagonist, nervously moving his fingers, shouted that the guy should not come near him because he was dangerous. The white-haired man launched a powerful saber attack on the shield. The warrior, who did not have time to react, looked at his cut shield. Froy jumped, pushing off his head. He flew up to the main character who had soared into the air. With the palm of his left hand facing forward, Jared used the flash. The head of the drug cartel shielded his hand from the bright light. After recovering and removing his hand, he saw several concentrated spheres of ice energy right in front of his face. Several of his warriors fought with the protagonist's squad. The white-haired man landed in the alley. Lowering his sword and looking up, he mentally asked what kind of magician he was. While levitating, the protagonist held his hand near his chest. The man mentally noted that even though the main character is a magician, he knows how to react to hand-to-hand combat. Clutching a piece of his leather jacket, Frua mentally noted that his magical power was ridiculously fast. Spitting out blood, the man thought that Jared might actually be a 5th-level magician, not a 4th. Looking forward and imagining his white-haired acquaintance, the head of the drug cartel mentally stated that it was like fighting 4 Akrons at the same time. Applauding sarcastically, the protagonist stated that he was able to see his abilities since he was able to cut the shield. Looking down with a smile, he stated that it was obvious because the man was a master of the Ko-sword. The man looked at the guy in surprise. The main character noted that the strangest thing is that he does not feel his artifacts. The protagonist asked about the black light coming from the sword because it was created to fight magic. Froy's inserted saber emitted a dark purple light. It was Moisel, the 99th level 1 failure sword. His first ability is an anti-magic sword designed to combat magic. The protagonist began to walk on the ground. The main character stated that he suspects that the leader carries this sword with him because he is too weak. The veins on the white-haired man's forehead bulged with anger. The protagonist stated that he expected more from him. Gritting his teeth, Frua asked if Jared had used such a weapon before. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist asked with a grin if it was true. He also noted that he sees that the spatial distortion clock is just a decoration during the battle within a radius of 20 meters. The clothes on the man's hands were torn. He screamed with genuine rage for the protagonist to shut up. He used the fugitive ability, level 2. Instantly closing the distance, the head of the drug cartel put his blade forward, trying to attack the main character. The protagonist calmly jumped back. He flew away from the man, who was trying to strike again with his blade. Extending his palm, he created a large fireball. With fury in his eyes, the white-haired man cut through his opponent's attack. He used the Sword of Speed. Looking ahead, he saw Jared quickly flying to another street. The protagonist, pushing off the walls, quickly increased his advantage in distance. As Frua approached him, he spread his arms and used an ice attack against the walls. Large pieces of the stone wall began to fall on the head of the drug cartel. The man, dodging the attack, began to use them to push off and close the distance. Flying between large stones, he swung his blade. The protagonist was flying in front of him. The main character, sensing the attack, turned around in surprise. The white-haired man instantly launched an arcing attack with his blade. Looking ahead, he saw only Jared's green cloak. There was genuine surprise in his eyes. He thought about avoiding it before cutting, but how could he avoid the blink? Flying over the building, the protagonist stated that the man's speed was truly frightening. and said that he even had to use a spell. With a confident smile, forming a dense purple-white ball from which black lightning came out, the main character announced that it was his turn. Frua looked at Jared's ability. The protagonist used the lightning ability and Night Awakening. Purple lightning struck from the sky. A column of smoke rose at the sight of her impact. The kneeling man sighed, releasing a bit of lightning. Sitting on the old roof of the house, the main character told him to give up. He also noted that if they only fought with swords, he would definitely not be an easy opponent. Looking at the crippled Frua, who was trying to stand up, leaning on his blade, the protagonist stated that he was much faster than any swordsman. At the same time, each of his blows was powerful. Looking down and imagining the enemy's attack zone, the protagonist stated that he was not entering his attack zone. Smirking, still barely able to stand, the head of the drug cartel said that the main character was good at analysis. Spreading his arms to the sides, he began to emit red energy. A red aura covered his entire body and went upward in a column. He used the ability Fugitive, level 3. His face became covered with veins. With a mad smile and an inadequate look, he said that since the protagonist is so good at analysis, then let him try to guess who will win this battle. Putting his head on his hand, the main character with a confident expression on his face said that he was 100% sure that he would get it. The man's aura grew even more, and inhuman rage was reflected on his face. He shouted for the protagonist to try not to die. He said he would shut him up. He used a level 4 Fugitive. Crouching, he prepared to lunge. The ground under Froy's feet crumbled in an instant. The frightened protagonist looked at the man. The red-faced head of the drug cartel threw his saber forward. She pierced Jared's body. A cry of pain echoed through the dark city. Frua trembled with his own blade in his body. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Smirking evilly, the protagonist asked if the white-haired man realized that he didn't care. The main character, comparing Deluck and Frua, thought that despite the fact that both are strong enemies, they could not be more different. He noted that the lich's body, partially covered by magic, was slowly decomposing, which made him weak. At this time, the second opponent, possessing the artifact, had an advantage and was at the height of his power. Jared thought that he could dodge the already familiar attack of the ice and slowly reduce its health with the help of magic. But such a strategy was not very suitable for the enemies of Frua and Capri, who were capable of killing the young lord with just one blow if he let his guard down. While Jared was in thought, he smiled joyfully, discovering Frua's special ability, which was the so-called recklessness. The head of the drug cartel looked worriedly to the side, clutching an artifact in his hand. With the help of the recklessness ability, one could increase one's physical abilities many times over in a short time, which was an ideal solution for the main character. Now the cunning blonde was taunting the opponent with the artifact so that he would finally hurry up with recklessness. Frua only furrowed his eyebrows angrily while the young man hurt him more and more with caustic phrases. At one point, the head of the drug cartel could not stand it and yelled at Jared, furiously waving his weapon. After Frua was in the grip of recklessness, he rushed to attack the enemy with a dagger. Then the blonde used space magic to hit the man with his own blade. Baring his teeth, impaled by his own weapon, the drug dealer began to shake with rage, realizing that he had made a serious mistake. Jared looked at his wounded enemy with bewilderment, wondering if he had heard about keeping cool, but remembering to be kind. The blonde man held up a bag of white powder, menacingly declaring that many people had died because of the drugs Frua was selling. The contents fell out of the hole in the bag while the main character said that only those who did not have money gave up on this. After these words, he shoved the powder into the mouth of the resisting enemy, noting that it was a parting gift. Jared stubbornly held his hand to the man's mouth, reminding the drug cartel leader how proud his gang was of what they sold. The blonde removed his hand only at the moment when thick foam came out of the reddened Frua's mouth and he began to fall back. The Lord said menacingly that his opponent, who had fallen to his knees, would be beheaded for an unforgivable crime. After the monologue, 3 small notifications from the system appeared in the air, informing about the completion of the Tiger Hunt quest, the restoration of public order, and the continuation of human deaths if the causes of the previous ones are not established. Meanwhile, in the settlement there was a fierce battle between an armed knightly detachment and a criminal group. Clenching his fist, the chief of public order confidently reported to my lord that they had suppressed the rebels. The soldiers, raising their heads, watched Jared soaring in the sky, who stated that even if Frua led the most famous squad, this did not mean that other criminal gangs in the country had stopped operating. Directing his blue eyes at his subordinates, the lord firmly decided that the troops would clear everything before dawn. The young man ordered the knights not to leave alive the bandits who opposed him. He imagined how captured and chained criminals were led to hard labor, demanding that the soldiers cut off the heads of the rebels. The houses of the settlement were illuminated by the rays of the sun as morning began to come. The head of public order, looking tired, wiped the sweat from his face. Then he raised his head with a frown, thinking about my lord. Watching the blonde soaring in the air, lackeys mentally concluded that he always surpassed insurmountable obstacles with mysterious wisdom. People hesitantly pulled back the curtains, looking out of the windows in fear, while the knight thought that his master had now abandoned informed decisions. The onlooker stood on the street, watching what was happening, and the chief at that time concluded that my lord had shown a sharp and spontaneous nature. The townspeople stood in the town square during dawn, impressed by Jared's actions. The blonde, blocking the sun, himself now appeared in the image of a rising emperor. Lackeys, illuminated by the soft light, watched his master with undisguised amazement. A notification appeared indicating that the knight's devotion had increased greatly. A tablet framed in gold also appeared, which stated that lackeys would reach the first level of awakening when his devotion rose to 200 units. The action moves to a place with a pile of papers, where the Lord of Education of Majorca was now staying. A hand reached up from the piles of sheets, and the young man concluded that this space personifies complete disorder and chaos. Jared stared with exhaustion at the documents scattered everywhere, declaring that there was no time to bother with them now. Looking carefully at some of the papers, the blonde thought that there were two things he had to do. The first of them was to run around ancient tombs to accumulate more power. The second important thing was to find a highly qualified specialist capable of extracting an underground resource called caldium. It refers to a very difficult to extract ore stronger than iron, which will not be found until 13 years later. The main character decided that if his subordinates get to Caldia first, they will be able to make a great breakthrough in weapons that will be very strong. The blonde man hung his arms over a table littered with stacks of papers, desperately wondering what he should do with all this numerous work. Then Jared's eyes snapped open, remembering when he first arrived in Caribbean. Then the plump protagonist, who was trying to sort out paperwork, was happily helped by Hayes. Looking at the documents with a smile, the young man concluded that he would see the girl again. On one of the sheets there was an advertisement seeking special talents on Majorca who could help in governing the territory. Putting on the 3D glasses, Jared lounged around with popcorn and a drink as if he had come to watch a movie. The first candidate was Tonio, who was able to cope with any political matter that would bring reform to the country. Holding up a sign with a circle of approval, the Lord enthusiastically announced that he was in support of the man. However, suddenly a red stamp appeared on Tonio's dossier because the main character remembered that the candidate was executed when he was an advisor to Horgus. The second contender was Katie, who has a sixth sense for business. Taking off his 3D glasses and showing his approval sign, Jared shamefully declared that he would have to take what he could get. However, a red stamp also appeared on the girl's dossier because the young man remembered that she was expelled from the country after requesting a budget from Horgus. And the last of the candidates was the awkward-looking Marklin, who despite this plays well with other people thanks to his intelligence. The blonde, scratching the back of his head in confusion, held up a sign of approval and decided that they would work with what they had. Suddenly, a red stamp also appeared on the form of the last contestant when it turned out that the man, under pain of arrest, left his post and fled on the day Horgus died. Discouraged, Jared froze like a stone statue in shock, dropping his glasses to the floor. Collapsed to the side, the Lord wondered in despair what was wrong with this country. Among the many people crowding the square, there was not a single talent to be found, which made Jared believe that his wisdom and sharp mind had failed him. The petrified young lord rolled on the ground in despair, realizing that even Arin and Isabella could not bring him here because they were busy with Caribbean. When the blonde man lay down in the square with a dissatisfied look, arrows hit him in the back, reminiscent of complaints from the head of the labor department of the city hall and unpaid wages to the head of the Ministry of Trade. Lackeys, who was galloping on his horse, stopped, lowering his eyes in bewilderment and calling out to my lord. The head of the public order department took little Jared in his arms, reporting that there was a problem in the village of Devani. The brunette, covered in sweat, reported with excitement that the recently appointed leader was absolutely not fulfilling his duties. Lackeys said the villagers approached him, crying and begging him to return their village to normal. Jared was shaking with anger, remembering that the head of Devani drank every day and drew obscene pictures. Lackeys looked at my lord with concern when he concluded that the village manager had never learned anything except that he had managed to achieve that territory. The enraged lord in the fourth stage of recklessness began to move away from the knight in the opposite direction, informing his interlocutor that he himself would have to teach the head of the settlement discipline. The action moves to the village of Devani, where there were almost no people on the streets. The shadow of the arriving man fell on the door as the elderly doorman obediently pointed towards the entrance. The next moment, the knocked-out wooden product fell into pieces from a strong blow. At the head of the riot squad was Lord Jared, shrouded in red energy, and lackeys shouted in anger, demanding that the village manager, Julian, show himself immediately. The stunned subordinate turned to the side as the head of security continued to furiously call for the head of the settlement. The guy with green hair blushed, looking at something to the side with admiration. Paintings of spring blossoms, nailed to the wall, hung on the wall. While the entire security detachment was admiring the works, saying that they were very life-giving, lackeys menacingly shouted at the men, rudely demanding to shut up. There were also drawings scattered on the floor, among which were empty bottles. A man in light robes, holding a mug, clarified from the darkness who the visitor was. Turning his gaze to him, the head of public order, with a furious cry, asked the question whether Julian was in front of him. At this time, Jared cast a curious glance at the guy, reflecting on the fact that he had seen many talents before. Each of these people was gifted with unique abilities, which the main character tried to develop in them. The man lifted a full mug from the barrel, with water flowing down it. The Lord watching this was surprised to conclude that this talented man was different from all the previous ones. The main character looked at the long-haired Julian, level 65, sitting with a drink, noting that he was the closest to perfection. As the village leader closed his eyes, confirming his identity, system windows popped up, reporting multiple skills and increased wisdom due to their synergies. While Lackeys was shaking with anger, Jared held out his hand, asking the man to calm down and let him do the talking. The blonde was perplexed, not understanding what a man who had excellent skills and hid them was thinking. Julian put his hand on his chin thoughtfully as he received questions from the Lord regarding the reasons for his poor performance in his work. Looking at his interlocutor, the head of the village calmly explained that this was too trivial for him. Taking a sip from his mug, Julian said that he shouldn't deal with Dewani because he wasn't the type to be in a peaceful place. Lackeys became furious at such statements and, drawing his blade, menacingly addressed the head of the village. Jared crouched on the floor in the middle, calmly calling out to Julian. The Lord curiously asked his interlocutor, who continued to drink from a mug, whether he really thought that such a job was not suitable for him, to which he received an affirmative answer. Then the young man smiled slyly, asking him to tell him the truth, whether the man wanted to or couldn't. Julian. The village leader silently raised his eyebrows in bewilderment as he stopped drinking, after which he looked sternly at his interlocutor, declaring that he did not want to. Jared laughed carelessly, asking if the man could prove his words. Julian asked with a grin if the Lord would mind watching him. While both interlocutors smiled insidiously, lackeys watched them with puzzlement. A subordinate of the village head entered the room and answered in the affirmative when asked if anyone was here. Then Julian, frowning, demanded to bring the old documents for verification. The manager himself stood up and began to run his hand along the wall with drawings, saying that he would wait for a while. The knights looked at the long-haired man in shock as he awkwardly pointed at the images and asked for help in taking them down. The guys began to remove drawings from the nails on their own or with the help of their comrades, admiring Julian's work, and he urged them on. A woman with a poorly growing calf entered the office of the village head, and the man advised him to feed the animal properly without weaning it. The next visitors were a girl who was happy about the increase in prices for grinding flour and the reduction in grain processing, and a bald man who was dissatisfied with this information. Julian advised the 3 beekeepers who came to destroy the hive so that the bees would move to another one. The head of the village turned to the head of public order and said with suspicion that someone was wasting money earned from the harvest, which angered him. While lackeys menacingly promised to capture the scoundrel, Jared watched Julian from the side, concluding that he had completed a month's work in just half a day. The Lord thought that the long-haired guy was perfect while he began to disperse everyone, since the work was completed. The blonde turned to the squad of knights, informing them that it was time for them to go too. Now the main character and Julian were left alone, sitting in silence at the table opposite each other. With his arms folded across his chest, Jared confidently declared that everything was clear to him now. The head of the village put his hand to his chest, admitting that before, it turns out, he had not even tried to manage the village, and realizing that if you put your heart into it, the work does not take much time. Now Jared was grinning, concluding that Julian had done a great job with the plan to bring him to Dewani, and wondering if he knew what kind of person he was. The manager laughed in response, noting that the interlocutor managed to figure him out. A man in light robes extended his hand and reported the matter. Remaining in the same position, Julian asked what my lord's dream was. The village leader now recalled previous answers to the question asked, the first of which was from the general, who was only perplexed. The man of noble blood grinned, recognizing Julian's skill, but noting the arrogance of the commoner. The last was the past Lord Horgus with his companion, who sternly stated that he wanted the growth of the nation, concluding that the guy was driven by vanity. Julian, in the darkness, now reflected on how infinitely small an ambition he felt serving his master. In the real world, the long-haired man frowned, waiting for an answer from his interlocutor. Then Jared answered with enthusiasm that he dreams of becoming a hero of the continent of Nars. The blonde looked piercingly at his interlocutor, joyfully concluding that he wanted to become a world hero instead of being the lord of a small territory. Then Julian, illuminated by the light, cast a stunned look at the young man. Covered in sweat, the head of the village anxiously asked whether the lord was lying. With his hands folded to his chest, Jared asked with a smile whether his interlocutor saw anyone here who could lie to him. The long-haired man suddenly became animated when the main character asked if he considered him a worthless person. Squeezing the cork between two fingers, Julian uncorked the bottle with ease. Pouring alcohol into glasses, he admitted that for a long time he wanted to find someone he could look up to. Holding the drinks in front of his chest, Julian concluded that if a vassal looks up to a lord and makes a mistake, then it is not he himself who is to blame, but his superior. After that, he handed Jared one of the filled glasses with a smile, asking him to either become an earl before the end of the year or lead a conglomerate of territories to show the seriousness of his dream. The young man extended his palm, taking the alcoholic drink, and decided to show his interlocutor what he was capable of. Smiling softly, the main character invited the head of the village to also watch him from the side. Lowering his head, the long-haired man just laughed. After that, he looked up at Jared, promising that he would never betray the trust of the lord who had earned his full respect. While the guys were having a nice conversation over drinks, lackeys was eavesdropping on them, hiding behind the wall. The interlocutors clinked their glasses, and the lord made a toast as a sign of their mutual respect, after which he announced that he would take Julian as the executive head of Majoric. Jared remembered doing back push-ups with Mia, who had many special and normal skills. The action moves to Caribbean, where there were many identical white houses with multicolored roofs. Hayes, holding a duster, walked around the mansion with a dejected look, asking when the owner would return. The girl stopped in amazement, hearing the high-ranking people talking about my lord. The two men of noble birth were displeasedly discussing Jared's idea of installing one vassal as the executive head of the territory. The old man turned to the maid as Isabella shouted his intention to go to Majorica immediately. Arin curiously asked if Hayes would like to greet the lord. Hearing this question, the girl was very taken aback. After a moment, she blushed, breaking into a happy smile, and answered in the affirmative. The action takes place in a luxurious mansion on the territory of Majorica. Jared sat in Julian's office and wrote, thinking that the country had quickly achieved stability after installing a vassal as executive head, and now he was trying to match the assistant's pace. There was a knock on the door as the main character concluded that they had literally been living in the office for the past week. A joyful Hayes entered the office with a tray in her hands, announcing that she had prepared tea from the Carlacus flower. The blonde looked awkwardly, thinking that his diet was already over when the maid noted with a smile that the drink helps to lose weight. Julian glanced sideways when Hayes suggested giving the young master a massage. After that, he grinned and suggested that the lord take a break from work. Jared looked at his interlocutor with puzzlement as he began to talk about the negative effects of fatigue on the body and insist on a break. After this, Julian bowed, warning that he would meet with the rest of the vassals and return, to which the main character raised his hand in approval. 3 landowners under the lord came from Caribbean because they were concerned that the young official might cause trouble. However, the men had already passed the stage of accepting Julian's skill and, looking at the documents, sincerely praised him. There were several porcelain cups on saucers on the table, and there was an offer to drink tea. Hayes, hearing this, began to panic and deny because the servants could not sit with my lord. Jared grinned back, reminding him that when he and the girl were alone, she shouldn't worry about such nonsense. Looking down, Hayes sheepishly agreed and said that she would drink carefully. Now the tart drink was pouring from the raised teapot into a small cup. Hayes watched the lord with curiosity as he held the saucer with one hand and raised the mug to his mouth with the other. As the girl began to drink tea, Jared lowered the cup and called out to her with a puzzled look. Tea splashed in Hayes' face when the lord suddenly asked if she wanted to quit her job as a maid. Laughing nervously, the girl began to tremble in panic. Looking up at her owner with puppy dog eyes full of tears, Hayes asked if she was a bad maid. Jared looked at her, puzzled, and, covered in sweat, replied that this was not so. The girl remembered wandering in shock through the sparkling clean corridors of the estate, suspecting that the lord had cleaned everything himself. The blonde extended his hand to the crying girl, stained with tea, admitting that he cleaned up only in order to master cleansing magic. He used a form of magic he had learned to remove the stain from the maid's apron. Jared approached Hayes closely, informing her that since she was now a healer, she could be promoted to a higher position. Then the girl looked up sadly, admitting that she did not want another maid to look after my lord. After these words, the main character closed his eyes with a smile. He began to violently hold the panicking Hayes by the hair, asking her to listen to him for once. The artifact remained on the table while Jared was indignant that the girl was not following his orders. The amulet began to emit discharges in 4 directions, and the interlocutors argued. The lord, illuminated by a green glow, looked forward in shock upon hearing the word death. The artifact, emitting magical energy, soared in the air, uttering the words God and despair. Jared frowned and Hayes looked scared as the amulet continued to glow and make human speech. The 4 streams emanating from the green stone began to disappear, and the last word Rebirth was spoken. After that, the amulet fell sharply, falling back onto the surface of the table. Hayes looked at my lord with a puzzled expression, waiting for an explanation, and he said with a frown that it was an artifact belonging to a criminal. He picked up an amulet called the Tears of Mahart III, which only increased basic skills to level 25. Jared fell into darkness, contemplating that the artifact's true purpose was to serve as a key to the ancient catacombs beneath Majorca. After that, the main character looked at the maid, asking if she wanted to take a walk with him. Hayes gave her interlocutor a surprised look and agreed when he noted that she knew these places better. The action takes place in the small town of Morelas in the Kingdom of Lentis, where orange tiles of buildings could be seen among the mountains. The postman knocked furiously on Sir Belton's door, notifying him that a letter had arrived for the man. Now the traveler looked at the sealed envelope in amazement, realizing that he did not know the addressee. Sir Belton stood at the front door with the parcels, thanking the postman as he walked down the stairs and raised his cap in farewell. The traveler sat down at a chair next to the bag of gold on the table and began to carefully read the letter. With his eyes wide, the guy enthusiastically suggested who the possible author might be. On the sheet was a request for instructions, written by Jared. Sir Belton twirled the coin in his fingers, joyfully realizing that in exchange for a bag of gold he had only to come to the Lord. While the guy continued to hold the coin, clouds of smoke filled the room. The wizard Belhard, who returned back to his form, asked Belton to be aware of his actions. The old man scratched his long beard, pondering the words from the letter. Belhard frowned, concluding that sometimes even geniuses don't understand what they need to do to advance to the next wizard class. He continued to hold the letter, asking who Jared even was to say that. Perspiration appeared on the old man's face as realization suddenly overtook him. The image of Barrett's plump and worthless son appeared in Belhard's head, after which he decided that the letter was a complete lie. The sheets with the envelope caught fire over the wizard's hand, and he burned them with blue magical fire, deciding to go to the Lord in the lands. Belhard looked joyfully at the flying ashes, concluding that a great magician must have sense. The action moves to a forest path along which the main character and the maid wandered as a walk. Hayes looked around in fear while Jared reassured her that there were no villains here. After that, the blonde man, covered in shadow, froze, thinking about the girl's words. He realized that during the development of the game, no one knew where the catacombs were. Even in places not modified by the developers, nothing could be found. Everyone was ready to give up, and the developer accidentally showed the location of the ancient catacombs on his personal social network. The photo in the mirror reflected the image from the monitor where there was a tree. The guy and the girl were now standing in that very place, on a plain under a cliff. A stream of sand rushed across the ground as Jared concluded that, other than green trees, there was nothing unusual in the area. Hayes hid behind the Lord in panic as a whirlwind swept past them. The girl looked at the blonde with a puzzled expression when he asked her to stand 5 steps behind him with a frown. A huge head made of sand towered above the guys, and the 3-headed man menacingly asked who dared to break into his catacombs. Jared looked up, surprised to recognize Mahart. The sand spirit, looking at the young man, also recognized him. Mahart was outraged that a person who did not belong to this world appeared before him. The Lord opened his mouth in shock, sweating. Mahart, created from sand, said that the moment their curses touched, the whole world would come to an end. Jared looked at the sand spirit in bewilderment, not understanding how he knew who he was. The young man began to wonder if Mahart was speaking to his personality, which is inside the body, but it was difficult to understand for sure due to the similar dialogue in the game. Jared frowned at his interlocutor, asking for what purpose he said those words. Mahart fearfully replied that they should not talk, and asked not to interrupt his sleep. Glowing spirals swirled in the air when the main character noted that the sand spirit's words about himself were not at all different from the game. The Lord, surrounded by sparkling balls, extended his hand forward and offered to meet later. Mahart looked at his interlocutor with shock, coming to the conclusion that he had chosen death. Several sparkling streams of magical energy flew from Jared's direction, striking the sand spirit. Mahart twisted his mouth angrily when part of his head was blown off. Directly behind it was a round entrance leading to the catacombs. Hayes pointed puzzledly at the hole in the ground while the blonde man in front covered himself with his hand from the sand. Heading towards the entrance, the guys decisively went inside. The action moves to the luxurious residence of Lord Majorca. Jared sat in his office, carefully looking at the maze maps on his desk. Hayes looked at my lord in surprise, asking if she had missed something. The main character continued to look at the table when the maid stated that she had drawn all the places they saw. Suddenly the Lord smiled, saying that there was no doubt that the girl had indicated everything correctly. A happy Hayes blushed when Jared complimented her map drawing skills and said she learned it from her father. Turning to the side, the blonde concluded with a smile that this was a rather useful skill. The maid burst into a smile of happiness, admitting that she was very pleased. While one of the cooks carried a box of potatoes around the kitchen, Mary looked at him, making calculations and preparing to leave for Majorca. When Jared politely asked him to cook something for him, Hayes clenched her fists excitedly, declaring that she never had a hard time making food for my lord. The blonde looked at the maid with a puzzled look as she furiously rushed towards the door, shouting to wait a little. Covered in sweat, the main character concluded with an awkward smile that he was sometimes frightened by the girl's assertiveness. During a recent walk, the Lord explored about half of the catacombs with Hayes. Even though they followed the map to safe areas, it was so mysterious that a preliminary investigation was required. Three-eyed Mahart guarded his ancient tomb known as the Mirror Dungeon. If you kill the slave Priwa, the demon advisor who owned the amulet, then this quest opens. Initially, the arrogant guy was a drug dealer. He subsequently became a tycoon wearing a gold mask. All these metamorphoses occurred due to the fact that the bandit stole artifacts from the Mirror Dungeon. The guys barely found the dungeon due to a developer error. As a result of the notoriety of what was impossible to find, many guilds gathered for the chance to gain glory, deciding to clear it first. Thanks to their cooperation during the dungeon raid, they could be dispersed immediately. This is exactly what everyone thought when they came inside and rolled their eyes in horror. A colossal monster was walking towards the shocked guy who fell to the ground. All the guilds that entered the dungeon were mercilessly destroyed by the boss due to poor preparation. After such a shocking defeat, many persistent people united and created an alliance of guilds to once again challenge the dungeon. However, the boss monster appeared again, and the guys were once again faced with defeat. Jared sat glassy-eyed and thought that the strangest thing about this story was that a small guild had managed to clear the dungeon. There was a map of the labyrinth with the correct exit on the table, and the main character thought that everything before Mahart only caused laughter. Leaning on the surface, the blonde stood up and concluded that any mistake he made could result in death, so he needed to be well prepared. Several days passed. There were 2 doors at the entrance to the hall. Hayes watched my lord from around the corner with a blush, concluding that he was behaving suspiciously. Jared stood in a sparkling clean room and reached out to a vase, cleaning it with magic. The girl also recalled that the blonde accumulates weapon artifacts that he does not use. Hayes also spied from the doorway how the Lord stood at the easel and painted in the company of Julian, calling such a pastime part of the training. The maid put her hand to her chin with a thoughtful look, trying to understand why this was happening. The next second she grinned, concluding that even if she didn't know, there must be some reason. Jared turned his gaze to the brunette behind him when he asked with a smile whether my lord had recently started learning to draw. The main character looked good-naturedly at Aki, awkwardly asking her to find buyers for a couple of drawings. The boy became very flushed when he received a stack of sheets of paper and looked at the obscene images that Julian had drawn and which needed to be sold. Smiling awkwardly, Aki said that he would try to find a reasonable buyer. Julian grinned and blushed as he explained that he had some free time that night to draw. Jared looked with bewilderment at the executive head, who, even without Sage the Magnificent's necklace, had time on his schedule. At this moment a knight approached, bowed respectfully and informed my lord of the arrival of a crew from Charybdis. Hayes quickly ran to the gentleman when he stood up and called her name. Now Jared sat with his hand on the table while the girl concentrated on fastening the straps around her wrist and elbow. The maid widened her eyes in shock, asking if the lord was heading towards the ruins he had gone to earlier. The main character lowered his eyes, listening to the girl's offer to go together, and replied that to explore this place, as few people as possible are needed. Lowering her head, Hayes said that it was better not to go there if it was so dangerous. The blonde calmly closed his eyes, not answering anything. While the cloak fluttered through the air from walking, Jared mentally agreed with the girl, because the place was a reality that could not be restored, as if in a game. The lord, clad in armor, walked down the stairs, deciding that he wanted the reward of the mirror dungeon. The blonde screamed indignantly, noting that Jared was late. In front of him stood a team consisting of 2 women and an elf who had been waiting for the guy for a long time. The team reached the right place, where under the roots of a green tree there was an entrance to the dungeon. Showing the folded paper to the blonde, Jared stated that he had already explored the dungeon, so all they had to do was follow the map. The elf, dressed in a robe with a hood, turned to my lord, and he looked at her in puzzlement. As the sorceress Isabella and the great swordswoman and he carefully entered the dungeon, the pointy-eared companion declared that she understood why these 2 were here. Pointing to herself, the elf wondered why she had to go. Jared glanced at Chloe on the way to the cave, telling her that she was also important here. The elf looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment, without saying a word and continuing to doubt. The brick walls were illuminated by a light source. The 4 walked along a dark corridor, lighting their path with magic, and one of the partners said that she despises the kingdom of demons and the blood of the Church of Darkness. Unni followed the confused Jared, asking if he really did not come to the tomb because of the power of darkness. The blonde glanced sideways at the fencer, answering that he was only interested in the artifact. The bespectacled woman felt relieved at this information, concluding that if it weren't so, they would have ended up in a fight. The young man laughed awkwardly, glad that a fight would not happen. Taking a closer look at Annie's outfit, Jared came to the conclusion that she was sensitive to light and assumed that this had happened before the injury. Isabella pointed to the light at the end of the corridor, informing the lord that the path was becoming brighter, which meant that he was approaching the exit from the labyrinth. The main character recalled the structure of the catacombs, thinking that after this there would be only one path left, and the team would need to go past each chamber in order. The four guys approached the high doors leading to the dungeon, and from here their dangerous raid began. Clay soldiers armed with spears stood in front of the entrance. Isabella and Jared looked at the guards together with concern, and the young man asked the sorceress to use the tactics he had explained earlier. The girl lowered her hand, from which dark energy began to emerge. Spreading a powerful current across the ground, Isabella used the black body summoning technique. The clay soldier, towards whom the dark matter was approaching, looked questioningly at the energy. The stream began to be directed towards one of the guards, pushing away from the other. The perplexed clay soldiers watched this in shock, making unusual sounds. A group of guards rushed forward, spears at the ready. Jared glanced sideways, looking with concern as the clay knights rushed past him. The guards went around the main character from both sides and, holding out their spears, rushed towards the sorceress Isabella behind his back. When Jared was behind, he extended his hand towards the fleeing clay soldiers, and several sparkling clots of energy appeared in the sky. The next moment, a bright magical stream pierced the bodies of the guards, and they began to shake. After receiving the blow, the clay bodies and heads cracked and began to fall into pieces as smoke emanated from the soldiers. Chloe, sharply swinging her blades, attacked several other guards. One of the clay soldiers made a puzzled face as the round head flew off his shoulders. After the guards turned into sand, 2 gems fell to the ground. Isabella, standing in front of them, was unhappy that the clay soldiers were only aiming at her. Leaning down sharply to receive the reward, Jared stated that these guys would first attack dark magicians and sorcerers. The Lord with a smile extended his hand, which contained magic stones, offering them to Chloe and Isabella. There was a spider carved on the stone gate of the dungeon. The doors began to open with a roar, letting light in. The 4 entered the dungeon, wearing clay helmets of guards on their heads. Isabella began to shake, making loud noises. The team stood at the entrance to the dungeon, and in front of them stretched 2 long lines of clay soldiers. Unni looked in surprise at the corridor, numbering at least 2,000 knights, perplexed that such an army could be hiding underground in her habitat. Isabella put a puzzled finger to the clay head, asking if camouflage would help, to which Jared replied that they needed to be as similar as possible to the clay soldiers. The 4 of them passed in one line through the armed knights lined up on both sides, and the sorceress turned towards them in panic. The Lord pondered intently on the exact number of clay soldiers, concluding that with them in disguise there were only 2,504 of them. He thought that when 500 people entered the corridor, there were 3,000 knights here, so the previous raid team was stuck in a dubious battle. There were quite a few of the current guys, which makes them less suspicious. Thanks to Chloe's cloaking effect, the team can sneak through without fighting. After passing the clay soldiers, Jared turned to Isabella and, throwing up his hands, declared that nothing had happened. Chloe looked at the young man, reporting that her masks were useful. The Lord pointed to the head, stating that it was difficult to see through the narrow holes, but without camouflage the people would have been discovered. Placing her hands on her cheeks, Chloe noted that the reds in the dungeon are fun, and the main character could not understand what kind of face she made at the same time. Isabella listened in silence and shock, hearing about the team where the team would have to fight all together. A finger landed on Jared's shoulder, tapping the iron armor. When the Lord turned around, the girl stated that she also helped. The guy was perplexed, concluding that there was no way to fix this. While Isabella summoned a stream of black body, Jared praised her loudly. Unni and Chloe looked ahead in shock as loud cheers continued to be heard. The guys looked at the massive clay figure towering above them with a menacing look. Isabella, looking at the statues, concluded that the guys in front of them looked quite a lot like the undead. The skeleton belonged to dark magic, while the clay soldiers were born from curses. Before monarch Mahart fell asleep, he placed a curse on his subjects, changing their form, so that they cannot grow old. Then ordinary people were horrified, clutching their faces when sand began to cover their entire body. Many of the subordinates lost their form, so it was difficult for them to recognize their real appearance. Bastiani asked if all these clay figures were Mahart's subjects, concluding that he was not a pleasant king. As the guys stood still, Jared warned that they needed to be careful, because some of the soldiers managed to retain their real bodies. The massive clay man turned his head, noticing the guys. There was only darkness in the eyes under the mask. However, if you look closely, there was a real human eye inside. The guys continued to stand there, saying nothing. Suddenly, a clay giant flew towards them from behind, rising in a jump. When the giant sank to the ground, a lot of dust rose around. Young people burst out of a cloud of dust. The girl asks if her teacher is okay, to which he answers in the affirmative. Looking at the monster, she reports that he just attacked them, and the guy claims that this should not have happened. Jared looks down, wondering if the dungeon has changed since returning to reality. The monster reaches out to them. Young people dodge the blow. As the clay soldier floats in the air, the man tells everyone to run away from him. Ella holds a sword over her shoulder. Her eyes sparkle. She thrusts her sword forward, attacking the monster. A shockwave is visible. Clouds of dust appear. A monster emerges from them. Jared looks at this, dumbfounded. Ella frowns, thinking that even if they say he's not resistant to electricity, why didn't he even flinch? The monster begins to attack. The woman smirks, inviting him to see how tough he is. She stands next to the guy, holding a sword. He puts his palm forward, using the Mahart greeting. The monster at this time swings its fist at him. A sweaty Jared appears. The creature moves closer, growling. He stands up, raising his head. Suddenly he turns around and leaves. The guy looks at him in surprise, and Ella wonders what kind of magic it was, because this fighting doll retreated because of one phrase. The monster looks ahead and is told that it is some kind of password and that it is some other clay doll. He is enveloped in magic, and it is said that it is invincible, and there is a small chance as to how this huge clay doll became invincible. Jared smiles awkwardly and thinks about how there's only a 0.1% chance of this happening per person. If there's 4 of them, that leaves 0.4%, so ultimately they're better off forgetting about it, but it happened anyway. Jared grabs his head and questions whether something so impossible could exist. He reveals that they were made with a curse, so the side effects are quite scary. The monster is depicted as a puppet, and it is reported that either they cannot leave a certain area, or their creator dies and they die with him, or they have no mind at all. Jared looks at his mask, claiming that perhaps they can't differentiate between enemies and allies like before and just attack everyone. They just stood up and fell silent. Ella also takes off her mask when the phrase is heard that for such situations the caster could create a certain password. Here the password was the phrase about greeting Mahart. Jared smiles when the woman asks if he said it was a secret, and he reveals that he would appreciate it if she would just think of the situation as something she learned from her experiments. There is an invitation to everyone to move on. They enter a large hall with columns. Someone appears in front of them as phrases about greetings and trespassers are heard. A statue is depicted, and it is reported that this is the sanctuary of their patient, the Great Sanctuary of Maharet. A two-headed creature is seen, one of whose heads asks the guests to make themselves at home, and the other calls them ignorant people. Jared seriously tells Ella and Chloe to distract the priest as planned. The sun and moon extend their hand, offering to give each other a warm greeting. The creatures are shown, and the order is given to kill them all, these parasites. Ella is already grabbing the hilt of her blade. Chloe screams, frowning. She runs away, questioning why the monsters are only attacking her again. She transforms, starting to run with the sword. A large creature is depicted, and the question is asked about how these vile creatures can come and attack them. The monster strikes. Chloe swings her sword, wounding the priest. She notices how she is being insulted. They press her with a hand. The priest ends up bleeding and states that he was injured due to their incompetence. Monsters clutch their heads when the exclamation is heard that they do not develop even with the passage of time. Ella frowns, revealing that those who use the power of darkness can be so disastrous. The priest appears when he is asked if his subjects are the ones he is swearing at. He points the finger, stating that a slave can never achieve the status of a subject, they are merely tools used for his purposes. Ella fights off the monsters, revealing that she thinks Mahart is using him for his purposes too. The creature looks at her. It gets angry, claiming that they are His Majesty's most loyal subjects. Ella smiles, believing that even if he says that, he knows the truth, he has turned into a puppy who can either live or die after everything. The sun awkwardly wants to say something, but the moon tells him not to fall for the demonic lies. A glow is shown. The monster attacks the girl, declaring that he will not forgive her for all her blasphemous words. Chloe jumps on the creature, attacking. Ella also rushes into battle. Chloe cuts the monster. The blow lands on his back. The woman stands with a sword in her hand, arguing that it is normal for devoted servants to break their composure with a few words. She strikes, declaring that she believes the same as she said. She looks down, thinking that he is not the enemy that she can easily deal with, but still he turned out to be so. This all happened thanks to Jared's plan of uncertainty against them to weaken them mentally. She adjusts her glasses, thinking it's like he's just proving that this is the right way, and asks if the guy is done here. The monster gets hit again. Isabella is embraced by Jared and invites the creature to leave this rotting king and work as her slave instead. There are currently 3 hours available. Creatures that were attacked are visible. It turns out that there are 29 more cameras in the raid. Standing monsters are depicted. It is reported that there are now 2 cameras left. Ella stands with the sword behind her, thinking that this is interesting. She looks at Jared, noticing that he has some incredibly precise knowledge about this tomb. The guy and Chloe are shown talking, and the idea is that he even took into account her lack of experience and put the responsibility on her, leaving the woman with nothing. Ella hums a song, claiming that thanks to him she makes easy money and her discipline grows in strength. She holds the bag in her hands, wondering if it's too much of him to treat her like a mule since she's here as a guard. Pointing to the door, Jared reports that there is a single armed soldier behind it. Their plan of attack is very simple. They aim at the side behind them. They will be fine if they do enough damage. Isabella, with her arms crossed, asks if that's all, and he replies that they don't have many options. A door is depicted, and the idea is heard that even in the game this monster independently pushed away the raid of allied guilds. Cheap tricks will not work. The door begins to open. Young people enter the room. A seated golden Hulk is shown. His eyes sparkle and he tells no one to interrupt his master's sleep. The girl frowns, noticing the intense energy. The Hulk looks at her seriously, and she feels like her presence is completely consuming them. He frowns, reporting that he sees that he was unable to keep these intruders at bay, but instead sent them here and asks if he can consider him a traitor. The creature cries out questioningly. He holds out his hand, stating that there was a reason for this. His head is immediately taken off. His body falls and Chloe moves away from him. She suddenly looks at something in surprise. The Hulk raises his weapon when the line that betrayal should not be forgiven is heard, and he states that they must put their lives on the line to save the Lord. Jared frowns, telling him he means they got his attention for even a second, attacking him from behind. A fireball flies towards the Hulk. An explosion occurs. A cloud of smoke is visible. The Hulk scowls, claiming that all intruders who don't need his warning must face death. Jared seriously tells everyone to be vigilant, because this guy is strong. He activates the magic missile and the nightmare. Magic rays fly at the creature. It stands unshakable. Jared continues to attack him. Suddenly it puts its weapon forward. It strikes with this. The guy avoids him. They find themselves opposite each other. Hulk strikes again. With his hand on the ground, Jared activates the flicker. He frowns, thinking that, as planned, his proximity to one hit increases his power by a full 1 level. 2 craters are visible and an ability is reported that instantly increases attack power by 1000%. The thought sounds about what will happen even if the creature touches the guy a little. A stuffed cat is shown being cut up. The Hulk moves towards the guy and it is said that he is faster than Prua and stronger than Capri. It sounds like Jared is not alone. Hulk notices something while looking to the side. He is stabbed in the neck. Chloe appears behind me and I call her a dirty and cowardly killer. Looking at the girl, the Hulk declares that she is a pest who has long posed a threat to the throne. She should not exist. Chloe holds the weapon in her hands, moving it behind her back. The creature looks at her dumbfounded. Isabella frowns, putting her hand forward, and asks how she dares to get rid of her slave. Hulk grabs his head, realizing that his vision is fading and there was a sorcerer with the guy. He looks behind him, thinking that seeing how they began to carry out a frontal attack on the magicians, he lost his vigilance. Despite his youth, he is incredibly skilled. He remembers how the guy blocked his line of sight with a fire spell. A diagram of the characters appears and the idea is that they have surrounded the creature to launch a continuous attack. It is reported that this is a truly amazing tactic that only a limited number of people can use. Black magic is shown. Hulk gets hit from behind. Chloe jumps at him, stabbing him in the back with her sword. The creature immediately throws her off. He fights off everyone with weapons. A new explosion occurs. Hulk clenches his jaw, frowning. His eyes sparkle, and he thinks that this is dangerous and at this rate his decaying body will not last long. He looks away, realizing that if he kills even one of them, they will no longer be able to maintain a continuous stream of attacks. Their tactics will be undermined. He decides that now is the right time. He begins to jump towards his target. As he approaches Jared, he realizes that he must defeat the leader mage and kill him. Running around him, the guy activates haste. The Hulk immediately finds him using detection. He stabs Jared in the head. The guy starts to disappear. The Hulk is surprised when he says that he knew he was attacking him. Lots of Jared clones show up and report that this is a good move, but he was ready for it, so it's pointless. 10 minutes is reported to be a short but seemingly long time. The clones surround the Hulk, and the idea is that Ella retreated and quietly watched the match from underground. She stands with her arms crossed, and it is said that if they had all fought together, they would definitely have won, but her instincts refused her. Chloe holds the swords in her hands, and it becomes known whether it was done out of jealousy from watching Jared show his attitude as a teacher, or because it was done because she believed in him. It turns out that the fact is that she did not know exactly why she did it, but at the same time she did not have a single doubt. She reportedly knew something. Hulk frowns, clenching his jaw. It talks about the result of her decision. The creature's hand is cut off, and the thought that the outcome of her decision may affect whether she lives or dies in this battle is heard, all three of which grew at an unprecedented speed. The phrase is that it seemed to the Hulk that his body could not stand it at the end. He looks at his hand, claiming that he should have continued fighting in his true body, but this is a minor wish. It is said that out of respect for them, which surpassed him, he will give them one piece of advice. The creature frowns, telling them to leave. Jared gives him a serious look as he states that in their current state, none of them would even be able to breathe properly in the presence of the Emperor. There is a line about what will happen if they decide to continue despite this. The Hulk turns into sand, saying that in this case he will be sure that they will meet again. Isabella looks at the thing, noticing that some strange piece of fabric came out of the creature's body. It turns out that this is Royald's mirror armor. The women look at this, and Ella reports that weapons from the grave will bring her bad luck, and Isabella believes that they may be cursed. They decide to throw it away, and Jared nervously catches it. He frowns when the girl asks if he knows anything about this armor and replies that it is the only piece of armor in Ness. A man in armor is shown, and the phrase is said that if he wears it, the soul of the blacksmith who created this armor, Rold, will erect a force field around him, turning arrows into useless weapons against him. Women look at the armor awkwardly when it is announced that the armor is thinner than cotton so they can wear it over other armor. Ella notes that they seem to have found the owner of the armor, and Isabella awkwardly reveals that she's all Jared. The guy puts his hands on his chest, thinking about how he always wanted to get his hands on this armor. After all, the early bird gets the worm. He raises the corners of his eyebrows, questioning what if he thinks about this armor when it was all a game. Didn't the user who owned it say that he made it himself? There's a picture of a man showing off his biceps and the idea that the guy gave him a ton of metal, the raw material to create. But wasn't it all a lie? Jared clenches his hands into fists, thinking it's funny, but he feels like he can't apply anything from his past life because it's in the past now. A huge door appears. Isabella emphatically announces that they have finally come to the end and suggests that everyone deal with him using the same strategy, to which Jared states that he should go from here alone, and the three should wait for him here. Isabella frowns, and he claims that Mahart III is the one who spread the curse everywhere. Even if it overtakes her, he will destroy her mind. It is too dangerous. A hand with rings is shown, and the phrase is heard that the girl has Gracia's holy ring, which she received from Deluck. Squatting down, Jared communicates that he's not telling them to just mess around. A hole in the wall is shown, and he states that he wants them to absorb all the demonic energy that Mahart will emit during their battle from that small hole. Isabella looks at him in surprise as he reveals that demonic energy is like a toxin. It may hurt a little, but she will be able to absorb his demonic energy. The girl smiles, declaring that she will figure out her magic. Jared turns to Chloe, saying that he wants her to guard the entrance so that no clay soldiers can interfere with their battle. Pointing to herself, Ella asks if there is a job for her and what kind. She sits on the sack, wondering if the guy is being considerate or just messing with her. The guy opens a huge door. He enters her. The phrase sounds like it was very difficult for him to get here. He goes to the tomb, asking if he knows how many times he could have died. Jared smirks, deciding it's okay if he gets a little revenge on him. Information about the magic wand is provided. The eyes of the coffin sparkle. A creature comes out of it. It also sparkles its eyes, claiming that the guy is the one who invaded his place of rest. He did well if he got here. It stands up, talking about its subjects and it. Jared looks at him, dumbfounded. Mahart asks in confusion what he is doing here. Suddenly he notices something. Drawings can be seen on the surface. Another one is shown. It turns out that the entire floor is covered in drawings, and Mahart asks how the guy dares to draw on his grave. Jared frowns, declaring that this is the last appearance of the creature because he came to end its life of cruelty and murder, and Mahart claims that setting the mood at this moment is pointless for him. The creature frowns, saying that he built this land for the rest of his subjects and soldiers, whom he loved, and it asks why Jared interrupts his sleep. Smirking, the guy claims that it simply planned to revive itself and conquer the continent and forced its people to work like slaves and led them to death. It turns out that it buried their bodies, leaving them to rot. Those very bodies are shown, and the question is asked whether this is what he calls love. Mahart frowns, claiming that giving their entire lives for him is their blessing. Jared emphatically states that this is a lie and he is so afraid of death that he faked his immortality. Putting his hand forward, Mahart asks how he can pronounce his name. The guy clenches his jaw. The rings sparkle, and it is reported that the mental curse has been removed due to the effect of Gracia's holy ring. Jared holds his head. Mahart frowns, declaring that he will bestow the painful mark of a sinner on the boys. A skull flies towards Jared. He frowns, thinking that this is a stigma that eats a person until he dies. The idea is that even if he dodges it, it will haunt him, so trying to avoid it is pointless for him. He looks into the face of the skull. A cloud of dust appears, and the guy realizes that he can dodge it the moment it hits him with his blink. He floats in the air, deciding that then he can seal it into the drawing he drew and everything will be fine. Smirking, Mahart states that not receiving his curse and even avoiding the painful brand is surprising to him. Jared notices a green flame behind him when he hears the phrase that a simple fence is enough for a fast mouse like him. Mahart looks up, informing that if one of them dies, he will not be able to leave this place. The guy finds himself captured by the green flame, and is told that if he decides to become a devoted subject of the creature, then it will be able to forgive his sins. He will even promise him immortality and amazing strength. Smirking, the guy asks what he means by immortality and whether it means becoming a bald skeleton who cannot simply rot or die. Mahart clenches his jaw, wondering how he dare insult him. He clenches his hands into fists, declaring that this is the true strength of a great emperor. He blows green smoke. His power overtakes Jared. He puts his hand forward, emitting flames. Maharta is hit by an explosion. His body immediately recovers. He frowns, asking if it's his turn now. Smirking, the guy thinks that the creature's body needs to regenerate just like in that game, and he can win. He leans forward, declaring that they will see who will deplete first, namely his magic or Mahart's stamina. Shooting arrows at him, the creature asks if he thinks that an ordinary soldier has surpassed the best king. Rushing forward, Jared activates the clock, the spear light, and the nightmare. His power overtakes Mahart, who notices that he has a rather interesting artifact. He makes a huge hole. She moves forward. The guy fights her off, putting his hand forward. He approaches Mahart. Dodging the man's attacks, Jared felt like he was in hell due to the long battle. He managed to maneuver between the beams, but nevertheless, they were able to touch his cloak. This attack was much more powerful than his magic. It flowed in an endless stream, even with full concentration. The hero's body and mind were at the limit. Jared was breathing heavily. Looking to the side, he thought that he couldn't even count how many times he had been on the verge of death because his mana and physical strength had practically dried up. However, a little longer and he will not be able to fight. He watched as the man endured explosive blows on his body. His brows furrowed. He looked at Jared, thinking that he was exhausted, but still trying to keep it under control. It was a desperate struggle. His eyes shone brighter. He understood that it was working. He folded his arms over his chest, watching as the guy dodged his attacks. The man thought that it seemed to him that his fight was fake, so he could not understand whether his opponent was someone who filled the lack of sufficient strength with skill. Jared looked at him, brow furrowed. The man thought that in action the young man was acting like a simpleton, or maybe he was really trying to hide something. Suddenly, he felt something strange. The man dropped to one knee, supporting himself with his hand. He could not understand what had happened, because his level of vitality suddenly decreased. A furious grin appeared on his face. He could not understand where it was coming from. He turned around, noticing the pattern on the ground, unable to believe it. He, being in the center, assumed that the circle surrounding him was not just a drawing, but a magic circle. His gaze darkened as he realized what Jared was trying to hide from him. Dark energy was coming out of the floor painting. The magic circle around the man flared with green energy. He shouted furiously, saying that the hero had sealed magic in the circle, which allowed him to return the entire attack to the enemy. Jared furrowed his brows, baring his teeth. He realized that he had been seen through. The man put his hand out to the side. A purple chain formed around his palm. Looking at the young man, he called his trick dirty. The hero looked at the man standing in the collapsed floor. He told him that he did not understand how he had the audacity to say such things to other people. Jared was surprised by the enemy who appeared in front of him. He managed to grab the main character by the leg with a chain, throwing him away. With a sharp movement, he pulled the chain. The young man was slammed into the floor. Dust and debris from the floor rose into the air. Jared turned around, resting his hands on the floor, surprised that a hook had suddenly appeared. His eyes widened and a purple skull appeared in front of the young man's face. The guy bared his teeth, putting his hands in front of him, having previously crossed them. The hero was thrown back by a bright explosion. Jared lay on the ground, frowning furiously as he pressed his hand to where the armor had flown off his shoulder. The guy squatted down, and his opponent appeared in front of him. The man kicked the young man in the stomach from the bottom up. The hero coughed violently. Jared's eyes rolled back and his mouth fell open. The man said that at first he was just playing with him, but he allowed himself to act so vilely. He punched the guy in the face, saying that the young man shouldn't have done this. Blood splashed onto the floor. The man said that the hero should not have come here at all. He grabbed Jared by the neck. The hero closed his eyes. The man said that if he had not appeared here, he could have enjoyed life for some time. The hero was notified by the system that he had less than 10% of his health left, therefore urgent treatment, mana was required, or it was recommended to leave the battlefield. Jared, closing one eye and baring his teeth, put his hand out with his palm towards the man, and a bright yellow circle appeared in it. He grabbed his hand, squeezing it tightly, asking him to stop pestering him. The hero hung in the air. His throat was increasingly squeezed by the enemy's hand. He said that the young man would no longer be able to use his weak magic or vile methods. His end had come. Jared clenched his free hand into a fist. With the last of his strength, he hit the man's head with it. But he only frowned deeper, saying that he didn't even have any strength left in his hands. He let go of his hand, putting out his palm in front of him, from which green energy emanated. He loudly shouted that it was time for the hero to die. A smile appeared on Jared's ring. The young man thought about how good it was that he managed to put the ring on his friend's hand. A sword flew out of the ring, straight into the man's eye. His mouth opened slightly in surprise. The opponent's eyes widened. Jared said that he still had enough methods left, because the man's body was soft like sand. He looked down at him, his body pierced by a large number of swords. Grabbing the base of one of the swords, the young man smiled, saying that all these weapons have divine power. His eyebrows knitted together. He smiled and said that if the magic of cleansing penetrates the body, it begins to spread throughout it. The hero used the blade magic of purification ability. The swords in the man's body began to glow brightly. A furious grin appeared on his face, his eyebrows furrowed, indicating that he was using low-level magic. Jared, coming closer, smiled widely, mockingly saying that, apparently, his opponent was talking about his demonic energy. The hero's eyes opened, turning red. He was talking about how demonic energy was also subject to purification magic, and no matter how much of his power he lost, he would still die in the end. Grabbing the hilt of the sword that pierced the demon's eye, Jared declared that his magic would reach any part of his body. The man's body disappeared before our eyes. He furrowed his brows as he talked about getting everything back. An army of soldiers appeared, whom he ordered to guard him. Chloe appeared above them, spreading her swords. With sharp movements, she managed to cut their bodies. They shattered into pieces behind her. The girl, knitting her eyebrows and touching her collar, said that it would be difficult to get through here if they were ordered to guard. The demon was amazed that all the soldiers were destroyed. He looked at the smiling young man holding a weapon, assuming that the arriving girl was his ally. The demon raised his hand above him. A green light of energy illuminated them. He shouted that the hero should not even try to stop him. A green whirlpool appeared in the air. The man summoned an immortal army of soldiers who had escaped death. The waves of the whirlpool grew larger. The demon said that all he could do was leave this world, but suddenly a young man appeared and tried to block him. The entire space was filled with green waves emerging from behind him. He loudly shouted that his task was to conquer the continent. Jared grabbed the base of the sword in the demon's head with both hands, saying that this was his destiny. He raised his elbows, holding onto his weapon. With his eyes wide open and his brows furrowed, the hero said that he would unite the entire continent. The battlefield was illuminated with green light. The explosion that occurred reached Isabella. She looked up worriedly, thinking about Jared. When the curtain of dust began to settle, on the battlefield one could see the main character lying motionless and a demon standing over him. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open. The man smiled. The sword that pierced his eye split. He happily talked about being the Emperor of Immortality. The green light in his eyes faded as he sadly spoke of being him until this moment. His body, like sand, began to crumble. A mountain formed from his crumbled body at the young man's feet. Stone boulders were flying down. The girl rushed to the lying hero, calling him by name. His arms were extended to the sides, his eyebrows raised high. A bright smile appeared on Jared's face. He raised his fist into the sky, declaring in his throat that he had won. Lord Jared, the owner of the weakest and smallest lands of Cvia in the north, was able to destroy the tyrant and the great emperor who once ruled the continent and kept everyone in fear. The hero's raid was a success. He managed to destroy the head of the Mahat Empire. Strange sounds were heard from the battlefield. The guy lying on the floor was surrounded by two girls. Tears flowed from Isabella's eyes. He screamed that her husband might not die and leave her, because then she would commit suicide. Ella, standing behind her, displeasedly noticed that he was not dying. Turning his head with difficulty, the guy called the girl by name. She immediately leaned towards him. He tried to say something. Closing his eyes in pain, the girl put her palm to her ear, asking what was bothering him. Jared asked to take care of the artifact for him. Isabella's gaze became more serious. He hardly raised his trembling hand, pointing his finger in the direction, telling her to make sure that she took the ancient magic book from the hiding place. The girl frowned with displeasure and followed his instructions, calling the guy the most mercantile fool. Ella, smiling, noticed that he looked good. Chloe, standing next to her, looked away. All spoils from the raid were returned to the lands of Mallorca. A clear blue sky flaunted over a white building with a dark roof. Meanwhile, in Mallorca, continent of Nars, it was the 1st of July, 1414. 23 days have passed since the attack on the tomb. Life has returned to normal. Jared's eyes widened and his eyebrows arched. He fell into a stupor, remembering that he had forgotten to ask Mahat about his existence. Julian, raising his eyebrows, asked why he did this, but the young man hit himself in the face with his palm, saying that it didn't matter and the guy could continue. He held 2 sheets of paper in his hands and smilingly said that the outcome of the event had a great effect on the lamps in which the mana stones were installed in the lands of Cvia and Mallorca. It was reported that the crime rate had decreased by 90%. While getting dressed, Jared listened carefully to the guy and looked at him. He continued to say that there were a small number of blind spots left, but given the pace of deliveries, lamps would be installed in other places than the forests and areas outside during this week. People on the street look enthusiastically at the appeared lanterns. Julian said that all residents are very grateful to the hero, because from now on people of all ages and all genders can move safely at night, and if they achieve wider distribution, then illegal logging will be reduced. The main character smiled, saying that all this was thanks to the trophies, since it is usually quite problematic to extract magic from especially hard stones. The guy drew attention to the wound on the hero's left hand, sadly noting that it still had not healed. Raising his hand in front of him, Jared raised his eyebrows and looked at the burn site. He said that it was unusual, so he believes that it cannot be completely healed. Let's assume that this is a small price to pay for victory. Julian turned around in surprise, and the young man incomprehensibly asked Arkeen's, who had entered, what happened to his clothes. The little boy spread his arms joyfully, saying that he had been waiting for this question. He said that now it is fashionable and popular among the nobles of Cinders. The boy opened his eyes wide, his palm to his chest. He said that he bought this outfit in order to explore fashion trends. Turning to the young man, he asked if it was beautiful. Arkeen's came closer with a bright smile, expecting to hear an answer from the Lord, but Jared only thoughtfully rubbed the back of his head while looking at this and saying that everyone's standards of beauty are different. He said that these clothes were not his style. Julian supported his words. The young man fell into a stupor. He lay down on the floor, curled up, and tears flowing from his eyes. The main character turned to him, asking what about the collection that he asked him to find out about. Arkeen said that everything was sold. He completely forgot to say about it. Jared raised his eyebrows as he asked who the buyer was. After the young man said that it was Mr. Ibaniba, the guy imagined his image in his head, falling into a stupor. The gentleman's eyes widened when he saw the deal for the purchase of the Nightmare Stone, and ended up buying everything there was. The main character froze in place, thinking about why the king of the Red Goblins, who seemed noble and graceful, would want to return some items, or maybe he didn't take him seriously because he was a human. Arkeen's interrupted the hero's thoughts. Looking at the Lord, he said that last night an official request was received from the soldiers of the Kingdom of Cinders. The boy recalled how a knight in white armor appeared in front of him. He said that they wanted to conclude a long-term contract for the exclusive supply of landmines. Jared folded his arms across his chest and, frowning, asked him to tell them that they did not provide such supplies. He would not enter into other contracts beyond the usual monthly supply. The boy smiled, agreeing with his words. He also said that it seems that interest in the Kingdom of Cinders has increased greatly, and the Lord, the main character, was surprised. Images of pesticides, bright bottles of Ronella medicine, and magic potions appeared in my head, as well as Megan Cvia crystals. The boy said that the Lord had the most sought-after goods. Jared thoughtfully raised his gaze, saying that in fact, his territory is located very close to the kingdom, which is why they became interested in him. His mouth opened a little. He noticed that something was brewing in the Kingdom of Cinders. Arkeen's looked at him excitedly, not understanding what he was talking about, but the guy smiled and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he heard him and would keep it in mind. The hero's gaze became serious. His eyebrows frowned. The image of King Cinders appeared in his head. The guy understood that he would soon die. 4 dark silhouettes looked down sarcastically. Jared thought that after the death of Decode IX, 4 princes would claim the throne, and then the battle for the throne would begin. He presented the image of Prince Eftalin with a crown on his head, because according to the law, he must become the new king of the state, which will be given the name 10th Decade. The hero, remembering the unusual symbol, thought that there was a problem, which was that he was a follower of Umbreism, the religion of warlocks. Several people whose faces were covered with a cloth with this symbol appeared in his mind. The guy thought that Umbreism could cause the decline of Cinders, because it was because of the followers of this faith that the Holy War once began. He imagined a demon lord whose face was hidden, thinking that the moment the Holy War broke out, all states fell under the influence of Umbreism, and judging by how he sees power, he could become the main enemy for all states. Jared folded his hands in front of him and lowered his gaze. He thought that he would observe the situation and act as problems arise. He sighed, saying that due to the fact that he was not a subject of Cinders, he could not interfere in the politics of the state, and first he needed to receive an invitation. A maid burst into the room, addressing the Lord. The guy looked at her in surprise, asking what happened. The girl tilted her head and worriedly said that something had happened. Hayes leaned forward, hands on her knees, telling him that the King of Cinders had sent a personal letter for him. However, he will be delivered personally by the 4th prince. He has already crossed the border. The young man's eyebrows furrowed and his eyes widened. A white carriage drawn by several dark horses crossed the border, accompanied by knights. Julian looked at the young man, saying that he could not know for sure, but assumed that the news would not be good. Jared, knitting his eyebrows, agreed with his words. When the hero learned that the 4th prince decided to visit him personally, he was able to feel it. Finally, this is how he managed to get an invitation to a banquet, which will not take place in the most peaceful way. A knight in white armor told the gentleman sitting in the carriage that they had arrived in Cvia. A guy with red hair braided appeared in front of the young man. He introduced himself as the 4th Prince Isiel. He smiled, saying that he was glad to meet you. The guy's characteristics windows appeared. Caesarism S, Faith and Radius A, Training, Research, Science. The attractiveness characteristic has increased significantly. thanks to the strong heroic effect of the special trend. The main character bowed, holding his hand in front of his chest, introducing himself as Jared von Yaukales. He was glad to welcome the guest. The prince handed over a sealed letter with the royal seal, saying that his father had sent him to personally present an invitation to a holiday in honor of the king. He asked to do the honor and accept the invitation because his father really wanted to see him at the banquet. Taking the letter, the young man asked if he could read it. Isiel, standing in front of him, said that this is why he brought him, asking him to read the letter. Jared looked down at the piece of paper. Reading the text, the young man thought that most of it was just formalities. He did not understand why the king wanted to see him. The hero knew that no matter how much they disliked him, it was too early for him to attend such royal ceremonies. Prince Isiel, raising his hand to his chest, smiled and said that he personally asked his father to deliver this letter. The main character looked at him. The guy smiled widely, saying that he wanted to see the Lord live because he was the first person who aroused great interest in him. Jared smiled awkwardly, scratching his forehead. He said that he had no words. He was quite flattered. The prince actively gestured with his hands, asking the hero to come because he really wanted to have a glass with him and talk. The young man's serious voice interrupted the prince. Jared furrowed his brows, saying that he was not a subject of their kingdom. He was very grateful for the invitation, but he was very uncomfortable talking about it. Isiel looked at him in surprise. His eyebrows furrowed. He turned around abruptly, saying that he should not have come here. He addressed Lord Jared, who had closed his eyes. The prince turned to him, looking displeased, and said that he hoped that the young man would not bother his father. The main character smiled, saying that he was not going to ignore his father's letter. He wished him all the best. The guy turned around and left, accompanied by the knights. The lord smiled, following the hero with his gaze. He breathed a sigh of relief after he left. He sat down wearily on a chair, saying that the prince was smarter than he thought. As expected, he has the aura of a royal family. The image of Isiel appeared in the hero's head, from which a bright light emanated. The hero thought that the young man had incredible knowledge that could serve as the basis of a sacred state, the opposite of Motto's concept. The prince walked forward, with two accompanying knights behind him. Jared thought that this guy should be more careful, because in his place, the hero would not trust the people who surround him. He could not show everyone that he and the prince could have a good relationship. He leaned his head on his palm, looking away to the side, saying that he would show the young man something he didn't know about, the power of the northern lands. In the kingdom of cinders, the light of the moon illuminated the dark room. The man with gray hair bowed down, asking why Prince Eftalin needed someone like him. The man looked arrogantly at the man in front of him, saying that he had heard that he had been working for Lord Cvia for a long time. The gray-haired man lowered his gaze, saying that he had been working since the reign of Barrett. Last year he left there and moved here. The prince's eyebrows furrowed. He was pleased with the answer. His eyes shone green in the darkness of the night. He ordered to tell him everything he knew about Cvia, as well as about the Lord, about his family, about everything. The green potion in the glass bottle is called Lapier's Potion, Classification 1. A one-time potion developed by the ancient botanist researcher Lapier. It helps to gain the required amount of experience. A slight headache or dizziness may occur. The figure of a person from whom a bright light emanates. This phenomenon is called the mystery of salvation. Protection created by God for the divine protection of people. If your physical strength drops to 1, you will become invulnerable to any attack for 10 seconds. You can use this skill once. The scroll with the drawings is called the ingenious result of Motto engineers, the image device. An image drawn by a master on a special device allows you to display and store it for an hour. Initially, this is an item that has the ability to broadcast. A book with a spinning arrow symbol, Ancient Magic, replacement of mana. The item was created by one of the 5 great wizards, Ivnar, who sealed his soul into the artifact. If your physical strength drops to 1, you can replace the damage stat with a physical strength stat using mana. Mana recovery is suspended while the skill is active. A little girl was running across the large hall in Mallorca, with Isabella chasing her. Nia raised her hands up. Bright energy emanated from them. The girl shouted displeasedly that she couldn't run along the corridor using magic. The girl joyfully ran into the room, loudly declaring to the Lord that she was here. Isabella, who was running after her, closed her eyes from fatigue. Julian looked at them in surprise. Nia opened her eyes wide and, turning to her uncle, asked where the Lord was. The girl, putting her hand on her back, apologized for the intrusion. The guy smiled and closed his eyes, saying that the young man was gone for a short time. He left for Cinders 2 days ago. His trip will take about 4 days. The little girl raised her eyebrows and cried out in surprise. A white carriage was moving along the road. Hayes, raising her hands into fists, said the threesome's trip reminded her of old times. Jared, who was sitting opposite, folded his hands in front of him on his chest, noting with displeasure that this also reminded him of how he fell into a trap with bandits. The girl agreed with his words, and the boy spread his arms to the sides, moving them nervously. He closed his eyes and shouted loudly, asking them to forget about this shameful incident. The main character looked at him and, smiling, said that thanks to this incident he met such a wonderful person like him. He was grateful to the boy for always supporting him. Arin smiled embarrassedly, rubbing the back of his head. He said that he was alive that day only thanks to the Lord. The girl, looking out the window, happily noticed that the residence of the kingdom was already visible. There were many wealthy people at the event, all of them dressed in suits and incredible dresses. The waiter carried glasses for the guests on a tray. The arriving guests bowed to the king, who was guarded by a knight. One of the waiters whispered something to the man in the suit, to which he replied that he understood everything. He cleared his throat into his fist, after which he loudly announced that the Viscount of the lands of Cvia, Lord Jared, had arrived. The guests looked at the man in surprise, whispering that this was the man about whom there were rumors. The door to the hall opened, and the main character emerged from it, wearing a dark green suit and white gloves. The girls looked at the young man embarrassedly, hiding the blush on their faces. The hero walked further down the hall. There were conversations around that someone had heard that the Lord looked like a pig. Just a few months ago there were only 200 people under his command, but now their number exceeds 5,000. The man turned to the guy standing next to him, saying that, for sure, his soldiers were not collected randomly from somewhere unknown, to which he replied that maybe he was so rich that he could afford such a huge army. The guests imagined mountains of gold coins, thinking that healing, mines, selling pesticides and mana stones, income from dungeon raids, the Lord earns a lot of money just by sitting still. They believed that since he had come such a long way, he would surely take the place of the prince. Jared bowed as he walked closer to the king. The guests had to say hello to him before they lost him. The man extended his hand, saying that this was enough. The Lord had already come such a long way, so let him better enjoy the evening. Turning around, the hero thought that the king was a great man, but, in any case, he had nothing more to talk about with him. They called out to him, and he immediately turned his gaze to the side. Two smiling men stood in front of him. The guy fell into a stupor. He was surrounded by a large number of people. They introduced themselves, asked about the Lord, wanting to make friends with him. The young man frowned with displeasure. His eyes became red. He wanted to be left alone, because of everyone, he did not see the princes. The waiters moved closer to one of the princes, who was covering his face. He smiled, saying that it was an old disease, so they didn't have to worry, it was Prince Ian. The main character, looking at this, noticed that elderly doctors or family members were always spinning around him. Rare diseases were gradually pushing him out of the throne. He turned his attention to Prince Jess, surrounded by a crowd, surrounded by aristocrats who had been pushed out of the leading factions. The men around the prince smiled. The hero thought that, although Jess was less popular than his brother Efthalin, he could not help but take into account the subjects of the aristocrats. He imagined how one strong man was attacked by many small ones, thinking that these two princes were in constant competition. He introduced another little man who does not participate in wars. It was Isiel. He has no soldiers who would want to go to him, and Efthalin's status is so high that he does not fit into Isiel's affairs. Jared's thoughts were interrupted by a large man appearing behind him, who said that he had finally arrived. The hero cautiously turned his surprised gaze. A tall man with red hair towered over him. His gaze was stern. He wondered if he might be more comfortable if his name was Viscount Jared. This was Prince Efthalin, master of the Sword of Cinders A, Umbreism Theology B, heir to the throne, ambitious, has management skills. The main character's eyebrows furrowed. Behind him, the young man saw Caffrey. Jared's eyebrows knitted even more. He realized that the guy was apparently on the side of the second prince. He immediately smiled, turning to the prince, saying that he could call him whatever he wanted. He could just call him Jared. The man said that he heard that the guy standing opposite him had arrived at Isiel's invitation, saying that he himself had been waiting to meet him for a long time, so he was waiting for a reason to invite him. Someone was watching the men standing below from above, leaning on the handrail. It was the fourth Prince Isiel. He shook his fist in displeasure, saying that Efthalin wants to recruit the Lord. His sister Princess Mara looked at him in surprise. The main character smiled sweetly, saying that he was flattered and grateful that they were interested in such an obscure lord like him. Efthalin said that there is no need to be modest, because he knows that he is the most sought-after person among the kingdoms. Standing across from him, Jared smiled widely, saying that he didn't know this because he was only focused on improving his lands. The man's eyebrows knitted together and he said with interest that, even without being interested in foreign policy, the young man managed to annex the lands of Majorca. The lord's eyebrows arched and he smiled awkwardly while holding his glass, saying that he was just lucky and was still the weakest in the north. Efthalin said he doesn't think so. Approaching and looming over the lord, he said sternly that he felt that they could find a common language. His eyes lit up brightly. He continued to say that Jared is a very ambitious person. He personally came to this conclusion. Raising his eyebrows, the guy smiled, saying that it was just a desperate struggle for survival during the invasion of neighboring lands. The man put his hand on his shoulder, agreeing with his words. The prince was about to leave. Glancing at the hero, he said that they needed to meet sometime, because he wanted to talk about a lot with the Lord. The young man looked at him with suspicion. Eftalin left the hero behind. Jared didn't move, standing still. A broadly smiling Jess appeared in front of him and asked how the conversation with the prince went. The young man calmly looked at the prince, who spoke very loudly that the Lord was a very influential man, which is why everyone was trying to establish contact with him. Jared looked away, embarrassed. Jess nudged him, telling him that no matter how hard his brother tried to impress him, he still failed. The guy pointed at himself with his thumb, flashing his gaze. He said that he had many connections among the soldiers. If the Lord wished, he could order ammunition for him, which he could resell in his lands for much more. The main character smiled, saying that he would not want to trade under pressure from someone else, even if the price was agreed upon with those in charge. The prince laughed, turning his head towards the aristocrats surrounding him, saying that he was embarrassing him. He smiled and told the guy standing opposite that in this way he wanted to show that he was interested in collaborating with the Viscount. Jared raised his hand to his chest, saying that the only one who should be embarrassed here was him. The hero said that they were going overboard with their interest in an ordinary lord like him. These words angered the prince. He frowned, displeased, saying that the lord had spoken to his brother but did not want to come into contact with him. The guy was seriously angry. The aristocrats standing behind him were amazed. Jared, who was watching this, thought that he had big problems with complexes compared to his brothers. The main character smiled, spreading his arms to the sides, and agreed with the guy's words, saying that this way he would get more benefits from Prince Eftalin than from him. The men around him arched their eyebrows and bared their teeth. Prince Jess abruptly grabbed the young man by the collar of his suit. Frowning, he shouted loudly, asking what he said. Prince Isiel and his sister watched this in surprise. A furious grin appeared on the guy's face. Jared looked at him arrogantly. Night, the sky is dotted with stars. In the forest, Iliel, Mara and Jared were sitting at the table. Isiel looked nervous, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He apologized for Jess's actions. Jared, without any emotion, holding a cup of tea, said that everything was fine because the atmosphere of the banquet began to liven up a little because of this. Taking a sip of tea, he looked at the confused Mara and her brother, who silently closed his eyes. Mara was excited. She was preparing for the conversation. Having gathered her strength, she turned to Jared and said that she had heard a lot about him, and it would be great if he were a subject of their kingdom. Setting the cup down on the saucer, Jared said that everyone was telling him the same thing. Looking at Mara with a serious face, he said that he was still a resident of the Sonju area. After hesitating a little, Mara shouted that her brother needed his strength. Suddenly, Iliel spoke her name. Looking back at his brother, he told her to hold her tongue. Looking at Jared again, Mara, sadly lowering her head, apologized and said that her subjects had turned their backs on her brother. Looking at the guards who were standing not far from them, Jared thought. The knights did not move, but it seemed that they heard their every word. Placing his hand on the table, a magic circle appeared under it, after which Jared said that if strangers bother them, he will make sure that they can talk calmly for a while. Jared continued after a pause. Iliel looked in surprise at this technique that enveloped him and realized that it was sound-blocking magic. Jared looked at them and, with an equally serious face, asked how much they knew about Prince Pralin and Princess Jess. Without hesitation, Iliel replied that he did not follow his brother's every move, but knew what was necessary. Then Jared, the symbol of Umbreism appearing in his head, sharply asked if they knew that these two princes believed in him. The shocked brother and sister did not know what to say. Sweat poured down their faces, and there was shock in their eyes. This cannot be. These are all rumors. Having recovered a little from the shock, Iliel shouted. Mara also could not restrain herself and asked if Jared was really trying to insult the royal family, because Cinders is a country that honors the divine nature of the Radius. Looking away from them and taking a piece of sugar, Jared said that it was surprising that they did not know this about the prince. Carrying the piece to the cup, he suggested that maybe he simply didn't care about the kingdom, or maybe he didn't have enough faith in the nature of the Radius. Iliel was on edge. He was ready to explode. With some malice in his eyes, he looked at Jared and said that this was something that neither he nor Mara nor anyone else knew about. At that moment, Jared smiled and said in his head that Iliel had finally taken off his mask. Stretching out his hand with a ring on his finger, some kind of mechanism suddenly flew out of it. Jared said that if they had known about everything from the beginning, their conversation would have gone faster, and from now on, they must collect all the information about the two princes and their actions. Iliel looked in surprise at the device that appeared on the table. Jared explained that by using this item, Ilya would be able to record a video of the meeting or secret ceremony, and then they would be able to collect evidence that would be impossible to refute. Looking at Jared in disbelief, Ilya asked if he was really helping him. Hearing this, Jared grinned, saying that it was a good joke, adding that he was not a subject of the kingdom, but he just wanted to help people. Throwing a sugar cube into the cup, he added that they should not worry that someone would influence them. The sugar began to slowly dissolve in the cup, and Jared added that sometimes even the strongest relationships begin to crumble. Mara looked excitedly at the knights behind her, who had not heard anything of their conversation. Then Ilya said that if they used sound-blocking magic, it would start to raise suspicions. "I'll look forward to our next meeting," Jared said. After a while, only he remained at the table, lit by a candle. Jared looked back as he lifted his cup of tea to his mouth, after which, looking towards the forest, he said that he would leave it to them. A petal fell from a tree, when suddenly 6 dark figures in cloaks appeared on the ground. The first of them, who was closest to Jared, took a knee. Then Jared ordered them to observe what was happening in the kingdom and report everything to him. Nothing was visible under the hoods. Jared continued that since he chose them himself, he thought they would do a very good job. After these words, the subordinates immediately disappeared. After taking another sip and being silent for a moment, Jared said that he knew it. "You shouldn't have put in the sugar," he continued, looking at the moon. The day came, the sun high in the sky illuminated everything around. Jared and Hayes were standing outside. Jared, putting his hand to his side, said displeasedly that Aki was late. Looking at Jared, Hayes, holding the chest in her hands, said that they had to wait for Aki again, like last time. Indeed, Jared noticed, looking at Hayes. Continuing to look at her subordinate, she suddenly said that she thought that he was the only one of all the lords who was waiting for the guests to arrive outside. Smiling, with kindness and sincerity in his eyes, Jared suddenly asked Hayes if she wanted him to buy her some clothes while they waited. Surprised, Hayes looked at the lord and asked what he proposed. Suddenly she smiled and with reddened cheeks said that what she was wearing did not cause her any discomfort. Without any hesitation, Jared took her hand and told her to come with him because he really wanted to do this. He walked into the store with a satisfied face, holding the hand of his servant, who was very confused and embarrassed in a hurry to keep up with the lord. Presenting herself to Jared in a new red dress, Hayes asked if he liked it. Jared, looking at her, smiled and spoke, which suits her very well. Happy Hayes quickly turned around and said that she would try on something else because she was sorry to stop at the first outfit. Pleased with what was happening, Jared said with a smile on his face that they did the right thing by coming. Suddenly a red sign appeared in front of Jared. It said it was an emergency notice. It reported that this was the territory of Cvia, adjacent to the Forest of Nightmares. Every year on July 1st, the main star Deus and the temporary star Wendella line up in the sky, and at this time there is a large-scale invasion of evil spirits into the territory of Cvia. Carefully reading the information from the notice, Jared said in his head that there were 3 weeks left before the invasion. Because today was only the 9th of June, he thought about how to respond, but he was very worried because the day of the invasion would come soon. A picture emerged in his mind of a sea of monsters bursting out of the portal. This was a massive invasion of evil spirits. The sight of Chloe, Olsen, Ivaniba and the other warriors appeared in his head. It was reported that until now the monster invasion had been prevented by numerous tribes led by Barrett of Cvia from the north and Ivaniba from the southern territory. After leaving his thoughts and smiling madly, Jared said that if you fight monsters without proper preparation, it can lead to disaster, but if you go there prepared, you can gain tremendous experience, and this time he will dominate this event. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Hayes, who came out to him in a new outfit. She put on a beautiful dress and shoes that looked great on her. Looking at Jared, she said that she chose it and asked how she liked it. The owner of the establishment, seeing her in this dress, cried and clapped his hands in amazement, and Jared was so surprised and amazed by Hayes' beauty that a blush appeared on his cheeks, and he said that she looked like an angel because it suited her very well. Hayes paused, putting a hand to her face. Suddenly she beamed with happiness after receiving such praise. Suddenly, she clasped her hands and began to concentrate her energy. Throwing the resulting ball up, green feathers began to fall around her. There were so many of them, they glowed and slowly fell to the floor. Seeing what she did, Jared was shocked. He looked at it with his mouth open. With her arms folded across her chest, Hayes, with a beautiful warm light all around her and small feathers falling, asked with embarrassment if she looked so much like an angel. Jared smiled tenderly, admiring Hayes. "You always look like that," Jared said. Behind the main character stood a disgruntled owner. Tears were streaming down his face. He was jealous that Jared was with such an angel. Cvia, mansion. It's day outside, the sun is shining. Jared is shrouded in red magic, holding his arms crossed. He feels intense pain. In front of him was Isabella, holding out a finger covered in a red aura. She looked at Jared sarcastically, giggling sometimes, saying that even someone like him had a hard time resisting magic. Jared held on, Isabelle's ominous aura growing stronger around him. Then Isabelle said that she spent almost all her time on the magic of lust because this magic can lead to fatal mistakes. Jared himself was shrouded in the blue aura that was his, barely smiling through the pain. He said in his head that the power of Mahat must be in her. That's why her magic is so strong, and then added that since he finished testing her abilities, it's time to get rid of it. At this time, Hayes came in and saw Jared's lewd thoughts about her being displayed. Then she asked in confusion whether it was really her in her imagination. Seeing her, Jared was very scared. When he saw her, he screamed. Looking at Hayes, who was blushing, he shouted that it was a misunderstanding. The maid turned away from the Lord and, exhaling in disappointment, said that he had greatly disappointed her. And next to her at that time was a laughing Isabelle, who called her to frame Jared. Running up to Hayes, she whispered in her ear that it was better for her to immediately abandon such a lustful guy and that she should leave him and meet another, more flexible one. Closing her eyes, a flushed and embarrassed Hayes screamed that there was no reason why she couldn't wear such clothes, but this was too much. Isabelle didn't know what she was talking about. We need to slow down, gradually, Hayes added. Isabelle immediately jumped up to her and covered her mouth with her hand, loudly and indignantly asking what she was talking about. Moving away from Isabelle's magic, Jared walked up to her with a serious face and pointed his finger at her, saying that she had passed the stage of magical training. However, she still lacked power, adding that she should continue to train to increase her strength. An angry Isabelle immediately kicked Jared in the face, shouting at him to stop showing off. Forest of Nightmares. It's night and pitch darkness outside. I have 10 years of experience. This is my first time standing in line to hunt. A voice was heard from the depths of the forest. It turned out to be one of the hunters, a large bald man with a scar on his right eye and a huge sword at his disposal. Behind him stood a man who said that nothing could be done about this queue because despite all the discomfort, there was no other place like it. Some even remained on the street because the hotels that had been built in a hurry were overcrowded. Laughing, the man with the scar said that Ronella's dungeon was almost destroyed and they probably had a hard time. When suddenly, seeing Lord Jared, he, not recognizing him, shouted angrily, asking why he was just coming here. Looking at Jared as he walked past them, the man behind the man with the scar said that he had heard that lately he often visited the Forest of Nightmares and even entered forbidden territory. Having walked further and came to an empty place, Jared was left alone. He took out a strange knife, the blade of which glowed with energy. Suddenly the question was asked why earlier Cvia could not develop the same way as Ronella. After which the answer was given, the main reason for this is the invasion of monsters. Holding the magic stone in his other hand, Jared drew a pattern on the stone with his knife. The wise Viscount Barrent was reported to be the salvation of those living in the barren land, and the kingdom grew rapidly. An image flashed into Jared's head of his father and Olsen standing in the square of the destroyed village. However, the fruits of his efforts, accumulated over more than 1 year, were trampled upon by demons. A thought was voiced. Under the rubble of houses, items of clothing and fabric could be seen blown by the wind. While Cvia suffers from them, Ronella and Majorca quietly enjoy all the benefits, one of the thoughts said. Taking out a piece of fabric from under the rubble, Jared's father, standing on one knee, looked at it. All his life he only dreamed of gathering a powerful army capable of resisting demons. Coming out of his imagination, upset Jared said that he had not yet been able to assemble a powerful army. Placing the stone with the completed design on the ground, he added that Cvia had found safety. Standing on one knee, there were several such stones in front of him, from which a beam of energy suddenly shot upward. Rays from these stones appeared along the entire perimeter, which connected at one point, forming an energy dome. The mallet hit the tambourine. Small green goblins beat tambourines while standing on elephants that followed large ogres. One of the ogres next to the commander shouted furiously that today was a day full of blessings. He looked at the marching army and shouted that the people they met along the road could be eaten, but give food and jewelry to the commander. Turning to Crandall, commander of the Blue Ogre Legion, he announced that the portal was open. All in golden armor, he ordered all his warriors to enter it. Goblins and ogres rushed into the portal. The first to enter the portal were 2 orcs and a goblin with a fierce smile on their face. Finding themselves in another world, they were glad that they had finally left and were already running to kill people. The first person the monsters saw was Jared. The angry ogre ran towards him, shouting that he was unlucky because he had to pass by the portal. A moment later, the ogre was already in front of Jared. He swung with a terrifying face, shouting that he would make a chop out of him. The blow was already at Jared's head, whose face showed no emotion. At that moment, the rest of the army entered the portal along with their leader. The assistant commander, turning to him, said that the soldiers should have already put the surroundings in order. Smiling, Crandall told them to hurry to the nearest villages where there were people, but thinking, he said that first they should find out what this place is. Looking out from the fort, the assistant asked if this was not the human world. A dome appeared around the portal, which appeared thanks to Jared's stones. Then Jared, being unharmed, looking at the commander, shouted that this was a distorted dimension that he created. He continued to explain that he used the mana crystal as a door to another dimension. A diagram appeared in his head that explained that this was an obstacle that the monsters could not overcome because Jared had set the coordinates for returning back as soon as they passed through the wall. The angry Tabanan shouted, "This is his doing." Smiling and spreading his arms, Jared said that he came out as a representative of the people. Crandall, surprised and annoyed, asked who he was, adding that he had never heard of people being able to use such magic. At the top of the mountain stands a knight, from whose sword strong energy emanated. Then Jared said, "Of course, there are no such people," adding that later a great war will begin, and this is just a way to confront the monsters. Getting up from his seat, Crandall, approaching the wall of his house on an elephant, said in surprise that he did not know what war he was talking about, but he understood the essence. Gritting his teeth in anger, Crandall said indignantly that such complex magic requires considerable strength. "If you wait here, this barrier will disappear on its own," asked Crandall. Hearing this question, Jared laughed and then confirmed his guess. After thinking a little, Crandall said that he felt unusual power from him, after which he ordered Tabanan to go and check. Without even a second's delay, he jumped off the elephant. The ogres and goblins smiled madly, saying that Tabanan had gone, which meant it wouldn't be as tasty. Finding himself in front of Jared, Tabanan, taking out axes from behind his back, said with a crazy smile that when he kills him, it won't hurt. Jared did not hesitate. Smiling no less madly, he put the bracelet on his hand, which began to exude nightmarish energy. This shocked Crandall and he looked at Jared in horror, realizing that he was hiding his power. When suddenly he was stunned, he began to look around, looking for his warriors, who arrived first. When suddenly he saw dead soldiers to the side. Realizing everything, Crandall threw his hand forward, shouting at Tabanan to stop. But there was no stopping him. With a frantic scream, he rushed towards Jared. When suddenly his face lit up with bright fire. There was an explosion. Seeing that Tabanan was in the very center, Crandall screamed. The whole army did not understand anything, and Tabanan's horn fell on one of the ogres. Crandall immediately shouted furiously for them to catch the magician quickly. Crandall ordered everyone to immediately attack and destroy Jared, who at that moment raised his hand above him, over which a magic seal appeared. "I wonder if Mahadi felt the same way," Jared asked, without any emotion on his face. 3 fireballs emerged from Jared's seal and immediately shot upward. They flew all the way to the ceiling of the dome, after which, like balls, they bounced off him. Fireballs flew non-stop towards the entire army of ogres. Crandall was illuminated by the light from the fireballs. Looking at them, he screamed with rage. "Ronella, the ruler's castle. It's day outside, the sun illuminates everything around." The ruler sat at the table and, with his hands folded and his head bowed, he said that he promised to protect him, and he himself went to the central lands. If this continues, Jared might come here. He was very excited. Sweat was running down his face. Placing his hands on his forehead, he added that the contract had expired and some other solution must be found by any means. Suddenly, a frightened secretary ran into his office shouting that an attack by enemy troops had begun. Hearing this, the ruler fell to the floor, screaming in horror that it was Jared who had come. But the secretary calmed him down, saying that there were only 100 people there. Throwing the book at the assistant, he yelled at him that he had scared him and that he shouldn't report everything to him. Defending himself from objects flying at him, the secretary said that the enemy had entered Ronella's territory. Holding another book in his hands, the frightened ruler said that this was the best fortress for defense, but some rabble captured it. The secretary said that it seems that there are traitors who let the enemy inside. Hearing this news, the ruler was furious. Having gathered an army, with a sword at his advantage, he shouted to deal with them. The ruler shouted in rage, "How dare they underestimate Ronella?" Just citizens were standing in the courtyard. The angry ruler, recognizing them, shouted, "How dare they betray him?" The representative of the citizens, coming forward, excitedly said that all this is for the sake of peace in Ronel, because due to the greed of the ruler, all residents are in danger. Hearing such accusations, the ruler was furious and shouted to the army to seize the rebels. A knight appeared behind the citizen representative with a crazy smile on his face and told everyone to go to a safe place. Rule, gritting his teeth with rage, shouted that the invaders were also here, after which he thanked him that he did not have to waste time searching. Taking out his sword, the knight said that he wanted to say the same thing. Holding the sword in front of him, with a downward smile, he said that they were planning to take Ronella away from him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Cvia, the ogres tried to avoid the fireballs and run to Jared. At one point he burned them with a stream of fire. Jared stood with his arm outstretched in front of him, at the end of which a magical seal appeared, from which fire poured. Suddenly a fast-flying arrow appeared out of nowhere. It hit Jared right in the face, causing him to immediately remove his hand and the magic seal disappeared. but there were no wounds at the site of the impact because the artifact was launched mirror armor. Jared, with hatred in his eyes, looked in the direction where the arrow came from. Behind the stone sat a goblin shaking with fear. At that same second, he dropped his bow and began to quickly jump away. Turning back, he saw a gigantic stream of fire flying towards him. Suddenly, a fiery sign appeared next to Jared. It was written on it that Jared received the title of Incarnation of Hellfire, and all magical destruction from the flames increased by 100%. And at the bottom it was written that Jared could now use the magic of the special state Burning Flame. Overjoyed, Jared exclaimed that the Burning Flame was very cool. The commander pointed at Jared in horror and shouted at his subjects to attack him. At the same moment, the elephant on which Crandall stood and he himself began to shake. Jared's fire hit Crandall's elephant in a huge stream, causing him to begin to fall. He flew towards the frightened ogres, who were trying to run away so as not to be crushed. The burning elephant fell destructively to the ground. Holding his hand in front of him with complete seriousness, Jared said that since Crandall was so impatient, he might as well come down himself. When suddenly something quickly flew up from under the rubble, leaving a trail behind it. It was Crandall with a huge hammer in his hand. He was flying fast, screaming at Jared. The moment the hammer hit the ground, Jared deftly jumped up using the flicker technique. At the same second, Crandall grabbed Jared by the clothes, not allowing him to move further. Without letting go, Crandall was about to headbutt. Jared managed to stop Crandall's destructive horns at the last second. Holding Crandall by the horns, Jared grinned and said that he would be more interesting than his weak servants. A strong explosion illuminated Crandall. Screaming madly, he burned before our eyes. Jared, covered in mirror armor, held his hands in front of him, in front of which a magical seal appeared, from which an endless column of fire burst out. Having stopped a little, Crandall was almost burned, his whole body was covered in burns, and he was rushing from side to side. Stretching his hand forward, Jared used the firewall technique to finish off the commander. He immediately burst into flames. Dying in agony, Crandall did not know what to do. Jared immediately used the accelerated action technique to speed up Crandall's suffering. Suddenly a seal appeared under Jared, which was already a different color, after which he said that he would help him cool down. After using the ice storm technique, Crandall was doused with an ice descendant. Blood flowed from everywhere from the commander. He was terrified, but Jared did not hesitate and therefore immediately used accelerated action. Too cold, Jared asked. Then I will warm you again, he added, raising his hand. A huge fiery snake appeared above him. This technique is called Burning Flame. Looking at Jared in horror, Crandall did not understand why he was only getting stronger and whether he was really human. A moment later, the fiery snake rushed at the commander. She swallowed it completely, causing Crandall to be engulfed in flames again. Watching this, the orcs were terrified. They were shocked that Jared had dealt with their captain so quickly, so they decided to run away. Seeing this, the main character emotionlessly asked them where they were going. Suddenly something went wrong. Time seemed to stand still. All the monsters no longer ran in fear from Jared, who directed a magical seal at them, preparing to kill them all. The goblin lay on the ground, motionless like everyone else. Looking at the portal where the rest of the army had gathered, Jared could not move. Suddenly the portal began to close, and the troops were no longer visible. Time passed again, but there was no one else in front of Jared. A strong blast wave knocked the main character off his feet. Sitting on the ground, Jared was surprised. In his head he asked himself if the portal was really closed. In place of the portal, only a crater remained. Then Jared said that this is impossible without the level of the Demon King, so did he intervene personally. The barrier stones were broken. Then Jared continued to say whether the king himself really wanted to break all ties with him. The protection dome began to disappear, and Jared said that he was sorry that the experience points were gone, but it was good that it was all over. Leaning back, the main character exhaled with relief and, grinning, said that now he is not that fool Jared. And behind him, behind the tree all this time, there was an old man who was watching him. And at this time, in the Ronella castle on the square, the ruler was shaking with fear because only a few dozen people defeated his army. Before him stood the wars of Cvia, 100 of the most prominent men of Cvia, the Agrizio Guard. They immediately grabbed the ruler by the hair and ordered him to go with them. Dragging him along the ground by his hair, one of the guards with a crazy smile on his face said that His Majesty Cvia had orders to bring him. So Ronella became the possession of Cvia. 3 months later, the main character stood in the forest, leaning his back against a tree. Jared looked to the side, seeing that the one he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mara came out from behind the tree. Taking off her hood, they greeted each other. Imagining the deceased king, whose face was covered with a cloth, the young man expressed his condolences on this matter. Looking down, the princess said that it happened too unexpectedly. The young king noticed how the girl squeezed her shoulder forcefully. Looking into her eyes, he asked her to tell her more about what happened. Introducing her family, Mara calmly replied that her father had died suddenly, and her brother Ian was feeling worse and worse, and there was a possibility that he would not survive until the end of this month. With the corners of his lips downturned, the protagonist wondered what he should do about the fact that history had changed radically due to his intervention because Prince Ian had to live another 10 years. He showed 3 fingers and stated that he would say 3 important things, the first of which was the news that important people such as Prince Talon would be coming soon and that the king was going to maintain a neutral position. The second thing was a request to prevent Prince Isval from interfering in the civil war and to reconcile the 2 princes, trying to get closer to Ian's people and asking them to leave. Mara, looking at her interlocutor, asked if this was poaching. Introducing older men in formal suits, Jared explained that Prince Ian's people are deeply connected to the royal family and oppose the civil war. Imagining the confrontation between the supporters of Ian, Talon and Jess, he named the third thing, expressed in the request to use any means to collect everything that concerned the princes and Umbra if the civil war was postponed naturally. Noticing a Sika deer in the distance, the king compared himself to a herbivore in the same cage with predators, and said that for a decisive blow they needed only one attack and that it was important for them to wait for the right moment. Mara lowered her head, thanking her interlocutor and asking for his forgiveness. They looked at each other, standing in the thicket of the forest. The guy replied that they had not started yet and that the time for thanks and apologies had not yet come. Looking at the status window, which contained information about Cvia, the young man thought that the numbers were adjusted depending on the lowest indicators, so the territory that seemed at first glance to be lagging behind was in fact average. Their kingdom was on par with Myzeria, which belongs to the Count of Capri. Sitting on a rock in the lotus position, the protagonist said that after the unification of the territories, the distribution of roles between Julian, Isabella and Arin was not so difficult, but they still needed more people. Imagining the sick Julian, who needed rest, the king thought that in this case problems might arise in the management of the kingdom. The wind shook the green grass. Jared thought about how difficult it is to live, not understanding where he can find the right people. He trembled when he heard someone's voice behind him. The guy turned around to see who had disturbed him. An elderly man stood in front of him, asking why the king looked at him as his first love and remained silent. Raising one eyebrow, the great magician of the 9th grade, Verhad, stated that the guest was being received too poorly. A notification popped up stating that it was impossible to see any information about a person if the difference in levels exceeded 10 units, even with the help of the spiritual eye. Stunned by surprise, the main character asked for forgiveness, not thinking that the magician would just visit him. Scratching his gray beard, the man replied that he was called here, so he could not immediately leave, and for some time he simply watched the king. Smiling, Verhad noted that the new king began to rule the kingdom in a new way, organizing a war with neighboring territories, something his father, who was committed to peace, would never have done. With his eyes widened, Jared asked if the magician knew his father. The old man sat down on a rock, answering that he was not going to talk about Barrett's character and that he had only come here to give advice on the 5th grade, after which he would immediately leave. Enthusiastically sitting down on his knees in front of the magician, the guy thanked him, saying that he really needed his advice. Smiling, he wished to hear his words as soon as possible. Waving his hand, Verhad asked not to even try to detain him in the kingdom or become his student, because he is not the kind of person who can be kept captive. Continuing to smile admiringly, the young man replied that he had never thought of asking him for such things. They sat on a stone opposite each other. The man began his story about how he rose to the 5th class of magic. The main character imagined a light daisy field, thinking that he was an ordinary employee of a company named Tapan. Opening his eyes for the first time, he found himself in Cvia, Isabella and Arin collecting grass in the field. The Reborn guy just wanted to survive, so he began to develop this kingdom. Lackeys, along with 2 knights, walked along the street. But with the development of Cvia, the king himself also changed. Mary and Mia were having lunch, sitting at the table. Mr. Olsen held a wooden sword on his shoulder while training warriors. The young man understood one simple thing. The crying Lord Ronella sat in the dungeon. The main character ceased to be Tapan, becoming King Jared. Ella and Lena braided 2 tails on Chloe's head. The inhabitants of the kingdom turned from game characters into living people. Ivaniba, smiling, raised his glass of wine. Before, the guy fought not to die, but then he realized that he was fighting to protect people. Mara sat in a chair in front of her father's dead body. The king stopped relying only on his abilities. Eftalin walked past his minions. The young man was worried about how strong his enemy was. Julian wandered through the library with a little boy. The boy realized that he was not perfect, despite his knowledge of strategies and bugs, because he was only human. Isabella looked at Hayes laughing. The king managed to gather loyal people around him whom he can trust. The main character smiled, thinking that as long as these people exist, he also exists. His body suddenly glowed. A bright beam of energy rained down on him from the sky. Verhad pointed his finger at him in surprise, asking what was going on here. Looking at his hands, Jared said that he had reached 5th grade. The man raised one eyebrow, not understanding how he got 5th class magic if the magician only said a few words. The guy used the magic of invisibility, disappearing into thin air and thereby shocking the old man sitting opposite him. With his mouth wide open, Ver had thought that even he himself could not get 5th grade so quickly, while the king did it after several instructions. Smiling, the man noted his unusual abilities, thinking that his son had surpassed his father, who had clearly seen the limits of what was possible. Looking at how the young man summoned a magic circle in his hand, the great magician decided that it was happiness to be the teacher of such a student and that perhaps he would even develop a feeling of envy characteristic of teachers. Rising from the ground, Ver had mentally concluded that the king himself could learn everything and that it would be enough for him to simply watch him from the side. He turned away and waved his hand. The main character asked if his mentor was already leaving. Looking back, the man replied that he had given enough advice and they had achieved their goal, and then ironically asked if they would make him spit out gold coins. Leaving the stone, Ver had said that if fate brings them together, they will definitely see each other again. Jared expressed a desire to see the magician off. Having descended from the stone, the old man said that he did not need to be accompanied. The wind shook the green grass. The guy asked where he was going. The man answered with a question why he needed this information. White cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. The young man replied that he just wanted to know. Ver had repeated his question. The great magician said that he was heading towards the eastern continent. The sun illuminated the fluffy clouds. 3 months later, the main character stood in the forest, leaning his back against a tree. Jared looked to the side, seeing that the one he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Mara came out from behind the tree, taking off her hood. They greeted each other. Imagining the deceased king, whose face was covered with a cloth, the young man expressed his condolences on this matter. Looking down, the princess said that it happened too unexpectedly. The young king noticed how the girl squeezed her shoulder forcefully. Looking into her eyes, he asked her to tell her more about what happened. Introducing her family, Mara calmly replied that her father had died suddenly, and her brother Ian was feeling worse and worse, and there was a possibility that he would not survive until the end of this month. With the corners of his lips downturned, the protagonist wondered what he should do about the fact that history had changed radically due to his intervention, because Prince Ian had to live another 10 years. He showed 3 fingers and stated that he would say 3 important things, the first of which was the news that important people such as Prince Talon would be coming soon and that the king was going to maintain a neutral position. The second thing was a request to prevent Prince Isval from interfering in the civil war and to reconcile the 2 princes, trying to get closer to Ian's people and asking them to leave. Mara, looking at her interlocutor, asked if this was poaching. Introducing older men in formal suits, Jared explained that Prince Ian's people are deeply connected to the royal family and oppose the civil war. Imagining the confrontation between the supporters of Ian, Talon and Jess, he named the third thing, expressed in the request to use any means to collect everything that concerned the princes and Umbra if the civil war was postponed naturally. Noticing a Sika deer in the distance, the king compared himself to a herbivore in the same cage with predators, and said that for a decisive blow they needed only one attack and that it was important for them to wait for the right moment. Mara lowered her head, thanking her interlocutor and asking for his forgiveness. They looked at each other, standing in the thicket of the forest. The guy replied that they had not started yet and that the time for thanks and apologies had not yet come. Looking at the status window, which contained information about Cvia, the young man thought that the numbers were adjusted depending on the lowest indicators, so the territory that seemed at first glance to be lagging behind was in fact average. Their kingdom was on par with Myzeria, which belongs to the Count of Capri. Sitting on a rock in the lotus position, the protagonist said that after the unification of the territories, the distribution of roles between Julian, Isabella, and Arin was not so difficult, but they still needed more people. Imagining the sick Julian, who needed rest, the king thought that in this case problems might arise in the management of the kingdom. The wind shook the green grass. Jared thought about how difficult it is to live, not understanding where he can find the right people. He trembled when he heard someone's voice behind him. The guy turned around to see who had disturbed him. An elderly man stood in front of him, asking why the king looked at him as his first love and remained silent. Raising one eyebrow, the great magician of the 9th grade, Verhad, stated that the guest was being greeted too poorly. A notification popped up stating that it was impossible to see any information about a person if the difference in levels exceeded 10 units, even with the help of the spiritual eye. Stunned by surprise, the main character asked for forgiveness, not thinking that the magician would just visit him. Scratching his gray beard, the man replied that he was called here, so he could not immediately leave, and for some time he simply watched the king. Smiling, Verhad noted that the new king began to rule the kingdom in a new way, organizing a war with neighboring territories, something his father, who was committed to peace, would never have done. With his eyes widened, Jared asked if the magician knew his father. The old man sat down on a rock, answering that he was not going to talk about Barrett's character and that he had only come here to give advice on the 5th grade, after which he would immediately leave. Enthusiastically sitting down on his knees in front of the magician, the guy thanked him, saying that he really needed his advice. Smiling, he wished to hear his words as soon as possible. Waving his hand, Ver had asked not to even try to detain him in the kingdom or become his student, because he is not the kind of person who can be kept captive. Continuing to smile admiringly, the young man replied that he had never thought of asking him for such things. They sat on a stone opposite each other. The man began his story about how he rose to the 5th class of magic. The main character imagined a light daisy field, thinking that he was an ordinary employee of a company named Tapan. Opening his eyes for the first time, he found himself in Cvia, Isabella and Arin collecting grass in the field. The Reborn guy just wanted to survive, so he began to develop this kingdom. Lackeys, along with 2 knights, walked along the street. But with the development of Cvia, the king himself also changed. Mary and Mia were having lunch, sitting at the table. Mr. Olsen held a wooden sword on his shoulder while training warriors. The young man understood one simple thing. The crying Lord Ronella sat in the dungeon. The main character ceased to be Tapan, becoming King Jared. Ella and Lena braided 2 tails on Chloe's head. The inhabitants of the kingdom turned from game characters into living people. Ivan Eva, smiling, raised his glass of wine. Before, the guy fought not to die, but then he realized that he was fighting to protect people. Mara sat in a chair in front of her father's dead body. The king stopped relying only on his abilities. Eftalin walked past his minions. The young man was worried about how strong his enemy was. Julian wandered through the library with a little boy. The boy realized that he was not perfect, despite his knowledge of strategies and bugs, because he was only human. Isabella looked at Hayes laughing. The king managed to gather loyal people around him whom he can trust. The main character smiled, thinking that as long as these people exist, he also exists. His body suddenly glowed. A bright beam of energy rained down on him from the sky. Ver had pointed his finger at him in surprise, asking what was going on here. Looking at his hands, Jared said that he had reached 5th grade. The man raised one eyebrow, not understanding how he got 5th class magic if the magician only said a few words. The guy used the magic of invisibility, disappearing into thin air and thereby shocking the old man sitting opposite him. With his mouth wide open, Ver had thought that even he himself could not get 5th grade so quickly, while the king did it after several instructions. Smiling, the man noted his unusual abilities, thinking that his son had surpassed his father, who had clearly seen the limits of what was possible. Looking at how the young man summoned a magic circle in his hand, the great magician decided that it was happiness to be the teacher of such a student and that perhaps he would even develop a feeling of envy characteristic of teachers. Rising from the ground, Ver had mentally concluded that the king himself could learn everything and that it would be enough for him to simply watch him from the side. He turned away and waved his hand. The main character asked if his mentor was already leaving. Looking back, the man replied that he had given enough advice and they had achieved their goal, and then ironically asked if they would make him spit out gold coins. Leaving the stone, Ver had said that if fate brings them together, they will definitely see each other again. Jared expressed a desire to see the magician off. Having descended from the stone, the old man said that he did not need to be accompanied. The wind shook the green grass. The guy asked where he was going. The man answered with a question why he needed this information. White cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. The young man replied that he just wanted to know. Ver had repeated his question. The great magician said that he was on his way to the eastern continent. The sun illuminated the fluffy clouds. According to the Nars calendar, the 1st of January 1415, the new year had come. The mansion stood in the middle of snow-capped mountains. On the wall hung a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn and the year written on it. Tipong, dying from overwork, had large bags under his eyes. The king, into whom the office worker was reincarnated a year ago, on the contrary, was fat. Shaking off his hands, the main character noticed how quickly time flies. Looking at the bottle of green liquid on the table, Jared decided to drink it. The rapier potion began to glow. It was an experience potion obtained from the tomb of Mahat III, which he drank in one gulp. But if you pour clean water into an empty potion flask, then every year on the 1st of January it will turn into a potion due to a bug. After drinking the potion, the guy thought that the year should begin with a pleasant increase by 3 levels. He decided to invest all the characteristics he received in magic, because it takes endless investment in it in order to spend it. The young man opened a status window in front of him. Smiling, he looked at himself in the mirror, thinking that this sweet potion, with which you can raise your level in one sip, is incredible. After reading his characteristics, the main character noticed his low level. Deluck's gold bracelet was covered in dark energy, and because of his ability to double his stats if the wearer's level was lower than his opponent's, Jared had been putting off leveling up for a long time, but now it was time to pay attention to it. Scratching his chin, the king decided to wander through the dungeons with his students as soon as his work in the Kingdom of Cinders was completed. He smiled contentedly when a notification appeared stating that Julian had received an epiphany while studying the control of mysterious objects, thanks to which the mentor received 10 stat points as a reward. The sketchy man spread his arms. 4 months ago, the Paradise system had a feature due to which the player received a certain reward for increasing the class level, and it was possible to choose from several rewards at once. The guy stood surrounded by all kinds of awards, deciding upon reaching the 5th grade to choose the award that would bring the greatest benefit. Crossing his arms over his chest, he looked at the chosen reward, a reinforcement of the teacher-to-student learning project. Joyfully closing his eyes, the young man declared that he would continue to take care of the students and reap the fruits of his care. Now he has Hayes, Isabella, Lena and Mia as his students. He imagined their faces in his head and thought that if he strengthened the ability, the number of students would increase from 4 to 8. A notification popped up saying that the king could now mentor 8 students, supporting their growth and the joy of mentoring. The main character, smiling, remembered the proverb teaching "Make hay while the sun shines." Julian, who had managed to master not only standard management but also higher skills, sat in the library expressing gratitude for what he was able to learn from his mentor. Akit, putting her hands to her face in embarrassment, asked the difference between a student contract and a slave contract. Lackeys, who had overcome the age barrier and was developing successfully, smiled, declaring that he owed his development to His Majesty. Placing a finger to his chin thoughtfully, Jared thought about how quickly his students were developing. It seemed to him that everything was going smoothly. He rolled his eyes tensely when someone asked what kind of contract they were talking about. Chloe listened with complete indifference to his speech about how the apprenticeship contract would act as a small oath between them and that the king promised to pass on special combat knowledge to her. Her gaze looked indifferent. Looking into her eyes, the guy thought that a wall of insensibility had grown between them and that nothing would work out for him. He smiled shyly when the girl called him. Taking a step forward, Chloe asked if it was true. Looking into the king's eyes, she asked if he could really make her stronger. Raising his eyebrows decisively, the young man answered in the affirmative and said that he was ready to honestly answer any question that she might have. The king said that this is what it means to be a mentor. The girl took the sword out of its sheath. Noticing this, the main character fearfully asked what happened. The girl's face did not express any emotion. Blood sprayed. Chloe placed her bloody finger on her student contract. Wiping her hands on a piece of cloth, she explained that important contracts are always signed in blood. Jared was ready to cry from surprise, thinking that this should be warned in advance. The girl bowed before him, sitting on one knee, and asked His Majesty to teach her what the mentor Ella did not know, and to give her knowledge and experience that would make her stronger. Looking at her, the guy said her name. Raising her head, Chloe said that all this time she had not given herself away, but from the very beginning she wanted the king to teach her. The young man's finger tingled. Putting it to his lips, he thought that he was lost in thought and distracted, and decided to concentrate and continue reworking it in order to finish it as quickly as possible. The main character, being a master of fine alterations, held a luminous pen in his hands. He imagined gold rings, an amulet and a pocket watch in front of him. In Paradise there is an ability that can only be used by a very small number of artisan users. The highest rank craft was to separate several artifacts to combine them into one new one. All of a person's fingers, even his toes, had rings shining on them, due to the fact that there are restrictions on the number of artifacts used and the body parts to which they can be applied. The craft of alteration emerged naturally. Looking at the golden ring, Jared thought that this craft cannot be used by just anyone, but if the system has a weak point, then these must be exploited to the fullest. He introduced the local traders. In this world it is believed that if a craftsman is frivolous in dismantling artifacts, then he incurs the wrath of the gods. But the point is that you can completely lose useful artifacts if you do not know how to work with tiny particles, so in this there are no known innovations in the craft. At the end of the feather there was a bright purple stone. The king was not afraid of losing a couple of artifacts specially prepared for experiments, because he uses special tools from the blacksmith bar, which should facilitate the reworking process. The guy stretched while sitting in a chair, thinking that male strength lies in the back, so he needs to take care of it so that his back does not fail. A notification popped up right in front of his eyes, stating that his mentor had received 10 stat points as a reward due to Lackey's achieving mastery in swordsmanship. Lackey swung his sword on the training field. The young man praised him for his efforts, deciding that he should not rest all the time. Thinking that the high loyalty of his subjects made him happy, the main character drew something on a gold ring. Smiling, he raised his pen. Imagining the faces of all his loved ones, Jared thought that good people were gathering around him, so he needed to achieve equally cool results. The city was illuminated by the rising sun. The king decided that he would definitely become a hero in this huge world. Dim light filtered into the room through the windows. The renovation was completed. A notification popped up saying that it was necessary to invest 3,000 units of magic to start fusing the cores and get an artifact with a new name of a new level. The guy with enough magic points directed his energy to the ring. The golden ring of Bar began to shine. The magician received new abilities, thanks to which he will be able to separate the cores of artifacts above the 7th level and gain an additional skill with a probability of 10%. Having put the ring on his finger, the young man was delighted with the acquired skill related to the craft, not regretting that he spent 2 whole months on leveling up. Imagining Mahat's face, he thought that he could now remake the artifacts obtained from his grave. The king turned around as a voice came from behind the door, declaring that it was time for pre-dawn training. Hayes opened the door, saying that Chloe had already arrived. The main character replied that he would be down soon and asked him to tell the girl to wait for him on the training field. The maid, looking into the room, said that she would fulfill the request. Rising from his chair, Jared thought that he had been concentrating too much on his craft, that he was late for practice, and now he needed to go quickly. Seeing a disgruntled Chloe watching him through the window, he announced that he was already on his way. The girl looked out the window embarrassedly. There was a blush on her face. The stars shone over the palace in the Kingdom of Cinders. Iziel bent over the piece of paper, muttering the king's name. The fire from the candle engulfed the edge of the paper. Holding it over the candle, the guy thought that he understood well what His Majesty really wanted. Stretching his hand forward, the guy announced the start of the training. The summoned fireball headed towards Chloe. The girl immediately jumped to the side, avoiding the explosion. Smiling, the young man asked her to shy away because he was not going to be gentle with her. Turning around, the student said that she would also not give in if given the chance. Another fireball hit the ground on the training field. The mentor shouted that he would attack as many times as needed. Chloe stood with the sword in her hands, thinking about how experienced the king was and how refined his movements were, and knowing full well what kind of attacks she was up against. The girl grinned, saying that she would like to fight him 24 hours a day. Someone poked her right in the neck. Chloe screamed in fear. She turned to face the main character, who asked what his student was thinking about. They looked at each other awkwardly. The king said that her gaze was too intent and that she was apparently thinking about something of her own. Looking away, the girl replied that she wasn't thinking about anything. Holding a water skin in his hands, Jared suggested that they take a break because Chloe was out of shape, and the student apologized for this. Looking at her, the guy said that she had nothing to apologize for because this was only training. But if this was a real fight, the enemy would not have overlooked her weakness. Opening the wineskin, he said that they would simply rip her throat open. The girl agreed. The young man recalled that last week she asked to train at full strength, forgetting about how she set her hair on fire. Chloe, without looking up, replied that it didn't matter to her because her hair would grow back and she could buy clothes. Having taken a sip from the wineskin, the king said that next time she would not just set her hair on fire, but would become completely bald. Someone on the side called out to His Majesty. Lord lackeys stood outside the gate, waving at them. Smiling, the man lowered his hand. The main character said that he would talk to him while the student took a breath. Tired Chloe sat down on the bench. She noticed something next to her. There was a water skin on the bench. The girl looked away. A memory surfaced in her head of how Ella, holding a bottle of wine in her hands, suggested that she take a closer look at the king because she would have a lot of time at the estate. Having lowered the bottle, the woman said to immediately inform her if her student suddenly felt something strange. Wiping her forehead, Chloe didn't understand why she needed to report anything. The rising sun illuminated the clouds. Lackeys asked for forgiveness for disturbing the gentleman at such an early hour and asked if he had disturbed their date. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jared replied that this was not a date at all, but a training session. Lackeys smiled contentedly. The guy looked at him and asked him to get closer to the point. Throwing a puzzled look at him, the head of security agreed. Presenting the palace in cinders, the man stated that the civil war in the kingdom had intensified, despite the fact that recently it was more like small skirmishes between nobles. Eftalin stood surrounded by his fighters opposite the enemy. The war was gaining serious momentum, because after the division into the south and north, total hostility began between the second and third princes, as the king predicted. Looking at his comrade, the young man asked how the military force was being trained. Many warriors stood in the courtyard in knightly armor. Lackeys replied that the recruits had been training with increased intensity for 6 months and were gaining experience quite quickly. Olsen looked forward with a frown. The girl with red hair and the man in the skin of a wolf from a separate squad did an excellent job with training, maintaining overall training. Lackeys reached for his sword. Taking it out of its scabbard, the man declared that this sword, the Sword of Chaldea, was created by the king. Looking admiringly at the blade, the young man asked how he liked his weapon. Standing in front of the passing warriors, lackeys answered in the affirmative and said that with his help even the strongest swords could break him. The main character said that until that moment he was worried because this sword was only a test. Smiling, he declared that this weapon would be payment for his diligence. Waving his sword, the head of the guard thanked the king for the wonderful gift and promised to wipe out from the face of the earth all enemies who would interfere with him. Looking back at the knights running past, the man whispered that he had something else to tell. Jared held out his hand. Lackeys said that he had news about the Agrizio guard. A protective field appeared in front of them, blocking the sound. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy said that now they can talk. Holding a special device in his hands, the security chief said that thanks to wiretapping they were able to achieve excellent results. Two people stood on the street in white capes. When viewing the material filmed on the outskirts of the territory, the security managed to record attempts to transmit classified information. Presenting the cultists in front of him, the man reported that after the raid and the capture of all accomplices, an interrogation was carried out, confirming that these people were members of the Umbra sect. The young man grinned, expecting just such news. Clenching his fist, he was very happy that the cultists had been caught. Imagining the people in robes, the king thought that the destruction of the dark sect was a good reason to start a war. An image appeared in his head of the official church of the Kingdom of Cinders, Radius. The main priority of the kingdom was the extermination of sects that used dark magic. The faces of Princes Talon and Jess expressed determination. Those who believe and defend the faith of Umbra cannot be protected by the kingdom. The king imagined himself hitting one of the sectarians on the head and thought that such a church would be located in neutral territory. Then the kingdom would not be able to protect it, so Cvia could subjugate this territory to itself. Lackeys looked questioningly at his majesty. The main character apologized for thinking for a second. Looking at his comrade, he asked what was known about the other side. The man replied that for a start, the following territories could be listed. Presenting a map of the continent in front of him, the head of the guard listed the names of the regions between Cvia and Cinders, Acre, Mudland, Letica. Pressing his hand to his forehead, Jared thought that things were moving too quickly. Opening his eyes, he realized that he should have thought about the church much earlier if the time for Umbra to start doing something had already come. Lackeys gave the king a worried look, asking what they should do now. There was a special surveillance device in front of his eyes. The guy asked to make sure that the recording would be safe, because it had yet to be made public. Thoughtfully placing his hand to his chin, the young man stated that they would then need to focus on invading those 3 territories, for which the army was actively preparing. The image of knights appeared in his head. It seemed to him a wise decision to involve the Agrizio detachment in the war. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that now was the best time to launch an attack on the ruler of Cvia. Thinking that the reason for the war was clear, precise, and grandiose, the king turned around, asking lackeys to take care of the recording. The head of the guard smiled and said that he could be relied on. Waving to Chloe, Jared announced that their practice was over for the day. An awkward silence fell between them. The sky over the city was orange. The guy wondered if he had made the student wait too long. 3 months have passed since Cvia declared war on the nearby territories, which, judging by the map, were located between her and Cinders. Green flags with a gold star were stuck into the ground, as a result of which Cvia won all the battles. The heads of Acre, Mudland, and Letica raised a white flag above them. The corresponding territories were annexed to Cvia without any resistance. At the center of it all were the Agrizio guard, warriors in knightly armor. They were also helped by Olsen's group, including a red-haired girl and a man in wolf skin. The protagonist triumphantly stood with one foot on the stone. The main reason for the enemy's fear was precisely the commander-in-chief of the army, who turned 26 years old this year, and since he was too young for the 5th level class, no one expected good results from him. The citizens of Cinders gathered on the street in front of the projector, angry that Princes Talon and Jess were seen with Umbra. Isiel watched them from the window. Mara approached him from behind, asking what her brother was thinking about. The young man looked back, answering that he was thinking about what might happen if Jared lost, worrying about it more than he did. The girl smiled, stating that, judging by the reports, they had won a series of crushing victories and that Mr. Jared showed people a video that contained evidence of the Umbra sect, which was the key to his victory. Looking at his sister, Isiel said that Cvia, having such a video, was able to make it so that the other side could not get away. Mara replied that this was why the nearby territories did not resist. Looking down, the prince reminded that their country sacredly follows the Radius Church. The girl confirmed this. As he pictured Talon and Jess in his mind, he decided that the case was a stern warning to the 2 brothers who had gone down the wrong road. The stars were shining above the palace of the Cinders kingdom. Isiel sat in his office, holding a piece of paper in his hands. The letter stated that the war process was going smoothly and that Cvia had no plans to infiltrate Cinders territory, only wanting to punish those who had joined the church that preached dark ways. Following the instructions in the letter, the guy held the sheet to the candle to burn it. Frowning, the prince wondered what would have happened if he had taken his father's place. Gritting his teeth, he realized how cunning the heart of the king of Cvia was. The fourth territory, Fossaget, there was a fire in the city. Someone swore at the main character. The man sitting on the ground asked if he thought he would live happily if he killed him right now. He shouted that hundreds of other followers of the church would not leave the king alone, and a sword blade flashed in the air. Holding the bloody weapon in his hands, Jared stated that this sword was really good. Lackeys smiled, saying that it was. Someone's voice, announcing that a report had arrived on the state of the fortress, made them both turn around. One of the knights addressed them, shouting that all the soldiers had opened the gates and raised white flags, declaring that they had never messed with the Umbra and begging them to be saved. Turning to the knight, the king ordered the soldiers' weapons to be taken away and sent to prison for further proceedings. The warrior saluted. Lackeys, clenching his fists in delight, said that they had finally taken possession of the fourth territory and that no one could stop the invincible Crivian army. His hands were shaking. The guy noticed this, widening his eyes. He thanked the knight who bowed before him for his good work. Raising his head, the head of the guard said that from the moment His Majesty entrusted him with this matter, every day was filled with happiness. For him, the opportunity to fight enemies shoulder to shoulder with the king was the meaning of life and the opportunity to breathe deeply. Smiling, the young man suggested taking advantage of the feeling of inspiration from this moment, because in their hands was a great opportunity to fight Cinders during the Civil War. Lackeys looked him straight in the eyes and asked his king to entrust him with the vanguard. The main character opened his mouth in surprise, because he had never heard such treatment from his subjects, as if it were prohibited. A green flag with a yellow star fluttered in the sky, and the battles to annex the territories into Cvia continued. 3 months later, the sun shone on the long white building. Jared looked at the updated map of the territories. In 3 months, the kingdom increased fivefold, and, judging by the map, only Miseria remained between Cvia and Cinders, but further unification of the territory became impossible because the kingdom had reached its maximum size. The king sat thoughtfully in his office, thinking that the new lands would not be annexed to Cvia, but would become new kingdoms. A notice popped up saying that the title of Great Feudal Lord had been received, and the attractiveness was increased by 100. Thanks to the title, the territories received the blessing of God, thanks to which the risk of natural disasters was reduced. The guy was delighted to receive a new title. The new message said that the creation of a large recording device had been completed. He noticed the notice. Smiling, the young man announced that the time had come. There was a knock on the door, and a concerned voice came from behind it. Hayes burst into the room, repeating the name of her master. The king asked her to calm her down and tell her what happened. The girl embarrassedly pressed her hands to her chest, declaring that she wanted to say something. Smiling widely, the maid hastened to tell how she was finally able to use divine power, thanks to which her suffering over the past 6 months paid off. With his eyes widened in surprise, the main character asked if she really could do it. The answer was in the affirmative. Raising his hands joyfully, Jared congratulated Hayes, saying that this was the best thing he had heard in a long time. The girl thanked the king. The maid bent over a sick man to heal him. There is a huge difference between healers who have and do not have divine power, since an ordinary healer at the initial level is only able to restore 10 health points. The patient immediately recovered. A healer of the same level with divine power is able to restore twice as much health. It was clear from the scale that the difference between healers with and without divine powers increased exponentially, depending on the level. Hayes raised her hand, saying that she achieved such results thanks to the cursed bracelet that the king gave her. On her hand was a sparkling bracelet with a pendant. The girl stated that she felt bad when she put it on, but she had a ring that covered the impact of the bracelet. There was a purple ring on her finger. The maid explained that she could continue her training without stopping if she wore them together. Raising her hands joyfully, she asked how the king even came up with this. The guy replied that this was an oriental way of training. Smiling, the young man asked if his student could now cope with the average level of Divine 3. Blushing, Hayes said she wouldn't have any problem with it. The main character raised a knife in front of him, saying that this was the best way to test her abilities, but the girl replied that she could not torture him like that. Placing her hands on his, the maid explained that there were many ways to test her abilities without resorting to injury, and that she wanted to spare the king the burn on his hand. Looking into her master's eyes with embarrassment, Hayes said that it hurt her every time she saw that burn, which is why she trained so hard. A pink blush appeared on Jared's face. Smiling, he hurried her, wanting to feel her power on himself. The girl exclaimed that his words sounded very strange. The guy replied that he meant the feeling of healing. The healer asked him to extend his hand to her. A bright green light shone in the windows of the room. Someone slammed their fist on the table, cursing at the king of Cvia. Eftalin clenched his teeth, and the knight standing next to him asked what happened. Presenting the dead body of his loved one, the prince replied that his father and brother had been poisoned. A wounded Jesse was on the battlefield, the man claiming that his brother was nearly killed during the Civil War. Isiel, completely uninterested in the throne, drank tea with Mara, Eftalin was sure that his victory was only a matter of time. His eyes sparkling with anger, the man thought that success was in his hands, but then his brother released an incriminating video behind his back. Pressing his hand tightly to his temple, the man thought that everything was on the verge of falling apart because of the recording system. Frowning furiously, he turned around. The prince called to him an old man from Cvia standing at a distance. The old man trembled when asked why there was no information about recording devices that were impossible to install everywhere in just 1 year. Moonlight illuminated the room through the high windows. The old man tried to justify himself, but Eftalin ordered him to shut up. Standing in front of the headless corpse, the prince called the Count of Capri standing next to him. The count trembled as the man shouted for him to get down to business now. Frowning, Eftalin ordered troops to be raised to get rid of Isiel. Together with his horse army, he went to battle. The Count of Capri, jumping nearby, tried to reason with his friend, saying that the young prince could not arrange everything himself, to which the man replied that it was impossible to remain calm when everything was falling apart. The knight frowned in concern, stating that the recording devices were created by King Jared and Isiel was simply working for him. The cavalry galloped forward. Capri explained that the enemy's military forces were nothing compared to them and that they could deal with the prince at any moment. Eftalin knitted his eyebrows and asked his comrade to get closer to the point. The count gritted his teeth, saying that they needed to concentrate not on the prince, but on the king of Cvia, who was behind all this. The man, looking forward from under his brows, replied that Jared had no reason to interfere in the affairs of their kingdom. Capri closed his eyes, thinking that it was useless because his friend had lost his head with rage. Introducing Isiel, the man thought that this was not at all what he had sent in the intelligence report. The figures of his brother and Jared smiled maliciously. Eftalin stated that it was just a game and that he was always one step ahead. Swinging his sword, the prince ordered the speed to increase on the way to the capital in order to destroy the enemies before they even had a chance to prepare for their appearance. He shouted that he wanted to destroy Isiel, and the horses pounded their hooves on the ground even more strongly. Some device buried in the ground began to make sounds. Eftalin opened his mouth, realizing that he had fallen into a trap. There was a powerful explosion, from which even the earth around cracked. The large recording device was making strange sounds. Residents of the city looked at the projection, unable to believe what was happening in the video. The peasant said with concern that the princes used black magic. A woman standing next to him said that this could not be. A resident of the city lowered the corners of her lips in frustration, asking if the second and third princes really got involved with the Dark Church. The guy standing next to him got angry because they pretended to be heroes, and they themselves were connected with the Umbra, therefore only the prince can take the throne Isiel. The city's residents looked around when someone called on the citizens of the Cinder's kingdom to pay attention to him. Prince Isiel, sitting on a horse, shouted that the guards would take control of all the entrances to the capital in order to kill the main traitors of the state, disgracing the royal family. As soon as they appeared in sight, the inhabitants asked His Highness to save them from the horrors of the dark faith. The prince smiled, saying that they had nothing to fear because he would protect them, and then they could continue to live in peace. Nera in knightly armor declared that they could not put traitors above their people, despite the fact that they were of the same blood. The people raised their hands above their heads in delight, praising the prince and princess and the kingdom of cinders. Plumes of smoke rose into the air. The Count of Capri raised his hand to his mouth, trying to clear his throat, and asked if His Highness was all right. Suddenly he noticed something to the side. Turning around and holding his sword in front of him, the Count asked who was standing in front of him. The knight left the question unanswered, saying that he would have to fight him. Lackeys raised his sword, declaring that if his opponent failed, he would never see his master again. The main character snapped his finger contentedly. Hanging in the air above the clouds of dust, he concluded that Eftalin had landed directly on his mines. Thinking that the prince had lost his mind and made a terrible mistake, Jared used an enhanced spiritual eye, causing his eye to turn red. In the clouds of smoke, he noticed the silhouette of a man. This person turned out to be Eftalin. Perplexed that everyone had died, the spiritual eye showed his status window. The prince turned around when he heard a voice behind him greeting him. The man bared his teeth when he saw his grinning enemy. Frowning his brows, he asked how the guy dared to get involved in the affairs of their kingdom, thinking that he could leave here with his head on his shoulders. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the young man replied that today he was not destined to die. Smiling joyfully, he added that the prince, starting today, would have no more business in the kingdom. Gathering his strength and picking up a sword, Eftalin declared that he would tear his opponent to pieces, and then deal with his brother. Summoning flames in his hands, the king smiled and asked if his enemy would like to deal with him. Throwing himself at the main character, the prince wished him death. Jared held his hand out in front of him and aimed a fireball at his opponent. The knight managed to repel him with his sword. The fire tried to break through the defense. Waving his weapon in front of him, Eftalin used the dispel magic technique. He took a step forward, inflicting many lightning strikes. The man rushed at the enemy. The king's green robe was cut. The guy clenched his teeth in irritation. Rising into the air and looking at his robe, he declared that the prince had ruined it. Putting his hand to his mouth and laughing, the young man corrected himself, saying that he should call the man Umbra's dog. Talon gripped the hilt of his sword with force. Swinging his sword, he ordered the main character to shut up. The tip of the sword hit the timely placed shield. Smiling, Jared said that now it was his turn to attack. A fireball formed in his hands. A wave of fire rushes towards the enemy, who deflects it with his sword. Looking at the king floating in the air, the man said that his magic was nothing compared to his technique. The guy smirked, wondering if this was magic-resistant armor or a sword technique. He had a Deluck bracelet on his arm, without which he would have had problems. Shouting that his opponent should not reveal himself, the prince rushed at him with his sword. The young man was able to dodge the attack by jumping back. Talon tried to catch his breath, asking himself why he could only defend himself against a 4th level class mage, against whom he should have an advantage. The ground was covered in splashes of blood. The young king, summoning a magic circle in front of him, asked if his enemy was tired. The fire snakes rushed towards the opponent. The man shouted that his sword technique specializes in blocking magic, but the guy still continues the same techniques, which are very easy to destroy. The prince frowned. A crushing fiery explosion formed in front of him. He covered his chest with his hands, seeing fiery demons in front of him. Using the fast sword technique, Talon began to counterattack the flame demons. The face of one of them was cut in half, but at that very second the flame was restored. The prince opened his mouth wide, screaming in horror. The fiery demons gnawed at his armor. The man, trying to drive them away, was unable to resist. The main character standing behind him summoned a power projectile in his hand. Bright lightning rushed towards the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Talon turned around. A bright flash appeared before his eyes. Following the power projectile, Jared sent a fire arrow forward. Fire flashed in the prince's eyes. A red and gold ball of magical energy appeared in front of him. With eyes widened in horror, he watched the streams of magical energy rushing towards him, and he swore. From a dark figure hanging in the sky, magical streams rapidly rushed towards him. They reached their goal. He screamed. He knelt on the ground, trying to catch his breath. There were black blood stains on the ground. He couldn't believe it. An enemy in a green cloak was approaching him. He looked at him arrogantly, opened his mouth and said that although Talon fought off the arrows, he opened himself up to be attacked by a power projectile. The man continued to sit with his head down. The blood stain on the ground became larger. Jared said that this was all due to the fact that Talon pays a lot of attention to things that are not worth it and compared it to the transition from the Radius Church to the Umbra. He bared his teeth and growled in displeasure. He clenched his hand into a fist and cursed. He raised his hand and asked in desperation where Count Capper was. Jared replied that he would not come. He hung his head powerlessly and asked if everything he worked for would just disappear. Jared replied that it was all because of his wrong choice. Red hair covered his face. He said that he thought that he could make the kingdom great with the help of the Umbra Doctrine, but the interlocutor interrupted him, saying that Talon would read his essays in the library. He kicked him. The man screamed in pain. He fell to the ground, and a red stone on a string appeared next to him. He picked up the decoration. The system reported that it was an artifact called the Red Medallion of Cluzet. He was very surprised by this. He looked at the red stone lying in his palm and thought about its name. He remembered the man in the plague doctor costume and realized that this was the head of Umbra from Paradise, a madman obsessed with reaching the boundaries of magic. He tilted his head to get a better look at the artifact and thought that even though he couldn't scan the artifact, it was obvious that it was being used to control Thalen's mind. He clutched the medallion in his hand. He clasped his hands on the hilt of his sword and ordered his opponent to stay out of his way. He raised his hands to meet his opponent's attack and said that he would not allow him to take a step towards his king. The blades collided. He sweated from exertion and frowned, not understanding how the enemy could withstand the power of the Red Moon Sword. A luminous beam appeared. The blow to his back caused blood to flow from his mouth and he screamed. His body fell to the ground. Lackeys could not believe that his enemy was dead. The main character with the body on his shoulder smiled widely and apologized for the delay. The armored knights were in turmoil because they had defeated the Count of Capri and the Prince of Talon. The man in the helmet shouted that they could not retreat. The knights took out their swords. Someone suggested showing the enemy what they were capable of. Someone blocked the path of the royal guard and said that this would not happen. Swords flashed. Olsen's group entered into battle. They said that the master told them to get rid of all the followers of the dark path. Blood flowed across the ground. The knights begged for mercy. People with tied hands walked past the knights. The Talon army was defeated. The warriors' weapons were taken away and they were sent to prison. There was a man behind bars. It was Prince Efthalin. He managed to avoid execution, but he will spend the rest of his life in prison. The man in the blue suit walked towards the dark purple symbol. Prince Jess left the kingdom, and according to rumors he fled to the leader of the Umbra. People showered flower petals on the new king. Isiel listened to Jared's advice, appeared at the last moment, received all the honors, and inherited the throne of Deckard IX. He knelt before the king sitting on the throne and bowed his head. He closed his eyes and said that he, Jared, was glad to welcome the new king. He tilted his head slightly, smiled, greeted Jared, and said that he had been waiting for him. The king said that his contribution to ending the civil war and helping him gain the throne were invaluable. The main character, without raising his head, replied that he was overpraising him. The main character continued to stand on the red carpet in a bow. The king said that as a reward he would like to make him a vassal of the kingdom, but was not sure that he would agree. The blue-eyed guy opened his mouth slightly and said that he had no selfish motives when he decided to help him. Nera fearfully pressed her hand to her lips. The man standing next to her in a turban was indignant at Jared's words. The king stopped him with a wave of his hand and ordered him to calm down. He stood up from the throne. He kept his head down, awaiting his fate. He looked at the guy, extended his hand with a staff, and said that from now on the lands of Jared are proclaimed a principality, and he himself becomes a prince. He explained that he will not demand service or any kind of tax from him. At the end of the rod there was a red stone. The king said that the issue had been resolved and any disagreement would be considered as a challenge to him personally. He smiled and said that in gratitude for saving the kingdom he would also grant Prince Jared the lands of Myceria. The courtiers were delighted. The knights bowed their heads. The people thanked Jared. They honored the prince and the king. Showered with flower petals, he waved his hand, thinking that before he had thought that he would spend his entire life living the miserable existence of a lord of a small region. But now everything had changed, and the future began to seem bright and promising. The full moon illuminated the treetops behind the forest in the Kingdom of Cinders. Lackeys embarrassedly examined the new uniform. The system reported receiving the red moon sword artifact and Judith's armor. He said that Jared gave him an incredible gift. The main character smiled slyly and said that he simply stole them. But Lackeys was indignant and declared that the winner has the right to everything that belonged to the loser. He clasped his hand on the hilt of the sword and said that it looked very reliable. The man looked carefully at his palm, opened his mouth in surprise, and thought that he could feel echoes of magic in the sword. The dark-haired knight hesitantly looked at the master and turned to him. He looked him in the face, clenched his teeth in excitement, and asked permission to ask a question. Jared allowed him. He presented the knights against the backdrop of a green flag with a star and said that he had never seen such unity of soldiers. They all respect him infinitely and are ready to die for him. They dream of even greater achievements under his leadership. He knelt down on one knee in front of him and said that as long as one worships the god in heaven, he is ready to worship the god who stands opposite. He looked at the warrior in shock, not knowing what to say. Tears welled up in Lackeys' eyes. The system notified that Lackeys' loyalty had been sharply increased. A golden window of the system appeared. It said that the loyalty level had reached 800 and the main character had reached the third awakening. He extended his hand. He knelt down next to Lackeys and touched him. He said that the warrior's words touched his heart. He winced in disgust at being stained with Lackeys' snot, but the warrior was happy no matter what. There was a large chandelier in the king's chambers. The attentive gaze of Green Eyes was directed at his sister. He allowed Mare to call him brother. The girl with her cheeks pink with embarrassment called him brother Isiel. He praised her and remembered that she wanted to tell him something after meeting Jared. His hands clutching a cup of tea, he said that he wanted to listen to her story. Trying not to look at her brother, the girl said that the rapid development of Cvia was incredible and that they would need Jared's help in order to stabilize the kingdom. The man sitting on the sofa said that Jared is able to do in a year what others cannot do in 10 years. Mara agreed with her brother. He raised his hand with a cup of tea and continued with a smile, saying that his sister herself saw that Jared did not want to tie himself into close ties with their kingdom. Her hands on the cup trembling slightly, she said that she had thought long and hard about what she could do for her brother in their kingdom. He looked at his sister in confusion when she said that he could use her to strengthen the kingdom. She pressed her hand to her chest and said decisively that they needed a political marriage. There were 3 people sitting at a low table. Isiel said that it was very difficult for him not to give in to temptation and not to take all the awards for himself. Jared assured him that he understood everything and said that he could turn his back on the king if he did that. He closed his eyes and laughed, stating that even if they became enemies, he would have to thank him for his help. She looked at him from under her red bangs and said that thanks to him, their kingdom could prosper and they would make every effort to erase the remnants of Umbra in their country. The brother looked intensely at his sister. The girl, flushed with embarrassment, did not dare say anything else. Jared encouraged her. He looked intently at the prince with green eyes. Seeing his sister's indecisiveness, he decided to take the initiative and turned to Jared. A tight smile did not leave his face. He looked questioningly at the monarch when he asked him to marry his younger sister. There was a large chandelier hanging on the ceiling of the room where the conversation was taking place. Isiel said that he had admired him for a long time and would like to establish friendly relations. The brother and sister waited tensely for his answer. A system window appeared next to Mera. It said that the princess has an ordinary character, is quite determined, and has a tendency to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. He put the cup on the saucer, bowed his head slightly, and said that he could not accept their offer. They opened their mouths in amazement. He imagined a large castle and thought that they were worried about the weakened northern part of the kingdom. He took a sip from his cup and said that he was always ready to help them get rid of traces of Umbra, but did not want to commit himself. He thought of the blonde man with the mustache, his father, and said that it was his will. He smiled awkwardly, looking at his imaginary father. He lied to his interlocutors, but hoped that his father would understand him. The three people continued to sit at the low table. The king said that it was impossible to go against the will of his late father and clarified that Jared was going to build a strategic relationship with them, but refused more. He looked at the sad Mera with his eyes downcast. He waved his hand and with an awkward smile explained that he believed that he was unworthy of the princess. She opened her mouth in surprise and said that she had never thought of anything like that. He stood up, looked at them decisively, and said that he did not want a political marriage, but if they did not refuse to cooperate with him after his refusal, then he would help prevent all threats to their kingdom. Sweat appeared on their faces with excitement as they listened intently to Jared, who said that he would use his army if they went against him. There was a golden candlestick on the stand. The king and princess agreed to its terms. It was raining outside. Jared raised his hand, trying to shield himself from the raindrops, and winced. Lackeys suggested using a teleport. It was raining over the gray castle. Jared said that lackeys could go back first, and he would walk because he wanted to look around. He extended his palm forward and thought that it looked like the rainy season had begun. He presented a map and thought that every year the rainy season comes in the northern part of the Nas continent. Last year they did not affect the lands of the north, but this year they caused floods. He pulled the hood of his cloak over his head. The system notified that thanks to the title of Great Feudal Lord, his territory was blessed, and in the next 2 years the risk of natural disasters was reduced by 90%. He thought that everything should be in order with his lands, but there are other regions bordering the river. He became wary when he heard someone say not to go close to the Optatio River. Behind him, a man and a boy walked holding hands. They talked about last year's flood and the epidemic that broke out. They hoped that this year the new king would be able to protect them. He bowed his head and thought that if the rains intensified, more areas would be affected this year. He raised his hand and winced with displeasure, deciding that he first needed to take shelter from the rain. There was a wooden door in the white brick wall. He sat down tiredly on the bench, but became wary when he heard someone talking. 2 men at the next table were eating, drinking beer, and discussing him. He put his hand to his mouth and chuckled softly as he heard the men discussing how he used to be an ugly fat boy from the village who suddenly became successful. He realized that they were not aware that he had changed and turned into a muscular, handsome man. He raised his finger when the waiter approached him and asked for 1 beer. The door opened and someone came into the room, complaining about the weather. He looked around for an empty seat, but there were people sitting everywhere. He looked in the other direction, but everything was busy there too. He approached a man in a cloak sitting alone and called out to him. He lifted the hood of his cloak and looked displeasedly at the stranger. His eyes widened in surprise. Above the stranger's head was a system window where it was said that he had the blessing of the deity Lunaticus. The guy in armor smiled and asked if he could sit at his table, because there were no other empty seats. He stared at the stranger. It bothered him that he didn't know this man, but if he had the blessing of one of the gods of parodies, then he was the real protagonist. The guy smiled embarrassedly and apologized. The main character realized that he did not feel hostility from him. Still wearing a raincoat, the main character allowed him to sit down and asked him to introduce himself. The guy waved some object and said that his name was Jared. He took off his hood, waved his hand, and said his name. He opened his mouth in surprise and pointed at him with his fingers and exclaimed whether he was the same Jared. The main character smiled awkwardly and asked him to be quieter. He sat down at the table opposite the protagonist, asked the waiter for a glass of beer, and said that he could not even imagine that he would meet such a famous person in this place. His cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. He smiled and said that he should introduce himself properly. He said that his name was Kickle. He was a member of the Earl of Charlotte's family, but in fact he was kicked out of the house because he did not have the best background. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked if his interlocutor meant Bachman Charlotte, who owns a huge territory in the south of the country. Keikel confirmed his guess. He imagined a man smoking a pipe, surrounded by women, and remembered that the Earl of Charlotte owned most of the kingdom's workforce and had many children, so it was not surprising that he had not heard of Keikel. The blue eyes looked at the interlocutor. He asked why he decided to go so far from the south. The waiter brought beer. He put a gold coin on the table and said that he was paying for himself and Keikel. The guy smiled widely, raised his finger and told the waiter that he could keep the change. There were 2 foaming mugs of beer on the table, and Kickle said that he didn't have to pay for it, but he would drink it gratefully since Jared had decided to treat him. He pressed his palms to his face, looked at his interlocutor with delight and said that he looked very young. He said that he was 26 years old this year and asked the age of his interlocutor. Jared replied that they were the same age. He laughed at Kyle's surprised reaction. He couldn't believe they were the same age. He closed his eyes, smiled widely, rubbed his cheek and said that he was not joking and was really embarrassed because he had spent his whole life on useless wanderings. He tilted his head slightly. Kyle said that he was a little jealous of him because he could control a huge territory. Jared thought that for the owner of the blessing of a deity, the guy was too insecure. He looked at him intently with blue eyes. He looked down somewhere with a slight smile. The main character thought that Kyle could really become the main character and he would be interested in what path awaits a person who has received the blessing of a deity. They raised their mugs of beer. Jared asked him where he would go next. The guy answered with a smile that he was going to join the arcane mercenaries. The tavern was lit by burning candles. Kickle added that he heard that mercenaries were gathering a group to attack a destroyed underground cave. Besides, he considered this the best way to make money. Jared clarified whether he meant a group of talented people who go on raids exclusively through the most difficult dungeons. There was a cobweb hanging on the wall. Kickle said that he had heard that if a mercenary gets injured during a raid, he is left alone. The main character rightly noted that perhaps that is why this group is considered the best. He imagined a cave. It was a ruined underground cave in the north of the kingdom. As far as he knew, it was one of the 3 most difficult dungeons in Paradise. He looked to the side thoughtfully, realizing that these names were familiar to him. He thought about the dungeons he wanted to visit, raised his finger and said that he wanted to visit many dungeons. He put the mug down, smiled broadly and began to say something. They clinked mugs. Jared said that he would pray for the safe return of Kickle. He, in turn, replied that he would pray for the well-being of the prince's lands. The knight stood up. Jared looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really going to leave. He said that today his dream had come true to meet with them and chat over a glass of beer. He waved his hand and said that he still had a lot to prepare for his departure. He sat back down and said that he would be glad if Kickle could come to Cvia and promised to treat him to local beer. He turned his head, thanked him for the invitation and said that he would definitely visit him someday because mercenaries travel a lot. He left the tavern, Jared behind him wishing him well. The blonde protagonist looked after him, thinking that they would meet again. Blue eyes appeared in the darkness. He grabbed his head and winced from the sudden pain. It continued to rain outside. He looked at the people at the next table, trying to understand where the power was coming from. Looked the other way. Suddenly I saw a woman in a black outfit with glowing eyes. She looked at him intently with a slight smile. Information appeared in the system window that she was blessed by the demonic deity Croesus. His eyes turned red and he opened his mouth in amazement, realizing that he had met another person with divine blessing in this tavern and assumed that he must find the hidden protagonist. He winced and touched his head, thinking that this headache was unusual. He supposed that the stranger used a mental debuff or some kind of curse on him. He looked at his palm with a large number of rings and thought that he was holding on only thanks to the grace ring. Information about an artifact that neutralizes negative mental influences appeared in the system window. The girl with the glass watched him with interest. She pressed her finger to her cheek and examined him from all sides. She leaned her hands on the table, continuing to look at him with curiosity. Jared became angry. He began to drink beer greedily, irritably thinking that one of the gods should have already offered him help, but instead he was forced to cope with all the difficulties on his own. He spat out his beer when he heard someone call the girl the Red Queen and tell her they had to go. The bald man told her that the time had come. She easily agreed. The man threw a cloak over her shoulders. Jared, who was watching them, thought that they were some kind of attendants or subjects, because he did not notice any special characteristics on them except for the skill of the sword honed over the years. He raised the mug to his mouth, leering at the Red Queen and her entourage behind him. She looked at him furtively. The main character was trying to understand who Kickle and the Red Queen were. He continued to drink beer and watch her sideways. Her black lips stretched into a smile. Jared interested her. The Red Queen and her entourage approached the door. She decided that she would meet the main character later. The goblin flew away screaming. The monster's body fell to the ground. The system notified that the level had increased. Jared thought that the year had started out somehow boring. Due to the fact that last year there was a large influx of monsters, he hoped that this year there would be more of them, but in fact their number decreased by half. In the system window it was written that the escape would take place on the 1st of July. He clutched the stone with the strange symbol in his hand and decided it was time to use the spatial door bug. A diagram of the artifact's operation arose in his head, where one person came out on one side and came out on the other. He decided to use a bug that would never be fixed as often as possible. He looked at the mountains of sand and realized that he was worried because the number of monsters had decreased. He assumed that their leader was afraid of something. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and decided that he would think about it later. He sat down on a large rock and decided to balance his data to celebrate reaching level 70. He thought about the various girls whose training had given him extra magic points and the magical defense points for training with Isabella. His eyes sparkled happily. He shook his head, asked whether this magical protection was real at all, and answered himself that yes, it was real. He imagined a glowing silhouette of a man. This is exactly what the magical protection looked like. The system window indicated the levels of magical protection according to the Parodies system. There was a system window in front of him. After reading the information presented there, Jared decided that he could now ignore the effects of magic below the 3rd level. But his physical defense was quite low, so he decided that he could use an artifact or something like that. He turned around as the ogre behind him growled. The monster in a golden helmet with horns said that he must take revenge on Agrat. He looked at him in surprise, unable to believe what he heard. He introduced 3 people in robes and asked if Agrat was connected with the dark faith of the Kako Church. He knew that Umbra was not the only dark church and knew that sooner or later their paths would cross. He looked at the ogre's lifeless body, thinking about how he could be connected to the Kako Church. He frowned, pursed his lips, and acknowledged the need to deal with Umbra and Kako. The action moves to a multi-story red brick mansion. Someone asked the interlocutor if she had really wanted to see this for so long. A red liquid flowed from a metal tap into a bottle. It was a machine for producing medicines and high-grade potions. Along the assembly line at Jared's factory were round gray platforms with small stones in the middle. At the last stage of the production of magic stones, large pink stones appeared under the influence of devices. During the final stages of production of recording devices, sparks flew as the machines applied the engraving. Isabel put her hand to her face and said that it was incredible. The system window said that they were in the basement of a mansion in an automatic production workshop. She pointed her finger at him and said that no matter what he thinks, he always comes up with things that stun the imagination. He carefully studied the contents of the rack with flasks. He replied that this was all nonsense and asked how her training was going. The girl looked at the spines of the books and said that she had mastered the spells of the 3rd level and was now mastering the 4th. She complained that they were very difficult to learn. He smiled broadly and told her not to rush herself, because even with the 3rd level you can easily earn your living. She pressed her hand to her chest, looked at him indignantly and said that she was not studying spells in order to make money with them. She rubbed her shoulder and said that from her previous life she still had a goal that she wanted to achieve. He looked at her intently with his blue eyes and asked why she didn't tell anything about her past life. She lowered her eyes. She remembered how 65 years ago she was tied to a pole, and people in the crowd shouted that she was a witch and should leave the sacred empire. Someone lit a torch. She screamed in pain. Sparks flew from the flames of the fire as people glorified their country and called for defending the sanctity of their doctrine by destroying demons like it. Her hair hid her eyes. She said that the less he knew the better, and she said this not to attract his attention, but because she really thought so. He looked at her sadly and thought that she used to be very sociable, but the more she trained, the darker she became. He assumed that this might be due to her gift. She pursed her lips and stared into space. Jared thought that he really wanted to make her smile at least for a little while. He raised his finger, smiled slyly, suggested closing this topic and asked if she had any difficulties with mana utilization. She looked at him, said that with proper concentration she does not experience difficulties during long battles, and asked why he was asking. Information with Isabel's characteristics appeared in the system window. They continued to stand opposite each other. Jared said that he was planning a raid on the dungeon soon. He remembered the creature with white eyes and said that the dungeon required more concentration than the tomb of Mahart III. Isabel was surprised. She raised her head, blushed slightly with embarrassment, and asked where this place was. She screamed in surprise when he revealed with a sly expression that this place was the hideout of the demon army. Isabel excitedly said that she had heard about it. She thought about the cave and promised that she would study hard to get there because she had been told how depressing the place was. She skipped towards the exit, waved her hand, said that it was time for her to study, and thanked him for the fun tour. He waved after her with a smile, sighed with relief, and thought that it seemed he had managed to cheer her up a little. He took a step. He looked again at the rack with flasks and other items. The main character thoughtfully studied its contents. He noticed something. With a satisfied smile, Jared took some kind of device and exclaimed, "Eureka!" The hero's mansion. The sky was clear and clear. The device showed data. Jared highlighted the fact that his territory is less than 2% cultivated, and to somehow compensate for this, he imagined the device projecting an image onto the wall while a crowd of people stood and watched. He was thinking about running the film through a display device, a military visualizer used for cultural purposes. He sat on the sofa and looked at the visualizer hanging from above. He said he already liked the thought of it. The smile of a man in the dark is the speech that wins the hearts of the audience and evokes emotions from the depths of the soul. If you promise me 500 gold a month, considering the fandom and the number of viewers it has collected. Hand in the dark. He needs to be promised a post no lower than chief administrator. A certain man in the darkness said that the film was an absurdity, which he had heard for the first time, and said that it was devoid of any meaning. He said that nothing can compare with the heartfelt speeches of a speaker. Jared looked away with displeasure and said it's a pity there is no one who could do this, they need money. He sat back on the couch and said that they had reached the last candidate. He figured he had no choice but to meet him. The door of the pub and the lights inside had already been turned on. Pub Arkin's Cvia. So, Arkness happily stood behind the counter and shouted that today at the very rush hour they invited a wonderful speaker and told everyone to welcome Prince Valdez Hanspetter. Valdez stood in front of the crowd and thanked them for their greeting. Arkness looked out into the crowd in surprise as Valdez spoke. Jared sat hiding his face with his cloak. Arkness exclaimed in surprise. The guy clasped his hands in joy and exclaimed again while Valdez talked about the place where he belongs. Jared shushed his servant cheerfully. The hand clenched into a fist. Valdez said that where the great territories of Cvia are continuously growing and suggested we talk about it. He raised his fisted hands and smiled at the cheering crowd. Jared smiled. He stood at the back of the crowd while the unknown man said that the speech was amazing and said that the prince proposed to expand their power through the sea rather than the land. He thought it was necessary to get into real estate in Cvia. The hero looked at the talking prince as he told the man to wait and see if they were on the path of prosperity or decline. The hero thought that as expected, the prince had the magic of capturing the hearts of the public. Valdez stood among the crowd of demons and chanted with a crazy smile. In paradise he was known as a propagandist representing the army of demons. He was a villain with a criminal past who had deceived countless people. The crowd surrounded the prince and asked for his autograph, while the hero recalled how many succumbed to his magic and sided with the king of demons. Jared smiled wryly, remembering how the prince, out of the blue, began to say that the allied sacred forces were corrupt demons. Unlike Lena, he voluntarily became a propagandist for the demon army, which is why he was so reluctant to see him. Aki caught up with the hero and asked what brought him here. Jared turned around happily and said that he wanted to see someone. Aki asked in surprise, did the Lord really mean the prince? The answer was positive. The guy put his hand on his heart and said that he would show where the prince was, noting that he is the most important figure in this pub, so he has a separate VIP room. Jared called out to the guy and asked him to wait a minute. Aki smiled. The hero asked if he remembered the island he had recently talked about, the island of Totter. The guy replied that he remembered, saying that dark elves lived there and that this place was good for maintaining relations with red goblins. Jared smiled and said that everything was correct, and said that the next business expansion would be the Dark Elves from the island of Totter. The hero remembered the Dark Elves emerging from the ambush and said that if he asked the goblin leader to act as a mediator, he would have to make room for the guy. He smiled slyly and said that this would serve as a good experience for the guy in his growth. Aki began to blush and thank the Lord. He hit him, asking why he was blushing. The candle had almost burned out, and the prince greeted my lord. Jared stood opposite Aki. The hero said that the prince knew that he was coming. Valdez bowed and said that my lord was the only brilliant person in the room and he could not help but recognize him and thanked him for listening to his speech. Aki said that he would bring the hero tea from Caracas petals. He stood motionless and listened to the speeches of the prince, who asked for forgiveness and said that he did not intend to take advantage of the privilege that he had and added that Aki was taking care of him. Jared began to look at the prince with an all-seeing eye and said that he had no need to apologize and said that he gave Aki freedom for everything that happens here. Valdez's characteristics met all the requirements of the speaker, which made the hero very happy. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the hero's face. He thought that Valdez was still very suspicious, but he understood that he could not take on all the tasks associated with the territory. It is true that there is no one who can replace the prince. He remembered the image of the crazy Lena and thought that he was worried about the course of the history of paradise, but he sincerely believed that he, like Lena, could change his future. The candle burned quietly. The hero turned to the prince. He raised his hand with a smile and asked if he would like to serve as his Minister of Public Affairs for the Great Cvia. He added that of course he will not only be his speaker, he also wants to entrust him with the development and promotion of the cultural industry. Valdez looked at the hero in shock and asked what he was talking about. The rulers Valdez served forced him to talk about good deeds that he never performed, deliberately hiding news of disasters in their territory. A dark, commanding silhouette lurked in the shadows. There was devastation everywhere. These were pathetic people who misled others. There was a pile of gold coins on their tables. They were all greedy despots who only care about their own interests. A bunch of unknown people were smiling and laughing madly. Valdez stood with his fists clenched. People who participate in disgusting things without hesitation or remorse. Valdez looked to the side and thought that Jared is not like that. He is a ruler who, first of all, cares about the good of his land. Valdez looked at the hero with inspiration and decided that the hero was a trustworthy person. He looked at the hero and said that there was one condition. The Lord said to continue. Valdez pointed his hand at the hero and said that he did not want to be responsible for advertising a leader who would end up being a despot, because the rule of propaganda is that there must be perfect unity with the purpose he serves. Jared said with a blush on his cheeks that Valdez spoke well. Valdez shouted and said that he was not lying and that he was telling the absolute truth. According to him, the leader must have chastity and only then would he sign the agreement. He continued to look at his lord worriedly and asked the hero to promise that he would become a conscientious leader. Jared asked seriously, "Will there be anything else?" I asked him to name the fee. He was surprised because Valdez said that he is not greedy and that it is enough for him to raise the person he serves to the highest place in the world because he has ambition. He added that great value cannot be exchanged for a few pennies. Valdez fell silent. These were his true feelings that were not heard in Paradise. He was a kingmaker. The heroes looked at each other silently. At Paradise, he was the only one spitting blood and constantly shouting at the audience from the stands. Jared thought that was why he wanted to elevate the demon king he served. The hero smiled and told the prince that he promised him and that he can be sure that he will become the leader he sees him as, and if suddenly he loses motivation, then he can leave him without any obligations. Valdez smiled and thanked the Lord, saying that he lacked abilities, but he would do everything to fulfill the ruler's wishes. He shook the hero's hand. Jared said he hoped in his words and Valdez thanked him again. The door opened. Behind it, Aki said that he had brought him tea with Caracas petals. Aki happily watched as the inspired heroes shook hands. He smiled and said that he was glad that another talent had found his place next to the Lord. The sky above the mansion turned a beautiful red light. Valdez said that he was not familiar with the very concept of the film and added that the development of the film industry would be a new stage in the development of the territories, to which Jared agreed. Unlike the play, there is nothing more enjoyable than enjoying the video from afar. Valdez looked at the hero with burning eyes and suggested starting with the favorable life of the army of Cvia and military prosperity with which other territories cannot be compared. He asked what about starting with a film about the hero's achievements. Jared thought about it and said that this is an advertising movie. Valdez immediately fumed and said that he was not going to use the film for propaganda purposes, and he thought that they should start with an easily accessible promotional film and promote it in various ways. The heroes had a lively conversation over cups of tea. Valdez raised his finger and said that, in addition, a couple of his acquaintances were discussing the development of new cultural content. Jared said that's good to hear, it will help them make the film. Valdez put the cup on the plate and addressed his lord. He looked seriously at the hero and said that he had one proposal that he wanted to bring to life. He had been thinking about it for a long time and added that no one wanted to take it on. Jared asked to tell me with a smile, since his ears are open to everything. The hero sipped his cup while Valdez said that he wanted to show the life story of the Lord and asked why don't they write an autobiography, correctly expressing all their thoughts and beliefs about the development of the territory. Jared thoughtfully said the word autobiography. He smiled and said he liked it, asked where they should start. Yes, the introductory part of the autobiography. Morning has come. The hero thought that this conversation would never end. They sat up all night, exchanging stories that they could not share with other people even after spending their entire lives with them. The hero wrote something and said that Valdez is a talented and pleasant person. He smiled and remembered that at that moment he had found a good friend. The story of Valdez has long been known among the people. Arin and Isabella stood saying that the prince could be trusted and that he was an ideal speaker for their region. Thanks to him, they did not experience any hiccups during the appointment process. He was accepted quite easily. Valdez looked at the device with interest. He, who took over the post of Minister of Public Affairs, immediately began work on 2 projects. The display device, thanks to it, it was necessary to make an advertising film. This is the first thing. And secondly, it was necessary to release the hero's autobiography. He smiled. The courtyard with buttresses was immersed in pleasant shade. The project moved smoothly like a boat sailing in the wind. Early in the morning of July 5th, Jared opened a dungeon map on the table with a layout of the demon army's hideout. He looked thoughtfully at the map and thought that it was more difficult than it seemed from the very beginning. Chloe leaned over the table and agreed that it was definitely not easy. Jared smiled nervously. He began to scream while the elf calmly looked at him while he asked her how she ended up here and should she knock before entering. Chloe calmly replied that the door was open. Jared covered himself by saying that he already knew this. The absolute stealth of SS rank was demonstrated. He put his hand back on the plan and said that he would instruct the girl later, asking if she really needed to see this now. She replied that there was nothing wrong with seeing this in advance, and the hero agreed. He looked at the girl and said that the demon's refuge was a kind of underground tomb created by the followers of the demons, and said that it was much darker and gloomier than the tomb of Mahat III in which they were. Chloe calmly said okay. Jared jumped aside excitedly, thinking that Chloe was ruining the pathos while she stood calmly behind him. The hero presented the entrance to the shelter and said that initially it was not a dungeon, but something like a shelter for the fallen. However, as numerous altars began to be built in it and sacrificial rites were held, people with bags on their heads, tied to each other, were led into the halls of the tunnels. People began to call these places a dungeon. Jared looked seriously at the elf and said that everything was exactly like that, noting that Magnus had settled comfortably there and that now this place had become a dungeon that regularly released monsters. Chloe calmly said that she heard that the monsters here are extremely strong. Jared sat down and looked at the girl and said that it was so, but at the same time the monsters are weak. They can be easily cut with a simple sword, but they have great attack power. The hero looked at the scales standing against the wall, saying that the most important thing was their fear of death. Chloe stood behind the hero and said that since these are monsters tainted by evil, white magic should work against them. Jared turned to the elf and said that this was not so and she should under no circumstances use white magic. Chloe was slightly surprised and asked why. Jared smiled and fell silent. Instead of answering, he folded his hands on his hip and said that there was no need to worry because he knew a way to deal with them, adding that the girl should worry about how to use her powers to the fullest. Jared smiled playfully when she asked if this was all she had to do. He responded by asking if the girl really wanted to add anything else to herself. Chloe suddenly blushed while Jared tried to understand how this happened and where did the elf get confused. He stared in surprise at the embarrassed elf. She looked away while the hero pondered that the worry in her mind caused feelings for someone. The hero thought he had guessed right, but could not understand for whom the elf had feelings. There were a couple of handsome men in the Agrizio guard, so the hero assumed that the elf had feelings for one of them. He imagined guys with iron masks on their faces. He looked at the elf's boots, which were an artifact called Tranquilus's boots, and thought that he had never seen such an artifact. Jared thought while Chloe looked at him with a straight face. He remembered that Tranquilus was the elf's brother. Chloe told the hero that his training would begin soon. He threw his finger up and told the girl to go first, finally saying that they would see each other soon. Chloe calmly agreed. The eastern part of the mansion was brightly illuminated by the sun. The hero finished with the words that this is all about structures, adding that this is so, at least in his opinion. Hayes, Isabella and Rakis looked at him seriously on one side. On the other side, Mia, Lena and Chloe were looking at him. The hero said that all the people gathered here could easily raid the demon's hideout. Jared stood in front of the board and said that anyone who had questions could ask them now because they wouldn't have time to answer them in the dungeon. A raid on a demon hideout consisting of 7 participants was being prepared. Isabelle raised her hand. With a serious face, she said that she heard that even 40 rank hunters could not attack the demon hideout and asked if 7 of them could do it. Jared confidently answered that he could. He smiled contentedly and said that they would change tactics, saying that you should never follow the path already taken by others. It was night and the heroes arrived in a mountainous area outside of Cvia territory. The fire was burning. The hero said that this was the last stop before their raid into the dungeon, so he told everyone to take a good rest. There were several white tents in the camp. Mia slept next to Hayes. Jared stood outside and smiled, thinking everyone was fast asleep. An anxious Lena appeared behind her, saying that she couldn't sleep. The pair walked down the path, Jared telling her that her skills had improved greatly, saying that when he first rescued her from the Alami underground mine, she was like a little chicken. Lena laughed and said that a whole year had passed since then. She smiled and looked at the hero, said that she was able to grow so much only thanks to him. He asked if she was happy with herself. She grabbed a lock of hair and said no, because it had room to grow. She thought that after all this time she was pleased to see the Lord like this. Jared smiled and said that she did a good job and that he was proud of her, and added that she was able to exceed all expectations and that he was very happy about that. He put his hand on her head, which confused her greatly. The couple stopped and began to look at each other. Lena said that not only she, but also others respect and admire him, adding that once the Lord's good reign began, their territory improved dramatically, confirming what everyone said. Lena folded her hands on her chest and said that everyone praised the Lord for his kindness. He thanked her. He smiled, looking at her, and asked her to try hard in the raid so that everyone could survive and become stronger. Lena bowed sharply and said that she would do everything possible for the Lord and her team. The notification reported that Lena's devotion had skyrocketed to level 50. The golden notification reported that the total devotion had reached 200 and that the first headlight of awakening had begun to enter. Lena smiled shyly while Jared couldn't say his words at her characteristics. He looked at the night sky and could not understand that Lena, who had opened her feelings and surpassed the level of devotion, had entered the first phase of awakening. He could not understand why, Was it because of her sincerity? It seemed to him that the future of Cvia would become increasingly brighter. Hayes held her nose. The other girls also held their noses, complaining about the terrible stench. Rakis looked into the depths of the cave and noted that there was a rather strange smell at the entrance. The heroes stood at the entrance to the dungeon. In front of them lay a huge pile of bones. Jared formed a golden glowing ball and said that using cleansing magic should reduce the smell, which Hayes accepted very well. She smiled and asked if her white magic would help. He answered seriously that no. He began to explain the scheme that he had already spoken at the meeting. If you use white magic when attacking, the damage to monsters is doubled. However, the damage done by monsters is also doubled. Rakis and Jared began to move the body while the hero said that the girl had better not use white magic and not worry because they would fight on equal terms. Chloe and Isabella indifferently noticed that a green wind had appeared in the cave. Mia used the magical wind with a smile, saying that if they did everything like this, the stink would disappear and it would be easier for them to enter. Jared looked at Mia and silently praised her for the fact that she, as a first-level mage, was able to use magic available to a second level. He enthusiastically raised his hand up and told everyone to move forward, adding that the presence of hunters was felt on the first floor and therefore there were no monsters around. Water dripped from the cave arches. The heroes moved forward in a row, while the hero asked if everything was clear to everyone. He looked behind him and told Lena to help defend the rear and added that no one should get ahead of him until he said otherwise. Lena responsively confirmed the execution of the order. Jared stopped abruptly. A glowing ring lay under his feet. He picked it up and checked. It was a good luck ring that granted its first owner immortality and wealth, but from the moment the ring is abandoned by its owner, it will kill its new owner. It will destroy the mind of the person who touches or wears this ring, thereby killing him within 60 seconds. Jared excitedly studied the characteristics while Hayes looked at him, puzzled. In order to avoid the ring effect, it was necessary to put this ring on 4 people within 60 seconds. Ring with a flower and an eye inside. Ring of luck? It's not really like that. These evil creators of paradise, the hero could not believe that they created such an artifact. The hero suddenly realized why there were so many corpses lying near the entrance. Jared grabbed his face, clutching the ring as a worried Hayes asked what was wrong. He said that everything was fine and that he had a headache. The notice stated that since the ring's curse had been activated, the object that was to be sacrificed would be removed from the system. Jared remembered the Red Queen, thinking that thanks to St. Grace's ring he was immune to the curse of Fleuret's ring, otherwise he would already be dead. He recalled that the same thing happened to the Red Queen. This means that the ring can really be used in different situations. The notification said that the ring had turned back into a blessing ring. The evil appearance of the ring turned into a good one. Jared smiled, noting that the ring was now truly a good luck ring and that it was a very good start. Mentally, he thanked the deceased hunters and promised that he would do everything in his power so that their deaths were not in vain, and he promised to clean out this dungeon. Jared smiled. First floor of the dungeon, 5th stone room. Jared felt the wall while everyone looked at him. Rakis asked the guys, "Isn't this amazing?" Jared felt the wall, running from one place to another, while Rakis said that other hunters usually die on the way to this room, but they entered it easily. Hayes exclaimed happily that this was truly wonderful. My lord, using magic and guidance, lured those exploding red demons here. A crowd of red angry meatballs was chasing the hero. They ran after him while his companions calmly watched. There was an explosion. Hayes watched in admiration as the hero made the demons blow each other up. The hero fought against almost 20 demons. Chloe said with a slight smile that it was an exciting sight, and asked the hero how he dealt with monsters of a high level of difficulty using only guidance. Isabella looked jealously at the elf as she said that she had heard how it was possible in theory, but how surprised she was to see it in person. Lena looked at the hero and asked, "What is my lord looking for?" Jared up ahead exclaimed happily at what he had found. He put his hand on the wall and told everyone to look at him. He screamed and the wall around him shattered into pieces, raising a gust of wind. His hand was smoking. All the companions were silent in amazement. Jared smiled and invited his surprised companions to move on. The road that leads directly from room 5 of the 1st floor to room 8 of the 4th floor. The diagram showed how this loophole works. The creators of Paradise built shortcuts, but then they stopped, and only paths remained from these passages. Large numbers with large benefits are the reasons for the suspension of the development of shortest paths. The heroes moved through a narrow passage, using magic to illuminate their path. Since the road with only a small hole was useless, they left everything as it was, but the path remained untouched. Jared walked ahead and thought that by using this shortcut, he had come up with an idea, but it wouldn't work if he met other Paradise users. He remembered Burchard telling him about the eastern continent. Lena noticed that the further road was already blocked. Jared turned around sharply and said that he needed to dig the road further on his own in order to move forward. From the ring, he summoned a gray mine with a purple crystal onto his hand, saying that these were slightly modified anti-personnel mines. Unlike ordinary mines that explode if stepped on, these are like time bombs. He said that the mines explode after a certain time. His companions listened to him carefully. The hero told them to be careful with the passage leading to the 6th room. He explained that if this mine exploded, those red demons or other demons would react from the other side and be able to get here. Jared threw the mines forward. A powerful explosion of several mines was heard in front of the heroes. Red exploding demons emerged from the passage. Mia laughed and summoned a magical wind. The demons were blown away. Some flew up to Lena. She cut one in half. Isabella extended her hand and cast the spell. The demons looked at her in surprise. Columns of white light began to shoot out from them. They exploded. Chloe grabbed the knife and said she would take care of the little demons in the front. Hayes said with a smile that she would help the elf from the rear using healing magic. Jared looked at what was happening with a smile and was pleased. He thought that it was organized teamwork, prepared with the right level of skills for the game, and noted that everything was going according to plan. The heroes found themselves in a huge room. It was the 4th floor of the dungeon, 8-stone room. Rakis asked excitedly if this was Boss Fleurit's room that he had talked about during the meeting. Jared said yes, that's right. He looked forward seriously while Hayes was shaking with fear and said that many hunters die during the attack of this Fleurit. Since this is a place full of traps, it is very difficult to do without victims. The girls looked at him excitedly as he continued to say that there was even a joke about taking a photo of a person about to die before he died. The squad looked into a huge passage in which stood a giant with 2 spiked maces. Jared said that at first glance, this monster appears to be a powerful one that has strength but lacks ingenuity. He went on to say that Fleur is a wizard-type monster that can use black magic, meaning that he would be difficult to attack given his defense and ability to use magic. Jared gave an animated thumbs up and said that they would let Fleurit through using the shortest route. He turned around and cheerfully walked back in the opposite direction under the confused looks of his travelers, saying that it was not necessary to attack sequentially, following the rules, and said that the fact that they did not kill this boss would not prevent them from moving to the next room. Hayes looked at the Lord with admiring eyes, saying that as expected, there was nothing he didn't know. Jared smiled, thinking about Hayes, that although this was her first attack in the dungeon, she did well and it was a relief that she didn't suffer any mental injuries. Rakis turned to my lord. He recalled and said that he heard that there are 8 stone rooms on each floor, and if this is so, then they can only go to the 5th floor through the 8th room. Jared touched the wall and said that there should be a door leading from room 8 on the 4th floor to room 1 on the 5th floor. Rakis cried out, saying that if my lord opened the door, the demons would burst out of it. The door started to open and Jared laughed and told him to calm down. In front of the surprised heroes was a pile of divine crystals, which, as the hero explained, do not allow demons to come here and therefore room 8 is used as a shelter. The crystals were huge. Jared noted that there were no signs of shelters or camps here and therefore they would be the first to attack the 5th floor of the dungeon, and at the end added that he was surprised that this was an untouched area of the dungeon. The hero smiled brightly and thought that this was an opportunity given by heaven. From the 5th floor every monster would become valuable prey. He told the party to get rid of every monster. The heroes rejoiced as Jared smiled and used the spell to add speed and strength to them, saying that before they entered, they should know that increased strength and speed were simply necessary in the dungeon. The inspired heroes walked forward while behind them in the passage the giant Fleurit swung his mace. Jared told him to ignore him and head to the 5th floor of the dungeon. Black spherical demons began to attack the heroes. Lena covered herself with a shield, saying that these were black demons and that they would not be able to cope with them. The heroes were also attacked by white demons with magical resistance. One of the demons rushed at Mia with a scream. She clenched her fist, asking the demon if he knew how long she had been training. She pushed him away with a magical wind and he flew in the opposite direction with a dissatisfied face. Rakis fought with the demons and shouted to Mia to retreat because white demons are immune to any magic, no matter how strong it is. Jared was dodging a pack of red demons following him and he shouted to the team that he was taking them on himself and asked them not to approach them. Isabella formed blood magic in her hand, stared at the approaching purple demon and calmly said okay. Rakis shouted for Lena to take those demons on the right, and he would take the white demons on the left, and asked him to try to lure the red demons to my lord. Lena glanced at him and said that she understood. Chloe cut the white demons with glowing purple blades. Rakis ordered her to destroy the white demons with the blood that flows from their noses and mouths. He added that if she took a position behind, she could immediately kill them. Chloe cut another demon and said okay. Mia released a magical wind. Rakis shouted to her to stand away and said that she only needed to push away those demons that were approaching her. Hayes used healing power on the approaching demons. Rakis ordered her to use divine healing power on those black demons that were right in front of her. He said she was doing everything right. He grabbed the sword and said that he was the only one left. He shouted to the hero to leave everything to him and to take care of the red demons. Jared turned around while in a dash, followed by a crowd of red demons. He smiled and said that Rakis had surpassed himself as his deputy. He turned around and was indignant at such an influx of monsters. A chain of explosions began in front of the hero. Rocks melted at the explosion sites. Worried, Jared covered his face with his cloak and said that if he had been hit by their self-destructing explosion, even his bones would have melted. Notifications have appeared about obtaining the title of Red Demon Slayer with a bonus in the form of increased damage to monsters, the title of Professional Killer, which gives wisdom, along with the title of Visitor to the Underworld. Jared chuckled. There were a bunch of notifications hanging in front of him. He joked that he should have come earlier, otherwise the whole system would explode from the pop-up notifications. 2 days later, 5th floor of the dungeon, 7th stone room. The soiled heroes sat and rested. They had exhausted looks and were all silent. Isabella thought it was really hard. Jared looked at his hands and said that everyone seemed very tired, and so he suggested that they take a good rest here and go to the next room. He noted that there was no one following them anyway, so there was no need to rush. The girls quickly fell asleep, which surprised the hero. He chuckled, noting that because he wears Gorgeous' necklace, he doesn't need sleep and can therefore use his free time to do something. The ring vault opened its mouth. A heavy bag fell to the ground. Jared opened it. Inside there was a bunch of purple crystals. He said that his squad had collected a lot of magic crystals and therefore they needed to prepare for the final battle. The purple crystals were worth 1,000 gold, which in the hero's previous life would have been equal to the amount of 1,000,000,001. The hero opened a small glowing knife, saying that he did not care about money. He started making glowing scratches on the crystals and thought that even though he was scratching a 1,000,000,001 crystal, his soul was still at peace. He assumed that this was due to the fact that there were hundreds of such crystals in paradise, and it seemed to him that he was simply accustomed to them. He sat pressed against the wall and scratched the crystals. He thought that if he were the salesman from his previous life now, he would have fainted by now. He thought that if he dies in this life, he wants to end it brilliantly and in abundance, and for this he needs to go a long way. He looked at the crystal seriously and thought that in this world he would become the main hero no matter what. Painted crystals pierced the stone floor. The hero's squad stood in front of him. He slowly stood up and said that before the entrance, with the help of 3 magic crystals, he created a field with buffs. Jared looked ahead. Between the heroes there were 3 large magic circles. Jared asked who would be first and suggested to the dark elf. He pointed his hand towards the area next to the magic crystal. She stepped into it. Chloe looked at herself while Jared said that this is a magic circle in which health, speed and strength will increase. Chloe said that, as the hero said, she feels the effects of buffs. Everyone perked up and said they wanted it too. Jared smiled contentedly and called his teammates amazing and suggested that they first sit down and rest. The squad members stood in the field of effect of the crystals while the hero said that when the attack on the boss begins, demons will begin to crawl out from outside, and 5 of them will have to split into 3 directions and take them on themselves. Lena and Mia looked at the hero. He said that Lena would block the left side and Mia would help her with this. Chloe listened calmly as Jared assigned her to the middle section. Rakis will have to stand on the right side. He said that the hero can rely on him. Isabella nodded when the hero said that she would help all 3 of them with her magic, and behind her, Hayes began to sulk. She squealed, indignant that she didn't get the role. She hoped that my lord would not force her to sit on the sidelines after all this journey. Jared walked up to her and put his hands on her shoulders and told her that he and she would take on the big boss. Hayes wondered if this was something they had been working on together during their discussion. The hero replied that this was the key to victory, and suddenly the space of the cave began to change into the throne room of an unknown monster sitting on the throne. A huge humanoid bull in armor sat on the throne. His name was Gapagis and he was the main boss. Jared deceived the frightened Hayes with a smile. He said that there was no need to be quiet, explaining that Gapagis was in a deep sleep and he would not wake up until Fleer attacked. His hand began to emit light and scatter sparks. The hero used a shiny dust spell. Many glowing lasers appeared in front of the heroes, and Jared said that they would wake up the boss if they touched at least one of the lasers that they detected with the help of shiny dust. Jared teleported to the throne, leaving a shocked Hayes on the other side, but telling her that she would reach him using her unique flexibility. Jared looked ahead seriously and asked if Hayes was ready, thinking that he, unfortunately, was not a level 6 magician, because then he could teleport Hayes too. Hayes was tying her hair, saying she needed to tie her hair carefully. The cloak with which she had covered herself flew into the air. She shouted that she would be there soon. Lena sighed in surprise. All the girls looked at the girl in confusion. Hayes wriggled between the lasers, dressed in a dark, tight suit. They compared her to a mollusk and marveled at how her lower back was able to bend at an angle of 180 degrees. Hayes' chest almost touched the laser. She told herself that if she made a mistake, she would touch the laser. Lena, in shock, asked Hayes if she had put something under her clothes, to which she received a negative answer from the embarrassed Hayes. She exhaled and continued walking. She shouted that she was coming and continued to make her way through the lasers. The girls watched her confusedly. She almost made it to the throne. Jared yelled at her that she was doing a good job and that she almost made it to the throne. She froze and looked at the floor, asking what sound she was hearing now. A tuft of her hair touched the laser. Jared stuck out his hand and yelled for Hayes to be careful. Lena looked at Hayes in fear. The hair elastic fell directly onto the laser. She managed to catch the rubber band on the tip of her finger, asking if this was a super sword. Jared smiled, sweating with fear. Hayes fell to the floor. Jared picked her up and sat next to her. He smiled at her and told her to join forces and launch an attack on Gapajis. There used to be a saying, the slower you go, the slower you go. A drop of water fell onto a hole in the stone. It talks about how a falling drop can make a hole in a rock. This saying is key to defeating Gapajis. Jared looked at Hayes seriously and asked how long does the average divine healing last. She looked at the hero and said that if she uses it without resting, then 30 seconds. Jared smiled and said that Hayes had definitely improved, recalling that just a couple of months ago she would have lasted only 10 seconds. Hayes loudly began to thank my lord that this was all thanks to that wonderful training method. Isabella used a noise reduction spell. Jared grabbed Hayes' hand and told her to follow him onto Gapaga's head. Jared jumped to the top of the throne and moved the platform right next to the boss's head. Hayes was surprised that there was such a device on the throne. Jared pointed to the boss with a smile and said that this is where his magic and its healing will come into play. The girl asked how to use magic in this state. She felt that all she had to do was attack the boss and he would definitely wake up. Jared looked at the girl and said this is why the perfect combination of attack and healing will be the key to this strategy. Hayes looked questioningly at the hero. The remaining squad was already fighting the demons. They were outraged that the demons began to attack before they even touched the boss, while noting the power of the buff fields that their mylord had installed. The demons crashed into the blue dome put up by the squad. Chloe galloped with increased agility and cut the demons from the back. Rakis fought fiercely, and Isabella behind supported everyone with magic. The wound on the man healed instantly and he noted this. Isabella smiled and said that since they were in the zone of continuous influence of spiritual stones, it seemed that because of this their combat power had increased by 2 times. She was told that this was true, but even so, they still should not let their guard down. A sweaty Rakis looked at Isabella and said that if these demons broke through their line of defense, then they would hit the signal lines and wake up Gapajis. He added that they must continue to protect Mr. and Hayes, because they are now risking their lives. One of the demons flew past the squad and rushed towards the signal lines. The demon approached the laser with a smile. Chloe gloomily noted that this was an earth demon against which her attacks would be useless. Lena shouted to try magic. A large purple pentagram was created. A fireball flew out of it and burned the demon. The girls smiled gratefully at their master. Jared gave an excited thumbs up and smiled. Hayes huffed and held the healing field, saying that the strategy they had chosen was abnormal. Jared smiled and asked if she would rather fight him face to face. Hayes did not take her eyes off the boss and said that she really wanted to fight him, but she remembered that the hero said that Gapajis was an unusual opponent and decided to clarify this. Jared frowned and said that was true. A group of various V-rank hunters. The point is that if they wanted to attack the demon hideout in the best way possible, the number of people they have now would not be able to do anything. Firstly, the heroes would need at least 30 or more B-rank hunters. Hayes introduced the awakened Gapajis, and the hero said that if he wakes up, he will not only call all the monsters from the first underground floor to the boss room. A huge crowd of multicolored balls flew towards the heroes, but the force field surrounding the room would instantly disappear, allowing the crazy monster from Fleuret's rod to rush forward to protect his master. The huge Fleuret was eager to fight. Jared smiled and said he had to end this now so they could take advantage of the first attack. Hayes looked at him questioningly. A small yellow beam was coming from the hero's hand into the boss's head. The hero said that the trick itself is quite simple. To wake up Gapajis, you need to fulfill 2 conditions. Signal lasers were burning throughout the hall and hitting them was the first condition. The second condition was to inflict 3 or more damage to Gapajis. The problem, Jared said, is that the basic attack he can use takes away at least 5 points, and this will definitely wake up the boss. However, if they add a skill that will restore 2.5 points per second, then it becomes possible to regulate the damage strength to less than 3 points. That's why it's called the hit and heal trick. The pair directed their magic and hands into the hole that appeared at the back of the boss's head. Jared said that if they continued further, they would see a part connecting to the brain, and so he asked her not to stop. The heroes looked at each other, smiling. Hayes asked if she was doing a good job. Jared replied that yes. He told them to synchronize their breathing again and continue. Jared exclaimed that he couldn't believe it. He said that even if a whole pack of hunters came here, they wouldn't be able to take him down, but it's so cool that they're slowly killing this monster. He said that this was the beauty of the trick and offered to finish off the monster and take all the laurels. Impeccable physical recovery requires perfect sleep. Gapaji sat against the backdrop of the sunset and night sky. He asked himself what kind of strange feeling he began to experience just recently. He felt drops dripping onto his head. He said it was a little annoying, but it was just a dream. Gapaji's felt painful cuts inside his head. Terrible headache. He asked himself, what is this pain? He assumed it must be a dream. Gapaji's opened his eyes in horror, filled with rage. He shouted to himself that this was reality. Gapaji screamed that this was all pointless while Jared and Hayes were sitting on his head. The hero said to end this right now. The boss's hand went limp. The fingers clenched. Steam was pouring out of the bull's head. Jared was smiling, and Hayes was covering her face with her hands. They turned to each other and started laughing. The hero asked if Hayes saw this. Gapaji's head began to fall apart. Hayes laughed and said that it was a sad end for their king. The spherical demons also began to crumble. The heroes began to receive abundance and buffs for the death of Gapaji's. Rakis rejoiced along with the others, rejoiced at the master's victory and said that he just couldn't do it. Still, a golden notification appeared indicating that Gapaji's had received the power. Jared looked at his hands with a crazy smile and laughed, saying that extreme magic and enhanced attack magic were now in his hands. In Paradise, the first user to attack Gapaji's discovered that it was possible to obtain a unique bonus given by the spirit of Gapaji's. Twisted Sprout. As a privilege, magicians receive the transcendent magic type. Extreme magic is magic that allows you to exceed limits. Bright blue stripes cut the space. This magic was known for increasing existing firepower, invoking the transcendental power inherent in the magic itself. It can be enhanced up to 10 times its maximum value, but there is one problem with this overwhelming magic. For each subsequent excess, the mana cost increases by 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, etc. respectively. In other words, an rank magic missile with double excess will consume 2,000 mana. Jared looked at the stats window and thought that his mana was about 6,000, so in theory, he should be able to use at least double exceed Fireball. Behind him, Hayes said anxiously that someone was following her. Jared turned around. Behind the frightened Hayes, boots called the wings of Gapaji's were hanging in the air. Nia shouted to the guys to try on these boots as soon as possible, because in them she moves as fast as under the acceleration from the Lord. Near each of them hung these boots, which, as Rakis assumed, were a reward for everyone. Jared smiled. The notification stated that the Gapaji's fighting spirit had completely settled in his left hand. The hero's hand burned with fire. The notification stated that the hero can now freely use transcendent magic. The hero laughed madly, releasing fireballs with double power from his hands. Flames flew from his hands in all directions. The shocked heroes watched what was happening. Jared smiled. He thought that this was transcendental magic that only he could use. Everything went perfect. Happy ending for everyone. This was a plan that they successfully executed. The heroes returned along the secret path in the opposite direction. The hero noted that there was even a shortcut here that they could use to return. Hayes smiled and said that the next hunters who would attack the dungeon after them would be able to use this passage, which the hero also noted. He turned to the team and said that they would block the passage so they couldn't do it. The team supported the hero, saying that they would help him block the passage. The hero said that hunters with good eyesight would still be able to find him. It was raining over the mansion. Jared sat on the couch, holding his staff and clenching his fist. He said that the sensation of using transcendental magic was still quite distinct. He remembered how he emitted enhanced pillars of fire from his hands and how he was able to double it. But with the help of Mutidus's prayer, he will be able to cast a fireball with a triple excess, and now he will have to use this guy often since the amount of mana consumed will increase. In his hands he held the worn staff of Mutidus. He remembered how he took this staff from Tog. Jared looked contentedly at the staff while the cat sat behind him. In the hero's hands was an artifact that he received while saving a key, and now it seemed to him that it was a very long time ago. The cat clung to the hero and meowed. He frowned with displeasure and asked again. The rain poured down outside the window, without stopping, until Jared was afraid of the appearance of a cat behind the closed shutters. The cat sat contentedly and licked his paw. The hero thought that just like that, the cat that had entered the mansion a couple of days ago began to wander around the area. The maid appeared and asked for forgiveness, saying that she was going to tell the hero about this a couple of days ago, but then he was in the dungeon. The maid continued that when the rainy season began, the cat most likely came into the house in search of shelter. Jared guessed that the cat liked this place. He imagined how Hayes would admire him, saying that it would be nice to have a pet because the girl would be delighted. Jared picked up the green transparent glowing ball, and the cat looked at it curiously. The hero wanted to try one of the rewards he received in the dungeon. In his hands was the pure spirit of Gapajis, which communicated that the animal into which this spirit would inhabit would exhibit special energy and its inherent extraordinary communication skills. The implantation of the spirit began to occur. The hero brought the ball to the forehead of the cat, who sat lovingly in place. The notification said that the spirit had settled inside and now it had a bunch of new characteristics and capabilities. The cat was illuminated by a powerful light. He meowed protractedly. He looked at the hero with a conscious gaze. He was scratching his chin when the cat greeted him and asked him to give him a name, since he didn't like the nickname Kitten. Jared frowned and said that the cat could now speak due to the purified spirit of Gapajis and noted that the cat spoke human language quite fluently. The cat replied that it was so. The maid watched excitedly as Jared thought. He said a familiar name came to mind. The cat looked at the hero, and he told him that his name would now be Terry. Terry asked what this name means. The maid and the cat Uni thought that he could not say that this was the name of the burger that he liked in a past life. Clouds hung over the city, drenched in rain. Someone was walking on the wet ground. A group of hooded people stood at a small well and asked if this well was the last landmark. The man with the red mask over his eyes said to Reset. He was told yes, Sir Cluzet. The bloody and tied bag flew to the bottom of the well. The unknown guy said that they tied stones to the cut-up corpses and therefore the bodies would sink deep into the well. Long blonde hair hung from under Cluzet's hood. He asked what were the results of the previous texts. He was told that the tests with young subjects had gone perfectly. They looked into the dark well and said that it is really good at spreading diseases, and anyone who now drinks water from this well will become a carrier of all types of waterborne diseases within 24 hours. Cluzet smiled madly and chuckled, saying that this was exactly what he had hoped for. The unknown people, accompanied by flashes of lightning, walked away from the well, saying that now they just have to watch how the kingdoms of Malice, Bonus, and Cinders will react to their hellish water. At the same time, on the territory of Cvia, the mansion was still flooded with rain. Jared held the red stone on his hand and noted that this necklace was given to PH Talon for a reason. In his hands was an unsealed red Cluzet necklace with characteristics harmful to its owner. Jared said that these are just disgusting options and threw it, wanting to suck it into his inner pocket and saying that the best option is to keep this little thing away from the world, and added that it will never see the light of day again. The hero went to the window and looked at the rain, noting that it still wouldn't stop, and said well that their estate is equipped with measuring instruments and therefore this should not be a problem. Someone knocked on the door. Jared looked towards the door and asked who it was this early. A smiling Valdez stood outside the door. The hero immediately jumped up to him, and he apologized for disturbing him so early. The hero told him to pass. The books were neatly placed on the shelves. Valdez said that he had mentioned this before, and according to the Radius Order, no disasters were expected in the territory of Cvia this year. Jared looked at the prince as he said that he could dismiss it as superstition, but he was confident that they would be able to avoid disaster. Jared thought that he could not explain the system and the title of the Great Lord to him, and this was a bad idea. The hero writhed in exhaustion while Valdez said why he was talking about this. He raised his hand and asked how he liked the idea of making a video of the gentleman offering prayers for the safety and well-being of citizens. The heroes sat in comfortable chairs. Valdez said that he had already discussed this idea with the temple and said that they had enough spiritual stones of light and therefore they could easily start the presentation at dawn, and asked how about starting filming right now, since the heroes are already together. Jared smiled and thought that Valdez was quick to grasp and thought that this was Valdez, and he was probably already anticipating approval and even prepared for it. Jared smiled and said it was time to do it. One of the core virtues of a leader is working with the strengths of hardworking subordinates. The heroes left the Lord's office. The hero agreed to filming not only for advertising purposes, but also in order to support the prince, who is devoted to this territory. After all, this land is far from being a place where a hero can work alone. The old man was surprised that in other territories floods and all kinds of diseases were arriving with crazy force, but they were fine. People admired it, saying that it was as expected. The Lord's prayers for them really came true. People shouted for everyone to focus on the video and asked not to miss a second of the film. The device projected a video of Jared praying with his eyes closed while a large crowd of people looked at him and shouted that the video was beautiful and that he looked good. The notice stated that citizens were deeply moved by the video and that people's hearts were now filled with devotion. The Impress Hearts task was completed and people's devotion increased by 150. The golden notification announced that devotion had reached 1,000 and the golden age had arrived in the territory. The city was illuminated by the dawn sun and the sky was clear. Jared and Valdez stood and smiled proudly. The notice stated that with the advent of the golden age, within a month, the overall productive power of the citizens had increased by 100%. This is a golden time for the great country of Cvia. Other cities were flooded. People died from deadly diseases. An exhausted old man and a girl stood at the well. It is quite natural that the inhabitants of Cvia, who did not suffer damage from the disaster, felt that the clear sky above their heads was only thanks to the prayers of the hero. There was a rainbow in the sky. A week later, underground laboratory. There were flasks with blue liquid on the shelf. Jared smiled contentedly. Isabella behind him was surprised that she had not seen these jars last week. He picked up the bottle and said that this was the master's potion, prepared on the eve of the rainy season. The girl asked again. The hero showed a bunch of ingredients and said that according to the formula, there are 10 types of herbs mixed together. It's like a general medicine that needs to be added to the water after purifying with mana. Isabella looked at the hero and said that he is amazing because more than 10 types of herbs are strong. She said that she was surprised by Ronella's treatment method and asked how he knew about the master's potion. Jared was embarrassed and said that, of course, this was something new, but in any case, the reason he called her here today. The hero stood in the middle of a clean laboratory with a bunch of devices on the table. Isabella said that she had heard about this before and said that she knew but could not understand. She asked why put a curse on the medicine made. The hero reached out to the flask and took it. He looked at her and said that it was all because the effect of the potion was extremely strong and it could be extremely dangerous for the body. He said that they needed to weaken the potion to see if it was suitable for treating the disease. Isabella touched her neck and asked if a person would get a worse sore after using the potion. Jared said that was generally true, but said not to worry about it, adding that her job was very important. A pink ring was burning on Isabella's finger. The hero asked how she felt about the effect of this ring. She was wearing a purification ring that suppressed negative emotions. Jared smiled because Isabella said that everything was fine and that a lot of negative and dark feelings had gone away, and added that she felt as if the irritation and need for anything had disappeared. Jared was glad that the ring was working. Isabella blushed and said that she felt much better, noting that before, as soon as she saw the Lord, she began to get angry. Jared was confused, thinking that Isabella still liked him when he thought it would go away with time. He said that he had no desire to enter into a relationship with anyone, and he also noted that he did not have the time or interest and that he was not as soft and fluffy as he was made out to be. Isabella began to shake the flask angrily and shouted that does it really matter whether she likes him or not? She called herself an expert and asked him not to delve into her emotions. Isabella looked forward seriously and said that she was finished. They stood in front of a large cluster of boxes containing master's potions. Isabella asked if there was any reason to use so many potions, noting that there were at least several thousand of them. Jared smiled and said of course, everything will be fine. Isabella looked questioningly at the hero. Hayes knocked on the door and announced her presence. She opened the door and said in alarm that they had a big problem, saying that the ambassadors of the Bonuso and Malice kingdoms arrived at the same time. The VIP room with a huge chandelier was beautifully decorated. The Malice Kingdom ambassador looked at the Bonus Kingdom ambassador and told him not to tell him what. The second ambassador interrupted him and asked if he did too. The ambassadors looked at each other in silence. The ambassador turned around and looked around the beautiful hall, thinking that this hall was too large to be called a living room. The second ambassador looked at the decoration with admiration and thought that if someone had told him that this place was adjacent to a royal or imperial palace, he would have believed it. The ambassadors continued to look around the room in confusion until Jared greeted them. He stood in the open doors and said with a smile that he had never dealt with two kingdoms before and asked what was going on. The ambassadors grabbed their chests and each wanted to start first than their neighbor. Jared waved his hand with a smile and said that they had enough time and suggested that they first listen to the ambassador from the Kingdom of Bonus. A map of areas appeared where several kingdoms were connected by one river. During this rainy season, heavy downpours caused the Optatio River to overflow its banks. The heroes sat on sofas under a huge chandelier. The ambassadors said that if we compare this with last year, the amount of precipitation has more than doubled and massive floods occurred not only around the river, but throughout the kingdom. Jared looked to the side thoughtfully and said that it seemed like they weren't fully prepared for such a disaster. The ambassadors fell silent in tension. One ambassador closed his eyes and clenched his fist, saying that all this led to casualties. Jared took a sip from his cup as the ambassador said that they were doing their best to recover, but the problem was the epidemic spreading in the affected areas. The hero thought. The ambassador remembered Aki and said that he received an official letter from Aki's mercenary corps 3 days ago. He said that it said that the gentleman had recently created a certain remedy that could cure infectious diseases. Jared smiled, thinking that Aki's speed was simply scary. He was happy with the news that he had leaked information about a great potion to the two kingdoms. Jared put down his cup and said the conversation wouldn't be long. He looked at the surprised ambassadors and said that they were not asking for rescuers, but for medicine. Jared looked seriously at the ambassador from the Kingdom of Malice and assumed that he had come for the same purpose, and the ambassador agreed. The ambassadors got scared and began to shout that the price does not matter and asked to sell him as much as the hero was willing to sell. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Bonus said that his kingdom was ready to give the hero any amount of gold coins. Jared smiled and moved his hand to the side and said that he would be happy to prepare everything for them now. He said that the promised amount would be promptly transferred to the border. He added that depending on the severity of symptoms, the potion could be given to up to 5 people without reducing its effectiveness. The ambassadors respectfully placed their hands on their stomachs and politely asked to be provided with supplies just once and added that their majesties would be very pleased. There was a knock on the door. Jared tensed. They called him and he irritably asked what happened. Hayes appeared in the passage and said that a messenger from the Kingdom of Cinders had also arrived and added that it was Princess Myra herself. Jared asked in surprise and thought that her mere presence spoke of how serious the situation in the Kingdom of Cinders was. Princess Chloe in a red robe sat and drank tea. She looked at her reflection and said that she didn't think she could drink such exquisite tea. Right now there must be an inordinate number of people suffering at the flood site. Jared looked at her and smiled, telling her not to think that she was drinking just for her own pleasure. He told her to refresh herself by tasting this tea and give her energy to other people. Jared glanced at her and thought that the princess was not at all the same as she was when they met in the Kingdom of Cinders. He thought that she probably fled the country, taking advantage of the situation. She looked away anxiously and said she thought she had prepared as best she could, but the epidemic was spreading much faster than expected. Jared looked at the sad princess and asked her to fill him in on the details. The princess looked down and said that the flood and the pandemic were like best friends, so they continued their preparations. They had enough medicine, and at first they thought they could handle it. Jared asked where exactly the problem occurred, and the princess replied that all the people affected by the spill had been moved to remote areas, and they were also isolating citizens considered dangerous. There was a beautiful decorated mural above the fireplace. Jared asked if the infection rate was still increasing. The princess replied that they could not prevent the outbreak, but they planned to stop it from spreading, noting that this was far from a normal type of dispersal. She remembered the well and said that at the same time the epidemic appeared in other areas not affected by the flood, and added that it was in the well that the townspeople used as the main source of drinking water. Jared said that it looks like they found corpses that could very well be the cause of the pandemic. The princess was surprised and asked how he knew. Jared tensed and thought that he had expected this, but he didn't think they would go too far with this disaster. He introduced a group of cultists to the Church of Umbra, thinking that this was their work. He imagined Cluzet in the mask of a plague doctor and thought that, unlike the Lynx, the veiled priest, that is, Cluzet, was famous for continuing to terrorize this world without a twinge of conscience. The hero remembered the burning city and said that when he intervened in the civil war of the Kingdom of Cinders and completely destroyed all of Umbra's plans, it became obvious that they planned to take revenge on the hero by any means. Jared sat opposite the princess and said that this is the work of the Umbra Church, saying that there are not many organizations in this world that are capable of such a thing. He said that if the princess wants to familiarize herself with the internal affairs of the Cinders Kingdom. The princess said that since this is the Umbra Church, they have already collected a lot of information about the country. Jared replied that firstly and asked permission to talk about the decision. He mentioned the blue bottle of medicine and said that there was a cure for this epidemic and added that it was a magnificent potion that could nullify all waterborne diseases. The princess exclaimed, asking if the Lord himself had made it. She added that this is the same way he invented a cure for Ronella disease. She wanted to say that she couldn't believe how the hero was always on time. He interrupted her and said that he had studied herbal medicine since childhood and said that now it was bearing fruit. The princess, with tears in her eyes, put her hand on her chest and said that if the hero was telling the truth. Then she asked him to give her kingdom medicine and said that she was ready to pay the due amount for the hero's hard work. In the end, she said that she did not have time and that people die every second. Jared looked at the princess and said that he would give her 70% of all his supplies since the production of the medicine was still ongoing. Additional deliveries would be made from time to time. The princess was surprised at the volume announced. She mentioned the crazy ambassadors and asked if the hero didn't decide to sell the medicine to them, and asked if the two kingdoms only bought 30% of the supply. Jared took a sip of his tea and said that they probably weren't going to use the medicine on everyone, which means that countries will only be selective with the upper classes, such as nobles and aristocrats. The princess asked, "Does this make any sense?" Jared looked at the princess and said that there are many more unusual people in the world than she thinks and said that she is too pure. The princess looked away and said that she knew, and she was ashamed that the Lord cared so much about her. Jared stood up and said that in any case, he would give her the elixir right away and asked that the wells throughout the affected area be thoroughly checked and asked that an ambassador be sent to transport the medicine. The guard calmly guarded the passage, while behind him the princess thanked the hero and said that on behalf of the people of her kingdom, Cinders, on behalf of her and the king, the hero asked to look at the gold, to which the princess readily agreed. Afterwards, Jared devoted all his free time to making magnificent potions. At the moment, selling elixirs is not the best source of income. Coins were falling. The laboratory stood in the shadows. By producing the elixir manually, it turns out that it was possible to produce 5 times more potions than automatically. Switching to manual production was the best decision. Jared held the vial of blue elixir in his hands and thought that it was easy for him to concentrate on work around the clock, since he did not need food and sleep. He looked to the side and said there was a problem. Isabella was sleeping behind him and he called out to her. Isabella began to cry from the nightmares she was having. She asked her mother to save her father, asking what sins they had committed to deserve this. Jared looked at his friend worriedly. The girl cried, buried in her hands, and he slowly extended his hand to her. He held his hand on the sleeping and crying girl and said that in her dream the girl was driven into a cold and dark place. He covered her and said it was a little obvious, but there seemed to be one way to keep her warm. Isabella opened her drooping eyes. She rudely turned to the hero and asked what he was doing. Jared said that he thought she was cold and so he covered her with a blanket, but this was not enough and so he hugged her. Isabella began waving and screaming for the hero to get away and called him a non-entity, asking if he had talked to her while she was sleeping. Jared held out his hand to the girl and told her thank you for her hard work. He asked if she was tired because of him. He gently took her hand while she said that she was fine and said that she herself was fast asleep. Without realizing it, the hero addressed the girl by name. He looked at her with shining eyes and said that since she had woken up, she should focus on production as many orders were coming. He said that their hard work making potions would save countless lives, so he suggested they focus on that. Excited, Isabella threw up her hands and said that pros should act like pros. The heroes began to continue making potions. You definitely need to take advantage of opportunities when they come to you. After all, perhaps this is the best chance to get rich. Eki happily looked at the hero and informed him that they had received an incredible amount of orders for their potion and said that everything had been sold out except for the last stock for emergencies. Even the dark elves from the Totters and the red goblins bought the medicine. Jared looked at Eki with a smile and thanked him for his work and said that Cvia's budget had increased 5-fold thanks to him. He said that it was just his work. As the blue liquid moved through the tube, Eki said that the hero was amazing and he couldn't believe how much he had created this month. The heroes stood in front of a large installation for the creation of a potion of a level 100 master. Jared laughed and said what a person could not create. A special crystal was placed into the device, and the hero said that the reason he had been doing this all month was because of the Dark Soul Stone, adding that the creator must be at the maximum level in order to use the stone to automate the process. Jared looked at his creation with a smile and thought that now he can stop bothering Isabella. Eki said that it was time for him to go. Jared turned to Eki with a malicious smile and said that the demand for the potion was growing and perhaps they should raise the price for it. He told Eki that from now on he was responsible for this because it was thanks to him that he was able to earn so much money. It was raining heavily outside the window and it was night. A group of people were moving through a mountain path and were coughing. Starkey turned around and told the exhausted men that the only way to survive was to go to Cvia and ask them to endure a little longer. The path ahead was still far. The old man repeated that there was very little time left to be patient. A girl knocked on the door and said it was Isabella. Jared turned around and said to come in. Isabella appeared in the aisle and said that she had come with a request, at which the hero was very surprised and asked what kind of request. She looked seriously at the hero and said that he promised her 9% of the potion's proceeds and added at the end that this was not necessary. Jared got worried and asked why, since he promised to pay and did not ask for a free service. Isabella smiled and said that she knew and that's why she wanted a favor in return instead of money. Jared stood up from his chair and suggested we talk about this in more detail. Isabella clenched her fist and said that she wanted to create a wizards guild, a guild where wizards from all over the continent could gather. Jared looked at the girl and said that this was a good idea and noticed that wizards had other mechanisms at work. He put his finger to his chin and thought that wizards specialized in debuffing and were useful not only in dungeon raids, but also in war. But there is a risk that they can become completely unmanageable if they are not properly monitored. Isabella gasped and raised her finger, saying that at first she would not accept wizards with bad behavior. Jared folded his arms over his chest as she continued to say that this meant that wizards who could not control themselves would not be able to get into the guild. Jared asked if Isabella was planning to find disciplined wizards. Isabella looked at the floor, remembering her suffering, and said that it was so. She wants to gather all the wizards who fled after the murder in Transilia and with this power. She tearfully put her hand on her chest, surprising the hero, and told him that she wants to help. He looked at the girl in shock while she said that she was not joking and that this was an idea that was born the moment she received a new body. Jared looked at the girl with a blush on his cheeks and said that it was unexpected. She looked at the hero and said that she was ready to put her pride and past on the line, promising that she would be able to control these wizards. She said that she would not disturb the hero. A large and beautiful chandelier hung from the ceiling. Jared said that the girl must be lonely and said that he remembered those wizards with whom she was surrounded. Isabella said that everything is fine and she wants to help her country, and she wants to be worthy of a hero. Jared gritted his teeth and said that he would give her full support in creating the guild, but she had to be responsible by running it properly, and if they touched forbidden dark magic or got involved with the dark church and turned evil. Jared looked at Isabella seriously. She seriously asked what he would do in this case. He said that he would destroy them and said that there should be no connection with the dark church. Isabella looked at the hero in fear. She exhaled and told him not to worry because she hated them. It was a clear day outside and Jared told the girl to take off her pants so that he could help her freshen up, which greatly surprised and confused the girl. So the news that Isabella began creating a guild spread to other countries. Other countries on the continent were unaware of the potential of wizards, especially since their numbers had been greatly reduced after the massacre. Jared closed the book called Paradise. However, he, who paid special attention to improving the powers of wizards in Paradise, knew this. He imagined how wizards fought on the battlefield and he knew that if he trained them properly, he would have a huge advantage in war. The soldiers stood in 2 rows and refugees walked between them. Calendar of the continent Na, year 1415, 8th month, 19th day. Rakis told the Lord that it seemed that what he was talking about had begun. He turned to the hero and asked if there were too many people, noting that it was as if their entire country was being evacuated. Jared glared at the people and said that this was too suspicious, considering that he was expecting a number of refugees, but here there were 3 times more than he expected, even 4 times more. Exhausted people walked along the bottom of the path. The hero noticed from their clothes that they were coming from Bonus and Malice. He didn't understand why the kingdoms were doing this to their people, asking what the hell they were doing. Jared hid his face with his hand and thought both kings were crazy, calling them stupid bastards. He thought that he could not swear. Jared turned to Terry, who was sitting on his shoulder, and asked him to identify the dark magic in the crowd. He took the cat in his arms and said that it is not necessary to say who exactly, you just need to name the number. Terry said okay, but demanded a tasty treat for it. Terry galloped forward. Rakis anxiously asked the hero if they were continuing to act according to plan. The hero looked at the crowd and said that first they will call this area Saner and declare that it is a refugee area. Rakis asked if he really meant to say that he was going to develop this residual area and the mountains at the same time. A diagram was shown where the combined areas were visible. They were able to annex these lands to Cvia, but there are not enough forces here for development. They were going to invest all their resources into development in Saner. Rakis looked at the hero in surprise and asked if the hero was really selling medicine for this moment. Jared looked seriously at Rakis and said there was something else. He looked at the crowd again and said that if the population suddenly increased like this, they would really have to worry because they say that people are strength. The man with white eyes and the ore were crossed out. There were no dungeons in this area and there were no people who knew how to process the subsoil. This was not profitable either from the commercial side or from the resource extraction side. Jared looked at the crowd and thought that this was why the other owners left these lands, leaving them untouched. He imagined a huge temple and thought that the only cheat he could use was to make this place a shrine for pilgrims. There would be a temple here, holy land, and none of the Radius parishioners could refuse to visit this place. He said that he would create his own shrine. Terry walked through the crowd and looked in different directions. He noticed unknown persons on the slope of the path in the distance. Cluzet looked at the crowd with rage and called the hero a bastard, saying that he was good. Terry's eyes glowed red. People stood near green and white tents with lights burning. There was a sword depicted on the dome of the tent. 5 people were sitting at a table with a map on it. They were discussing a project called the Holy Land of Saner County. Lackeys perked up when the young man with blonde hair said that his role was the most difficult and that he would leave the formation to him. Jared held up 2 fingers and talked about carrots and sticks. He looked to the side and explained that the carrot meant helping the victims who were struggling to settle on this land and start a new life, and the stick meant punishment for those who commit crimes in such uncertain and confusing times. Lackeys, a bead of sweat visible on his face, said he understood. The main character opened his blue eyes wide and said that it is not allowed to commit violence and persecute people in a new land while pretending to be a refugee. The man nodded and Jared stood up, looking at the piece of paper. An old man with a long beard and a girl with blue hair were sitting next to each other. The main character asked them to deal with the refugees through the official aid policy. Houses of the same type stood close to each other. Jared talked about a full loan for the construction of residential buildings in the Saner area, long-term repayment equal to 20 years. Green plants were sprouting from the ground. The main character spoke about the exports produced as a result of the cultivation of this land, and that these exports were exempt from tax by 100% for the next 4 years and 50% for the next 2 years. 4 columns held up an arch. A small bag was tied with thread. Jared said that his interlocutors would be treated as employees if they were to participate in the construction of a large-scale project for Saner County in the future. The main character sat down on a chair and concluded that these were the 3 main points of the policy. There were a lot of people on the street. The young man with tousled hair looked worried. Suddenly someone reached out to him and told him to stop. The knight blocked his path with a sword and said that theft was a serious offense, and that the Lord ordered those who commit crimes to be severely punished. The guard bowed his head, asking if the young man was ready for the consequences, and he turned pale with fear, crying out that he was sorry. A dark silhouette was visible on the rock, under which many people were crowded. Jared furrowed his eyebrows and said that if the migrants took root and became part of their land, then they would have enough power to endanger the neighboring kingdoms. The main character suddenly fell silent, mouth open, and thought that they might fail, because from now on there was a high probability of pure hell breaking out. A black cat approached Jared and called him. The main character turned around, and Terry explained that he had noticed suspicious movements of the guy he was closely following. The cat introduced the masked man's face and added that he crossed the mountain and headed towards his shelter. Jared handed the treat to Terry, who said that the guy ran away with his subordinates. The main character gritted his teeth and said that the guy was supposed to go deeper into the camp, but ended up sneaking away when he was being watched. The cat raised his head and asked if he should accompany Jared to the shelter. The main character turned his head and widened his eyes in surprise. During the Battle of Armageddon, when there were bony monsters everywhere, the name Cluse was powerful and had no equal. Lena, a girl with red eyes and blonde hair, seemed like nothing in front of Cluset, the masked man, but now he must be weaker because there are still 9 years until this moment. Jared imagined a hand emitting flames and thought that he had recently learned transcendental magic, so his confidence had increased. The main character quickly ran forward. Terry was sitting on his back. It was dark. The cat said that they had come to the temporary shelter of that guy. Jared stepped onto the ground. He gritted his teeth and peered out from behind a large rock. The main character frowned and said that he would go there on the count of 3. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Terry's eyes widened, and Jared counted to 3. He went inside and saw that there was firewood on the ground. The main character looked to the side, his gaze tense. He saw his portrait on the wall, with a knife sticking out of it, and said that he hated male stalkers. Jared looked in front of him and came to the conclusion that he had a completely useless pursuer who would follow him to the last. There were green tents in the middle of the spruce forest. The woman in the pink sweater asked why Jared was so polite to a commoner like her, and the main character replied that now was not the time to think about it. She arched her eyebrows and said with a worried face that she really felt the strength returning to her body, but she was so dizzy that she could faint at any second. Jared frowned, saying that he wanted to mix them with Hayes' healing so that she could save her mana, and the girl asked if the main character had problems with mana. The forest was filled with a green mist, and Jared said that he could use healing mana 365 days a year, so everything was fine. Hayes widened her eyes and opened her mouth when someone called the main character. A young man named Maroon and a girl named Marie, with worried faces, asked Jared to allow them to work in the quarantine department. The main character looked at the two in surprise and realized that he had recently cured them. Jared opened his red eyes wide and thought that Maroon was good at medicine and Marie was good at psychotherapy. He looked at their faces, filled with anxiety, and thought that they lacked something to become his lords, but they were enough to operate the control tower in the field. Maroon and Marie stood side by side across from Jared, who said he was giving them permission. A yellow circle appeared on the ground, and the main character said that they must undergo disinfection through a magic circle when entering and leaving the ward. Maroon and Marie smiled. The young man promised that he would do everything possible for the recovery of the patients, and Marie said that she would be a companion for them. White clouds were visible in the blue sky. Jared and Hayes walked side by side, the main character praising the girl for a good job. Hayes, who was holding a bright green sphere, said with a smile that this was the first time she realized that her power was a blessing to people. The main character looked at the girl and said that from now on he wants to watch the becoming of a healer and the part of Hayes that constantly overcomes its limits. The girl closed her eyes and touched her cheek, saying that she was ready to give everything for Jared. The main character looked at Hayes, whose face was covered with a blush, and thought that 19 months ago she was just an ordinary maid, but now she has enough healing abilities to become a sought-after healer. Jared thought with a calm expression that it was unfortunate that Hayes hadn't had her first awakening yet. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and called the main character. He touched his mouth and said that he was still thinking about how to express his gratitude to her. Jared looked up at the bright sky and added that he didn't know if this was a worthy reward, and Hayes said that it wasn't. The main character took a step closer to the girl and said that then he would try to thank her with all his heart. Hayes opened her mouth in confusion and bowed her head. The girl froze in shock as Jared leaned down and kissed her. Hayes' face turned red. The main character opened his eyes and looked at her intently. He moved away from her, and she stood motionless, her eyes wide. Hayes lowered her head and exhaled. She received the title of Kiss of the Prince on the White Horse, and her psychological defense mechanism that holds back the inner mind was destroyed. The system reported that loyalty had increased and reached its limit. Hayes closed her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She simultaneously entered the 3 stages of awakening. Jared began to sweat with excitement, not understanding what it was. He looked at the girl's reddened face and thought that he didn't even know that kisses had titles. Then he touched his cheek and thought that in reality he was lonely, so it was luck that he was able to kiss a girl in paradise. Hayes suddenly began to collapse, saying that she suddenly felt sleepy. While the girl held onto his shoulder, Jared realized that this was the 3rd stage of awakening. Hayes lay on the bed with her eyes closed. The main character waved his hand and told Marie to take care of Hayes. Jared looked down and thought that he would like to stay by her side, but he needed to find something quickly to turn the center area into a holy place for the Radius Church. He presented the Platinum Holy Grail Radius, one of the 5 holy relics of the church. The main character presented a map and thought that this relic was hidden far in the north, on the island of Totter, which is the territory of the Dark Elves. He pulled back the green curtain and said he had a long way to go. Jared looked up and said that the only way to get to Totter Island was through the sea, and this would be his first time doing so. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that now it was time to find the last piece of the puzzle, because with this artifact trick they would be able to give Sanner County a divine blessing. The main character rushed forward and thought that he would move north, towards the territory of the Dark Elves. The main temple of Cvia stood in the middle of the forest. Standing inside were 2 men in religious garb. The girl named Luna looked at the high priest of Neod and asked if he was okay, and the man, who looked tired, replied that he was fine. The girl tilted her head and asked if something was bothering him. Neod closed his eyes and replied that what he heard from Jared was strange, no matter how much he thought about it. 2 days ago, Jared entered the temple and greeted the high priest. The main character raised his finger to his lips, asking Neod to keep his voice down, and said that the Platinum Holy Grail Radius was located somewhere in the Sanner region. The man, whose face was covered in sweat, replied that it was one of the 5 most sought-after relics in the Radius Church. The gate was closed and Jared declared that he would find this relic. Neod straightened his clothes and said that this happened 2 days ago. Luna asked if it would not be a great blessing for their church if they found the holy relic. The man wrinkled his nose and said that this was an indisputable fact, but he did not understand how Jared could find a holy artifact that even they could not find. Neod leaned to the side and said that it was impossible to do without outside help, even if the main character was a talented lord, wizard, and duke. Luna asked whether the land where this relic would be found would become holy. Neod imagined a green garden with buildings and said that the place where the artifact was located would become a cathedral, and the surrounding area would become a shrine, and even if the ruler of the empire came and put a sword to his throat, the holy land could not move to another place. Neod presented the cup and said that when the holy relics were discovered, the church would unanimously declare it a holy place. Luna raised her hands to her face, saying that she was very excited. She asked if she could see the relic that she had dreamed of all her life. Stars were visible in the night sky. Neod said that he did not think that this was possible, and asked the girl to bring him all the archives on the Platinum Holy Grail. Jared flew over the sea and said that crossing this place at dawn is really scary, because the only source of light is the moon, and below you can only see the blackening ocean. His hair flying in the wind, and he was confident that everyone would unanimously agree to recognize the Sanner district as holy if the Grail was found there. He said that the Radius Church was desperate to obtain the holy relics. The protagonist imagined the silhouettes of the artifacts and thought that they had no sacred relics to rely on, and this was the main reason why the Radius Church was attacked by the Dark Church. He imagined a man in a dark cloak and various symbols, thinking that the Umbra and Kako churches had a black Umbra shroud and a wonderful artifact called the Kako skull. Jared's blue eyes widened and he came to the conclusion that there was no need to rush in the first place, so the time to find the relic dragged on. And since he was thinking about turning the Sanner area into a holy place, the artifact trick is the best choice since he is in a hurry. He quickly flew towards the ground, hoping that Sir Radius would forgive him for his plans to change the Holy Land. There were many tall trees on the island of Totter. Jared landed and said that this was his first visit to this place. He looked up and said that this place was a pain in the ass because after the Battle of Armageddon, the Dark Elves had teamed up with an army of demons to attack the people. The main character remembered the elf with a weapon in his hands and thought that the demonic army is considered the most powerful force and race, so it is only natural that they are perceived this way. He recalled sitting at the computer and thinking that he thought differently because he had researched the history of the Dark Elves and published it. Jared introduced various weapons and thought that about 4 years later, the Dark Elves begin full-fledged trade with humans after releasing the 10-year territorial sea law. The main character stood between the trees and said that thanks to this, the territories with which they traded were able to acquire magical devices and weapons, and the problem was the greed of the stupid kings. He lowered his head and said that instead of paying a lump sum to purchase the devices, they thought it would be better to subjugate the Dark Elves and steal their knowledge. Jared walked around the clearing, remembering how this had caused them to abandon their trust in humanity and side with the demon army in the Battle of Armageddon. The main character touched a tree with a particularly high content of the extract, and the artifact was buried right in front of him. Jared looked up at the pale blue sky. There was a shovel on the ground. The main character was holding the Platinum Holy Grail Radius in his hands. Blue screens appeared in front of him, and he said that now he needed to check the name and parameters. He turned around sharply when he heard someone's loud roar. Jared frowned, trying to figure out what it was. He saw a huge golem and thought it was a Tatran X, a weapon that was used in the Battle of Armageddon and is the pinnacle of magical engineering. The main character clutched the cup to himself and hid behind a tree. He introduced Tanex and Man and said that, regardless of a person's physical abilities, Tanex gives him enormous mobility and rapid adaptation to various pressures. Jared peered out from behind a tree and assumed it was a test flight. There was a red light on the robot's head, and the main character said that it would need a pilot, but now there was no one inside. The main character smirked, asking if it was possible. He gritted his teeth and thought that he should grab the opportunities of the past and never let go of the future. Jared used the mirror image technique and jumped up. He saw Tanex lift his leg right above him. The robot began to emit red light, wanting to kill the main character. Jared hid behind the tree again and silently watched the Tanex. The robot was rapidly approaching him, repeating the word kill. The main character looked away. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. One of his clones was sitting behind a tree, and the other was flying away from the Tanex. Jared sank to the ground. Tanex started to run after him. The clone of the main character ended up near the tree where the real Jared was hiding. The robot was standing right behind him. As the Tanex began to run past the tree, Jared clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he needed to act now. He raised his hand and called for the robot to enter the ring of space. The main character jumped up, pulling the Tanex into the ring. Green leaves floated softly in the air. The clone disappeared, and Jared said that he had no problem getting Tanex. He looked at his hand. The system informed him that information about Tanex had appeared. The blue screen showed that this monster had a 7-star rank and had many skills. Jared opened his eyes wide and said that everything was exactly as he remembered. He imagined a muscular elf named Sabio who created Tanex, and thought that he would be angry when he learned that his creation was missing. Jared walked on the dry ground and said that he also received the sacred cup, so his goal was 200% fulfilled. He raised one finger and said that he shouldn't date the dark elves, so it was time to move out. Jared then flew into the air. There were fragments of stones on the ground. Sabio climbed out of the tree. The elf grinned and said that it would be interesting. He licked his lips and said that Jared saw the Tatran X and was not afraid, and even used its weak point and took it for himself. The elf jumped down. He raised his eyebrows and said that he didn't get to see what the main character had dug up. Sabio then touched his face and said it wasn't that big of a deal. He went deep into the forest and said that he was curious to see how Jared could prove himself as a pilot. The elf took out a green device. A blue glow appeared, and a voice was heard that said that from now on all information about the pilot and his patterns were transmitted in real time. Sabio saw Jared's image and asked if someone worthy would appear among the people. He smiled and said that the main character is also a magician above the 5th level. Jared was flying over the sea. He thought that he had flown enough and now he could safely check the messages. Translucent screens appeared in front of him. The system announced the receipt of the sacred cup and the new title. The main character's hair was disheveled. He said that in one moment his divine power increased to 100 units, and this would help him against the Knights of the Dark Orders and evil monsters. Jared imagined a glowing ball and thought that using divine power is simple, and if the enemy has the evil characteristic, then in magic attacks and sword attacks, the damage is increased by a percentage that is equal to the number of divine energy. The main character imagined a burning sword and thought that if you use 100 units of energy, then it will be 100%. He then imagined a smaller blade and thought that if 900 units of energy were used, the total damage would increase tenfold. Jared smiled and said that he was really leveling up quickly. He was sure that he could withstand even 7th level mages. He presented a map and said that we could go to the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice without worry. Jared closed his eyes and added that that's why he could bet everything on the Wanderers, and he could think about other things later. The main character moved so fast that a white streak remained in the air behind him. An alarmed voice was heard from the church, located in the middle of the forest. Neod turned around and saw Luna. The girl closed one eye. She was breathing heavily. She then smiled and said that Jared had found the sacred cup. The man opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked if it was true. Luna, who had tears in her eyes, nodded. Neod froze with his mouth open in shock. He threw his head back, foam came out of his mouth, and the girl shouted at him angrily. Bright stars were visible in the dark sky. Green hills were visible. On Sanner, Lake Margarita, there were many church servants and the main character. The girl with long hair closed her eyes and asked if she could now contemplate the radiance of the divine messenger. The church servants looked at Jared in admiration. He put his hand on his face and said that there was no need to call him a messenger. He looked at the lake and said that he had found the cup there and pulled it out to make sure it was genuine, but there was nothing difficult about returning it to its place. Neod put his hand on his chest and said that he couldn't let anyone else know where the cup was. Jared looked at the priest and said he knew exactly what he meant. He said with a serious look that at night they received a message from Radius that from that moment on, Lake Margarita and the lands around would become sacred. The protagonist handed the cup to Neod, who said that it was definitely a great object from which the light of Radius itself emanated. The man and Jared held the goblet together, and Neod repeated the phrase again. The people in religious clothing smiled happily, saying that the high priest himself recognized this sacred object. The church servants stood nearby and looked at the main character and Neod. The priest smiled and said that they were all very happy and hoped that Jared would always be blessed by God. The main character closed his eyes and said with a wide smile that even from these words he felt a blessing spreading throughout his body. The system reported receiving blessings and increasing divine power. Jared smiled and marveled at how divine power could be shared with just one word. Neod looked warmly at the main character and said that the head would visit this place in person in the near future. Jared smiled and replied that in that case he would try to carefully prepare for his visit. They stood holding the goblet and Neod thanked the protagonist. It was dark, water was visible near the mountains. The main character, dressed in armor, said that he needed to see how the status was updated. An inscription appeared on the blue screen stating that the land of Sanar had become sacred. The system then provided information about the location and its characteristics. Jared's cheeks turned red when he saw the window into the sacred area. He opened his blue eyes wide and said that the very name made his heart beat faster. Jared stood by the lake. He said that there is still a lot to be done on the sacred land, and the characteristics are still very low, so there is a lot of work to be done. He imagined a blue light and thought that there were many gods who were watching this world with interest. The main character remembered himself from a past life, who was sitting on a chair, and thought that the fact that he then died from overwork and was able to start all over again was probably due to the influence of one of the gods. Jared imagined a man with long hair, arms outstretched, and thought there was no way for him to know what category this god was, low, medium, high, or powerful. The main character stuck out his tongue and said that if this territory was properly developed, it would bring a lot of money, so he thought about preparing an even larger scale project. He looked at the mountains and said that he had a new opportunity. He then looked up at the night sky and said that, however, there was something else. A shadow fell on the protagonist's face, and he said that something was bothering him. He pictured a man with light pink hair. Jared lowered his head and thought that this man was not going to give up just like that. There was a tent camp on the land of Sanar. A green glass bottle was visible. Ella held a glass in her hands and congratulated the main character on finding the sacred cup. Jared smiled and said that it might feel different for a woman because her faith is stronger than anyone else's. They sat at a wooden table, and Ella said that for her, Radius is the beginning and end of all life, and also one of the reasons why she hates the Dark Orders so much. The main character smiled, looking at her silently. He then placed his hand on the table and offered a glass of wine. While Jared poured her a drink, Ella said with a smile that she could not refuse, because this was a meeting with a gentleman who was so difficult to see in person. The main character raised his glass to his mouth, asking how Ella plans to develop her relationship with Chloe in the future. The woman closed her eyes and thought. They sat opposite each other. Ella said that the contract would officially end in September and that they had already finished talking about mutual agreements. The elf with pink hair lowered her head. The woman added that everyone will go their own way. Ella then poured wine into her mouth and said that Chloe was an excellent student and even seemed to understand more than she was told. The woman placed the empty glass on the table and said that the gray elf student was something special and that she was quite capable. Jared's face showed confusion, and Ella explained that Chloe had already achieved everything she could teach her. Ella poured herself more wine and said that Chloe had found an even better mentor than her. The main character asked if it was him, and the woman raised the glass to her lips, confirming it. She presented a powerful explosion and said that Chloe's abilities began to grow at a tremendous speed after she began to study with Jared personally. Ella smiled and said that it was time to let Chloe go, and now she is free and can choose. The main character looked at the drink and said that he would no longer talk about Chloe because it made the woman's chest ache. Ella poured wine into her mouth and said that she liked how Jared was calm about such things, and that the past should remain in the past in the back of his mind. Ella blushed with joy when the main character took the bottle and said that he actually had something to do in secret. She then looked at him warily, surprised that Jared would choose to do this to her. The main character frowned and said that it seemed that the Umbra Order would soon attack them, and he was almost completely sure that something big would happen. He imagined the face of Cluzet, whose red eyes were visible under the mask, and thought that this man was waiting for a moment of happiness and joy so he would not miss the moment of Sanar becoming sacred ground. Ella drank the wine, suggesting that Jared needed her experience in fighting the Dark Orders, and the young man confirmed this. The woman's hand trembled. She asked if the main character knew something about Clus. Jared bowed his head and replied that he was a man with gray hair who covered his face with a mask and was the second in command of the order. Ella raised her eyebrows in surprise and said that you can only know about this if you penetrate into the heart of Umbra. The main character smiled awkwardly, answering that he had a great interest in the Dark Orders since childhood, and the woman said that such an answer would not satisfy her interest. The tent was supported by a wooden structure. Ella asked how she could help. Jared made a ring from 2 fingers and replied that it was necessary to use gold coins and precious stones as bait and drag Cruz and his gang. Then he took out a huge bag of gold, and Ella smiled contentedly. Her cheeks turned red as she asked if Jared was free that night. The main character also blushed from embarrassment. The dark sky was filled with stars and clouds, and the woman said she would like to discuss tactics. 2 days later, many carts were traveling along the wide road. The glass bottles contained a blue liquid called the Master's Potion. The basket contained purple magic stones. Provisions were stored in bags. Gold bars and coins were visible. Ella raised her hand and shouted that she was ready to make sure their caravan arrived safe and sound. There was a large bandage on her face. She touched it too and said that it still stung. She then lowered her head and said that Jared managed to hit her during their training session, and concluded that she had underestimated him too much. She then smiled as she thought about the protagonist's abilities. 100 bright arrows flew from the sky. Ella looked up, her glasses reflecting the blue light, and she said that if they were rockets, there could only be 5 of them. She closed her eyes and said with a smile that this was a shameful past. The woman clenched her hand into a fist. She raised her hand up and shouted for everyone to speed up and focus on the front line without looking around. The warriors in armor and helmets simultaneously said that they understood. Suddenly Ella pursed her lips and turned around. She looked at the warriors' equipment and thought that they had excellent weapons and armor. Ella saw the black lion emblem on the red flag. Then she smiled and thought that she, too, was probably quite fortified. The woman looked up at the colorful sky and said she would watch Jared finish the job. A man in a black cloak was flying over the caravan. An orange mist appeared and the man said that invisibility magic was quite good. Jared looked ahead, saying that he could maintain this state until she attacked and changed position. He then looked to the side and said that the disguise needed to be renewed every minute using magic. The main character looked down and concluded that in any case, whoever attacked, especially the Dark Orders, they must know that they would be mixed with dirt. On the sides of the carts walked warriors in armor. Blonde hair fell over Jared's face, who said that their enemies had one difficult type, but it would be better if he showed up a little later. He introduced a dark demon in a black hood and said that he belonged to the Umbra Order, but was covered from head to toe with a black veil. Jared knew nothing about his abilities. The main character introduced the back of Clus and said that, if history is anything to go by, the dark demon is a brutal killer that no one could defeat. A drop of sweat appeared on Jared's face and he said that after that he died from overwork, so his information ends here. While the main character was floating in the air, the knights shouted loudly that a large detachment was approaching from the right side. Many dark silhouettes were visible. The knights were shouting that the soldiers of the Umbra army were approaching at high speed from the side of the gorge on the right. Stones flew down while the warriors shouted that because of the explosion the passage was blocked, so they could not advance. Jared frowned and said the time had come. He gritted his teeth and said that the minions of the Dark Order who sold their souls to the devil have no future. The main character clutched his weapon tightly and said that he would not leave a single soul alive. Plants grew from the dried earth and smoke was visible. A man in a long cloak stood in the middle of the stones and said that all this was planned. Cluzet smiled and said that someone knew he was coming, so they prepared a trap and waited for him to fall into it. He looked at the smoking ground and said that Jared was a real master, and that everything would have been very sad if Cluzet had not brought cannon fodder. The main character was flying in the air. A crowd of people screamed loudly. Cluzet took up the weapon and said that he would show the main character what hell is. People could be seen wearing cloth on their heads with the image of the emblem of their order. An old man with a long beard shouted loudly that the people from Radius would disappear into true darkness. Jared frowned and asked why he was calling him such names. He extended his hand, creating a bright seal. Then everything around was plunged into a blue, dazzling glow. Lightning rushed towards the enemies. Someone opened their eyes wide, shouting that there was no such magic in the past. The main character said with a smile that he is the only one who can use this magic in this world. The arrows flew down quickly. Jared waved to his comrades on the ground. He said with a wide smile that arrows fly in all directions indiscriminately. A purple glow was visible. Magic projectiles overtook the enemies, and they immediately turned into skeletons. The man fell to the ground, saying that Cluz had proposed to seize the lands where there was such a powerful magician. The man bared his teeth angrily and shouted that Cluzet was crazy. Jared walked over to the injured man. He said with a smile that the enemies could not even touch him, when suddenly someone called him. The main character turned around and greeted Cluzet. Jared and Cluz looked at each other in silence. The main character's eyes turned red. Cluzet raised his curved saber and laughed. The system showed information about the man and his skills. He held a dagger in his hands that had enormous critical damage. On his hand was a ring that weakens the enemy's buffs and armor. Jared gritted his teeth and thought that such an alliance could only be dreamed of, although it would be fatal for the enemy. The main character opened his eyes wide in surprise when Cluzet asked if he had time to stare at him like that. Jared looked away. Cluzet smiled and said that the main character was very pitifully backing away, and that, in this situation, it seemed that all he could do was fall to his knees and beg. Suddenly, Jared kicked the ground and sand flew towards the man. Cluzet covered his face with a blue cloak. He closed his eyes, asking what kind of jokes this was. Then he spat sand out of his mouth and said that he needed to show the main character all the bitterness of life. Suddenly, Cluzet created many clones using the separation technique. Jared smiled and thought that this technique was difficult to resist because it was neither magical nor physical, but mixed. The ring on the man's hand glowed, and the main character thought that he wanted to take away this artifact. Cluzet bared his teeth angrily, asking what Jared was staring at. The main character found himself surrounded by enemy clones. He dodged the blow with a grin. Then he jumped up. Cluzet delivered a blow that almost hit the main character in the head. The man opened his eyes wide and said that Jared was not bad. The main character just smiled silently. Then he said teleport through clenched teeth. Cluzet opened his mouth in surprise, and Jared was behind him. The main character extended his hands forward. He put his hands on the man's shoulders, the clones disappeared, and Cluzet asked how he identified the real one. The man gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in horror, looking at Jared. The main character remembered how he threw sand at Cluz and explained that there was shiny dust there, a special magic. Jared presented this dust and explained that if the original did not notice the changes, then the clones would not have them either. The main character smiled happily, saying that he was able to quietly find the real Cluzet just by seeing the shiny dust. Suddenly, a purple glow appeared around the man and Jared. The main character sent Cluzet flying into the air with a wide smile. He then looked at the sky and said that thanks to the magical force of gravity, enormous momentum could be imparted. The sky was orange. Jared said that with one such blow you can get an impulse reaching 8G, and even if the body is very trained, this impulse is just enough to knock out the enemy. The main character held the ring in his hand and said that he would take care of it. He put the ring on his finger with a smile and said that it's good to have a debuff. Suddenly, Jared touched Cluzet with an angry expression on his face. The main character smiled and asked if he wanted to say something. The man, whose eyes showed capillaries, said he had never experienced anything like what Jared subjected him to. The protagonist turned away, and Cluzet, with his hand on his shoulder, asked what the source of his powers was. They stood on dry ground and the man asked if there was anyone in the Radius Order who had made a pact to share their powers. Jared threw the man's hand off of him and said that not everyone is as pathetic as he and his order. Cluzet looked with horror at the protagonist, who said that the battle was not over yet. The main character looked at the caravan surrounded by knights and said that if a man could kill him, then all these warriors would become his. Jared looked down. Cluzet held a dagger in his hand. It leaned down, emitting a blue glow. Then he straightened up. His clothes were torn, and he said with a crazy smile that no one had ever seen him using his transformed body in the last few decades. The creature is enveloped in magic. Jared watches the scene, frowning. The man clenches his fingers. He growls, grinning. Suddenly he rushes forward, telling the guy to die. Magic symbols appear when Jared activates the dimensional portal door. Many magical symbols are formed. The creature, eyes wide open, asks if this is the door of the 10th dimension. Jared frowns and says that he will destroy him to destroy the plans of the Dark Church. Flames are visible when the double light arrow is activated. The flame rushes forward. The man looks dumbfounded, noticing that it is a huge sphere of fire. The flames reflect in his eyes and he realizes that this is a magical technique that he has never seen. The magic symbol is shown. There is a phrase that he cannot understand in any way. The symbol moves in one direction. He's heading the other way. The brutal creature asks which portal is connected to which. The guy in the flames is shown, and it is reported that he is just a 5th level magician. The man will leave everything to his changed body. The man's pupils disappear and he declares that he will die while he kills him. He pushes off the ground with his foot. Jared notices this, looking at him closely. He puts his hand forward, activating dimensional doors and light arrows. The magical flame is moving. The same thing happens to another one. Surrounded by these flames, the man declares that he will kill the guy. Magic rays are visible. Jared skillfully evades them. He ends up behind the creature after activating teleportation. Magic symbols emitting flames are shown. It surrounds the man. Clenching his jaw, he says that he must. He tries to move his leg, asking what it is. He looks at his leg, noticing that he can't move and wonders what's wrong. Jared, smiling behind him, says that this is a telekinesis spell. He laughs, claiming that his body is now controlled by telekinesis, forcing him to stay in one position. The phrase about the light arrow sounds. Flying flames are visible. It overtakes the screaming creature. Blood drips onto the floor. Leaning over, the man claims that this is incredible, simply impossible. His eyes sparkle, and the thought sounds that even if he turned all this over in his head 100 times and admitted that Jared might turn out to be a 6th level magician, he still cannot be that strong. A crowd of people is shown, and it is reported that his magical abilities are at a completely different level compared to when he killed the man's minions. Most likely his level is twice that, and the question is raised as to whether his mana really has no limit. Jared shows up and talks about his things. He touches the creature's back, speaking of a ring of absolute weakening, complete destruction. It asks, dumbfounded, how he knew the capabilities of the ring. One of the rings on the guy's hand is shining. A man spreads his arms, talking about his body, and only his name is heard in response. The creature frowns, crying out for a defensive stance. Grinning, Jared notes that it's dumber than he thought. A certain glow is visible. Silhouettes flash by. A bloody weapon is shown. The man looks surprised when talking about Stella. Jared laughs as he holds Master Bullet's magic tool. Pools of blood are visible on the floor, and a phrase is heard about a mortal wound from a tool that is used on soul stones. The man drops to his knees as the guy states that if his body was transformed the way it was before, this tool wouldn't be able to hurt too much, but since he used total destruction, he is now completely defenseless. Jared looks away, informing him that this is why any wound from such a magical tool would be fatal. He bends down, declaring that he will take this dagger. He raises his hand, saying that he is doing this just in case, to make sure that the man is finished. Looking at him, Jared claims that many innocent people died because of his greed and unrighteous ways. He committed evil at every opportunity, therefore he hardly ever repented for his actions. Cluzet lies on the ground, claiming that this is very good, and asks how someone like Jared is still an ordinary lord of a small territory. He looks at the guy, who states that if he could have known in advance that he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't even think about fighting him. He stands with his eyes downcast, claiming that he would not have come up with a trap if he knew in advance that he could not defeat him. The sunset is shown, and the phrase is heard that this is incredible, but he is the only one who fully knows these rings, and Cluzet's body will be beheaded. It will be sent throughout the earth so that people can take out their anger. Cluzet smiles, asking what they will get from taking out their anger on the corpse, because even if they do this, it will not bring back those who died. Jared raises his eyebrows when the man reveals that they died because they weren't good enough, they'll never come back, and he says he's right, they won't get anything out of it. He squats down and Cluzet asks what he is doing. Placing a hand on his body, the guy uses ultimate healing, to which the man wonders if he changed his mind and decided to save him. Smirking, Jared tells him that he's going to die anyway, but he won't do it until he lets him, going through unimaginable pain, but still not being able to die. Cluzet looks at him questioningly. Smiling, the guy claims that since he's okay now, he can beat him some more. There is a glow as cries and phrases of ultimate healing are heard. Sparkling particles fly in the air, and the thought is heard that even if a man wants to die, he cannot do this without permission, and this is how absolute hell begins. The darkening sky appears and a request is made. While lying down, Cluzet asks the guy to kill him and stop torturing him. Using the ring, Jared says that there is really no point in torture before death, then the man needs to repent of his sins in front of this recording instrument. The man looks at him exhausted. He's grabbed by the hair when Jared asks him about his last words. Smiling, Cluzet says that even if he dies, Umbra will certainly avenge him. Grinning viciously, the guy claims that he's better off because he hates fools to his very bones. He clutches the man's hair in his hand, talking about the fools who decided to join the Dark Church. The recording device is shown. Looking at the guy, Cluzet laughs, saying that he will be waiting for him on the other side. Looking down, Jared claims that he has no desire to follow him to hell. He places the tip of the sword against the man's neck as he curses him. Crows can be seen in the pink sky. Jared raises his eyebrows when the system announces that he's reached level 100, and he decides to hold off on checking the status window for now. Looking down, he reports that he needs to first remove Cluzet's corpse from here. He sighs, standing the same way. He turns, deciding that it is time for him to return to the battlefield. He jumps up. Ella looks in surprise. The battle is going on, and she thinks that at some point she and the Order of Knights became just spectators. He does not need help, even if he is alone. A blinding flame is visible. A man gets hit. Knights are shown, one of whom talks about battle magicians, among whom there are even magicians of the highest rank, but the man is above all. The other asks whether even Cluzet really died at his hands. If so, this will become a real sensation. Despite them, Jared agrees. Looking down, he reports that Cluzet is dead. He uses his ring again. Something flies at people. They look ahead, calling for Mr. Cluzet. Ella asks in surprise whether the guy really killed Cluzet. His face darkens, telling the followers of Umbra not to even think about running away because he will never spare them. He remembers the people who throw the bag into the well and reports the crimes they committed against innocent people. Shabby people are depicted, and he believes that this cannot be redeemed by anything other than death. The warriors with their faces covered look at him. Raising his staff above his head, the guy talks about the start of the battle. People are enveloped in powerful magic. It is reported that Jared's movements and magic prevent him from even being touched. He holds a sword in his hands, and it speaks of the very epicenter of the daggers, which were thrown in all directions as if in a dance. The battle is shown, and it becomes known that the lives of Umbra's followers were destroyed in a split second. It turns out that it was like a high-speed train to hell, from which there is no way to escape. Jared looks at the system window as it reports that he has executed 1,000 people, received the title of executioner, was given a reward for receiving a new title, and his spirit eye level was raised to level 100. The guy's eyes turn red, thinking about the devil's game and the triple spiritual eye. He looks at his hand, wondering how the devil's game got into his hands. The artifact is depicted, and it becomes known that it is obtained after killing thousands of people. Sticking his hand in front of him, the guy decides that 10,000 executed are 8 stars, 100,000 are 9 stars, 1,000,000 are 10. It seems that the calculation works out like this. Ella and the knights are approaching. The woman raises the corners of her eyebrows, asking how Jared was able to kill Cluzet and what he did. Smiling, he replies that these are just skills. The thought of a single answer sounds. Ella looks in surprise, and it is said that between him, who received the space spell, and Cluzet. The guy looks thoughtfully, realizing that there was too much difference between them. It sounds like this situation will make a huge difference in the future. Ella and the knight smile, and it is reported that Radius is incredibly grateful to him. Cluzet's body is shown, and it is said that the guy destroyed the one who had ruined everyone's life for a long time. Smiling, Jared thanks Ella. The phrase sounds about the executioner Cluz, a longtime enemy of Radius. Standing in front of people, the guy claims that being his executioner is a great honor. An antique store is depicted. The silhouette of a man can be seen calling the lady. Crossing her legs, the woman says that he can call her by name because this is a personal meeting. A man whose face is not visible calls her name. Smiling, Linksna asks why she can't call him by his name. They are opposite each other when the guy says his name. The girl raises the corners of her eyebrows, claiming that this is a pseudonym, and offers to choose another one for him. The room is shown, and a phrase is heard that if this is an order, he will agree, but if it is just advice, then he is against it, to which Linksna replies that she has been calling him Mantis for so many years that she is already used to it. The Black Mantis, after a pause, reports that Cluzet is dead. A building is shown. Sitting opposite the guy, Linksna claims that she has already been given the news, and she realizes that it was Jared again. A crowd of people is shown looking at the man's corpse, and it is reported that the guy took his artifacts and also displayed his corpse on the city streets. The girl closes her eyes, reminding them that she told them to inform her about all of Jared's movements, otherwise, ignorance of his stupid plans will end badly for them. Looking down, the Black Mantis asks what about the Oath of Allegiance, to which he receives the answer that the Cluzet sect has capitulated. Turning his head, Linksna reveals that they weren't happy with him either, so they had no other choice, and the guy claims that they lost a key person in their church. This will affect their pay. Playing with her hair, the girl says that this is life. After all, the church is also a place where people are in charge, and about the place of the deputy. Looking down, Black Mantis states that he will refuse. She frowns when he claims he likes what he does now and asks if he really doesn't plan to become a deputy. Taking off his hood, he says that he does not like such posts, especially now everyone is busy destroying the Dark Church. A silhouette of a man is depicted, and a phrase is heard that the guy trusts the current deputy, who is already known to everyone, and the girl asks what plans he has for Jared. Staring lifelessly, Black Mantis states that he won't go crazy and act like Cluzet, will finish his business and focus on Jared after learning everything about him. It also turns out that the Black Mantis is a girl. A man is shown with his head down, and a phrase about the birth itself in today is heard. A building is depicted, and it is reported that it seems that the Church of Radius has officially recognized Saner as a holy land, and now it will be given increased attention, so for now they should lay low. Squinting, Linksna claims that they didn't need Cluz from the very beginning. Mantis looks down when she says he doesn't want to lose her, so she doesn't need to overdo it, but she asks what her life is even worth. Raising the corners of her eyebrows, the girl says that she sometimes thinks about whether God really exists, because too many people have died just because of the name of the Dark Church. Black Mantis calmly states that it all depends on whether she believes. She doesn't know where the deities other people believe in are, but the god she believes in is right in front of her. Blushing, Linksna believes she is hitting on her. Black Mantis looks down, saying that this idea is quite old. It's not her style to praise people just like that. She asks not to look for her until she finishes her investigation on Jared, because she will have a lot to do. The girl doubtfully asks if she is pretending to be a hard worker, and claims that tomorrow she will also fight in the dungeon. The Black Mantis watches silently. She remembers Queen Morgana's cave and asks if Lynxna means it. The Crimson Queen appears, and the phrase is heard that the girl is going to meet her there because they plan to attack the dungeon together. Standing opposite the girl, the Black Mantis tells her that she should be careful because this girl and her subordinates are quite secretive people, to which she replies that she contacted her more than once or twice, so she has nothing to worry about. Looking at her carefully, the Mantis reminds her that she is the head of the Umbra Church and that means she is a pillar, so she does not need to blithely beat around the bush. Lynxna blushes, telling her to go where she was going. The door finally slams shut. Frowning, the girl repeats Jared's name. She twists her mouth, declaring that she will definitely kill him. The main estate of Cvia is depicted. Sitting around the system windows, Jared states that he is very busy with these deliveries and reading messages line by line, and he wonders how many first wake-up notifications there are. A notification arrives that he has earned the title of the one who overcame the first crisis. The guy notices the title of the message, realizing that this is the signal that the system gives when an important change occurs in the player. He is surprised when the system informs him that, as a reward for acquiring this title, he receives a piece of the map of Tristy's Island. He looks questioningly at the paper. The map shows the island of Tristy's. An island is depicted and said to be located to the west of the continent of Nas, containing a large continental dungeon called the Great Labyrinth of Nas. A table with a pile of books is shown, and the idea is heard that what the guy has just been given is a map that can destroy part of this labyrinth. People are seen, and it becomes known that this is a place that has attracted absolutely every Parodies player, endlessly generating a spirit of challenge. They would definitely choose Tristy's Island. A labyrinth is depicted, and it turns out to be the infamous dungeon. The inside of a large building is shown, and it is said that, first of all, it is a structure that goes underground in order to suit the tastes of the creator, and they like their underground dungeons. A door is visible, and it turns out that at the underground entrance there is a measuring door that changes color every minute. A person is depicted passing through this door, and it is learned that this means that the labyrinth they entered a minute ago and the labyrinth the person enters a minute later are completely different places. Another area behind the door is shown. It is reported that the starting point of the dungeon, connected to the spatial door, also changes once per minute. Multicolored ovals are visible. People are depicted with their backs to each other, and it turns out that the problem is that a person will not be able to choose the color and type of dimensional door. Even if he is preparing for an attack in accordance with the type of maze, it is possible to get into the type Z maze due to for bad luck. Two doors are shown, and it is said that if yesterday the light dimensional door was type A, today this type may be the dark dimensional door. It sounds like the answer to this labyrinth has fallen into Jared's hands. A step-by-step instruction of the correlation between the date, the color of the portal, and the type of labyrinth is displayed, and it becomes known that this is top secret information. The thought of a signature sounds. Holding a paper in his hands, Jared talks about the Great Labyrinth of Us, which belongs to all people on the continent of Us and is not subject to any particular power or country. The forces and countries that violate this right and occupy the Great Labyrinth of Us will be driven out by the united forces of the entire continent Us. Putting the papers on the table, the guy says that they will be called greedy and evil, so anyone can administer merciless justice to them without sacrificing their honor. He raises his eyebrows, believing that this is very important information, but he cannot attack him right now, so he will have to wait for the right moment. He turns his head, remembering that Chloe should have arrived by now. A room is depicted and sighs are heard. Chloe notices that she is nervous. She clenches her hand into a fist when her name is called. She is surprised when Hayes asks when she returned. The girl awkwardly reports that she has just arrived, to which the blue-haired girl states that then she should immediately go to the Lord. She joyfully tells her to go quickly because the master has been waiting for her for a long time. A vase of flowers is shown, and the girl suggests that the Lord may order her to leave the estate. She looks down, claiming that there are still many things she wants to learn from him. She blushes when Hayes calls it a stupid question and suggests that she just tell him the same thing she's telling her now. Smiling, she tells her not to hide her real feelings, to be sincere, because she should not hide the truth. She runs away, saying that she needs to practice. Chloe is left standing alone. Her hand is sweating. A room is shown and the name is Chloe. Sitting opposite her, Jared asks how her personal training is going, whether she has practiced secrecy, disguise, and deception, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Smiling, he asks if the girl still has questions, and is not interested in her psychological warfare or strategy. He awkwardly states that Chloe is an idiot, which she also agrees with. She laughs when the guy reveals that he's thinking about calling her a yes bot in the future, and she decides to say no to the last question. Smiling, Jared suggests getting down to business, the reason he called her today. People with weapons are depicted, and he says that in the future he will need her skills. In their estate they need talented people with such potential as hers. He is aware that she is a gray elf and that at any time she can return to Earth or clan. Looking down, Chloe wonders if he's proposing even though he knows it. Sitting opposite her, the guy remembers that she left her hometown in order to gain experience in the human world, and claims that from now on everything that happens inside and outside the estate will significantly expand her knowledge. He looks ahead, realizing that the great labyrinth of us is a dungeon that he will clear before he dies, and Chloe will be of great help in this matter. He remembers the moment when he talked about this with Ella, and believes that the girl will still accept his proposal. He is surprised when the girl says that she has never thought about this, so he believes that she will not succeed because she wanted to leave tomorrow. Jared looks at her dumbfounded, thinking this is strange. The girls show up, and the guy thinks that, based on what he heard yesterday, Hayes, Isabella and Lena were planning to attack the Nightmare Forest. Chloe sits quietly when Jared suggests she's raising the price to keep herself. He smiles awkwardly at her. The girl looks back sadly. Grinning, the main character said that the elf was worrying too much. Extending his hand forward, Jared said enthusiastically that he really needed the pointy-eared girl to help with the estate. Chloe looked at the guy puzzled, not believing what she heard. The next moment the elf sank greatly, lowering her head sadly. When the closed eyes suddenly opened, the face began to look more serious. Chloe sat opposite in worry, swaying with a sad look, and the Lord said that he really needed her. The blonde stared at the elf, admitting that in his circle there was no one who specialized in secrecy, murder, or disguise. Sticking out his index finger, the young man decided to add one more thing. Chloe cast a puzzled glance at her interlocutor, not understanding what exactly he would say. The girl was taken aback when Jared enthusiastically promised to find her a teacher within a year. Dissolving in the cage, the main character told the elf that he was not lying. The image of Elle appeared in the main character's head while he concluded that the new mentor would teach Chloe even more. Suddenly, the young man remembered the 70-year-old Formido, who had spent his entire life following the path of an assassin. Unfortunately, the old man was absent from a large army, not taking part in the Battle of Armageddon in 1424. Formido died of illness at the age of 79. Jared continued to look at his interlocutor, joyfully declaring that Chloe should stay and not worry about anything, because this would give her irreplaceable experience for future royal activities. Hearing the last part, the elf looked questioningly at the young man opposite and noted that most likely in the future it would be not her who would be crowned, but one of her two older brothers. The main character cast a piercing look at the girl, firmly declaring that this would not happen. He saw that both elves would eventually die, pierced by a stream of magical energy. When Chloe heard this, she leaned up on the table and screamed questioningly in shock. Confused, Jared, imagining a similar outcome of the conversation, glanced to the side and decided that he could not tell such information. Books were neatly arranged on the shelves, and a lamp was shining nearby when the Lord invited the elf to stay for at least a year, after which she would get a choice. Chloe became embarrassed and drooped, lowering her eyes. Throwing a glance to the side, the elf with an awkward look agreed to her interlocutor's proposal. Joe clenched his fist from the emotions overwhelming him, rejoicing at this answer. The blue sky was visible above the large mansion, and the exclamations of two children could be heard from the building. Left alone, the Lord sat at his workplace, examining the document and deciding that his state needed to engage in serious mining in Cvia. The young man thought that it was worth extracting metal in large quantities, which was stronger than steel. Jared had 2 stacks of papers in front of him as he thought about competition with the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice and the need for ice-free ports. Lord recalled that the sea connected to the strait in front of the port of Mate in the territory of Cvia was covered with ice in the middle of winter. Going through a stack of papers, the Lord joyfully concluded that it was great to use those only tricks and bugs, but exclusive knowledge. Jared regained his former resolve, remembering the blessed heroes, one of whom was Kickle. The second legendary person who will grow up under the protection and support of God himself is the Red Queen. While on his large estate, the Lord reflected on the fact that for some, difficult times can be a great opportunity, but he himself had a different opinion. Jared, wearing a green pendant around his neck, concluded that most people certainly don't want to be heroes in turbulent times when no one is wholly around. The subordinate wrote with a pen under dictation the words of my lord about stabilizing order on the continent, asking him to continue. Then the blonde confidently stated that people should not become victims of war, and for this, leaders should order an increase in manpower and power. A long-haired man with a sheet of paper in his hands listened with delight to my lord's speech, asking him to continue. Valdez hesitated and began to deny when an embarrassed Jared noted his flattery. Lowering his eyes, the shaggy man admitted that he did not know idle talk. A clock was ticking on the shelf, and a small scale was located nearby, and the main character informed that this was not an inspiring phrase copied from somewhere, but his own thoughts. Valdez, continuing to write, beamed with joy, reporting that this was what he had been feeling since the beginning of my lord's reign over the country. A framed tablet with a sword appeared, announcing the subordinate's high devotion and his transition to the state of the First Awakened. The blonde looked at the clerk in admiration, surrounded by a glow. Valdez, gesturing with his hands, began to tell my lord the news that because of the rainy season in the southern part of the continent of Nars, everyone was buying up master potions. Jared was very happy to receive the news, breaking into a smile. After this, the interlocutor, with a wary look, decided to provide secretly obtained information about the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The main character looked at his subordinate with alarm, deciding to listen to what he would report. Valdez handed my lord a thick stack of papers, noting that it contained news of the Navy and Army personnel who governed the coastal cities, ports, and general area. Jared eyed the documents suspiciously, reading stories about foreign-born naval generals who were treated poorly in both kingdoms. With his eyes downcast, Valdez confirmed the information, adding that the maintenance of the fleet exceeded its productivity. The two stupid kings of the Bonus and Malice territories were outraged by this state of affairs. Now their loyalty was as terrible as a sand castle on the verge of collapse. Continuing to sort through the papers provided, Jared concluded that both nations' navies now needed opportunity and reason. The Lord looked at the documents with dissatisfaction, wanting to give the kings enough reason to renounce the state and choose a new leader. The office doors swung open sharply, and Iki appeared on the threshold, shouting with enthusiasm that he had found someone. The young brunette began to emotionally talk about the fact that the blacksmith Acero was discovered in the Plenus mine. Then the stunned Jared began to ask the student if he was sure of his guesses. Aki became very angry, indignant that my lord did not believe the results of his personal searches. The brunette pouted with dissatisfaction when the main character again noted that he should be confident in the information. Jared and Iki, thinking about finding a master metallurgist who could handle Chaldean material, were very happy. Night fell, and a scattering of stars lit up in the dark sky. A lord dressed in armor flew high above the ground, holding Iki in his hands. The student looked at the master in surprise, admiring the golem-like artifact that he was able to find. Jared glanced at Iki, happily announcing that he had picked him up by accident. The guy looked at my lord embarrassedly, noting the awkwardness of this position during the flight. Jared, in an iron suit, rushed forward furiously, trying to calm them down with words that they had no other choice. The blonde looked down at the student with alarm, wondering if the Plenus mine was asking for money, to which he would receive an affirmative answer. From the mine gatekeeper to the supervisor, there was not a single honest worker who did not ask for a bribe for assistance. While Iki, during the flight, talked about how the guys there always use money to buy positions, the main character concluded that this place is rotten. Now Jared and his student turned their gaze forward, discussing the greed of kings and the high level of corruption in their countries. The lord accelerated sharply, and a long trail followed him in the air. The night sky darkened, the stars began to sparkle brighter, and clouds appeared. Jared looked at Iki with affection, admitting that sleep was good, but noting the young man's heavy snoring. The brunette in his arms answered through his sleep that it was still a long way to the Plenus mine. Grabbing his helmet, the main character suggested using the time to check Tanex. Running his finger along the smooth surface, Jared discovered a hole. The elf watched the movements of the two guys from 3 screens, and the lord concluded that data was still being collected. Sabio's gaze was very focused as he grinned. Jared and Iki rushed over the surface of the water, while the former thought that surveillance was even beneficial for him. After that, the blonde looked at the student with concern, realizing that he was about to fall. Half asleep, Iki, with his head hanging down, responded questioningly. Carrying the student over the water, Jared noted that he had gained a lot of weight. A couple of guys were flying in the dark under the rain, while the main character was thinking about the fact that Iki would have training in the future. Rain poured quickly from the sky, falling straight into the dark pond. The action takes place in the Plenus mine, located in a desert area. In the center of this place, among the many subordinate blacksmiths, there is a talented person who has not yet reached the pinnacle of success. The recreation of metallurgy was a man named Acero, who forged incredible weapons. 3 years after the start of the Battle of Armageddon, while exploring ore, a talented blacksmith discovered Cvia. From that moment on, weapons made from this material began to be supplied to all sacred allied forces, giving them an advantage over the army of the Demon King. As Jared descended to the ground with Iki, he calculated that events were now 12 years ahead of the original story. The Lord placed the surprised student on the plane, informing him that they had already arrived at the place. The blonde was outraged to hear Iki's confusion. The brunette looked at his interlocutor in confusion when he asked him to lose weight, noting that he had felt fat on his body. Iki shouted in embarrassment upon hearing this, but Jared demanded to calm down and get ready. The Lord and his apprentice approached the entrance to the mine, realizing that now they would need to pay 2 gatekeepers. Meanwhile, inside, the man was holding a hammer in his hand, from which sparks were emanating. Exhausted, Acero wiped the sweat from his face and sighed when he was suddenly called out from behind. When the blacksmith turned around, he was very frightened, noticing the angry overseer Buku in front of him. The fat man towered menacingly over his subordinate, angrily reminding him of the ban on using iron. Acero, gritting his teeth, trembled with fear of the warden. Loud screams and sounds of beatings were heard from a mine hidden in the sand. Enraged, Buku kicked the blacksmith's face, continuing to rage after numerous warnings. The fat man turned blue with anger overwhelming him, thinking that because of such disobedient workers, others want to take away his position as manager. Holding the whip tightly, the warden said menacingly that this morning Acero would serve as an example for everyone. Buku began to stretch his whip with a bloodthirsty look, preparing to strike. After the whip flew into the air many times, loud screams were heard. Acero, squatting down, coughed up blood from the blows he had received. The jacket on the back of the beaten blacksmith was torn, and he reported that he had not used iron without permission, but had only carried out experiments during off hours. Buku's plump lips moved when he angrily declared that he would kill Acero today for his insolence. The warden opened his eyes furiously, revealing a network of capillaries. Stretching his palm towards the axe, Buku joyfully concluded that the blacksmith's death could be attributed to an accident. Acero crawled back in fear, covering himself with his hand, while the shadow of a formidable guard with a weapon fell on him. The next moment, Buku flew furiously at his subordinate, swinging his axe, but was stopped by a loud scream from behind. Jared, who arrived, grabbed the warden's hand abruptly. The enraged Buku turned around sharply, casting a menacing look at the guy behind him. The fat man was indignant, seeing that the blonde behind him was holding his wrist. The lord remained silent, without removing his hand, while the warden angrily asked what the supposed new guy was doing. Then Jared gave Buka a menacing look, declaring that he was a relative of Acero, and demanding that he step aside. There were 4 people in the workroom, a blacksmith sitting on the floor, an indignant fat overseer holding him, Jared, and a key carrying bags of gold. Buku looked indignantly at the arriving guys, declaring that he was the owner of this territory, and Acero was his subordinate. The shabby blacksmith sat, engrossed in the conversation, while the overseer shouted that no close relatives of the workers could do whatever they wanted in the mines. Then a small bag flew to the ground, and Jared said that it was a gift from him in exchange for the opportunity to talk with Acero. The fat warden bent down with difficulty to pick up the object. Having opened the fabric, Buku was taken aback by the amount of gold equal to 3 of his annual salaries. Jared glanced sideways at the warden, declaring that he had several more of these bags. Squeezing the gift tightly, the satisfied fat man asked who was in front of him. Aki entered the conversation with bags in his hands, noting that it didn't matter, but if the warden listened, he would receive 3 more of these gifts. Buku bowed obediently, asking what he needed to do. Then the lord leaned over the overseer's ear, whisperingly asking for documents confirming Acero's dismissal from the Plenus mine. Buku trembled a little as the main character continued, demanding that he also put the seal of the main leader and in return promised to give him a 9-year salary. The mine room shook with the scream of the overseer when he expressed his readiness to carry out the assignment given to him. Now Jared extended his hand, using magic to heal the wounds on the blacksmith's body. Acero clenched his teeth in discomfort, concluding that there were no sorcerers in his family. The lord looked sideways as he continued to release green energy and replied that it was just part of his plan. While healing Acero's body, Jared came to the conclusion that the supervisor was systematically abusing his subordinate. The next moment, the blonde's eyes widened in shock. System windows appeared near the blacksmith, showing his level as well as unique skills and values. The lord looked at them in amazement, concluding that the future great people were different from those who came before. Stalactites hung at the entrance to the mines, and Acero was shocked that a man from a noble family called him master. As he squatted in front of the blacksmith, Jared thought that few people would recognize him, but that was even better. Looking up at Acero, the lord enthusiastically said that it was not difficult for him to be polite to a simple artisan. The blacksmith began to rise when the main character asked the man whether he would leave the mine and move to another place with his family. Acero was puzzled, but glad that he would be able to leave Plenus. Removing the hood of his robe, the blonde good-naturedly introduced himself as the ruler of the great territory of Cvia. He looked at the blacksmith with enthusiasm, expressing a sincere desire to invite him to his domain. Aki, standing with bags of gold in his hands, broke into a smile during these words. Acero was greatly taken aback, silently opening his mouth after receiving such an offer. The blacksmith looked at the 2 guys exchanging glances, thinking with suspicion that a feudal lord of a larger domain wanted to invite him. Now the artisan, with his head down, was thinking with a downcast expression that he was just an ordinary blacksmith who could be found anywhere near the mines. Raising his hand with 3 fingers bent, Jared decided to make as many promises to Acero. First of all, he intended to take care of creating the best forge with the best equipment in the entire northern region of the continent. While the artisan was in a state of shock, the lord showed him 2 fingers. He promised that he would be happy to provide the worker with any magical devices and even create something himself if necessary. Jared said that, although it is not visible, he is a magician who specializes in fine-grained parts when making magic stones. Discouraged, Acero scratched his chin, noting that such a skill was impressive. Now the Lord spoke with enthusiasm about the third promise he intended to make. Jared said that he was ready to provide an entire estate in which Mr. Acero and his entire family could live. The blacksmith had no words for this, and he only silently opened his mouth in shock. After this, the man turned his head to the side in confusion, having concerns. Putting his hand to his chest, the young lord enthusiastically said that he was not suggesting that his future employee create everything out of thin air, but suggested that they think of cooperation as a form of investment. The blonde reached into his bosom, declaring what he wanted, but could not yet tell what Acero would have to work with, but noted the strength of the material. The young man placed the sword in the artisan's palms, offering to look at the weapon. Unsheathing the blade, Acero looked at the blade with admiration, after which he asked for a small test. The blacksmith twirled the sword in his hand curiously as the lord expressed approval of the idea. Then Acero pointed to the blade given to him by his colleagues in honor of 10 years of work in the blacksmith's business. He positioned the blade beyond the surface of the table, securing the weapon in that position with a stone. After this, the artisan furiously raised the sword received from the lord above his head. When he struck, part of the blade flew off the blade donated by his colleagues. Acero clenched his teeth tightly as he watched this in shock. Jared and Aki, standing to the side, smiled contentedly. The guys were silent with a joyful expression on their faces while the blacksmith asked where they could find this material. Acero held the sword in his hands, being delighted, and the blonde said that in their lands there was as much such strong metal as iron. Looking at the blade cut into 2 parts, he also added that the strength was on a completely different level. Acero raised the sword and concluded that this was a resolution in blacksmithing. Placing his hand on his chest, Jared again asked to come with him, promising all possible support. Lowering the blade, the blacksmith froze, perplexed. He suddenly threw himself on his knees and, lowering his head to the ground, shouted that he accepted the young lord's offer if his abilities could help. Jared looked down at the man with satisfaction, calling out to him softly. Suddenly a fat warden appeared at the entrance, spread his arms to the sides and joyfully announced that he had finished completing his assignment. Buku stood in this position in the middle of the room, wishing all the best to the main character, and he turned to him. Jared, hinting that he would give the bag of gold from Aki's hands, asked if he could fulfill another request of his in return. Pouting his lips, the fat warder asked what he needed to do. Extending his fist, the young lord joyfully declared that he wanted to punch Buka once. Raising his arms, the fat man with an inspired look concluded that the young man must have been under great stress. The fat warden, with a pleased expression on his face, noted that he was quite resilient, asking the lord to show him his best blow. Then the main character clenched his fist, activating red magical energy. He grinned wickedly, preparing to attack. After that, the fist quickly rushed towards the fat man and with all his strength entered his large face, leaving a dent. Swinging strongly, Jared, with a satisfied look, delivered a powerful blow, from which Buka was thrown far back. Acero and Iki watched in shock from the sidelines while the lord with the smoking fist rejoiced at the use of transcendental simplification. The beaten guard lay prostrate on the ground and said that violence was not the answer, to which Jared objected. A bag of gold fell on Buku's fat face, and the protagonist stated that this was only a warning so that he would no longer attack innocent people. Acero and Iki looked pleased as Jared turned to them, asking them to follow him. The trio were now heading towards the exit of the mine, leaving a beaten Buka with a bag of money on his face and discussing legal action for his actions. The action moves to the Plenus bathhouse, where the main character arrived to wait for Acero, but due to the too high fee, there were no people inside at all. The blonde turned to Aki as he approached, indignant that the young man entered impolitely without washing himself. The brunette, with an awkward look, said that my lord should bathe first while he examined the hot springs, which he had arrived at for the first time. Aki looked at the teacher's naked body in embarrassment when he came out of the water and offered to look around after swimming. The young man turned purple and lowered his gaze to the floor. Jared, who was watching this, asked in bewilderment if this was the first time the student had seen the body of a royal person, which, moreover, was no different from the others. Confused, Aki began to shake his head while the lord waved him off, not wanting to look at the brunette's body in return. The young man again lowered his eyes to the floor in complete confusion. A golden faucet in the shape of a fish shone above the water surface of the pool, reflected in it. Jared sat relaxed in the bathhouse, blindfolded, with his head thrown back, dreaming of building a similar establishment in his lands. The blonde mused that he would need to expand the industrial area to add more nightlife and enrich the cultural life of his people. Having removed the bandage, the young lord glanced to the side in bewilderment. Aki sat on the steps on the other side of the pool with a confused face, dipping his feet into the water, and Jared clarified why he didn't go all the way in. A stream of water flowed from the golden head of the lion, while the young man made excuses that he could not stand hot water and the towels hid his hairy body. The lord walked towards the student through the water, noting that he did not care, and he screamed in panic. Turning back to Aki, the blonde decided to let him do as he wanted. Continuing to stay in the luxurious Plenus bathhouse, the Lord enjoyed himself and noted the pleasant fatigue in his body. Night fell, and a scattering of stars appeared in the dark sky, surrounded by clouds. In the bright building, the lights went out everywhere, and only 2 windows came out with a bright glow. Aki was fast asleep, wrapped in a blanket. At this time, Jared carefully examined the student, concluding that something was clearly wrong. The main character recalled that when he and the brunette attend official events, he always communicates informally. However, Aki's reaction sharply changes to embarrassment when they are alone or it comes to tactile contact. Jared continued to carefully look at the sleeping child, coming to some conclusion. Aki sniffled, turning on his side as the Lord tried to believe what finally came to his mind. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, the main character concluded that this was confusing him. The action moves to the kingdom of Fafr, where grandiose buildings rise above the city. Having collected his belongings, Asero joyfully stood with his family, expressing gratitude to my lord. Looking down, Jared looked puzzled. The main character looked at the small bags of things in the hands of the blacksmith's family, shocked that this was all they brought with them. Continuing to look, the Lord noted the meager belongings of the children. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Asero explained that they travel constantly, so the less stuff the better. Now Jared looked at the blacksmith with pity. He turned to the taken aback Aki, asking if he knew the Zoomer estate. The brunette, with a puzzled look, answered in the affirmative, after which my lord gave the order to make all the necessary preparations to move the blacksmith's family there. Looking at his interlocutor, the blonde also asked to make sure that the guys received the best household utensils so that they had everything they needed. The Asero family stood across from the robed boys, listening in amazement as Aki reported that he understood all the instructions. The brunette asked with a perplexed look if my lord would not go with them, adding that he was going to quickly make a teleportation circle. Looking at the student, Jared warned that he needed to take care of something here, after which he would return to the lands. Aki widened his eyes questioningly, clarifying where my lord was going. An armored gatekeeper standing at the entrance extended his hand, demanding payment of the entrance fee. Then the main character handed over the gold coin with a gloved hand. As the Lord of the Robe began to move past the knight, he thanked him for his work. Further on, another arch appeared in the building, through which it was necessary to proceed. Another knight blocked Jared's path in a green cloak, demanding to stop. Raising his hand, the gatekeeper informed the astonished traveler that he was to search him. Stretching his arms to the sides, the Lord joyfully announced that the knight was simply tired of his work. After this, he quietly passed the gold coin directly into the gatekeeper's fingers. Jared glanced contentedly at the knight as he let him through, pretending to recognize him as a local merchant. While the main character continued on, spears were placed in front of another traveler, blocking the path, and the young man thought that such an environment gives rise to corruption, insolvency, and debt. The blonde was concentrating on the truthful side of the kingdom of Fafr, where everyone needs money and where everything can be solved with the help of coins. Travelers and adventurers crowded around the closed gates of the fallen underground temple. Armed guards stood in front of the entrance. Jared was shocked by the long line in front of him at the dungeon he had been planning to visit for a long time. While the guys took turns passing, the Lord approached one of the knights and handed him a loaf of bread, assuming that he was hungry. Stretching out his palm, the guard was surprised by such a handout, while the main character hid the coin sparkling inside the item with his fingers. Taking the loaf in his hand, the gatekeeper discovered gold in it. The entire line moved aside to make way for Jared when the knights discovered that he was a nobleman. The Lord looked at the kingdom in the rays of the setting sun, wanting to independently bring changes to these lands. The action takes place inside the underground temple, where it was dark and a bloody arrow led to one of the arched passages. As the robed blonde man walked down the corridor, he was accosted by an excited bald guy who began to explain about the different survival rates of courses and be leaving the panic behind and winking at him. Jared stated that he knew about it, which is why he was heading into a more difficult one. Turning around, the Lord indignantly thanked him for the concern and declared that he would be fine. As he watched the young man go, the bald man said with regret that they had lost another good hunter. The fallen underground temple is divided into courses and B, leading in different directions, and most travelers choose the first path. Because this path is less dangerous and because people share knowledge about it, they become well versed in it. But Course B is notorious for how dangerous it is, requiring a squad of at least 15 members to complete it. However, the main character followed it alone, confident in himself and his abilities. Jared walked down the corridor, remembering that one of the reasons he came here was to defeat the boss and take all the rewards. Jared also needed to upgrade the Deluck bracelet worn on his wrist, for which he still had to collect a few nightmares. The blonde looked at the artifact on his hand, deciding to at least try to raise his statistics while he was in the dungeon. Jared moved further along the dark corridor, his iron boots clanking, concluding that there were many different monsters on the vast continent. The robed lord stood in front of the high doors, realizing that he was at the entrance to Corsby. The blonde man, covered in sweat, glanced at the gate with a puzzled face. A white line stretched through the air from his clenched hand when the young man decided to immediately take out Tanex to complete the dungeon. Now Jared stood in front of an iron suit, which he looked at with delight, deciding that Sabio would be happy. Grinning contentedly, the young lord began to activate the equipment with his voice. Under the glass of the Tatranex helmet, which reacted to the words, a red glow lit up. Now Jared was inside the suit, which reported full magical power, perfect current condition and no malfunctions. Closing his eyes, the lord joyfully thought that this is exactly how a superhero should feel. Looking sharply ahead, the inspired protagonist decided to quickly figure everything out while he was in good shape. With that, he took off, quickly rushing inside Corsby. Sabio looked at the grid of screens in shock, wondering who the guy in his suit was going to the underground fallen temple. Very taken aback, the elf assumed that the young man was trying to take advantage of the dungeon. Sabio froze in front of the screens in shock, wondering how he could use something like that to get past the monsters. The elf continued to watch as Jared in the suit floated above the ground where the shocked monsters stood. An indignant Sabio shouted, concluding that the lord in his suit was clinging to the ceiling to avoid the monsters. The blonde man teased the pointy-eared guy through the screen, asking if he thought that with such skills he was better suited to be the chief pilot of Tatranex. The elf began to sweat, grinning angrily at the video of the insolent lord's face. Jared again spoke to Sabio from the screen, asking him to watch carefully to make sure how well the suit looked on him. The elf opened his mouth in puzzlement, realizing that he could not answer anything. Dissatisfied, Sabio looked at the grid of screens, deciding that he could use the communication stone if he knew such an outcome. While in the stone room, the elf decided to simply continue observing without pride or worry. The screen displayed a horde of short goblins, which Jared successfully flew around using the capabilities of the suit. The lord from above watched the crowd of monsters gathered on the floor. The main character, dressed in Tatranex, flew on without slowing down. Through the glass of the helmet, the satisfied face of the blonde man was visible, breaking into a smile. Now the main character was descending, touching the ground with his iron boots. Leaving the cluster of short goblins behind, Jared crossed the archway and stopped in the next room. He smiled contentedly, looking at the camera, and showed a peace sign. The elf, watching this, was shocked by how the main character walked through 8 rooms without ever being detected by monsters. Sabio's eyes widened in amazement, concluding that Jared had done this in just 2 hours. Now the streaking screen showed an image of the lord standing in front of the tall doors leading to the room of the fallen. After 2 hours of exploring the dungeon, the main character arrived at the room where the boss is located. There were earthen pillars all over the room, obstructing the view, and there was a slight fog in the air. Jared, dressed in a suit, turned his head in different directions in bewilderment, looking for his boss. Suddenly the young lord opened his blue eyes, finding what he was looking for. The main character stood on the cliff of an earthen island, discovering sleeping scaly monsters in the distance. In the room of the fallen, completely covered with soil, there was a red-scaled fire lizard, Valari, who was dozing peacefully. Stretched nearby was the second boss of the dungeon, the ice lizard Valero, who was snoring with his head on his paw. Jared broke into a wicked smile, determined to take what he needed. The lord's feet began to slowly leave the ground as he concluded that he could beat the lizards as much as he wanted, as long as they were unable to attack him. Now the main character in a suit, pushing off from the edge, flew between 2 pillars of earth on which the bosses of the underground fallen temple were sleeping. It was clear that Parades had many personnel working to maintain this vast world. As a result, there were a huge number of different paths leading to the main boss Deluck and victorious outcomes. People were using potions to buff things, and Parades was seeing multiple patch notes appear on the same day. This was due to the fact that the world created was not perfect. It was a game that was trying to be the best version of itself. While hovering above the pillars of the earth, the main character reflected that he was reborn at a point that was located in the main story 10 years ago, which means that at that time most of the bugs had not been fixed. Looking at the opponents from above, Jared concluded that he did not plan to fight the Valari and Valero lizards in a fair fight. Suddenly, in the room of the fallen, a distant island of earth was discovered in the corner, which the lord considered a safe zone. Rushing towards her at high speed, the young man could not even imagine how many victims were needed to find the only point suitable for the trick. Jared glanced at the nearby piece of land, deciding that all the other areas were traps. He discovered another island against the wall, realizing that it was a fake. The lord turned his gaze to another piece of land, concluding that all such pillars were fake safe zones. Suddenly, the eye of the fire lizard Valari opened, emitting a bright light. The main character represented an angry boss lizard who squeezed him with his tongue using a sudden jump. Worried about the possibility of being crushed by a paw or eaten alive, Jared concluded with sweat on his face that he would die either way if he was caught. Slowly descending into the safe zone, the Lord realized that all the rumors about the Lizard Brothers were true. Standing on an island of earth in the very corner of the Room of the Fallen, Jared rejoiced in the fact that the walls could not collapse from the skills of fire and freezing. Looking down, the blonde man in the suit decided to check something. The main character wore the ring of Saint Ifnos on his finger, and the system window that appeared provided information about one of the 3 functions of the artifact. The blonde broke into a wicked smile, deciding to use the perfect technique for victory, consisting of attacks polished by divine power. Extending his palm forward, Jared created a small magic circle in the air. Now from his hand, powerful lightning bolts of magic projectiles stretched, heading straight into the bodies of the sleeping lizard brothers Valari and Valero. When the blow pierced the red scales of the fire monster, it came out of sleep and began to open its fanged mouth with a long tongue with eerie sounds. His icy blue-colored brother also perked up, raising his hind legs incorrectly with a ferocious look and sparkling his eyes. With a sudden leap, the Valero monster found itself in the safe zone, towering fiercely over its opponent. Trying to attack, the ice lizard hit his head hard while Jared pondered the problem that both brothers shared. Rising up, the monster Valero closed his sharp fangs and, raising his paws, laughed contentedly. After this, the ice lizard suddenly froze in bewilderment, having lost track of the enemy. The suited lord at this time held out his palm in front of him, activating the holy attribute of endowment technique, and concluded that the vision of the boss monsters had degraded. Shrouded in bright light, the ice lizard Valero began to move confusedly in space, while the main character flying towards him remembered that the brothers use other senses to navigate. The light technique around the blue monster's body disappeared, and a stream of smoke began to emanate from it. Noticing a fellow Valari with red scales, surrounded by magic and running furiously towards him, Valero quickly rushed towards him. Both boss monsters clashed in a furious battle, delivering powerful blows to each other with loud growls. The ice lizard glanced questioningly with its yellow eyes to the side, discovering on the edge of the island the tortured body of its fiery brother, from which smoke was emanating. Suddenly, a powerful stream of energy appeared in the air, rushing towards the opponents. Both boss monsters Valari and Valero turned around, watching with a puzzled look and making questioning sounds. The blonde man with a malicious grin moved quickly through the air, teasing the lizards. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered, filling the entire space around with a bright glow. Blood began to ooze through the fangs of the fire lizard Valari, and an angry growl was heard when the shockwave reached it. His icy brother Valero opened his mouth wide, from which large crimson drops began to fly out with a furious roar. Both angry boss monsters approached the main character in the corner of the room, driving the victim into a dead end. The fire lizard Valari opened its mouth wide, releasing powerful fiery breath with a furious roar. His blue brother did a similar thing, only icy breath began to come from his mouth. Jared sharply put his shield in front of him as both of the boss monsters' techniques shifted, heading towards him. The red and blue lizard did not move from their place, watching the island in the corner, which was covered with a column of thick smoke. Suddenly, it was followed by a powerful explosion, from which fire scattered in all directions. The strong flame suddenly overtook the brothers Valari and Valero, completely consuming their bodies, causing them to start coughing. Now the exhausted red and blue monsters lay on the pillars of the ground as smoke emanated from their bodies and blood poured from their mouths. A moment later, the lizard brothers were already baring their fangs angrily, approaching the enemy with strange sounds. Breaking into a smile, Jared contentedly watched the boss monsters from behind the glass of his helmet, realizing that they did not want to let him leave. While the ice lizard Valero rushed towards the safe zone with a bloodthirsty look, the Lord concluded that his opponents could not reach him. Behind him, blazing with fire from his mouth, the furious red monster Valari headed forward. Suddenly, the fire lizard closed its mouth and the flames stopped flowing into the air. The next second, both brothers began to release powerful streams of red and blue from their mouths, simultaneously attacking the enemy and the equipment. Watching the improved fire and frost skills approaching, the protagonist decided to use the flight skill. Jared watched the boss monster's attacks with concern, understanding the reason why the trick took a while to open. The Lord put his hand forward, creating a small magic circle, because it was his turn to strike. Jared put his palm out in front of him, firing powerful magical projectiles that shot in blue streams at the lizard brothers, causing them to roar. When the attack ended, the fire monster Valari and the ice monster Valero were bleeding and smoke was emanating from their bodies. The main character broke into a satisfied smile, concluding that it was quite fun to beat up bosses that were easy to hit. The young lord and equipment flew over the beaten lizards, deciding to provoke his opponents even more. Jared extended one hand towards the ice-cold Valero. The second palm was directed towards the fiery Valari, using a magical polishing spell. Both lizard brothers with multiple wounds were now covered in green energy, directing furious gazes at the enemy located on the island in the safe zone. The main character watched with a satisfied smile the two main monsters of the underground fallen temple, concluding that they had poor eyesight and that they were capable of using divine power to detect their victims. After 30 minutes of battle, unharmed, Jared looked at the lizards with a smile on his face and said that Tanex's participation really increases stability. Raising his hand, he added that he could cast a flying spell and still receive the benefits the suit gave him in battle. The lizard brothers were dying. With his arms outstretched, Jared said that it was good to be able to use the transcendental link. The health of the fire lizard Valari was 134 out of 10,000. He looked at his brother with all his strength. Valero, in turn, was spitting blood from his mouth and his health was 201 out of 10,000. Suddenly he opened his eyes and stood up sharply. He quickly threw his paw forward. Valero climbed the wall, looking at Jared with crazy eyes. In response, looking at him, the main character was interested in whether he was climbing the wall in order to get to the safe zone. When suddenly Valero's paw slipped, causing him to growl loudly. He fell heavily onto the rock, breaking it into cracks. Seeing this, Jared laughed. Rising up, Valero exhaled heavily and looked at Jared with tired eyes. Valari was already standing on his four paws, and Valero was trying to get up again, enduring the pain. Standing up, they both roared furiously as they prepared to use their final technique to kill their enemy. A few seconds later, Jared saw the manifestations of the flame breath and ice breath techniques. Jared was not at all afraid. He smiled and said that it was time to end this. The protective barrier around him protected him from fire and ice attacks. After perfect defense, Jared said that in any case he could fix the bone with just a couple of magic stones. Unfolding his hands, energy began to ooze from the holes in his palms, after which it was announced that the magic bullet was ready to be launched. Concentration of all magical energy, a notification appeared. All the runes and designs on Jared's suit lit up with a bright light, after which it was reported that the concentration of 13,466 units of mana had been completed. Jared immediately put his hand out in front of him, preparing to put all his remaining energy into the finishing blow. On his screen, both lizards were in view and were detected as targets, after which instant fire was fired. The projectile with incredibly high energy flew straight at the brothers. Having hit the target exactly, an explosion occurred, and the lizards screamed furiously. A nuclear mushroom rose upward from a powerful explosion of energy, after which a message immediately appeared in which it was written that Valari and Valero from the fallen underground temple were defeated. Immediately after it, another one appeared, in which it was written that the level had been increased by 25. Another one appeared next to it, which said that Jared now deserves the title of solo player merit. After which a final notification appeared, in which it was written that Jared also deserves the title of Song of Fire and Ice. Standing in front of the dead body of one of his brothers, Jared looked at all these messages and then said that this is what he was talking about. Smiling, he looked at the last notice, after which he said in surprise that he thought that this title could be earned by climbing to about the 10th floor of the Great Labyrinth. Projections of fire and ice dragon attacks appeared next to him. Looking at them thoughtfully, Jared said that when it comes to fire and ice, it's pretty rare for people to have good defenses against both. Opening the system window in which the power of fire and ice magic was written, he smiled and said contentedly that he had raised both elementary skills. The sun illuminated it, and Jared looked at the place where the lizards died. At the scene of death there were two bags of different colors. As soon as they burst, loot fell out of them. Seeing this, a shocked Jared said that this drop was at least 5 stars. The loot was completely different. There were bracelets, books, and necklaces. As he came closer, a drop of sweat ran down Jared's face, and he continued to look at the dropped loot in surprise. The objects emitted a very bright light. Without hesitation, Jared, holding out his arms, said that this must first be placed in subspace. The rays of the sun penetrated more and more into the dungeon. Jared said he'd look at them later, adding that there should be enough to share with everyone. Suddenly, the hand of the unknown person reached out to the source of information, after which he said that this guy was just crazy. It was Sabio, the elf who watched Jared's entire battle. He was shocked by what he saw, after which he himself said that Jared exceeded all his expectations. Recalling the moment from the battle where Jared attacked the brothers with magic non-stop, Sabio said that he knew exactly where the safe place was in the dungeon and for the most part just played with the two bosses. After analyzing the health of Jared's armor, he said that on top of that, the overall damage to his body was only 2% of his total health. He stood motionless on the floor and said that it was all against the notorious monsters of the fallen dungeon, Valerie and Valero. Hanging his head sadly, Sabio said that now the truth is starting to worry. Sweat was running down his face and there was shock and surprise in his eyes. His face was illuminated by the green glow of the screen. Sabio himself looked at Jared leaving, who didn't even think that he was being followed, and said that he would definitely visit him again. Morning of the 1st of September, the estate of the feudal lord of Cvia. Voices are heard from the building asking if the master called them. Standing in the office were Julian, Valdez, Aki and Mary, all with smiles on their faces. Standing in front of them was Jared, who said with a smile on his face that they all must not know why they were here. Looking at Aki, he said that he looked a little too much. Confused and a little dissatisfied, Aki said that this was a trend among the nobility these days. Pointing to his skirt, Jared asked what kind of men wear skirts these days. After that, immediately pointing to the earrings and painted eyes, he asked which of the men did the same. Waving his arms in all directions and shouting, Aki said that not everyone has such old-fashioned tastes as my lord. Jared was confused and couldn't say anything. Suddenly Aki's face changed to a more serious one and he reported that Mr. Asura told him that he was grateful that Jared had provided him with a new life here. Suddenly breaking ranks to Jared, Mary added with a smile on her face that his wife Kerman was personally inviting my lord to dinner. There was joy in Jared's eyes and a smile on his face. Hearing Mary's words, he said that this was good news. Julian stepped out of line to join Jared. Having bowed, he still decided to ask why my lord had called them today. With excitement in his eyes and a bead of sweat on his face, he asked if Jared really wanted to fire someone. Hearing this question, Jared laughed and asked with a wide and kind smile on his face whether this was possible, after which he added that he intended to continue working with the people he decided to accept for as long as possible. Excitement and worry did not leave Julian's face and he asked what was the reason for the call, adding that everything here was on pins and needles. Looking at the others present, Jared saw fear and excitement, sweat running down everyone's faces. After thinking for a moment, Jared called Julian over. Julian approached my lord with caution. Jared immediately handed him the pendant, telling him to accept the gift. "Why don't you try it on?" Jared asked, and immediately after these words Julian put it on himself. Suddenly the pendant began to glow around his neck, and a slightly worried Julian said that a feeling of refreshing freedom appeared in his head. Surprised by this effect, Jared said that Julian must wear this artifact when performing the tasks assigned to him. Bowing, Julian thanked my lord. Jared immediately called Aki to his place. As soon as he approached him, he handed him the Diary of Fortune. Confused and shocked, Aki shouted, asking if this was really the diary of the Great Fortune Merchant. "This is incredible, my lord," Aki exclaimed with happiness in his voice, holding the diary tightly. The next person Jared called was Valdez. Approaching my lord, the excited Valdez received an incomprehensible artifact, which at first glance seemed like an ocarina. Handing over the artifact, Jared explained that it was the Ocarina of Truth, adding that there was no need to play it, because in order to use its abilities, you just had to have this artifact with you. Valdez took the artifact in his hands and examined it diligently, listening as Jared explained that the more he told the truth, the better his communication and negotiation skills became. Hearing this, Valdez was delighted and, thanking Jared, added that this was the best artifact for announcers. The last person he called was Mary. After calling her, Jared asked everyone else to leave. After thanking my lord, everyone left. Only Jared and Mary remained in the office. There was an awkward silence between them. Putting his hand to his chin, Jared said that he wanted to talk about. Suddenly Jared was interrupted by the screams of her daughter, who wanted to tell her that Uncle Lackey's was asking where Mary was. Opening the door, Mia screamed that her mother's boyfriend was looking for her. Mary did not expect this and blushed all over with shame. Surprised, Jared just smiled, wondering in his head what it all meant. The situation changed. There was a vase of flowers on the table. Suddenly Jared said, turning to Mary, that she said that. After thinking for a while, he stopped, remembering moments from Lackey's training. Then he continued, since he cancelled all his training, he had no opportunity to meet new people. Then a picture appeared in his head where pregnant Mary sat by the bed of her late husband and cried bitterly. Immediately after this, another picture appeared in his head where an embarrassed Lackey's gives flowers to Mary. After which Jared said that although Mary rejected Lackey's feelings several times, she still decided to open her heart to him. "Yes, my lord," Mary answered quietly. She and her daughter sat on an armchair and drank tea. Bowing her head sadly, Mary said she shouldn't bother Jared with something as personal as this. Grinning, Jared looked at her and said that this was nonsense. Without raising her head and looking at her fingers in excitement, Mary said that nothing could come between the two lovers, but she still wanted to make sure that it would not bother my lord. Jared, taking a sip of tea, grinned and said that although he is not interested in his personal life, he shows great interest in the personal lives of the people around him. This made Mary laugh, after which she added that she still wanted to apologize. The daughter, sitting next to her mother, joyfully began to ask Jared if he would scold her mother or if she should do it. Jared laughed out loud. Setting the cup down on the saucer, Jared turned to Mary. After a short silence, without getting up from his chair, he told her with complete seriousness not to worry about him, adding that he would continue to support her. Hearing this, Mary's expression changed to a little surprised. Looking at the floor, she thanked my lord with a slight smile on her face. Jared raised one finger up and with a wide smile on his face told Mia that if her mom and that guy quarrel, then she should report what happened. Mia looked at her mom and giggled slightly and said that she would make sure Jared knew what was going on even without her mom's knowledge. All three immediately laughed. Taking the last artifact in his hands, Jared told Mary to take it. This artifact is the ladle of healing of Saint Infos. It was so powerful that it shone. Mary carefully took the ladle in her hands, examining it in surprise. Jared, with a downward smile on his face and kindness in his eyes, said that he hoped Mary would continue to work using him so that everyone could enjoy her cooking. Smiling and looking at my lord, she said that it would be so. Suddenly, looking at the ladle in surprise, she said that she felt warmth and comfort inside her body, although she was simply holding it in her hands. Jared smiled and turned to Mary. Confused, Mary looked up at him, and he said that sooner or later there would come a time when her skills would be more important than ever and then he would call on her for help. Hearing this, joyful Mary patted her daughter on the head and said that she understood everything. Jared's face changed to a more serious one. In his head, he said that if they could produce and supply Mary's dishes in large quantities, it would be of great help to them no matter whether they were on the battlefield or anywhere else. A vat of food appeared in his head and he said that Mary could prepare food that would enhance the healing and restorative powers of those who eat it. Evening, two figures are walking along a path in the park. It turned out to be Jared and Mia. Suddenly, Jared asked if Mia was doing well in training. Joyful Mia waved her arms in all directions and replied that except for the time she spends with her mother and eating, she continues to work on her magic. Jared asked with a smile on his face if she still only practiced wind magic, to which Mia gave a positive answer. Suddenly the girl stopped, saying that elements such as fire and ice are not fun at all. Looking at the sky, elements of wind magic began to appear around her, and Mia herself happily said that she wanted to become the best in wind magic in order to meet the wind elemental in the future. All this time, Isabella was watching them from a tree, who said in surprise in her head that even after learning all the magic, Mia only wants to practice wind. Looking at her, she did not understand what she was saying, but she saw all her characteristics. Mia is level 65. Special skills are Detect Magic Tier S, Wind Song Tier S, and Mana Circulation Tier B. This startled Isabella and she looked at Mia in surprise, saying in her head that this was crazy because she had reached the S rank of Wind Song in just a year and a half, adding that this could not be called an innate talent. Mia showed the Song of the Winds, which showed beautiful elements and patterns of the wind. Isabella concluded that Mia still wouldn't be able to hold out for too long due to her mana stats, but if you look at her abilities from an objective point of view, she is quite strong. To protect yourself from a level 5 magic attack using wind magic. Isabella looked at them excitedly. Small balls of wind that she created were spinning in front of Mia's face. There was no one else in the park besides them, and then Jared suggested that Mia go on a trip to the Anemos Plateau until next spring. Hearing such a proposal, she said in shock that she had heard that cool and refreshing winds blew there and beautiful flowers swayed in the field. With his arms folded across his chest and a smile on his face, Jared said that was correct, adding that he would teach her there a way to maximize the effectiveness of her wind magic. Hearing this, Mia jumped for joy, screaming loudly as they set off. After thinking a little, Jared said that it was closer to March. Outside, the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon, and the leaves were quietly rustling in the wind. Hearing what my lord suggested, Mia was upset and said that it was only September, after which she persuaded her to go to January. Laughing, Jared agreed. It's night. On the feudal lord's estate the light is on in the office. Jared was sitting at the table going through papers, saying something about the magical division of Demios and their fleet, adding that this would be problematic. Several soldiers and orders of Agrizio appeared in his head. Jared mumbled something about recruiting a personal army of mages. An image of large ships appeared in his mind, and he added, and create a fleet large enough to protect their shores from attack. A map of the kingdoms appeared in his mind, and Jared himself reasoned that since the kingdom of Cinders protects them from the south, like a barrier, then it should not be a problem for Cvia to take advantage of the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. After these words, he began to draw on the map, coming up with a course of further action. When suddenly Jared became so serious, which is very rare, he threw down his pen and said that in 1416 the first target of his territory would be him. He hit the island of Totter perfectly with his feather. That night, Jared will meet with some vassals. Jared spoke to Arin, who was eating corn. I also met with Abel, to whom I gave some book. Later he visited Acero, taking all his money to the blacksmith. And after that, 4 months later, the continent of us, 1416, the 1st of January, New Year. It was early morning outside, and the townspeople were just waking up. Reaching for the rapier potion, Jared said that he had been living in this world for the 3rd New Year. After speaking, he immediately drank the potion. A notification about the level increase immediately appeared. Looking at himself in the mirror and smiling, he said that he was pleased with the fact that he could pump up endlessly. Having opened his stats, it was written that he had level 126, strength 335, health 250, magical power 8314, intelligence 535, agility 190, charisma 330, physical defense 335, magical protection 1162, divine power 175. My lord came from behind the door, where Jared automatically glanced. Door opened. Suddenly, Ella entered his office in full uniform, along with 2 knights from Agrizio, saying that they were ready to go. A huge army of magicians and swordsmen stood in the courtyard. Jared spoke solemnly to his loyal followers throughout the Crivian territory. The Knights of Agrizio had a new flag based on the color blue. Jared continued that it was only because they were here with him that she could dream of a better future. The Demios squad of magicians had the same flag as Agrizio, only the color was red at the base. I promise, Jared said, raising his hand up. He shouted that he would give everyone the best supplies and weapons, adding that the warriors would bring pride and honor to their families. He fell silent a little. The warriors looked at him, expecting something else. Suddenly, breaking his silence, Jared shouted for them to let him take the chance and make an oath to them all. Raising their left hands, all the warriors did the same, loudly rejoicing. With a smile on his face, Jared told everyone that the day would come when their power would be used in the right direction. Ella silently looked at Jared, who said that until that day comes, let everyone train and hone their skills. Jared's face became more serious and he told the warriors to refrain from doing anything that would disgrace his name and to be sure to keep their heads held high. You understand me, Jared shouted, to which the warriors shouted in jubilation that they would bring honor to his name. The female magicians shouted the name of their squad. Male swordsmen also did the same. It's all over. Sitting down on a chair and exhaling in relief, Jared thought. Images of Ella and Olsen appeared in his head. He said that although he had gathered the magicians of Demios, unlike Ella and Olsen, who are the only ones capable of leading the Knights of Agrizio, they lack a real leader. Taking a sip of water, he said that he would need to decide on a commander for them. Suddenly a girl approached him. It was Isabella. Jared immediately handed her a flask of water, wishing her a happy new year. Taking the flask from him, she first looked at it. After a short pause, she looked at Jared incredulously, asking if he had put something strange there. There might be a potion that would force her to tell the truth, she suggested. Laughing, Jared said he could take a sip first. After taking a sip, she wiped her mouth and said that it was just a joke, and in any case, she would have told everything. Taking the flask, Jared looked at Isabella and said that he didn't think she was in a good mood lately. Then a memory appeared in Isabella's head in which she was in the guild, among other guys. She said that most likely this condition is due to the guild, because it was very pleasant to make new acquaintances where I lived before. She saw a lonely girl with long hair in the guild who did not approach anyone. After that, Isabella continued talking. That although these are no longer those who lived in her area, they are children or even grandchildren of those people. Surprised by this, Jared looked at her, not daring to say anything, but in his head he wondered why she was so eager to tell him about her past. He remembered how earlier she, all embarrassed with shame, had shouted that the less you know, the better you sleep. Isabella continued to tell everything with her finger up. Jared was glad that she decided not to hide her past. By the way, Isabella, Jared said. Isabella looked questioningly at my lord. He grinned and asked her, with a smile on his face, why the Shaman Guild was called Daresh, adding after, looking intently at Isabella, that anyone can say that it's just his name backwards. Isabella just bowed her head in shame and asked if he really thought so. Suddenly she raised her head, stuck out her finger and, in an attempt to justify herself, said that she actually got her name from the ancient word Daresh, which means honor. With her arms outstretched, she sarcastically asked if Jared really thought she would use his name backwards for the name of the guild, adding after that she didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. But anyway, she said. Looking around, looking at the guild, she added that all members of the guild thought the same thing, and they all thanked Jared for giving them the opportunity to settle here. Smiling widely, Jared said he was glad to hear that. Suddenly, Isabella embarrassedly and hurriedly said that she had recently acquired a new goal, saying that she wanted people to always remember the name Daresh. Smiling, Jared praised her and told her to make sure she could build the foundation for her dream. Don't worry, Isabella said hastily. My lord, suddenly it came out of nowhere. It was one of the knights. Isabella noticed him and became worried. And as soon as the knight approached Jared, she ran away, saying that she would go and rest then, shouting to Jared not to overexert himself too much. My lord, you are here, Lackey said before he could finish speaking. When Jared suddenly interrupted him and shouted, could it be that this was the lover of the Chief Mary and called him to his place? Embarrassed, Lackeys asked if he could stop with these jokes already, since 4 months had already passed. Giggling, Jared said he still found it funny. Coughing, Lackeys said that if the lord liked it, then it was funny, but besides that, He handed the letter with Sabio's name to Jared. Taking the letter and opening it, Jared began to read what it said, and at this time Rackham said that this was a secret document that the Arcane's Guild had sent them, so he hurried to deliver it to my lord. Shocked, Jared read everything in the message and then said that the time had come. In his head he said that all this was after 4 months of using Tanex. The letter said that Sabio wanted to meet Jared at the port of Mate because there were many things he wanted to ask him for. He immediately crushed the letter in his hand out of anger. Smiling madly, with anger in his eyes, he crushed this letter without letting go. In his head, he said that he knew that Sabio valued his knowledge of magical skills very much, but to think that he sent such a daring message. Day, the sun illuminates everything around, the port of Meath. My lord was heard nearby. Standing on the sidewalk was Jared and Rakis, who asked if it was okay that they hadn't taken any precautions. Sabio appeared in Jared's head with a malicious smile on his face. Then Jared said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Jared turned to the worried Rakis and told him to go and check on the citizens who were currently working near the beaches. Before he could leave, Rakis said, remembering the segment on the map where Jared's pen fell. As for the main commander of the northeastern naval fleet of the Kingdom of Bonus, it seems that it will be difficult to attract Admiral Jenish to their side. An image of Jenish appeared in Jared's mind, after which Jared said that, as expected, it seems that he is not the person we can lure with money. With a serious face, Rakis said that he has been a soldier since birth, but that does not mean there is no hope. Grinning, Jared looked sarcastically at Rakis and said that the old man must have some circumstances and reasons to betray his country. Raising his hand and clenching it into a fist, Jared said that he thought it was simply impossible to avoid bloodshed, adding that if this was the case, then they needed to demonstrate the huge difference in power between them. Rubbing his cheek, Rakis said that over the past 2 years, they had been able to gather information that the two kingdoms' budgets for their navies had hit rock bottom. After which Rakis looked at my lord with unusual seriousness, saying that with the current forces of Cvia, they should be able to capture the coastal cities of the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. Looking at Rakis, Jared told them to wait a little. Jared's mind flashed to an image of Acero continuously working at the blacksmith, and then said that he just wanted to make sure that he could control a constant source of Keldia to provide their forces with the necessary equipment. Bowing, Rakis said that he understood everything and that they were making sure that Acero was always safe, after which he said that he would go check on the citizens. Looking up at the sky, Jared said that this was all interesting. Raising his hand to himself, on the finger of which there was a ring that began to radiate energy, Jared asked himself whether he should appear in Tanex to show it to its original owner. Activating the suit, Jared took off and headed to the coast, saying that Sabio was also an important being, like Chloe, because he held the keys to the future. An image of an army of demons appeared before his eyes, after which Jared said that if the research data that Sabio had been collecting all this time was transferred to the Dark Church, then everything would go to hell for people. He introduced how hundreds of soldiers with technologies similar to Tanex will clash on the battlefield with defenseless people. Presenting Sabio dead, Jared said that even if he died, the data would reappear, making his death in vain. As he approached the beach, he saw the silhouette of a goblin in a cloak. Found it, Jared thought in his head, his eyes filled with excitement. He was getting closer to Sabio, who wasn't even paying attention to him, when suddenly he turned around with a malicious smile on his face. Jared flew towards Sabio as fast as he could. The elf noticed him and raised his head. Sabio smiled. Jared landed. They stood opposite each other and were silent. The silence over the hills was becoming awkward. Sabio interrupted him with clapping. He looked at Lord Jared in surprise. Sabio smiled and said it was nice to meet Duke Jared. He extended his hand, introduced himself, and said that he was 27 years old. They shook hands. Jared smiled, introduced himself, and said that they were the same age. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky, and the Duke said that since the world in which he lives and the world in which the elf lives are different, he need not be addressed by title. Sabio thought it was a great idea. The elf said he kept a close eye on him and the different ways Jared used the Tatranex. He remembered that he had been watching hiddenly from the window and could not understand how the Duke knew about it. Jared pointed to the small hole in the helmet that made it happen. The Duke noticed that there was a small device that gave the elf an image. Sabio looked closely at the Duke and said that he was right, and even though he tried to place it where no one would notice, Jared had a keen eye. The Duke smiled, and the elf realized that he was truly special even when he first used Tatranex. Sabio extended his hand towards Jared. He then placed both hands on the Duke's shoulders and said that it was as if Jared knew how to use this golem's abilities from the very beginning. The Duke grinned and asked the elf's opinion on how he handled the piloting. The elf was discouraged, because in all the years that he had been watching people, he had never seen a single person or elf manage him as well as the Duke. Sabio again put his hands on Jared's shoulders and said that he knew everything about the golem's capabilities before it was created and asked if the Duke himself understood what he was talking about. Jared pretended not to understand, and the elf began to think feverishly. He remembered himself as a young man, having started researching when he was 19, so it had already been 8 years, even though he had spent a lot of time developing it. He remembered his endless attempts, so the fact that he didn't know anything, including whether the chosen path was the right one, in truth, it made the elf uneasy and curious. He recalled that he tried to use the suit so many times that at one point he lost count. Sabio grabbed Jared by the shoulders and began to shake him, saying that, unlike him, the elf himself had never had the opportunity to use the full potential of Tatranex's abilities. Sabio stopped and said that it was then that he became convinced that he was not mistaken. Jared looked worried when he heard that Sabio's last years had not been in vain. Fluffy clouds floated past us when Jared asked Sabio if he would take the suit, to which he received a negative answer. The elf's eyes shone. He did not want to take the golem, since he was happy with the Duke, and he wanted Jared to continue using Tatranex. Jared thought happily that Sabio seemed to really like it when he used this suit. He smiled and thought that this was not surprising, because any inventor would be glad to see that his invention was used, especially as well as he did, so there was no point in pushing him away, even though he was a human elf. Jared looked at the joyful elf and said that in this case he had 2 requests, to which Sabio was very surprised. Jared looked at the suit and said that it looked like Tetranex had 2 hidden abilities and could the elf unlock them for him. An inscription appeared on the system sign that Sabio's permission was required to open the 6th and 7th possibilities. The elf didn't understand how Jared knew about this. The Duke said that he would like to use all of Tetranex's abilities if Sabio could unlock them for him, as he was confident that he could use them to his satisfaction. Seagulls were flying over the sea. The elf raised his hand and said that it would not be free. He thought about it. Jared asked what the elf wanted. Sabio snapped his fingers and suggested that if Jared comes to the test, he will unlock the abilities. The Duke became wary and asked what the test was, to which Sabio replied that it was necessary to kill the guardian of the Island of Chaos. The Duke was delighted because it was about Nemesis. Sabio was surprised that the Duke knew him. Jared said that he couldn't help but know him, to which Sabio replied that Chaos Island was located far to the north of Totter Island. How did the Duke even know about it? Jared laughed awkwardly and asked, "Is that bad?" He said that in any case he accepted the elf's conditions, and if he passed this test, the elf promised him that he could unlock all the abilities for him so that he could use all the capabilities of the suit. The elf was surprised at such self-confidence, to which Jared replied that they could sign a contract just in case. The Duke looked at the suit and said that if he kills Nemesis, the elf will recognize him as the official Tetranex pilot. He touched the suit and said that if it failed, he would immediately return it to the elf, and they would also pay whatever amount he asked him for the use of the suit, to which the elf agreed. They agreed and shook hands. The elf was wary and asked how long it would take to go on the mission, for example, 2 days or 4. Jared was surprised and asked what 2 more days were. He said he was leaving right now. Chaos Island looked like an icy desert. Jared and Sabio walked along Chaos Island, and the elf asked why the Duke was so determined, because he immediately set out on the road without the slightest doubt. Jared replied that the reason was because he wanted to show off, and it was no joke, because doesn't the elf understand how much Jared enjoys using this Tetranex? They remembered the burned lands of the Dark Elves, and it seemed that Nemesis posed a great danger to them, even though the monster itself never attacked. But the elf remembered that every 3 months the Dark Elves were attacked by monsters that surround the island about 4 times a year, and this happened quite often. The elf said that if they came from the sea, they could try to build a fleet and erect a fort on their coastline. Jared suggested that the problem was that Nemesis was teleporting monsters straight to the Dark Elves. The elf clenched his fist and angrily said that this is exactly how it is, and Jared is well aware that they appear when the Dark Elves do not expect it at all, and are the reason why they cannot do anything about it. Jared asked that if he could defeat Nemesis, their relationship with the Dark Elves would improve, to which the elf replied that above him was a guy named Artemis, and even if Ivanhoe decided to help, it would be difficult to try to negotiate with the Steel Ones. He remembered how Ivanhoe tried unsuccessfully to negotiate with someone. Sabio looked at Jared and said that if he could do this, he saw no reason why the Lord would not be interested in him, although he could not say for sure, he could guarantee that the Dark Elves would be grateful to him. Jared thought about the fact that the monsters of Chaos Island are still 1 tooth away for him. He thought about flying and how there was no monster that could reach him if he attacked from the sky. Sabio whispered to Jared that he was talking about this because he was worried, since they had already tried to deal with them, but it didn't work out. Jared grinned and looked at the elf who was forcing him to deal with him anyway. The elf hesitated and said that he could offer him something else if Jared was not ready for it. However, Jared became very serious and told Sabio to forget it, and asked him to wait a little as he was thinking about how to deal with the monster. Nemesis, a monster described as a rhinoceros that is red from head to toe and walks on its hind legs. To kill Nemesis, you do not need to constantly attack, but deliver one strong blow. Nemesis cannot be defeated if you use weak attacks. Due to his innate ability to absorb the base damage he receives, any attack weaker than a certain level does little to no damage to him. And since he has very good regeneration, no one will be able to deal fatal damage to him with arrows or magic. Because of his thick hide, he won't care about magic damage. His only weakness is his sharp and powerful attacks. There are 3 main points that should be remembered: the need to inflict as much damage as possible on a weak point in a short period of time. This is the only way to defeat Nemesis. Sabio called Jared. He looked at the Duke seriously and asked about the seal on Tetranix. Should he remove it before he starts fighting Nemesis? Jared shook his head. The Duke looked seriously at the elf and asked if then their deal would not lose its meaning and that he was satisfied with their agreement. Just let the elf be ready to do his part when he was done here. The elf was confused and asked what if Jared died. Sabio was excited. Jared laughed and said that he couldn't be killed that easily, so don't let Sabio worry. The Duke became serious and said that there was something he would like Sabio to do. The elf asked what exactly, to which he received the answer that Jared wanted him to increase his ability to focus energy projectiles even more so that he could collect all the energy at one point. Jared showed his palm. The elf asked about magic bullets and mana bullets, to which he received a positive answer from the Duke. Sabio said that it sounds simple enough, but wouldn't it make things more difficult for the Duke since he wouldn't be able to use the gun's other abilities? Jared smiled and asked him to stop asking questions, because wouldn't it be better to get answers after he used it? Around them there were only icy mountains and Jared asked them to hurry up, since he, although you couldn't tell from him, needed to return to his territory, to which the elf asked him to wait. Sabio did something to the suit. Jared thought that even though the elves were excited about what was happening, it was still noticeable that he was trying his best to hide it. Jared thought he was confident that he would prove himself right. He remembered himself as a player and thought that he was glad that this time he was not watching the story from the sidelines, just following the elf, and that now he could become the main character of his story, thereby earning respect in his eyes. The elf continued to do something with the suit. He smiled and said the modifications were complete. Jared looked at his suit and said that Sabio really is a true master, since he never thought that modifications of such complexity could be done so quickly. Jared looked at Sabio and guessed that he had never been on a battlefield before, so he warned him that he would make the most of this suit. The Duke warned that if the elf tried to come closer, he might die. Sabio smiled and asked not to worry about this, let the Duke not think that he is the only one who is able to fight. The elf accelerated and took off. He left Jared puzzled, as his shoes looked quite ordinary. Jared took a closer look at Sabio's boots. Upon closer inspection, you can see the inlaid magic stones in the soles of the boots, which made these shoes special. Jared laughed happily because he was relieved. He also took off and heard from Sabio the question of whether he was sure that everything would be alright, to which he replied that if he thought that things were really bad, he could run away, so let the elf be ready to run if he sees that Jared was running away, and laughed. The sky was endlessly quiet and calm, northern edge of Chaos Island. The wind howls in the heights of the mountains. The guardian of Chaos Island Nemesis let out a guttural roar. Jared flew up to Nemesis at full speed and thought that even though he looked like a thickhead, he knew how to use magic at a good level. The Duke hovered in the sky and thought that if he took his time attacking from here, then Nemesis would call his monsters to the island at the first opportunity. He thought about Nemesis's comrades in arms, and that if this happened, the Duke himself would probably die. Jared thought about the magic bullet, and that this must be the second time he'd used that ability since the last time. The Duke tensed and thought that his lack of experience was making him worry. He squeezed his hand as he had a maximum of 5 minutes. He flew to Nemesis and said that he would kill him with one blow. Jared spun in the air current. Nemesis noticed the approaching danger at the last moment. During the flight, the Duke thought that if this would help earn Sabio's trust, then he would kill him 10, no, 100 times, since the decision he would make now would entail big changes in the near future. Jared flew up to Nemesis. After 3 minutes, everything was quiet. Sabio watched everything from above and wrote it down, even with the help of a notebook, and did not understand how the Duke could avoid all these close attacks. The elf wrote down that his ability to use the suit deserved at least 200 points, but even so, he had enough chances to attack it, so why didn't he even try? Sabio watched as Jared simply flew around the monster, attacking just a little with magic, as if he was mocking Nemesis. He thought that the Duke did not stand a chance against Nemesis. After all, even the Dark Elf Knight had suffered with him, and the fact that he had Tetranix did not mean that he could easily deal with him. Sabio tensed as he was still worried about Jared. He remembered all his fellow dark elves, and they are not fools, and they had hundreds of soldiers, but even so they could not cope with him, and Jared does not have a single chance to defeat Nemesis. A strange sound was heard. Tetranix used a mana field. The elf did not understand why mana bullets were being used now. Nemesis grunted. The monster clenched his hand into a fist. Nemesis rushed into battle. Jared thought that it was impossible to calculate the amount of mana for mana bullets, and it was impossible to calculate the amount of mana in general. The elf decided that he needed to come closer and check everything since the mana had doubled. His eyes widened in surprise, so how was Jared going to use the same amount of mana again? He looked at how the Duke used mana and could not believe that the man had such reserves, because then where did all this mana come from? Sabio opened his mouth in surprise when the suit announced that the mana level had been exceeded, because even at that time it was twice the maximum amount of mana a person could have. Jared was glowing purple, and the elf didn't understand what was wrong with him, and it scared him. The elf again heard the wild grunting of Nemesis. He thought that the monster was using his ult right now. In desperation, he shouted to Jared to take care of himself. Sabio yelled at Jared to get out of there. He watched the battle. He knew that he shouldn't bother the Duke during the battle, but he thought that if he didn't warn him, he would really die. The elf was worried that Jared was too close to Nemesis. Jared stopped and listened that if he was there when the monster swung, the Tetranix would be destroyed. The Duke heard that in this case he would die. The elf's eyes widened in horror. Jared smiled. Sabio didn't understand what was happening. He thought the Duke had gone mad. The evil grunts of Nemesis were heard above Chaos Island. The monster was angry and spun his axe. He stamped his hooves. Nemesis swung his axe, and Jared stood there. The monster lunged and missed. He then swung his arm, but Jared managed to dodge before the monster's fist slammed into the wall. Sabio thought that the Duke seemed to be memorizing Nemesis attacks while they were talking. The monster roared again. Jared realized that it was time for Nemesis to rage. The axe went deep into the ground. The monster cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight. He was preparing to slam his fists into the ground. Jared cast a magic bullet spell. Sabio covered his ears so as not to hear the terrible roar. A fountain of blood rose into the air. Sabio looked around in fear to see what was happening. The elf was very surprised. As Jared hung in the air, blood poured from Nemesis's body. The Duke looked at the hole in the monster's body left by his spell. Blood poured from Nemesis's mouth. Jared watched as the monster's body collapsed, shaking the ground. The Duke exhaled, because if he had not thought about the last blow, he probably would have died. He turned to Sabio and asked him about his impressions. He smirked as he hoped that would be enough to earn his trust and respect. The elf was amazed that the Duke was acting like a sick person. He flew up to Jared, reprimanding how dangerous it was and asking why he didn't attack, even if he was so close. Sabio sank down next to the Duke, continuing to excitedly say that he was worried that he might die or that something similar would happen, to which Jared replied that it was so that the monster would be more angry. The elf did not understand what the Duke was talking about. Jared explained that he was trying to get Nemesis to become more greedy so that he would use his rage skill when the Duke himself wanted it. Sabio apologized for underestimating Jared's skills. He was surprised and admitted that the Duke was indeed the best pilot. Scraps of monster meat lay on the ground. A piece of carefully crafted leather appeared. Jared said it would be very helpful. Sabio asked what it was. When the game sign popped up saying it was the rough-skinned Nemesis, the Duke was delighted, as he could add this to Rohad's mirror armor. Since it was thin and light, and since it was flexible, it should not restrict his movements. Sabio was surprised, but then he was simply delighted and admitted that at first he did not believe in Jared, but he really killed Nemesis. The elf began to examine the suit and wondered how it was that neither he nor the suit received any damage at all, to which the Duke replied that he thought it would be quite simple. Jared smiled and asked to unlock the abilities, as the elf promised. Suddenly, a system golden tablet flashed in front of the Duke, and Sabio, seeing the Duke's thoughtfulness, asked if everything was okay. Then the elf perked up. He said that there was no point in rushing things and let the Duke do whatever he saw fit, and he would look at the logs while he waited. Jared read that he received the blessing of the goddess Nefria, and he is currently under the influence of Nefria's blessing. The Duke thought that the goddess must have seen him when she was checking on Nemesis, and he entertained her. He was remembering the ranks of the deities, and since he did not know who she was, it meant that Nefria was not the highest deity. He remembered Kickle and the Red Queen, whom he had met earlier and had finally received the deity's blessing. However, the Duke's joy was short-lived, as the goddess was only interested in him because of the fact that he killed Nemesis and not because of his personality. Jared remembered the image of Nefri and decided that this was a good sign since he now had a god on his side, and besides, she was a goddess known for her beauty. He smiled. Even though he didn't like the reason why she chose him, it was still good. System blue tablets appeared. The first said that the god Chakamos was interested in Jared because of Nefri. The second said that the god Fukinia was angry because of the Duke, but recognized his intentions. The third said that the god Pudoro was interested in his innate talent. Jared sees a great future in him. The Duke was at a loss, since all these gods did not want to bless him, but everyone was interested. Jared decided it was a nice feeling when someone watches you or gives you a blessing. Sabio's ringing voice was heard on the island, promising to unlock the suit's abilities, as he desperately wanted to see how much the Duke could do using it. Jared called the elf's name. He became serious and said that if Sabio didn't mind, he would like to build a laboratory for him in the northern part of his territory, and of course, he would make sure that the elf had a secluded corner, so he would make sure that no one could enter to this area and will provide him with constant protection. Sabio was amazed. His eyes lit up. He understood that since the Duke himself could not visit the island of the Totters, he was inviting him with him. Sabio was happy about the offer, as he didn't mind traveling with them, to which Jared replied that he would sponsor each of his experiments, provide the magic stones he needed, and personally help when he could. The elf was delighted and promised that when the Duke built a laboratory for him, then he would talk to his lord. Sabio smiled slyly, because if he told his lord that Jared was the one who killed Nemesis, then he would be delighted with this news. The Duke smiled and expressed the hope that they would both be satisfied with the final result and that they would be able to make a fair deal in the end. Sabio smiled and invited the Duke to try the unlocked abilities of the suit. A system blue sign appeared, which said that Tetranix was unlocked. The pink stone in the suit began to glow. Jared was excited. The pink stone said his name was Ola. Jared explained to Ola that everything about paradise was loaded into the suit. The Duke was glad to hear a familiar voice. Ola was an artificial intelligence living in Terranex. Even if there is no pilot, the AI is smart enough to pilot. It even learns the pilot's attack patterns and fighting techniques, allowing them to copy these maneuvers when needed. A system blue sign appeared in front of the Jareds, which said about the option of the tar gun as a way to endlessly compress magical energy as long as its components are intact. But at the same time, the time it takes to compress the energy is proportional to the amount of energy, so you need the charging skill. And about AI Ola, who although has enough mental power to make decisions, Ola's powers can be limited by the pilot, and she will never take hostile actions towards targets marked as the pilot or his allies. So while Tetranix is under Ola's control, the suit change your uniform to a women's uniform if the pilot is not inside. Jared thought that he had another way to use the suit, so when he needed it, I could use Ola to scout the area. The Duke turned around and looked at the Tetra gun, which would come in handy in the near future. He thought that if certain requirements were met, he could even use the Tetra cannon to kill key figures. Jared remembered the dictators that rule the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. Good weather reigned over the port of Meath. Sabio stood opposite Jared and promised to use the laboratory to make parts for the suit, to which the Duke agreed with him and asked him to let him know if anything was needed. Sabio remembered that if he couldn't reach Jared, he would have to contact Lord Hayes or Lord Archness. The Duke agreed, because the elf could contact him one way or another. Sabio reminded that when Jared activates Ola inside Tetranix, she will use magic stones. The Duke recalled deposits of pink stones. He asked Sabio not to worry and assured that he would show what he could do with this monster and would certainly let him know if something happened. Sabio could only agree. He waved his index finger and promised that he would study golems, and not simple ones, but ones that could fight and be produced in huge quantities. Jared was happy about the good news and promised to make sure Sabio had enough material. The elf tried to object that his research was not for the Duke, but he still did not refuse to help. They shook hands, and the elf said to wait for good news, and while he was at it, he would see if he could get the Lord's approval. Sabio thought it would be a great gift, which Jared agreed to because he wanted to make sure that their relationship with the Dark Elves would be good. Sabio realized that this was Jared's dream for the year. A promise to see you soon sounded over the port of Meath. In the castle on the territory of Cvia, there were requests for more belly rubs. On the pillow lay a black court, which asked to be scratched some more as he would soon fall asleep. Terry the cat was level 20. Jared wondered how many rats this cat had eaten. Because he didn't even take him into the dungeon with him, was he really on a trip? The Duke took one last look at the cat, thinking that he had caught all the rats in the castle, but he still needed to look at all the reports that were piled on the table. A system infernal tablet appeared, saying that envoys from the Lantos Empire would soon arrive, and the representatives would be Count Galadin and his guard, the Ren 7. Jared was nervous because he didn't expect Galadin to come to his land, and he also didn't understand why he decided to visit a small, independent territory that wasn't even a kingdom. Galadin Rasmutin looked like a strong old man with gray hair, known as a master of the sword and leader of the Knights of the Lantos Empire, which did not share common borders with Cvia. He is like a sword in the stone and the main reason why the Empire has so much power, and his influence inspires fear throughout the country. Count Galadin is a good strategist, and the fact that he is coming here means that the Emperor wants to convey a personal message. Jared dropped his head into his hands because the Count loves war, and he only thinks about war and conquest. The Duke slammed his fist on the table, because it was sad since the number of his knights was growing and everything was going as it should with Savio. However, he recalled that all this was reminiscent of what he once posted about Galadin on his blog. He wrote on his blog that it doesn't matter whether you start as his enemy or work with him, sooner or later you will still become his bloodhound and die. Jared leaned back in his chair. After all, 7 Ren would also come. He couldn't believe that he could withstand 8 villains at once. If you imagine them as chess pieces, then neither of them looks like a pawn, so the conversation will not be pleasant. The Duke defeated the chess knight because Galadin is strong, and if he is going to fight him, he will have to put his life on the line. Jared thought he might even have to sacrifice the Tatranex. Good weather accompanied the carriage ride. The clatter of horses' hooves pulling a carriage could be heard. The silhouettes of men were barely visible through the curtains. They looked at the surrounding reality and contemptuously called it territory in the local manner. However, the architecture gave away the feeling of an entire country. People behaved like citizens of this country. The warriors were well equipped, so things went well for them. In addition, the Count was impressed by the number of soldiers. Onsenal, the first of the Ren 7, a two-handed fighter, said that they were almost there. Galadin was surprised that it was so fast. Onsenal explained that it was because of the well-paved roads throughout the territory. She was surprised herself. The Count decided that Jared should not be underestimated. The first of the 7 had to agree. They ordered the coachman to hurry up, as they quickly wanted to get acquainted with the ruler of the territory. It was calm in the castle courtyard. However, there was a slight noise in the reception hall due to whispering. The long-awaited meeting took place. Jared greeted Count Galadin and simultaneously scanned with his eye. Galadin turned out to be level 60, SSS class Aura Sword skills, SSS class Riding skills, SS class Divine Power Enhancement, Conquest, War, Conflict, and at the moment he also possessed the artifact Divine Lantos Sword and Armor of Master Egredo of Mithril. Jared imagined him as a walking steel wall. While the tea was being poured, the Count decided that Jared looked quiet. The Duke sat opposite and did not understand what to talk about. He took a sip from his cup, not helped at all by the fact that their territory was far from the Lantos Empire. However, Jared could tell that Galadin had come to force them to fight for the Empire. The Duke introduced everyone as chess pieces and thought that the Count wanted to use him for his own purposes, and most likely they would talk about the Kingdom of Cinders. Galadin took the cup in his hands and said that the Duke was probably curious why he was here and expressed a desire to share his reasons. The main phrase was heard in the hall. Galadin expressed awareness that Cvia was building up its forces for expansion, which was self-evident. The Count considered this great news. As Jared suspected, Galadin offered to work with the Empire and attack the Kingdom of Cinders. Galadin smiled and promised that if Cvia covered them, then defeating the weakened kingdom would not be so difficult. He inquired about such an offer to the Duke. The evil spirits fell when the Great Holy War swept through the lands of paradise. They built temples and served Radius as their god. Their great armies trailed a bloody trail. Many begged for mercy as they went through fire and sword throughout all the countries that had weakened during the war with the Demon King. The words betrayal and deceit perfectly described everything that happened then, as if a squirrel and a rabbit were setting each other up in front of a hunter. To take over one nation, they used the forces around it. All kinds of lies and promises of a great future, like a bloody hand against a background of roses. However, as soon as they achieved their goal, they pointed their swords at the soldiers who were helping them. And if you had to deal with Galadin, no matter how the relationship began, it ended horribly. Jared looked at Galadin in bewilderment and thought that he was out of his mind. He was nervous because he was publicly announced about the attack on the Kingdom of Cinders. Despite all the calmness, the Count spoke as if it didn't matter at all whether Jared knew about it. The Duke admired such confidence, since he understood that Galadin was not an idiot and was playing his game. People remember that not much time has passed there since the Civil War. Many houses were destroyed due to the damage from the flood, so the strength of the nation was undermined. In addition, the northern regions are more difficult to defend, in principle. Feeling the fate of the entire country on his shoulders, Isiel will forget about the northern front, and then the Duke will take control of the northern regions. Jared closed his eyes, because after capturing Cinders, the Empire would go to Cvia. This thought pierced the Duke like lightning. The Count interpreted the silence that hung over the hall in his own way, since he understood that it was strange to expect an answer right away. Galadin smiled ominously. Jared exhaled and said he'd think about it. The Count put his cup down on the table with a knock and expressed confusion as to what to think about. The guards stood at the gate and listened that the answer was predetermined, and it just needed to be voiced, you just needed to think logically. Galadin insisted that Cinders had no chance against the Empire. Jared closed his eyes and decided to answer, since there was a small chance, even though the difference in strength was obvious. Galadin's grin was almost mocking, because he was giving a 100% guarantee that the Empire would win, even if the Duke was arguing about adding a drop to the ocean, because that didn't make any sense. Jared was visibly nervous, but despite his condition, he still wanted to ask something. Galadin relaxed back in his chair, showing his readiness for dialogue, when flashes of strength came from the Duke and he decided to ask the question, what if his territory stood next to Cinders? Jared wondered if the Count would have said then about the chances being 100%, but the Count didn't believe what he said. Now it seemed that calm was on the Duke's side, and he replied that he had not yet expressed his intentions, since Galadin seemed so confident that Cvia would join the Empire. However, this was simply stupidity. The Count was taken aback by this answer and had to admit that Jared had a good spirit. The guards continued to stand near the doors and listen to the fact that the moment the Empire makes a move, even if Cvia offers her help, they will suspect something is wrong. Galadin reflected into the cup and believed that it would be too late to add a drop to the ocean, but for now they could chalk up their words to youthful frivolity. Jared decided that he didn't want to drink now, he'd let him know if he wanted to later, and therefore there was no point in pouring water on him in vain. Galadin, disappointed, dared to suggest that Count Cvia did not intend to officially announce anything, and if so, then okay. Jared smiled, because he wouldn't believe it even if they said no. Galadin got angry and said that there would be no second chance, and he needed to keep that in mind. The Count wanted to say something else, but Jared interrupted him and wished him a pleasant trip back. The Count of the Empire became angry. He left without even saying goodbye. Jared began to think hard about the fact that those who are confident in their own strength cannot stand it when they are denied. He looked at the guests leaving and thought that now he just needs to use the Kingdom of Cinders and keep an eye on both the Empire, and this way he will not have to use his power, and he will be able to balance between both countries. Lackeys rushed into the office, asking if everything was alright with his mylord. He was nervous because he thought Jared was in trouble. However, he used double transcendental magic resist fear, master fear, which helped him. Jared decided that their territory was nothing to fear. Even though lackeys looked tense, they now had something to think about. This was enough for peace in the castle. The carriage was traveling back to the Empire. Onsnell asked why the Count didn't kill everyone, since why did this upstart think he was so important? She wondered if the Count would be sorry to see his head on the chopping block, to which Galadin replied that even if it seemed so, he maintained good relations with the Kingdom of Cinders, and was earning a reputation as a warlord from the north. The Count remembered the temple that Jared built, so if he was killed for no reason, the Empire would become an enemy of the rest of the nations. Although he was angry, he explained that they especially should not ignore the sacred kingdom of Radius, and for the time being they should not stick their heads out, so Onsnell should give up her stubbornness, since a lot of midges flocked to the lamp. Galadin thought that during the conversation, Jared's expression had changed strangely. Onsnell put her hand to her chest and said that she believed the Count's words. One of the Renate asked if the information from today's meeting would reach the Kingdom of Cinders. The Count replied that he would most likely achieve it, but not that it would matter, so if this happens, Jared's lands can be considered the territory of the Cinders Kingdom. He looked at the ward and said that they could be removed in one fell swoop, to which one of the 8 Ren expressed concern whether this would come back to haunt them. The horses continued their run, and Galadin continued that even if it backfires, he is just the leader of some northern lands, they are no more than dirt under their nails, and the day will come when no one will remember him. The Count believed that until then it was necessary to continue to collect information that could be found. The players understood everything. The carriage continued to rush forward, and Galadin thought that one day he would crush Jared, and he would pay for his insolence. Castle in the Kingdom of Cinders. Isiel read the letter. He understood that something was coming from the Lantis Empire. He called Mira. She heard a request to order huge quantities from Jared's mines, but she didn't understand why. Isiel clenched his teeth and said that the Lantis Empire would go to war against them. All of Jared's close associates gathered in Jared's office, whom he praised for the fact that they had all prepared diligently. He pointed to the coastal city of the Malice Kingdom, Parasino, and the coastal city of the Bonus Kingdom, Laraco, which would be the targets of their attack. Hayes listened nervously. Jared noticed this and asked them not to worry. His warriors were actively preparing at this very moment. Lackeys, Ella and Isabella listened that the 1st of February 1416 would be D-Day. The weather was fine over the castle. On the 1st of January, the day before Mia's birthday, it was sunny, fluffy clouds barely hid the sky. Mia flew in the arms of the golem and admired the Anamua plateau that my lord mentioned. Jared, who was the golem pilot, confirmed that this is the same plateau. There was a cliff in front of them, and if you climb up, it would seem as if the mountain had been cut by hand. At the top the ground is flat and smooth. Mia couldn't even imagine what it was like here. Jared floated with the girl in his arms and said that since ancient times, many students came to the Anamua Plateau to train, but now things are different, of course. Mia looked down at the plateau where the wild boars grazed. Jared was glad that the girl was enjoying flying. He showed her one of the pigs. The ground under the boar's hooves began to glow. The more the animal dug up the ground, the more it began to glow. There was an explosion and flames shot up. Dajard covered the girl and flew away. Mia screamed in fear. Jared told her not to worry since they wouldn't step on any traps, just let her trust him. Mia raised her frightened eyes to my lord and asked who placed the traps here. The count looked with regret at the crater in the ground that the trap left behind. He remembered that somewhere 30 kilometers from this place is the lair of the blue dragon, who placed traps here. Mia was sad. She believed that dragons were bad, since it was bad to set traps that could kill a person or animals for no reason. Jared smiled, but he didn't think it was worth trying to understand how a dragon thought. He remembered how people step on ants and compared it to how dragons kill people for fun. One could say that they are villains, but this is just the law of the jungle, so if you want to put them in their place, you need to be stronger than dragons. Jared thought that he wanted to become a mage who would surpass dragons, since nothing fascinated him more than that thought. He said that he would speed up a little, but he would block the plateau from the wind, so Mia could just enjoy the view, to which the girl thanked him. Jared sped up. They were still flying over the plateau. Jared saw something. Ahead were the wide plains in the center of Anamua, which were best suited for the training of any wind mage, a kind of golden place. He woke up a girl who had fallen asleep during the flight. When she was on the ground, she asked if they would train here. Jared said he had some explaining to do before practice. The Anamua Plateau was a place blessed by the wind, and wind spirits have lived here for a long time. Mia was happy because it seemed to her that it would be very easy to train here. Jared thought with satisfaction that if they calmed the spirits and their queen Vina, then they would be able to achieve more in a short time. Vienna should definitely be interested in him and Mia, and out loud Jared suggested that the girl relax a little. Mia agreed and ran off to play. Jared decided to look at the information screen. The game sign popped up. Jared was missing 2%, which was such a shame since he eventually needed to raise all his stats to a rank to become a well-rounded mage. However, Count Cvia was motivated and willing to break his limits and improve himself because it was exciting. A burst of wind magic brought Jared's instructions to improve the effectiveness of wind magic by controlling the breath before, during, and after using it. The next gust of magic conveyed that you need to take into account the wind currents while you try to control them. The next thread talked about using your surroundings. Jared held a stone in the air and said that this was necessary in order to have an advantage over his opponents. He lowered the stone and said that they would finish there since they had been studying for an hour and needed a break. Mia folded her hands in a pleading gesture and asked her to continue as she wanted to learn more. Jareth was surprised that the girl was not tired. However, Mia enjoyed the first time the two of them trained like this. Tears came to the girl's eyes from the desire to study, so the count had to give up and continue studying until Mia passed out from fatigue. The weather was conducive to training, so the girl asked to continue training, even if it was some little thing, because she always liked the way my lord taught her. Loud noises were heard over the plateau. Jared and Mia took only short breaks for snacks and sleep, and the next day they continued to study again. After 4 days of intense training, the weather was still ideal for them. Jared looked at Mia with satisfaction as in 4 days it seemed like she had reached her limit, so they needed to take a break. The girl gladly lay down in the grass as she was already starting to get tired. Suddenly a huge shadow covered her. She looked fearfully at the sky. Jared immediately asked what happened when the girl pointed her finger at the sky. A golden glow spread around. Jared thought the spirit queen had arrived. This really was Vienna. The queen of spirits Vienna walked smiling, surrounded by her retinue. Jared was delighted to be there. He looked at her and thought that she was the beginning and the end of the wind spirits, and that she was the one who would help him and Mia move to the next level since the queen was generous and could become their guiding light. The vein floated through the air without touching the ground. Mia looked scared. The girl clenched her fists. Jared saw the girl's condition. He sat down next to her and tried to calm her down since the queen was not evil and would look after them. Mia couldn't believe it. Looking at the queen, Jared explained that she is also called the spiritual queen of the winds and she is the most beautiful of all. Mia also thought that the queen was dazzlingly beautiful. Therefore, the count asked the girl not to be afraid. Even if something happens, he will always be with her. Jared hugged the trembling Mia and wondered if he was worried about calling Vienna the spiritual queen of the winds and whether he was being too blunt. Finally, the spirit queen knelt down in front of them. Jared had to lift his head to look at her. He decided to scan it with his eye. However, the system could not make an estimate due to the queen's many blessings. The entire space around Ven was glowing. She was glad to see them and apologized for her sudden appearance. She hastened to introduce herself as the noble queen of spirits who controls the winds. Vienna extended her hand, and the rest of the wind spirits loomed behind her. Nia fell to her knees. The girl extended her hand to shake. Nia introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet Her Majesty Vienna. She was confused and did not understand what to call the deity. Vienna stroked the girl's head. The Queen of Spirits allowed herself to be called simply Venachka. The Queen of Spirits smiled, and although she was old, she retained her appearance well. The history of Paradiso says that Vienna is more than 300 years old. Nia agreed to call her, which she was very pleased with. Then Vienna looked at Jared and didn't know how to address him without being rude. The Count introduced himself. Vienna smiled sweetly. She apologized for watching their training from the very beginning. She saw that the breaks were only for sleeping and eating, and the rest of the time they devoted to controlling the wind. The spirits also watched the conversation. Jared confirmed that the winds are nowhere as favorable as on the Anamua Plateau. Vienna was surprised that the Count fully felt the blessing on this plateau. Of course it was. Jaren expressed joy that favorable winds accompanied everything. Their training. Vienna was again surprised that he felt this too, to which the Count replied that the magician has no right to miss such things. Nia listened in surprise that especially for a magician who commands the wind, it is natural to focus on the state of the environment. Vienna didn't know what to say. She was amazed at the magic Jared had just performed. She saw streams of transcendental magic, the apotheoses of magic that not everyone can do. Her spirits and she were quite surprised, since for a long time they had been hiding in the wind, observing the sorcery of countless magicians. However, this was the first time she had seen someone control the power of the wind so magnificently, and these words greatly flattered the Count. However, Vienna saw that Mia was not like Jared, as she felt a close connection with the wind, as if they were communicating in the same breath. Mia was surprised to hear that this was her natural gift. The Queen of the Wind leaned towards the girl. Jared froze as he hoped for a blessing. Vienna asked Mia to come closer as she wanted to add something to the wonderful melody of the winds that she possessed. It was amazing for a girl. The Queen of the Winds was happy to see a pure child's soul without malicious intent. She suggested feeling the swirling vortex of the wind together. Vienna took Mia in her arms, and the girl promised to return soon. Jared said goodbye to them. He looked at the remaining spirits and tried to attract attention to himself. One of the spirits rudely asked what the Count wanted. Jared wanted to practice one method of using the wind and asked the spirit for help. The spirit's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked how much Jared loved the wind. The Count did not understand which answer would be best, because if you answer in the affirmative, then the effect will not be the same. If you laugh maliciously, then the situation will also develop in the same way, so what is the best thing to do? He spread his arms to the sides, as if embracing reality, and said that he had always considered the wind to be his main attribute. The spirits laughed, considering him to be a good magician who was well acquainted with the basics. Jared internally rejoiced, since even spirits are susceptible to flattery. One of the spirits said that the Count knew where to look, and the second one, it turns out, remembered his name. The spirit girl said that his magic is beyond imagination and asked to show it again. Jared looked at the crowd of spirits who were eager to have fun. He beamed with happiness, as he would gladly show his skills to the great spirits with the wind, and to himself he was glad that the real masters of the winds were with him. The sky was filled with a golden glow. Jared looked at where Vienna and Mia had flown off and thought they were delayed. He tried to reassure himself that Vienna just wanted to teach the girl something important, and that was also good. One of the spirits addressed him. He said that he would give one piece of advice, which was that you should not try to bend the wind with force to change direction. He held his hand, illuminating the stream with magic, suggesting instead of using force to simply expel it by paving the right new path. Jared thought about these words. At this time, the spirit decided to demonstrate wind reaction training. The wind currents changed their direction at the command of the Count. All three spirits were delighted, since he could teach them more than they could teach him. Jared was happy and grateful for the praise. One of the spirits was up to something interesting this time. He accumulated the sweat of the wind around his hand and asked how about such an attack and if Jared was ready. The Count assured him that everything was fine, so the spirit could attack. The space around lit up. The spirit was in the center of a strong current of air so that his hair bristled, and he struck with a windy spear. Everything around was filled with turquoise light. The windy spear rushed towards Jared at full speed. The Count's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took the blow. He remembered the basic rules of working with the wind, which called for adapting, directing, captivating, and calming down. He stretched his hand forward and thought that these instructions were stuck in his head. Jared saw the swirling vortex and decided to change the direction of the wind spear, carefully creating a path for the wind and allowing it to take a new path. The Count gracefully turned his hand, as if dancing with the wind, without trying to subdue nature by force. He felt the currents around him, as if in a trance, as one with the wind, he only paved the way for him. Jared waved his right hand, turning the wind ring back. The whirlwind swirled around him, going upward. Jared then waved his arms, indicating the direction of the wind. The spirit of the wind watched these actions in fascination. It was amazing for him because Jared picked everything up on the fly. The Count was happy like a child and did not fully understand whether it had worked because the technique of manipulating the wind is difficult even for 9th grade magicians. An in-game blue sign appeared with congratulations that Jared had met the minimum requirements and could become a 6th grade mage. The spirits began to applaud the Count. Jared got down on one knee and bowed, saying thank you to the spirits as he was immensely grateful to them for the lessons they taught him. And to himself, he thought with satisfaction that this was exactly what he needed to become a 6th grade magician. A hellish sign appeared that said that Jared had received a special quest, a difficult adventure, in which he must complete all the necessary quests in order to be reborn as a 6th class mage. He looked at the tablet and realized that now he needed to find the spiritual king in Nyes, pass his test and understand the essence of fire, and after training, Ignis would guide him on his second adventure. This was a difficult task, since it was necessary to meet with Ignis, who was overwhelmed by pride and did not recognize modesty. At this moment, Vienna returned with a satisfied Mia. The girl never stopped thanking Venochka. It seemed that the spiritual queen herself was also happy. She lowered the girl to the ground. Jared congratulated Mia on her return, to which she immediately began sharing how much fun she had. Mia looked as if her deepest wish had been fulfilled. Jared noticed that the girl had changed a little. He scanned her with his eye and it turned out that she now possesses the Necklace of Medinus artifact. The blue pebble on Mia's neck exuded blue light, had SSS class wind song quality, S class mana perception, and B class mana circulation. Jared realized that this was the first time he had seen this artifact. While he was trying to remember who Medinus was, he heard Mia asking if it was true, that this is her father's necklace. Vienna confirmed this, and despite the fact that he left everything in the past and ended his life as a mortal, he was a great man and loved his wife and daughter above all else. Jared was amazed that Mia's father was a wind spirit and chose a short human life instead of a spirit life because of a love story. He remembered Mia as a little girl and realized that she had followed in her father's footsteps and had grown a lot because just a couple of years ago she had difficulty perceiving mana. His thoughts were interrupted by Vienna, who asked him to give her some time. She held out her hands to him. Jared certainly couldn't refuse the spiritual queen, and then he put his hands in hers. Everything around turned green and the wind began to swirl. Jared realized that they were far off the ground. Vienna turned to him and asked if he knew that even spirit monarchs show interest in the human world, and that they want people to understand and love the magic of the elements. Jared was a little tense, but answered yes. They were flying between the clouds when Vienna began to say that magicians do not take the wind seriously. They think that it is easy to control and do not know the value of the wind, for it is invisible to the eye and surrounds us everywhere. To this Jared replied that people have long despised and neglected the wind. Vienna was happy because for the first time in 70 years from that day she saw someone raise the wind on the Anamua plateau, and therefore she was very happy. The Count looked at the spirit seriously and said that it was an honor for him too to meet Madame Vina. It turned out that the spiritual queen wanted to convey her favor to him. She asked if he would allow it. Of course, Jared agreed. She promised that she would watch over his development and blessed him. The Count accepted it with gratitude. Now his wind magic was SSS class, he received Ven's blessing and special wind barrier magic. The spiritual queen took his hand and asked if he understood what this meant, to which Jared replied that it was an indestructible wall consisting of only one wind. Vienna was pleased, since the Count turned out to be an unusual person, because even if many magicians received this knowledge directly, they would still not be able to understand such magic. The spiritual queen folded her hands as if holding a ball, and at the same moment, white light flowed from her hands. From the light came a crystal heart, which was a gift. Jared remembered that this was the Spirit King's stone. Jared couldn't believe his eyes. Vienna explained the gift as a small token of gratitude, with which, if necessary, he could call upon his and her fighters once. The Count understood that this was a very rare gift. He held the gift in his hands with trepidation and was deeply grateful. He asked if Vienna had decided to bet big on him, to which she replied, let him regard this situation as he pleases. In fact, she just hoped that he was the greatest magician, capable of commanding the winds and would become a representative for the spirits. Jared grinned and joked to himself that maybe Vienna would support his popular Jared coin in this case. Countless deities seek out sprouts to bestow blessings on, and spiritual monarchs are no different. He looked at the magical flows and thought that if he could concentrate their power and attention on himself, he would become even stronger. He hoped that his relationship with Vina would be the beginning of this path. He simply thanked him out loud and said that he would always appreciate the lessons of the abilities and knowledge that she bestowed. To which, in turn, the spiritual queen promised to invisibly support and root for him, and also expressed the hope that he would prove that there was no mistake in her choice. Jared closed his eyes, realizing what a huge gift she had given him. He bowed and said that he again wanted to express his heartfelt gratitude to the Spirit Queen Vienna. The night star fell on the plateau. Nia held the pendant in her hands and asked if it was true that she had received a huge gift and if it was a birthday present from Jared. The Count laughed contentedly as he decided that the girl enjoyed communicating with Mrs. Vienna. Nia shared that she was happy, but was a little sad because when she returned, she would have a lot to discuss with her mother. Jareth thought about it. He remembered Mia's mother and understood that the girl believed that her father left this world too soon while he turned out to be a spirit, and that Mary would have a long conversation with her daughter. The question of how my lord himself felt drove Jared into a stupor. He thought happily, and then he said that he had received an incredible gift and that even Mia would be jealous of such a huge gift. Heaven heard the promise to show the gift on the way back. Jared was glad. But now they had to return to Caribbean territory since it was time for him to return and practice what he learned today. Nia understood him and shared these feelings. Jared raised a strong breeze over the plateau so that they could return home faster. Castle in the Kingdom of Sindert on the continent of Nas, January 31st, 1416. Isiel received a letter from the Caribbean territory, to which Myra asked to read it. The letter stated that last summer the kingdoms of Bonassa and Malice were hit by the worst monsoon in centuries and claimed countless lives due to negligence in preparations. And the letter also stated that despite the duty of a ruler to take care of his subjects, the two kings callously abandoned their citizens to the mercy of fate. Therefore, in order to provide assistance to the refugees who surged on our territory, we had to spend enormous resources. In addition, Cvia sent numerous official requests for warnings demanding that this situation be resolved, but never received answers. Therefore, in connection with this, Cvia came to the decision that, neglecting their responsibilities, both nations are deliberately trying to destabilize the situation in their territory, and their hasty actions are recognized as hostile, so from now on they will increase their defensive power to protect their new subjects. Isiel continued to read that their territory was launching an offensive to bring justice to these two kingdoms unworthy of being called nations. He placed the letter on the table, saying that he knew Jared was targeting Bonus and Malice. Myra said that the Duke had finally decided to draw his sword. The brother and sister looked at each other, realizing that the refugee incident had already been recognized as a shameful atrocity, so the majority would take the side of Cribius, including them. Myra asked about her brother's future plans and whether he would remain silent. Isiel decided that they too would show their support. He looked tired as he said that they had no choice but to take Cribius' side in this war. Let him think. He was angry because they abandoned people and declared them refugees, so how can they be called kings after that? Myra believed that her brother was right. Isiel looked at the letter and said that from the moment they left their citizens to die, both of these kingdoms sealed their fate. He looked at the map. Isiel decided that Jared should have already crossed the border. If he captures both kingdoms, it will be a huge territory. He picked up the chalk. I looked at the map more closely. I painted 4 state territories green and decided that it was time for their kingdom to prepare an official declaration of entry. He pathetically declared that it was time to wholeheartedly praise the arrival of the new king. February 1st, midnight. A herd of horses rushes forward. Jared orders his men to attack as their target is Laraki, a coastal city in the kingdom of Bonasso. The soldiers echo him. Jared looked back at the blue smoke. He realized that this was a signal that intelligence had spotted them. A purple teleporter appeared in the sky. Jared jumped into it. At the other exit, a watchman from the kingdom of Bonasso stood in his way. The watchman did not have time to notice anything. Jared kicked him as hard as he could in the head. A flock of birds took off from the noise. The watchman begged for mercy when he was pinned to the ground. Jared asked if Admiral Genitz had sent him. The man, in fear, confirmed this assumption. Count Cvia decided to beat the guard again. The man grabbed the ground with his hand and promised that if he was released, he would owe everything that was ordered to him. Jared used a paralysis spell. He decided that he would have to throw the guard bound by magic threads into prison since the preparations were completed for now. He took off into the air because he needed to return. Jared was pleased since he played the most important role in carrying out the blitzkrieg. A bright full moon rose over the dense forest. The horse army led by the king was heading towards its goal. Eller rode her horse next to Lackey's horse. Something flashed in front of the girl, causing her to pout. Flying up to them from behind, the main character addressed them. He flew alongside the horses at the same speed, saying that the scouts were finished and that it was necessary to continue the offensive while Jared attacked the fortress in which Admiral Genitz and his main forces were located. Ella turned to him, asking if His Majesty could handle it alone. Looking into her eyes, the king replied that there were very few magicians on the Admiral's base, among whom, at best, were 4th-class magicians, so there would be no problems. Turning away, the girl declared that she would kill the infantrymen on the periphery one by one, as planned. The guy called out to lackeys, forcing him to look at him, and ordered him to quickly finish the rear when Ella broke through the front line. With a stern expression on his face, the young man said that in this war, speed is life, so the rear must be taken without interference. Lackeys, keeping determination in his eyes, replied that he would remember this, and announced that all army commanders were ready to move forward. Moonlight made its way through the treetops. The king entrusted Ella with the leadership of the Templars and the division of magicians, and lackeys with the command of the entire territorial army, and promised to meet at the Lyraki base. The man knitted his eyebrows and replied that he would carry out the order. That was the answer from the slightly smiling woman. They continued to move forward at the same speed. When the main character wanted to say something, someone called out to him. He looked around in surprise. Hayes stood on the ground, smiling and waving. On the other side stood a grinning Isabella and the dress of shamans. Below the king, floating in the air, were 20,000 soldiers from the territory of Cvia. Jared's mouth fell open in shock. The next second he breathed a sigh of relief. Jared clasped his hand in front of him and mentally declared that he could definitely win. Lightning flashed in the sky. The king went north. Meanwhile, at the naval base established in the lands of Lyraki, a coastal city of the kingdom of Bonus, archers surrounded a blue and white tent. Admiral Jennett sat inside and rubbed his hands, asking why there had been no movement yet. The mail-clad soldier raised his index finger and replied that before spring came, many Yonchai soldiers helped civilians prepare for the crops. Other warriors in chainmail stood in a row, confirming the words of their comrade. The reflection of Isabella in the eye of one of the men asked if he was lying. The admiral scratched his head, asking if he was overreacting. The old man imagined a letter and a letter sealed with wax. He was embarrassed when a recruitment proposal arrived from Cvia. Putting his hand to his forehead and closing his eyes, Janet's explained that he refused because he could not convince himself, and then said that, according to the scouts, Cvia was surprisingly quiet. Looking out the window at his settlement, the man stated that there was not enough suspicion to strengthen patrols and move infantry, given their military positions, which were too shaky anyway. Someone shouted that an intruder was approaching. The archers standing in front of the tent shouted that an unidentified magician was approaching from the sky. They all aimed their arrows at the intruder. The leader ordered everyone to attack. The admiral walked to the exit to personally see the one who disturbed their peace. On command, dozens of arrows rushed into the air. They flew directly to the target hovering above the Myong fortress. Jennett widened his eyes in shock. The smiling protagonist was hovering over the lands of the kingdom of Bonus. There was still a little time left before the arrows were supposed to pierce his body, but the next second they lost speed and fell to the ground. The old man, looking at what was happening from behind the curtains, declared that this was an impossible absurdity. The archers pulled back their bowstrings again, while the leader ordered them to charge again and continue shooting. The arrows smashed against the protective barrier again. Jared said that the result would always be the same, no matter how many shots they fired. Smiling slyly, he held in his hands a 1-hour artifact of spatial deviation. The admiral opened his mouth in surprise, not believing that in front of him was really the king himself. Looking around, he asked where the magician Ganoff was disappearing. One of the archers turned to him and replied that the magician was now on patrol, in the rear. With horror in his eyes, Jennett put his hand to his mouth, not understanding what they should do next if they were unable to fight the enemies in the air. The voice of a man arriving to the side was heard. In front of the old man stood Ganoff, a 4th-class mage, along with mage-foot soldiers. Pointing his finger at the enemy hanging in the air, the man ordered to stop the magician, who was also the king of Cvia. The young magician smiled, declaring that their opponent must have lost his mind to dare to come here alone. The wizard's feet left the ground. He said that he would get rid of the enemy in an instant. The archers screamed. A bright flash lit up Ganoff's face. Seeing the sudden ray of light, the admiral called the king crazy. He didn't understand what was happening. A lot of blue sparks were coming from the hands of the main character, aimed at his opponents. Ganoff covered Jennett with his body and put up a shield, ordering the other magicians to do the same and continue dodging. A rain of magical arrows tried to pierce the shields and chainmail of the warriors. Turning around, the young magician ordered the foot soldiers to protect the admiral. The archers found themselves defenseless against magic, receiving injuries one after another and screaming in pain. Someone raised their hand, begging for help. The magic arrows stopped attacking and the protective field disappeared. The ground was covered with pools of blood. The bodies of the archers showed no signs of life. Their faces were disfigured in death agony. The admiral cursed his enemy. Pointing angrily at his opponent, Ganoff asked what the other mages were doing and ordered them to attack the king, who was alone. Turning away from his squad, the magician declared that he had captured the enemy, which would be a warning to the others. The warriors supported him. He pushed off the ground with force. Dozens of magicians rose into the air. The robotic knight went into machine gun attack mode, firing magic bullets at his opponents. Jannett's magicians immediately put up a shield in front of them, not understanding what kind of person was capable of such a thing. Holding the shield in front of him, Ganoff said that the main character infuriates him. Suddenly, Jared appeared right next to him, smiling widely, and greeted him. Baring his teeth madly, the young magician promised that the king would die here and now. The knights marched forward with green flags raised. Paradise uses one conceptually very important indicator, the morale of the soldiers. On opposite sides of the scale there was a warrior with an axe and a soldier who had fallen to the ground. If the level of the moral indicator falls, then the physical and mental state of the soldier also falls. In addition, the leader has a huge influence on the level of morality. People line up from the admiral to the ordinary general. Imagining the defeated Hanoff, the main character decided that all the morality of Jenitz's soldiers would come to naught if he managed to defeat the leader of the squad in front of everyone. The only problem was that the magician was thinking the same thing, looking at the king with a crazy grin. They hung high in the air, Gandalf repeating his words that his enemy would die right here. Raising his index finger, Jared confidently said that he came here to send the guy to his deathbed. Sticking his hand in front of him, the young magician smiled and said that he was being provoked. Summoning a huge wave of energy, he called what was happening childish. The attack missed, and the very next second the king was holding his opponent by the collar of his robe. Stunned, Gandalf clenched his teeth, not understanding what had just happened. The main character used a teleport, moving them even higher above the military camp. He swung his hand, summoning a magic circle. His eyes were full of determination. The guy thought that his opponent was an excellent magician who had to be moved to a more advantageous environment. Smiling, the young magician said that the king was not very smart if he decided that he would fall into such a trap. Using his jump, Gandalf found himself more than 10 meters from the enemy. Without wasting a second, he began to create a spell from large clouds of energy. The young man decided that this would be enough, and a huge ice storm spiraled towards Jared. The attack was unable to penetrate the protective barrier that had been put up. Not particularly impressed, the king yawned. The young mage threw up his hands in shock, not understanding how the ice storm was blocked, and thinking that the enemy must have slowed the storm down with an artifact. Taking the ice storm behind him, the main character smiled, inviting the enemy to surrender, because he still would not be able to defeat him. Gandalf clenched his teeth and shook with anger. Summoning huge blocks of ice, the king declared that now it was his turn to attack. Using his jump, the young mage was able to dodge the ice shards, asking who they even thought he was. Icy energy swirled around his wand and he cast the Icy Will spell. The ring of energy stopped right in front of Jared, who said that this spell would not work on him. Looking at how the ring was spinning, the guy noticed that it had accelerated. While in the center of the energy ring, he again said that it was too slow. Using his leap and Icy Will, Gandalf sent several of these rings at the enemy at once. The king clenched his teeth in fear, noticing this and thinking that he had let him get too close. Summoning a magic circle in front of him, he sent many magic arrows towards the rings. All the arrows missed their target. The opponents were at a decent distance from each other, and there was a temporary lull. Looking at his enemy, Gandalf thought that he had reacted much more slowly this time, and tried to understand why his reaction had changed so much. Smirking, he urged his opponent to retreat. His teeth were clenched. The robotic knight continued to attack the squad of mage foot soldiers. Magic bullets sparkled in the air. Someone ordered to stop just standing and defending and knock out the enemy. The knight used accelerators so that the magicians could not keep up with him. Watching from the sidelines, Gandalf called his subordinates useless. The main character looked at him, asking if he was worried about his army and if it would lose hope if he couldn't stop him. The young magician ordered him to shut up, summoning more blocks of ice. Waves of energy rushed towards the king at once. Having failed to achieve their goal, they hung in the air. Jared, crossing his arms over his chest, declared that it was useless. Summoning a blue magic circle, Gandalf shouted that his enemy's pride would lead to his defeat and cast another spell. A blinding flash forced the king to cover his eyes with his hands. Trying to fight off the attack, the guy tensely clenched his teeth. Grinning wickedly, the young mage declared that he had beaten him and used his leap again. The young man wondered if his enemy would be able to slow down the attack if he delivered it point blank. A purple ball appeared in his hand. A bright purple spear of lightning appeared between them. Many lightning bolts engulfed the body of the main character, who applied the slowdown. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Gandalf, hovering among them and smiling, called it quite funny that he only had to get close to the enemy. Licking his lips slyly, the young magician promised to take care of the artifact, which he assumed was stolen from dragon rarities. Jared appeared among the clouds of dust, asking if his enemy was lying. Frightened, the guy jumped back and replied that the time had not yet come. Raising his magic wand, he said that he kept secrets that no one could even imagine. Suddenly blood gushed out of his mouth. The king stood with his back to him, summoning a ring of energy around himself that wounded the enemy. Bleeding, Gandalf asked how he managed to predict his movements. Turning around, the main character replied that it was very easy to notice how the magician puts his foot forward before using the jump. Then he asked if the teachers at the academy didn't tell him that bad habits could kill him. Jared spread his arms, using upward blows of wind, green whirlwinds swirling around him. there was a deafening scream and blood dripped from the sky. A squad of foot soldiers noticed that their leader had been shot down. One of the magicians could not believe it, while the other had already accepted the fact that they would all die. The king threw the ring into the air, asking what it was. He looked at the golden ring in his hands. The status window that popped up said that the divine ring increases divine power by 200 units and doubles the healing effect of healing spells. Having imagined Hayes' face, the guy decided that the ring was perfect for her and that the girl would be delighted if he gave it as a gift for her birthday, which was very soon. Glancing at the ground, the young man decided that it was the turn of the next enemy. A frightened admiral stood next to the tent. With an evil grin, the protagonist said that now that the main magician is dead, Janet's looks helpless. Summoning a magical arrow in his hand, Jared decided to put an end to this. He declared that the more mercy he showed, the more blood his allies would shed. A hail of magical arrows rained down on the military tent. At the same time, Ella swung her sword while sitting on her horse. The swordsmen from the admiral's army opened their mouths wide. One of them said that this girl was too strong. The other replied that the main thing for them was to hold out until a detachment of wizards along with Gandalf helped them. The enemy swordsman raised his weapon above his head, shouting that he was proud to be part of the Bonus Kingdom's army. The tip of his sword was immediately cut off. Judging by the map of the mainland, this army was located on the very outskirts of the kingdom, but the soldiers were still proud of their status. Acero polished the sword. A well-forged and maintained weapon was the honor of the Bonus Kingdom's army. This honor was gone when another sword broke. Someone had only one handle left in their hands. The broken tip of the sword fell to the ground. Honor disappeared, leaving only scars. The swordsman looked with bitterness at his destroyed weapon. The honor scale was at a minimum when the knight looked at the hilt remaining in his hands. He raised his head tensely. Before him stood a knight from Cvia. The honor of the bonus soldiers was trampled on the outskirts of the kingdom by the Yonchai army, which, in their opinion, was much weaker. Lackey's raised his sword above his head, encouraging the Crivian soldiers by saying that the enemy had terrible equipment and ordering them to go on the offensive. A fierce battle began. The swordsman from Cvia and the soldier from Bonus crossed their swords. They, like no one else, know that the quality of armor and weapons is very important. If a warrior has poor equipment, no matter how well he looks after it, the soldier will notice his sword cracking. When the person realizes that the enemy's weapon is much better, it is too late. The bonus warrior's sword breaks in half. Black metal gleamed in the light. Crivia's new weapon was composed of seldium, a material that was a generation ahead of its predecessors. The swordsman from the bonus stood opposite his opponent with a broom in his hand. This is exactly how the battle against seldium weapons felt. Many warriors fled. One of the knights worriedly said that their weapons could not compare with the weapons of Cvia. Another objected to him, saying that they must go fight to the very end. Those who remained to fight died. A powerful blow cut the body of one of the frightened soldiers. The fleeing, screaming soldiers knew that this was the only way out. Bonus Army, Central Barracks. The commander arrived in one of the tents. The captain of the Bonus Army, Karpa, stood in front of a map of the area, asking if his army had won in the first round. His subordinate replied that it was very bad. One of the figures on the map fell. The captain asked again, wanting to know what happened. The knight, sitting in front of him on one knee, said that the front had been broken through and that the army could not recapture it, because many had thrown down their weapons and fled. The red-haired man was amazed that the soldiers had fled, because this was punishable by death. Looking at him with concern, the warrior replied that the infantry and cavalry could not do anything to oppose the enemy, so the Crivian army was advancing too quickly, and there was clearly something wrong with it. Karpa jumped out of the tent, declaring that the forces were equal. Frowning, he asked himself why they were losing at such an important moment. His gaze was confident until he remembered Gandalf. Noticing something in front of him, the man opened his mouth in shock. There was an enemy army in front of him. The captain grabbed one of the soldiers by the collar and asked why he was not informed about the approach of the enemy and what Captain Chen was doing now. The frightened fighter replied that Chen was dead, like his entire army. Imagining Ella in the heat of battle, the knight said that she had killed every single one. The spearman shouted and pointed his weapon towards the girl. She jumped into the air while holding the horse's reins, thus dodging the attack. Taking the bow in his hands, Karpa said that, judging by the outfit, this woman is a guard and that they need to first restore the morale of the bonus army. The man pulled the bowstring. He shot an arrow at Ella, intending to kill the commander. The arrow was about to pierce the back of the unsuspecting girl. Suddenly, she stopped the arrow mid-flight. Turning to face the captain of the bonus army, Ella greeted him. The man raised his eyebrows in shock. The hooves of a running horse left a bright trail behind them. The bonus fighters rushed to attack. With one powerful blow, the warrior destroyed the entire squad. The archer told the captain that there was little time left and they needed to retreat. Karpa, trying to keep a calm face, replied that Bonus would not have a chance if he left right now. The girl jumped off the horse while it was moving. She found herself on the ground and immediately rushed forward, swinging her sword. The man took out his sword. Holding his weapon in front of him, the captain shouted that he would kill all enemies in revenge for the fallen soldiers and his homeland. Once close enough to the enemy, Ella praised his spirit and said that she would meet him with worthy force. Their swords clashed in a fierce battle. Suddenly, something didn't go according to plan. The army captain's body flew into the air thanks to the sword aura and the divine sword realm skill. There was a long mark left on the ground in front of the bonus warriors from the blow of the sword. Karp's lifeless body ended up on the ground. Smiling, the girl asked the remnants of the army if they wanted to surrender or die right now. The frightened soldiers could not take their eyes off her and answer anything. The knights looked at each other tensely. There were many corpses lying on the battlefield as the battle continued in the background. One of the bonus swordsmen knelt before the enemy and declared that he was surrendering because he had a wife and children. The Cvia knight waved his sword, saying that the opponents must have thought that they would be easy to kill because they were Yanchai's army, but they ended up being killed anyway. Someone touched his shoulder pad. The fighter turned around, seeing Mr. Lackeys in front of him, who asked him to stop. The warrior pointed to the surrendering man and said that this was their enemy. Lackeys replied that as a citizen of Cvia, he must obey orders and show mercy to the one who surrenders. One of the bonus swordsmen decided to take advantage of the moment and attack the commander from behind. However, Lackeys noticed this in time and with one blow prevented the assassination attempt, killing the enemy. Blood dripped from the red moon sword. The army commander said that mercy does not apply to such people. The Cvia knight replied that he would follow the order. One of the fighters pointed to the sky and said that they had received a signal. Lackeys looked up, declaring that this was also the Cvian army. Fireworks exploded in the sky above their heads. The man proclaimed the successful suppression of enemy forces. Ella stood against the backdrop of dozens of prisoners of war. Lackeys turned to his subjects and ordered the cavalry to be prepared. He decided that the king needed help. Since he was fighting enemies alone, the main character repelled attacks with the help of a protective barrier. The stars were shining dimly over the mountain valley. Someone was urging the horse on. The two commanders rode on horseback. Lackeys asked his ally what she thought. Turning to her, the man asked if his majesty was coping alone. Ella looked at him and asked what he himself thought about this. Knitting his eyebrows in concern, the captain replied that it was very difficult to fight an entire army alone. The girl smiled, calling her friend by name. Remembering Bonus's army, she asked to take a look at what was really happening, whether Lackeys had seen Admiral Jenitz's heavy troops when he came here with Yanchai's army. The man, continuing to ride his horse, answered in the negative. Ella again asked whether the admiral would have stood still if the king had died. The captain looked shocked. The warrior laughed. Her horse rushed forward. The girl said to think about why Lackeys believes in the king less than she does. The knight decided to change the topic and suggested they hurry up. The horses stood at the edge of the forest. Ella, widening her eyes in surprise, asked if it was all over already and they were late. The captain could not believe that the king figured it out alone. White flags fluttered in the sky. The captured magicians sat on the ground. Admiral Jenitz bowed his head to the ground. The main character standing in front of him looked around, calling out to his comrades. A malicious smile shone on his face. The old temporary barracks of the bonus army, the prisoners sat in front of a blue and white tent. Ella and Lackeys guarded the entrance to the tent. The admiral bowed to Jared, declaring that if his surrendering soldiers were to blame, it was only because he commanded them. The king stood in front of him, listening to his request. The prisoners sat humbly on the street. Janet's asked to calm the anger with his blood and take pity on the soldiers. The old man bowed again. The guy remained silent. The man buried his face in the floor. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes. The young man addressed him, and the admiral raised his gaze. The main character knelt down in front of him on one knee and offered to be reborn into something new and strong and become the commander-in-chief of the Cvian fleet. Smiling, the king extended his hand to him. The admiral stood proudly against the backdrop of the kingdom. With the help of his 40 years of experience, he built a naval fleet on the only accessible sea route, simply protecting the outskirts. People pointed fingers at him. He had never been treated with such respect and attention. Thinking that the enemy leader respected him, the old man opened his mouth in surprise. Jared looked at his hand questioningly. A candle was burning on the desk. He decided to ask his question again. Bowing low, the king again invited him to serve as the leader of the Cvian fleet. Looking at him, Jenitz raised his eyebrows in shock. Even on the street, where the prisoners were sitting and the guards were standing, one could hear the admiral asking his majesty to raise his head. His request was heard again from the blue and white tent. Pointing to the map, the king stated that Lyraki was now part of Cvia's territory, and the port of Lyraki would become a base for naval operations. The old man sitting at the table promised to make a long-term plan to make the port of Lyraki and its fleet the best on the continent. The guy knitted his eyebrows and said that they are constantly working to raise enough funds. He placed a gold coin on the card, declaring that he was willing to spend 500,000 gold on the fleet. The man was shocked by this amount. This amount is approximately equal to $400 million in real life. Looking at the young man in surprise, Janet asked whether it was worth spending such huge sums. The king replied that there was absolutely no problem with this. He looked down, saying that, of course, this was a large amount of money, but there was a lot of space in their country. Remembering the Forest of Horrors, the tomb of Mahat III, the refuge of demons, the main character explained that Cvia began to attack the dungeons. Introducing the city where the warriors live, he said that most of the continent's hunters ended up in its territories after the construction of infrastructure began. A white tower loomed over the city. The king stated that they now had many guild headquarters, and the cultural, hotel, and alcohol industries associated with the hunters were excellent. Looking at the admiral, Jared asked if this was enough and said that he had the opportunity to allocate 500,000 gold for military needs. The words that they could not ignore the commander-in-chief's 40 years of experience made Janet open his mouth in surprise. After another request to stand at the head of the Cvian fleet, the old man lowered his gaze and asked if the king was sure of his decision. Standing in front of a map of the continent, the guy answered in the affirmative, stating that the admiral had created the strongest fleet to give hope to Laraki. Remembering the face of the local king, the young man angrily explained that many people were abandoned due to the recklessness and madness of the king, and then it was Janet who did everything to ensure that the innocent did not suffer. His eyes glowed red. Using the spiritual eye on the man sitting opposite him, the main character saw that all his abilities were at level S and above. Looking at him, the king thought that the old man knew all the routes in the northern and western parts of the continent better than anyone else. Watching the admiral ponder, Jared mentally asked him to accept his offer. Covering his face with his hand, the old man agreed. Tears left wet spots on the table. He again declared that he agreed to become an admiral of the Cvian fleet. Closing his eyes, the man hoped that his abilities would help his majesty. He put his hand to his heart, swearing allegiance with his life and promising to do everything in his power. The touched king looked at him with admiration. They hugged and thanked each other. The stars covered the dark night sky, so Janet submitted to Cvia. The map showed that the territory of Laraki was detached from Bonus, and the coastal city came under the control of the king of Cvia. The sailors bowed before his majesty, and together with Admiral Cvia, all the naval forces of the kingdom of Bonus began to belong. A huge ship was sailing on the sea. When the sailors surrendered, not only the ships fell into the hands of the protagonist. Laraki, a port was located on the seashore. Meat was being cooked over the coals. Someone was surprised at the amount of meat products. The sailors dined at the table. One of them said that the bread and meat of excellent quality were very tasty. Another felt himself getting stronger. The third suggested that they eat well, since they had to move out. Watching them from above, Jared was glad to see the sailors enjoying their food, and the admiral standing next to him thanked him again. Standing on the balcony, the king said that they would soon invade the coastal city of Parasino of the Kingdom of Malice and suggested that Janet's rest. The man looked at his majesty, saying that the fleet in Parasino was led by Admiral Luke, his old friend. The guy turned around in surprise, not believing his ears. Looking at him, the old man said that he could bring Luke here if the king trusted and sent him to Parasino. The young man opened his mouth, realizing that this time he could do without blood. He smiled, agreeing and saying that he would treat Luke the same as Janet's and would do without any revenge or massacre. The old man bowed and promised to bring the admiral from Malice. The king said that the sooner this happened, the better. Smiling widely, the main character asked if his friend had ever flown. The border of Cvia, the setting sun painted the sky above the barracks orange. The main character walked past one of the green tents. He looked inside. Lackeys, Ella, Hayes, and Isabella were resting in the tent. Closing the tent curtains, Jared smiled, thinking that everyone was nervous. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of his eyes, saying that he had earned the title of Wizard Slayer, which increased his magical power by 500. The guy remembered his last fight, saying that this title is given only to those who killed 10 wizards of the 4th class level and above. The scene of the murder of Ganoff, who, apparently, was the last wizard remaining before receiving the title, flashed into his head. The young man summoned a ball of energy in his hand, thinking that 500 magical power was very cool, but there were also titles that he would not want to receive. The king imagined himself standing on a pile of bones, remembering the title of murderer, which is given for killing 100 people, and the title of butcher, which requires killing 1,000 people. There was a game screensaver on the computer monitor. In Paradise, all useful titles are earned in a similar way. The guy imagined how he dealt with people using magic. He really liked some titles. For example, those that required the murder of some special person. Sitting on a pile of stones, the main character realized that he had not been particularly impressed before when he thought about titles. But now it made him think. Orange-colored clouds floated across the sunset sky. Jared decided to open the status window to check his stats. Seeing that his magical power had reached the 10,000 mark, he opened his mouth in surprise. He had a confident look. The guy closed his eyes. He remembered when he first opened his eyes in this world 2 years ago. Then the fat man looked at himself in the mirror, and his magical power was only 75 units. The young man clenched his fist, realizing that now his strength was enough to defeat a 6th-class wizard. He introduced Kyle and the Crimson Queen, remembering how he worked hard to become stronger like everyone else. A lonely house stood on the edge of the forest. The king realized that he still did not have enough characteristics to fight his enemy. The girl with red hair walked forward. The main character was waiting for the moment when he could fight with the 6th-grade magician assigned to the outskirts of the Malice Kingdom, Naomi Grace. The bright sun lit up the sky, and someone called the king by name. Standing in the tent with Isabella and Hayes, he turned around. Seeing the robotic knights, Jared immediately ran up to them. Ola reported that they successfully escorted Admiral Genitz. The guy praised them for their good work and noticed a man next to them. This man turned out to be Admiral Luke, commander of the Parasino fleet, an elderly man with long hair. The king greeted the guests. The admiral bowed, declaring that he was glad to see his new lord. The young man felt relieved that he was addressed in such a way. Smiling, he asked the guest to stand up and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Looking at the knight in the suit, the old man thanked the king and asked him to accept the gift. He handed him the admiral's seal and a map with information about Parasino. Bowing again, Luke asked for mercy on his people and subordinates. The young king agreed. Smiling, the guy said that he would personally announce this in front of everyone, not wanting the tragedy to happen again. He swore to God and shook hands with the admiral, thinking that he should keep his friends close as well as the enemies of his enemies. Part of the land of the Kingdom of Malice, located on the map near Lyraki, was easily captured by Cvia. Immediately after this, the order was given to repair the old ships, and workers began to patch holes in the deck. Gold coins sparkled in the light, and a special decree was issued to reduce the tax by 50% so that both cities could join the army the following year. The fortress was surrounded by steep cliffs. The main character decided that they had a good opportunity to capture nearby cities. Ella, standing in a tent next to lackeys, said that they had already captured 2 cities in one day, and asked what else was required of them if the country that was mining the new metal seldium had nothing to fear. The man, putting his hand to his chin, agreed with his colleague, saying that the preparations would take several days and that, despite the sincerity of Admirals Luke and Janet's, they needed to be closely monitored. The knight sitting at the common table agreed with lackeys' words, saying that they needed to tread more carefully. Jared, resolutely knitting his eyebrows, said that Malice had declared war and lost 2 cities, but no matter how stupid the kings were, they would not leave it unnoticed. Looking at the crowd, the guy thought that even if the king of Malice did not understand what was happening, the generals would not sit idle. He ordered the comrades who turned to him to be on their guard, because the enemies would definitely advance against them, and said that he, too, would sharpen his fangs and give them a surprise. Isabella lowered the corners of her lips when the king announced that the main forces would remain in place. Hayes and lackeys looked questioningly at the guy, who, anticipating their question, replied that Malice enemies were on both sides of the borders. He introduced the Toy Kings Malice and Cinders, who share the border, and said that there was no point in Malice sending a large army to the outskirts. Toy Isiel took out a sword. The Kingdom of Cinders may attack if it notices something strange on its border. The thinking king's thoughts became clouded. He understood that the kings of Malice and Bonus would not be able to fight on 2 fronts and would never go to their line of defense if they were confident in their decision and wanted to defend themselves. Otherwise, they will be met by mines buried along the entire line of defense. A warrior burst into the tent, wanting to report something. All the people sitting at the table turned their attention to him when the man announced that the Bonus Kingdom had called its troops and began to march. Looking decisively at the knight, Jared asked how many soldiers were in Bonus's army. The fighter replied that there were 4,000. After saluting, the man stated that among them there were no more than 200 wizards and knights. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy asked if the commander of the knights or the commander of the magicians had taken any steps. The answer was negative, but the guard gave him greetings from the vice captain. Scratching his chin, the young man thought about who exactly sent him greetings, and said that the main thing is not that they were sent. Lackeys said that only the number of troops is important to the lord. Raising his index finger up, the king emphasized that in a real battle, the one who is smarter has an advantage. A voice was heard wanting to report something. Another man entered the tent, saying that 3,000 Malice Kingdom soldiers had begun to march, moving north and slowly turning east. The main character opened his mouth, realizing that Malice troops were heading towards the Kingdom of Cinders. After saluting, the knight stated that, according to the information received, troops from the Cinders army had also appeared. The horse army moved forward decisively. Imagining the faces of Isiel and Myra, Jared thought that they had decided to help him. The king smiled contentedly, realizing that their kingdoms had made their moves at the same time. Raising his hand, he gave the order. Standing in front of his comrades, the guy ordered the establishment of bases on the outskirts of both captured cities and a line of defense in the mountains. Only rare plants grew on the deserted land. The king ordered mines to be laid on the main road and a defense plan to be prepared. Ella sighed, smiling. Everyone present smiled, preparing to carry out the instructions in the name of the king. Lightning shone brightly in the dark night sky and it was raining heavily. Naomi Academy. Lightning reached the roof of the building. The woman's hand reached out to the book. The girl standing by the window sighed heavily, leaning her hands on the table. She raised her eyes upward, knitting her eyebrows. She thought that this was nonsense, because she only once hinted at the tyranny of the king, about his dark affairs, bribes, and conspiracies. Rats were running around the room with their ears pricked up. Her step made them scatter. She talked about how she immediately lost her honor, pride, and wealth. The girl walked around the room, on the ceiling of which a cobweb could be seen. She reasoned that this kingdom was facing a dark future and she could not do anything about it. Suddenly, the crystal began to shine. She opened her eyes in surprise, realizing that this was the alarm of the magic circle. A pink barrier shone around the building, indicating that a wizard with strong mana was approaching from the north. She frowned. The girl immediately knew it was Jared, and it was wonderful. She looked up furiously, saying that she just needed a punching bag to have some fun, and the most hated man in the world came up just in time. Among the noise of the rain came cries that he would die here. She hovered over the forest near the river. She noticed a young man not far from her. He was focused and looked ahead. The girl thought that he was heading south and didn't even know that she was here. She raised her hand behind her back. A blue sphere appeared in her palm. She looked at the guy sternly, wishing him death. Jared immediately looked up at her. Huge waves appeared above his head. It was a 6th grade magical water storm. The hero raised his head in surprise, crying out whether this was a magical alarm. He extended his palm forward, using his double transcendental shield. His protective dome was able to stop the attack. Traces of magic remained in space. A furious grin appeared on Jared's face, thinking that he was right in assuming that on rainy days the water storm was 3 times stronger than usual. A strange movement of water appeared in the sky. It turned into a giant wave. The rising waves caused splashes and sea foam. Like a water comet, the attack rushed straight towards the hero. She was approaching the young man, who was protecting himself with a magical shield. Seeing the magic up close, Jared knew it was happening again. The young man used the protective dome. A grin appeared on his face, his eyebrows frowned. He thought that because of the distance, he could not scan Naomi's characteristics and bend space. Her magical strike was again barely stopped by the hero's shield. This ball was thrown back. The guy closed one eye, thinking that the girl couldn't do this either. The main character recalled Ganoff, thinking that if his magic level was first, then Naomi's was level 5. And it was not for nothing that she was considered a candidate for the role of commander of the magic division. He spread his arms to the sides. Being inside the protective ball, the water comet again appeared before his eyes. She hit the young man's defense with force. The magical shield was destroyed, cracking into pieces. Jared opened his mouth in surprise. The fragments flew in different directions. The hero thought that she was very strong because she was able to break the shield of superiority. He raised his head up. His gaze was serious. He said that you can become a real wizard only after you have been promoted to the 6th grade. The young man suggested playing hide and seek. In the distance, Jared saw frolicking green streams of magical energy. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. The girl used the cutting wind ability. In the face of the hero, magical attacks suddenly changed their position. He smiled widely looking at this. He thought that it was time for Baina's magical debut. Jared moved with a sharp movement, starting to run. The hero used his flight ability to the fullest. With its help, even in the rain and wind, he can create a path of wind, so the girl will become his victim. Magical energy shone in his palm. A bright stream called a wind path appeared around the young man. Under its influence, everything around rose into the air. The guy himself only threw his head back, standing in the center of the flow. He brought his hand bent into a fist in front of the girl's magic. The guy smiled looking at this. His eyes opened wider. The young man tried to touch the bright rays. Having managed to control Naomi's magic, Jared smiled widely, preparing to change paths. He took a step, intending to take this chance and perform a double attack, the green rays concentrating in one place. Stretching out his hand, the hero created 3 luminous spheres, towards which the girl's magical path stretched. He used the wind spell in conjunction with the transcendental cutting wind. The guy's eyebrows furrowed. He thought about Naomi showing what she was worth. The girl's magical rays were directed at her. He furrowed his brows, crying out loudly that he had managed to not only block her magic, but also change the path of magic. A furious grin appeared on her face. She did not understand how this was even possible. The girl looked at how a bright green sphere was approaching her. She realized that the guy also had the ability to cut wind. She furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on him. There was only one option left. Naomi used her absolute shield ability and a bright yellow protective sphere formed around her. The hero's blow was stopped. She was very happy, but the shield immediately cracked from the damage received, and the girl screamed in surprise. New cracks appeared throughout the sphere. The girl closed her eyes and screamed. She looked at the approaching spinning sphere. Naomi realized that if the shield broke, she would die. A furious grin appeared on her face as she watched the magic break down her defenses. She held out her hand, holding the necklace. Naomi frowned, saying that if he wasn't an ally, he was an enemy, and she was going to kill him. Eve's necklace began to shine in her hands, and she ordered him to show his abilities. The roof of a small house was visible. The woman asked little Naomi to take something from her hands. The girl stood by her mother's bed. She handed Eve's necklace into her hands, saying that that was the name of this artifact. The girl looked at the necklace with wide eyes. Her mother told her that it could focus on any visible target and immediately teleport it with its mysterious power. Naomi squatted down and asked why she gave it away. The woman, raising her fist to her mouth, said that in addition to magic, this artifact also has a unique ability, and there is another important matter. The necklace can only be activated with the help of the magical power that is hidden in it. The woman asked Naomi to remember this. The little girl looked at her mother with tear-stained eyes. She wiped her face with a towel, saying that it would take a month for the magic to fill, so she asked the girl to use it only as a last resort. Naomi screamed loudly. Knitting her eyebrows, she asked her mother not to talk in order to save her strength. In the silence home, you could hear the loud cry of a girl who asked her mother not to die. The green spinning sphere was approaching. The girl moved towards her. At the moment of impact, Naomi disappeared. She left behind pink particles. Jared cried out in surprise, putting his hand out in front of him. He noticed that it had disappeared, but it didn't look like a spell had been cast, so it wasn't a teleport. Suddenly, a pink glow appeared behind him. The guy's eyes opened wider. Naomi appeared at this place. The young man looked at her without turning around, thinking that it seemed that it was Eve's necklace. He did not think that it really existed. The girl was behind him. The hero realized that he had been caught, but he was not taken aback. His gaze became more serious. He realized that he could not evade with the help of flicker or teleport. Jared thought that when he concentrated, she would take advantage of the moment during the release of magical energy. He pictured Naomi holding her hand out in front of her. The magical energy turned into a whirlpool. He imagined how he would be cut into many small particles during teleportation, or he will be sucked into the distortion of space and he will die again. Jared smiled displeasedly, his brows furrowed. As he tensed his palm, he thought that it didn't matter what ability the girl used. The young man remembered the ring on his little finger. It was a ring of good luck. With its power, you can dodge a fatal attack. It could only be used once, after which it disappeared. Lightning flashed in the dark sky. The guy's eyes opened wider. He was ready to sacrifice the ring without regret. He bared his teeth and rushed to the attack. The girl, frowning, put her hands in front of her, summoning a magical seal. Jared used triple transcendent paralysis, which overlapped with Naomi's chain lightning ability. The girl smiled contentedly, saying that she had won. A terrible grin appeared on the hero's face. Naomi's eyes widened. She realized that she had lost. Jared abruptly changed his location, finding himself on the sidelines. His magical chains rushed straight towards the girl. The girl presented a ring with a flower in the middle. She reasoned that she knew about the existence of a mysterious artifact with evasion ability, but thought that it was just a rumor. Magic chains surrounded her. They tightened on her body. Naomi was rapidly falling down. Her eyes were almost closed, the paralysis putting too much pressure on her body and bones. Her cloak fluttered with the flow of air. The girl's body fell. The rain around did not stop. She thought the paralysis might hold her for 5 seconds or so, but it had already lasted more than 10. Bright chains flashed in front of her. She thought that the hero was using double paralysis. Her body was still bound in chains, but new ones appeared. Naomi did not understand how he could use such magic. The girl's eyes became empty. She realized that he did the same with the cutting wind. The young man's magic was 2 or 3 times greater than usual. She remembered the bright rotating spheres, thinking that his abilities were stronger than human ones. His magic was more like the magic of dragons, which had no limits. Continuing to fall down, the girl grinned, realizing that she would die anyway. She stretched her hand up, thinking that this king didn't even know what kind of tiger was growing on his lawn. Naomi looked up pitifully, her mouth parted. Her eyes widened in surprise. Jared arrived and picked her up. He, smiling broadly, invited her to chat a little. The girl looked at the guy in surprise. They gradually sank down. He snapped his fingers. Naomi watched his movements. The young man stopped the effect of paralysis. The girl sighed with relief. Jared, looking at her, said that he had not come here to kill her, but to talk. The girl knitted her eyebrows, unable to put together 2 words. She, being in his hands, said that this was a rather strange way. The guy's eyebrows frowned a little. He said that it was not this that was strange now, but the fact that even having such an excellent wizard with him, the king did not understand her value. It was strange that the kingdom of malice was rotting. Naomi was surprised by his words, asking what he meant by this. Lifting her up a little, Jared, looking into the girl's eyes, said that he was here to win her heart. Naomi's eyes widened. Then she turned her head, wet strands of hair fell on her face. She quietly said that the guy was not against her. The young man smiled sweetly, continuing to hang in the air. He said that first they needed to get out of the rain. The heroes immediately teleported, leaving behind a bright flash. Drops dripped from the stone ceiling. The fire burned brightly, causing branches to crack. The guy said that he paralyzed her without malicious intent. He just wanted to calm them both down a little so that the girl could hear him. He knelt down by the fire. Naomi stood to the side. She leaned her elbows on the stone wall, looking displeasedly at Jared. She said that if he wants to kill her, then he better do it without foreplay. Why should he know the opinion of the loser? Her eyebrows furrowed further and she asked if he wanted to gloat. She said displeasedly that he could do whatever he wanted, because she didn't expect anything good from him. Jared didn't turn around to watch the fire. Suddenly he turned around, looking at the girl with a stern gaze. He rose to his feet, looking at the girl in the cape standing against the wall. Jared smiled sweetly. Naomi furrowed her eyebrows in surprise. The guy approached her, spreading his arms to the sides. He said that in the future he would expand his territories, not because he is a madman who is delighted with the war, he just wants to create a world where everyone lives happily. Naomi looked at him warily. She turned away abruptly and frowned, saying that it sounded too idealistic. The guy, smiling and looking at her, agreed with her words. A fire burned brightly nearby. The young man said that whether his ideals would be fulfilled or he would have to face reality, he would not know about it until he tried. The girl folded her hands in front of her on her chest, asking the guy if he really thought that he was different from others in some way, to which he immediately replied that he was. Stretching his hand forward, he smiled, saying that he was definitely better than the king she served. Naomi frowned. Bowing her head, she closed her eyes, exhaling dissatisfiedly. Jared, wide-eyed, extended his hand to her, saying that the king does not want to spend money on solving natural disasters and only cares about his family. He discounted his own citizens as if they were just trash. Moreover, he created a faction of his sycophants. She turned to the girl, asking if she liked a ruler who only kept servants with him. Naomi looked down without answering his question. She clenched her fists tighter. The guy looked at her with a calm gaze, saying that if everything continues in the same spirit, the kingdom of Malice will fall apart from the inside and without his intervention. And then, the Lantos Empire and the Cinder's kingdom will not miss their chance. Images of Galadin and Prince Isiel appeared in his memories. She agreed with his words. Standing in front of the girl, the young man said that she was the target of unreasonable and senseless discrimination, and in order to hide her incompetence, the kingdom continues to move further down the wrong path. The hero's gaze became more determined. He said that he was going to end this. Naomi's mouth dropped open as Jared continued to say that he didn't care what happened to the King of Malice and his entourage, but he didn't want innocent people to get hurt. The girl listened to him carefully, without looking away. She raised her eyebrows, asking if he could prove that he was different from them. The hero straightened up. He raised his fist in front of him and took a step forward. The guy talked about how if he ever betrayed his people, he would crush their dreams and become a tyrant with a useless policy. An evil grin appeared on his face. Turning to Naomi, he said that in this case, she could calmly kill him because he dreams of peace for ordinary people. The girl listened in fascination to the young man's words that he wants to achieve a world that is built on the common man, saying that he is ashamed to discuss such obvious things. He froze, holding his hand in front of him, and looked at the girl in front of him. The noise from the fire reached them. She said mere words are not enough. The guy asked what she wanted. She looked at the young man seriously, asking him to prove that he could be trusted. In Naomi's memories, the moment he created the flow arose, she said that, obviously, the destructive power in him was at the 7th grade level, but this only applies to his abilities in magic. Jared raised his eyebrows, asking if she wanted him to prove his worth as a leader, didn't she? The girl looked into his eyes, agreeing with his words, saying that if he cannot translate his ideals into reality, then his words are worthless. He turned his back to her, spreading his arms to the sides, and said that soon the army of the kingdom would attack them, and there were many more of them than his accomplices. The girl noticed that a kingdom is a kingdom, don't underestimate its army. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if winning this war would be enough for him. Naomi, looking at him, said that he should show what he is capable of, because she wants to find out if he is capable of leading people. The girl looked forward, confidently saying that she would leave the kingdom only for the sake of a worthy person, otherwise it would not make sense. With his back to her, Jared said that was a wise answer. Naomi raised her eyebrows, saying that until then, she would not follow anyone. The hero, closing his eyes, nodded, saying that he would show her that he was worthy, and then she would fulfill her part of the agreement. The young man opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that he seemed to have crossed the line to achieve it. As he walked towards the exit of the cave, he thought that Naomi would be next to him. Loud cries were heard among the mountains that everyone needed to retreat, run and not look back. The commander noticed that the soldiers of the Cvian army were retreating. Looking after them, he shouted for the soldiers to catch up with them and bring him their heads. The second in command of the bonus knights, Carson, sat proudly on his horse, raising his weapon in the air. He shouted that they should not miss the chance to return their lands, making the kingdom great. The soldiers, moving forward on horseback, discussed that there were too many enemies and they were strong, so they needed to retreat. One of them, smiling, turned to Carson, saying that they were already near the Python Valley, and if they followed on their heels, they would not run into mines, so they should not worry. Frowning, the commander ordered to crush them, because at the exit of the valley there is a road that leads straight to Laraki. He presented the map markings, saying that the Python Valley was their last line of defense. The warriors quickly moved forward on horseback, saying that if they overcome it, then capturing the city will not cause difficulties. There was a bright red sunset in the sky. They said that if no one attacked them when they were driving through the center of the valley, then there was no ambush here. Carson shouted loudly, ordering him to follow them. Before his eyes were the backs of soldiers. The horses galloped faster. The commander himself proudly raised his weapon above his head. He frowned, shouting that there was no ambush here. The army almost caught up with the warriors of Cvia. The leader enthusiastically said that they would kill them here. Pressing closer to the horse, they accelerated, calling them cowards. But suddenly, purple energy lifted Carson up, not allowing him to finish. He completely broke away from the horse, not understanding what was happening. Turning his head a little, he saw the energy surrounding his body, and decided that this was 5th grade telekinesis. He would not work on it for long. A grin appeared on his face. He said that dealing with it was very simple for him. Carson used the anti-magic ability, Mana Circulation. But the energy that enveloped him did not disappear. He did not understand what kind of magic it was. Suddenly, a strong flow of energy lifted him high into the air. He clutched the weapon tightly in his hands, magic still surrounding his body. The man turned his head to the seal that appeared next to him. He thought it was teleportation. The seal became larger and shone brightly. The fireball ability was used. A powerful stream of energy came out of the magic symbol, and the warrior tensed. He bared his teeth warily, not understanding what kind of magic was approaching him. He smiled slyly as he swung his spear, saying that he would tear them apart with his gloves. The soldier fought off the yellow light's attack, making a mockery of ordinary magic. He calmly beat off a beam of yellow light. The soldier began to be engulfed in yellow and dark flames, which greatly surprised him. He fell and screamed while his head was on fire. His helmet melted, dissolving his skin and eyes. The melted skull exposed the skull. The soldier began to fall. He flew down at great speed, and a yellow beam of light fell at the same level with him. Someone grabbed the dead soldier by the forearm. Jared grabbed the soldier's body and said that of course he had to get his loot. Jared, with a smile, removed the red armor from the soldier's body, saying that now he can. He pushed the body away with his foot and said that he could fall. Jared watched as the body flew down. Isabella looked up and saw a hero in the sky. She smiled. The hero saw her. Behind the girl stood the shamans of Dressa. He gave a thumbs up and said it was a good tactic. He held the red bracers in his hands with a smile and said that the elimination of the deputy commander of the Bonoso kingdom was completed. He said that, as expected, Carson lacked knowledge of witchcraft. Isabella raised her hands. The shamans stood behind her. More than 10 shamans, using a special group technique, used. A purple hand with sharp claws appeared from the black portal. The shamans used a forcible summoning, so he was unable to react. Jared flew forward over the ground. He looked down in surprise and said that now the enemy's spirit was clearly broken, and if so. He opened his mouth and applied sound amplification. He shouted for all the troops to attack. The soldiers under the hero rushed forward. 3 days later, the castle of the Bonus Kingdom was brightly illuminated by the sun. Jared sat and drank tea in the library and said that initially he only planned to defend himself. He looked at the listener and said with a smile that, however, the greed of his enemies turned out to be deplorable for him. Shouts were heard over the Green Valley with orders to retreat. The soldiers ran away from the advancing army and shouted that the Cvian warriors had defeated them and therefore they needed to retreat. The soldiers' path was blocked by fallen stones that blocked the passage. The detachment ran along a different route, but the passage there was also blocked. They decided to take the remaining routes and shouted that those who fell behind would be abandoned. Mines containing purple crystals fell near the soldiers' feet. Bright purple rays began to shine from the crystals. The soldiers were engulfed in fire and began to be thrown in different directions by the explosion. Jared put down his cup and said that his troops did not miss the chance to counterattack and added that they defeated them to smithereens. Hayes rushed into the room, knocking down the door, and shouted to the Lord that the event had begun. Jared smiled and said that he heard that Valdez arrived at dawn and assumed that the video was being broadcast on the big screen at the event. He stood up and asked if Hayes wanted to come with him. Hayes excitedly raised her fist, said that she wanted to go and watch, and noted that Valdez tried to make this video in such a way as to celebrate all the achievements of the hero. Jared smiled sheepishly and said that there were only a couple of achievements, thinking that Hayes always liked to exaggerate. The satisfied couple walked through the corridor and smiled. The hero thought that Hayes had a good talent for seeing the good sides in people. He remembered how Hayes treated wounded soldiers and remembered how many she helped recover and how many soldiers later thanked her and even nicknamed her Angel in White. She stood in front of the soldiers, joyful and embarrassed, and Jared thought that because she never stopped showering him with praise, the soldiers began to have more faith in their leader. He looked at Hayes with a smile and thought that she was doing her best to help. The projection device glowed yellow. Several devices showed a video on the wall where Valdez stood and told and showed the crowd of satisfied residents who ended up with them in Cvia. A random man exclaimed in surprise, saying that he thought they were all dead. He didn't believe it and asked if they were all living so well now. The wall showed happy refugee families and Valdez confirmed the man's words, saying that the refugees were living well in the lands that Lord Jared had blessed them with. The long-haired guy furiously shouted, "Damn aristocrats and damned ruler." He said that driving out and abandoning his people is absurd for those who decided to call themselves a king. This guy was pulled out of his emotions by another man and asked if he had heard that the new lord had cut taxes in half for the whole year and also eliminated all special taxes. The guy said in surprise that yes, he remembered it and said that he was worried about what his family would eat for the next month and said that if these rumors were true, then he shouldn't worry and said that it sounded too cool. The satisfied man said that if they were given permission to create a business, he offered to create it on this sacred land. The city was illuminated by the setting sun and the man said that he was still disgusted by the fact that there were still people from the kingdom left here, and the guy said that there was no need to pay attention to it and suggested hoping for a bright future with the new lord. He pointed to the lamps being built and asked if the man had heard of the magical light stone before, and he added that now they are going to install them too, and now they will be able to safely walk on the street even at night. Magic lanterns appeared on the streets and the guy said that the world would soon change and he would look forward to it. Valdez showed the video to people. 2 harnessed carriages galloped forward and demanded the road. People looked at the carriages in surprise and people began to assume that an envoy had arrived. 2 flags were flying in the air. People were asking if it could be that the kingdom was going to send another big army. People watched the carriages tensely until someone came up from behind and said there was no reason to worry. Behind them stood a smiling Jared and said that there would be no war and suggested that they most likely sent a delegation to discuss a ceasefire. The shocked girl could not believe what she heard and asked if he was her lord. Jared told people not to worry and to mind their own business. A large and beautiful chandelier was burning above the ceiling. Jared said that's why the Malice Kingdom's army stopped advancing. Rakis sat next to him and said that it seemed that Sindert had quadrupled the garrison. Jared turned to him. He looked at his interlocutor and said, does he want to say that Malice suspected that they and Sindert had conspired? Rakis replied that yes. He looked at the hero and said that it seemed that the impression made by the Celdium weapon was not small and asked if Admirals Janitz and Luke had not said the same thing. Jared grabbed his chin thoughtfully and said that Rakis was right. He said that he had no plans to advance the army further, but slowly he did so anyway because he foresaw the current situation and put pressure on both kingdoms. Black Sword. After being introduced to Celdium weapons in Carson's death, the enemy's chances of counterattacking are extremely low. Naomi stood humbly. Known to outsiders as a 5th-class mage, her passing as a 6th-class mage must have doubled the shock. There was a knock on the door and they said that an envoy from Bonus was requesting an audience with the hero and Ambassador Masula was also asking for a meeting with them. Jared looked towards the door and told them to come in and talk about everything together. The explaining cat began to explain the properties of the Carson Dodge gloves received by the hero of the artifact. The messengers appeared in the passage, introduced themselves and greeted the Lord. Jared was surprised. The 2 ambassadors smiled, and he thought that if he looked closely, these were exactly the ambassadors who came for the potion. The ambassadors greeted each other and bumped fists while Jared thought about how they were both losing cities day after day, but still had the nerve to party in public. This vividly reflected the bitter reality of 2 kingdoms. The ambassadors pointed at each other, laughed and recalled stories. Rakis and Jared sat opposite the ambassadors. The hero folded his hands on his chest and asked what they wanted from him. The ambassadors were alarmed, but did not say a word. Jared held up 3 fingers and said he would count to 1, said 3. The shocked ambassadors began to mumble, but were still unable to utter a word. Jared held another finger and said 2. The panicked ambassadors began to beg the Lord to wait. Jared closed his eyes and told them to say why they came and said 1. The ambassadors almost jumped when the hero said that this was their last chance. Both ambassadors placed their hands on their chests and said that their majesties wanted a peace agreement. There was silence in the room. Everyone silently looked at each other. Rakis looked angrily at the ambassadors and thought that when it is convenient for them, they treat ordinary people as rebels and abandon them. He called them vile hypocrites. Jared patted his friend on the shoulder with a smile. He stood up and said, "Indeed, a cessation of hostilities." He put his foot on the rim of the sofa and said, "Peace." He sat on the back of the sofa and looked at the ambassadors with a smile and said that this was too good for those who were not able to withstand the war. He smiled evilly and looked at the ambassadors, asked them if they thought so. At this moment they were recorded by a video device. The ambassadors sat and were silent. One put the envelope with the letter on the table and said that it was from His Majesty, saying that it contained a draft peace agreement. Jared watched seriously as Rakis opened the letter and began to read. The second ambassador handed over the second envelope. Jared immediately snatched it from the ambassador's hands. He began to study the project. It told Jared to think twice, adding that the latest refugee migration was the worst and most sudden waste of human resources. Jared studied the message with his eyes. He began to tear the paper, and the ambassadors looked at it with fear. Rakis handed the Lord a second letter, and the hero expressed hope that the letter from the Kingdom of Malice would be different. It said that Jared should know that a full-scale war would be disastrous for both of them, and if he stops now and comes to his senses, then Jared closed his eyes and grinned, saying that they were just talking nonsense. He tore the paper. The ambassadors watched in shock. Jared stood up. He approached the bowing ambassadors and told them to listen carefully. He looked at the ambassadors angrily and said that he did not know about other states, but Cvia had very good relations with the Kingdom of Sindert and asked if they knew about it. The ambassadors bowed as Jared said that in addition, did they know that the Lantos Empire sent Duke Galadin to them as an envoy? He meant that monitoring neighboring states is the basis of any state. The hero's shadow hung over the ambassadors. He raised his leg over the ambassador's hand. There was a scream. The ambassador shouted that he had stepped on his fingers and asked for mercy. Jared looked down gloomily and said that he would prepare a project and said that their master would have to put a government seal on it. The ambassadors' fingers were twisted. Jared asked if they understood him. The ambassadors with painful faces stood up and said that they would convey everything to His Majesty and asked to remove their feet from their hands. Jared walked away and said there would be no compromise. He looked at the ambassadors and said that they would put a national seal on the project he would send, otherwise he would regard it as a declaration of war. Rakis sat quietly behind him and drank tea while Jared said that this was the only way out. White Castle of the Kingdom of Sindert. The princess was putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Her brother appeared behind her and asked if she was ready. Mira's brother asked sternly if she had heard the latest news. He said that with the surrender of the admiral and general, Cvia could now prepare its own naval forces. Mira looked at her brother in surprise while he said that Cvia had captured some ships and docks, and she said that she heard that the admiral of the region was a very honest person. She turned to her brother and said, apparently he changed his mind, realizing the essence of his kingdom. The brother replied that apparently it was so. He looked down and said that, on top of everything else, Naomi Grace had also become Lord Jared's vassal. According to rumors, Jared immediately handed over the reign of wizards to her. The wizard Deimos shouted a battle cry. Mira looked at her brother in surprise and asked if this could be because of the unilateral agreement proposed by Jared. Right. The brother replied that perhaps the king was frightened by all these negotiations and signed the agreement without hesitation. Isiel closed his eyes and said that the king's actions were quite suspicious, adding that the same was happening to their kingdom, saying that they could not ignore the Lantos Empire. Mira raised her hand and said that this was quite treacherous for Lord Jared, adding that in light of this, wasn't our kingdom, like the Lantos Empire, simply used. Isiel folded his arms and said that this was a lie that was difficult to expose and said that even if they contacted the Empire, it would be too late. He took out an envelope and said that if you go to war, you must understand that even if you don't want war, you still have to do what is required. While Mira said that the hero beat the Kingdom of Bonus and Malice, Isiel handed his sister an envelope and said that he wanted her to deliver his letter to him personally. Mira smiled and said yes brother, and that they should make Cvia their ally. Isiel said to remember this, and asked his sister to be careful not to provoke Lord Jared. She said okay with a smile and asked her brother to stop worrying and trust her. Isiel smiled and said that he was pleased to see his sister so joyful. The decoration of the room was rich and beautiful. Mira said that just the thought of being able to see the hero makes her so happy. Isiel asked if she really likes him that much. But the princess was already leaving. Isiel watched the departing carriage out the window. He smiled and said that the new sun was rising in the north, where it was quietest. The huge palace of the Kingdom of Bonus was illuminated by the bright sun. The king sat and said that also in addition to the gift of Cvia, under the pretext of establishing peace between the two kingdoms, they need to purchase additional resources and grain from them. The king held the hero's project in his hands and asked if they really had to buy them every day for a month and no less than the specified amount. Palace of the Kingdom of Malice. The king, in shock, held in his hand a piece of paper with the hero's plan and said that Lyraki, Frazino, Melania and Arnaud. His face was frightened and said that 2 coastal territories had been captured by Cvia and the treaty that Jared agreed to follow. Both kings read out in shock that they had no choice but to sign the treaty. They didn't know when the Lantos Empire and the Sindrith Kingdom would take action. Both kings put their seals, realizing that now they had no room for error. The king said that they could recover the losses through human exploitation. Continent of Us, February 14, 1416. The white-haired man said that he knew that the meeting was scheduled for 6 p.m., but since Brian sent a separate letter, he arrived earlier. Isabella showed up and said that he did too. Arin coughed and said, "First of all, people were sitting at the table and he said that those who had arrived earlier, he sincerely thanked them." Arin looked at the people and said that today he would be bold enough to perform and he had reasons for this. Ella looked at the old man and said that they were ready to listen to him and asked to begin. Arin bowed and told them to gather their thoughts before the Lord arrived. It seemed to him that they needed to make a decision. Everyone present bowed, but Ella was surprised. Arin took the roll of paper. He spread it all over the wall. He turned to the troops. Behind him was a map of the northern continent of Nasu. Arin said that in truth, when they intervened in the War of the Kingdom of Sindrith, he looked at the listening people and said that their territory was very small and they could only dream of increasing their lands. Rakis closed his eyes and said that Arin was right and that's how it was. Arin spread his hands and said that, nevertheless, their territory had increased due to the land of Sanctuary, which was considered a wasteland and was then built up. Arin remembered which temple had appeared there and said that this land had also become sacred and was now developing at incredible speed. His words were confirmed. Everyone listened intently as Arin said that everyone put in a lot of effort and worked hard. Everyone remembered the crowds of refugees exhausted by travel and illness. Arin said that given this, there is nothing surprising in the increase in the number of refugees. The old man stood in front of the people and said that what was once considered impossible has become a reality. The development of Sanar is the merit of the Lord who placed the refugees there. Since then his name has been on everyone's lips. People looked at the old man with a smile. He picked up the pointer and said that in fact, their territory had grown too much even for the term great, and they had also increased their holdings through battles. He pointed at the map and told them to look there now. Arin said that if you look at the size of their lands, you can see that they are comparable to the size of the Kingdom of Sindrith, which means that. The guy with white hair interrupted the old man and said unbelievably, "Are they really going to declare their lands a kingdom and become independent?" Arin said that it was so. Arin said that they would declare Lord Jared king and use this opportunity to establish their kingdom as a powerful and independent force. Isabella raised his hand and said that since the Lord began to rule this territory 2 years ago, their region has changed a lot. It has developed so much that it can be called a cataclysm. Rakis folded his arms and said that he thought the word God was a very suitable word to describe His Highness the Lord. He added that the hero was like a messenger from heaven. Mines, magical light crystals, medicines, an image transmitter, the list of his achievements is endless. Arin raised his hand and asked, if their hero is not worthy to become king, then who is worthy? He said to look at the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice. The king lay and drank wine. Arin said that the clerk behaved like a king only because royal blood flowed in him. Arin raised his fist in the air and said that he could no longer put up with this. Everyone raised their fists and shouted that Arin was right. Arin put his hand to his chin and said that he was a little embarrassed to call His Majesty the Lord King and proposed to unite opinions and declare him as such. He asked what people think. Under the high ceilings, he said that if someone disagrees with him, then let them confidently object. Rakis said with a smile that he completely agreed with him. Valdez raised his hands with a smile and said that all this was for the sake of Cvia and Lord Jared. Arin smiled and said then. A gentle sunset burned over the mansion, and Arin continued that before the Lord returns, we will offer to summarize their thoughts and said that they can say whatever they want and express themselves freely. Jared walked across the yard with Hayes. He pointed to a bench and offered to rest there. The girl happily agreed. The sky was already darkening. Jared handed a small gift box to the girl and congratulated her on her birthday and said that it was nothing special, but he had prepared a gift. Hayes blushed and said she didn't know if she could take it. Jared said that it was her birthday and therefore asked her to open the gift. Hayes slowly agreed. There was chocolate inside the box and Jared offered to try it. Hayes took a bite as Jared looked at her curiously. A pink glow lit up Hayes' face. She held the glowing ring while the hero laughed and said that it would suit her because it was a divine ring. The girl looked at the ring embarrassedly and said that she was already happy when she received the chocolate, but was surprised by the ring she was given. She put it on her finger. She was illuminated with a green light. She said in surprise that although only a couple of seconds had passed, she could already feel divine energy filling her body. She opened her eyes and asked where he got her ring from. Jared hesitated and said that he simply found it and asked him to accept the ring as a birthday present. He looked at the girl with a smile and thanked her for staying with him. He said that he was very grateful to her for looking after Isabella and Chloe, the ones he couldn't take care of, as well as Mia and Renea. Hayes blushed and looked at the hero and asked what he was saying, because she, as his maid, had to do this for the rest of her life. She said not to take it so seriously. Jared asked, really for the rest of her life? She said yes, once a maid, always a maid. The hero asked in surprise, doesn't Hayes want a title, become a nobility, and so on. The magic lantern glowed purple. Hayes asked if she could answer honestly. Jared said sure and asked if she was going to lie to him. Confused, Hayes said that she had always imagined something, but this was a little. She nervously grabbed her hands and said that it was very embarrassing. The girl overcame herself and said that she wanted to fall asleep and greet each new day with His Highness. Jared, looking at Hayes, asked her why she suddenly said this and whether she wanted to get married. Hayes blushed sharply with shame and screamed, saying that it was so, to put it bluntly. Looking at his mansion, Jared asked the girl for forgiveness. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist told Hayes that he could not give her enough time due to government affairs, so the protagonist suggested that she leave everything as it was. An excited Hayes agreed with Jared, saying she was liking everything right now. Next, Hayes clenched her fists and, looking at her lover, told him that she spoke honestly and would not be sad or upset at all. When the protagonist suggested that it was because they were always together, Hayes waved her hand saying that it was not so, she would treasure the ring he gave her today and work hard every day. Jared smiled as he looked at Hayes. Next, the protagonist stroked the girl's hair, thanking her. Hayes herself was happy at that moment. Jared began to remember everything, how the old Jared would lose his temper and hit Hayes, and then she would often cry. But after Jared beat her, she did not cry, remaining calm. The girl continued to collect documents scattered from Jared. She did not cry in front of him or in front of anyone. She smiled at Jared, keeping everything to herself. Looking after the evil Jared leaving, Hayes didn't cry even then, but there were no people who were forever happy and contented, there were only people who pretended. Jared activated his spiritual eye and looked at Hayes. Looking at the unsuspecting maid, the protagonist examined her characteristics on the system window. Looking at the system window next to Hayes, Jared noticed that the indicators of devotion and support had increased, and the holy sacrifice turned out to be something new. Hayes looked at her lover with some expectation while he thought that sooner or later Hayes herself would be able to receive a divine blessing because she was unusually talented. Once in 2 years she became a first-class healer. Jared tilted his head slightly and thanked Hayes again with a smile on his face. The girl watched her lover get up and turn to him. The protagonist began to leave, notifying Hayes that today was the day of the monthly meeting. In the meeting room, the voice of the protagonist was heard saying that the news from the new territory was good and there were no problems, so he would fulfill his promise to Generals Genitz and Luke. Reading the document in Jared's hand, he said that all tribute received from the kingdoms of Bonus and Manus would be invested in the fleet, after which he asked everyone if they had any objections. The people sitting at the table simultaneously said that they had no objections. As Jared pushed the paper away in his hand, he said that the next item on the agenda was the visit of Pope Armonius XVII to Sonara, and he asked Neo to consult Julian on this matter. Julian turned his head and looked at the protagonist and said that today they had agreed on a date for March 14th, and the route and number of members of the delegation would be kept secret. The protagonist looked at Julian and expressed his understanding, after which he said that the monthly meeting was over. Suddenly Arin stood up from his seat saying that he had something to tell Jared. Jared looked at Arin and gave him permission. Arin pointed at himself with his hand, telling Jared that this opinion was unanimously supported by all his vassals. Therefore, he asked Jared to listen to their request. When everyone in the room looked at the protagonist, he laughed nervously due to such a sudden situation. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he would be scolded, but no one said a word, continuing to look at Jared. Arin slightly bowed his head to address his master. Putting his hand to his heart, Arin shouted loudly, telling Jared that they are vassals and the common people of Cvia are asking to honor them to become a renowned king and the only one who will lead all the people. Smiling nervously, Jared extended his hand asking for a minute. Abruptly, Ella, lackeys, and Valdez jumped up from their seats asking their master to sit on the throne and be the one to create change throughout the continent. Genitz, Julian, and Isabella jumped up and shouted, telling Jared that they wanted him to become a great king. Arin was the last to shout, pleading with his master. Jared stopped smiling, looking at his subordinates in shock. Imagining the king's staff and crown, Jared thought about how he had always dreamed of becoming one, because in paradise this honor was only given to select players. Among the true heroes, there are many cases where they were nominated to be kings or emperors, so even if he becomes king, he will not be the first. Jared closed his eyes thinking that the king was not the end, because although he would receive everyone's attention, he would also become the target of enemy kingdoms. Jared's eyes suddenly widened, realizing that if he became king, he would be able to give his vassals suitable statuses and honors. The room heard the pleas of vassals asking Jared to become king. Jared, who closed his eyes again, said that he doesn't have to be exactly kind, because when he becomes king, there will be those who envy him and become evil. All the vassals looked at their master, listening to his every word. Jared said with a smile on his face that, having become king, he would be able to provide support and mercy to the common people and vassals. Jared put his hand to his chest, saying that even though he knew if he was suitable for this, clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist vowed that he would try everything to become an outstanding king. Arin, Janetz, and Luke smiled as they greeted the king of Cvia. The screams of the vassals were heard throughout the mansion. They greeted their king over and over again. Jared stared in shock at the elegant gold system window. The protagonist smiled, mentally telling himself that he was not living his current life in vain, because the appearance of a new status heralded the beginning of the second act of his new life, which would become even brighter. Events are postponed for several hours. Jared, hearing a knock on the door, gave permission to enter. Nara opened the door and greeted the king with a smile on her face. Nara sat opposite Jared as he invited her in, thanking her for visiting his lands. The girl began to take out an envelope telling Jared that she had a letter for him personally from His Majesty. Mara handed over the envelope, saying that it was a letter that no one knew about, and all sincerity was put into it. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was pleased with the handwritten letter from His Majesty. Mara smiled slightly, saying that His Majesty had been tormented in thought for several days to write this letter. The protagonist took the letter and asked the girl if he could read it right now. After receiving permission, Jared began reading the letter. Nara looked at the protagonist expectantly. Jared thought about it as he read the entire letter. In his letter, Isiel congratulated Jared on his victory and wondered what his business was with Mara. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the girl opposite. Mara shuddered when she saw how the protagonist was looking at her. A moment later, her face turned red and she turned away. Jared smiled, looking at the girl, realizing that Isiel understood something wrong. The protagonist looked at the letter again and continued reading. Isiel asked him in the letter to become king because the value of his lands had grown too much and now it was impossible to call it just a fief. Jared kept reading the letter in which Isiel wrote to him that the fact that Jared would be a king and not a prince would help him take their relationship to a higher level. Imagining the castle of his friend's kingdom, Jared read a letter in which Isiel admitted that his kingdom was unstable. Next, the protagonist imagined a map when the letter talked about the situation of the Kingdom of Cinders, which was in hostile relations with almost all neighboring states. A few days ago, Isiel personally wrote a letter expressing his hope that they could maintain friendly ties and help each other with the new kingdom created by Prince Jared. The pen moved across the sheet as its owner wrote a proposal to work together to confront the Kingdom of Magicians, where the Church of Darkness was revered. Isiel did not take his eyes off the letter, noting in it his request from his comrade, and not the order of the king. Jared looked at the letter as he read the last lines of King Cinder's farewell. The protagonist's eyes were widened. He was surprised that his comrade, for the sake of the kingdom, did not hesitate to sacrifice his self-respect and pride. Imagining the figure of Isiel, Jared decided that declaring himself king was something he could truly do. The protagonist put the letter on the table and pushed it towards Mare. Seeing this, the girl immediately spoke, saying that thanks to the feud, their kingdom received great help. Looking at the protagonist, Mare, she said that they had learned in advance about the movements and rebel sentiments on the southern border with the Rentis Empire. Jared looked at the girl with concern and asked her how they prepared for everything. The girls put their hand to their chest, saying that due to the fact that their kingdom would never attack the empire first, they had mined all the roads, with the exception of the roads that lead to the Rentis Empire. The protagonist, after listening to the girl, called their choice reasonable. Mara stood up from her seat, saying that thanks to the unimpeded sales of the master potion, they were able to save many lives. The girl bowed to Jared, saying that everything was thanks to him. Jared abruptly stood up from his seat, saying that he was ashamed that His Majesty praised a simple prince so much. Jared looked at the girl smiling, expressing his hope that in the future the Kingdom of Cinders and their feud would become good neighbors. Mara straightened up, telling the protagonist that His Majesty would be very happy about this. Upon hearing her, the protagonist told her that he would definitely write an answer before she returned to the kingdom. The voices of Jared and Mara were heard in the protagonist's room. Mira, standing opposite Jared, told him that she had news that she had to tell him. The protagonist was a little surprised, but was still able to tell the girl that no matter what she said, everything would be okay. Mara imagined the face of her angry brother and then said that they had found out the whereabouts of Jess's older brother. It turned out that he was in the Desmond Empire. The protagonist opened his eye wide upon hearing the girl's words. When Mara started to leave, Jared asked her if she knew who was accompanying him. Mara turned and looked at the protagonist and said that Jess was traveling with a man named Akrat, who was rumored to be a famous merchant. Jared frowned, realizing that Akrat was much worse than Cruz. He remembered the moment when Tabanin, foaming from his mouth, told him that Akrates would avenge him. Then the protagonist, without controlling himself, became agitated, not believing that his opponent had just mentioned Akrates. Akrates was a character who, unlike Cluzit, appeared in the updated version of Paradise, but after his body is taken over by the Demon King, he dies. Imagining the symbol of one of the churches, Jared thought that now there was a moment that took place 8 years before the demonic war, and the history was very different. This also meant that Akrates had to be alive and capable enough to lead one of the churches. Afterwards, the protagonist imagined the grinning developers scolding them for the many villains in their game. Jared covered his cough with his hand, saying that he understood everything perfectly. Approaching Mara, the protagonist said that they should pay more attention to the safety of His Majesty. The girl answered him by saying that she was also thinking about increasing the level of security. Looking down, Mara said that if it was Brother Jess, then he could return at any moment to pierce the heart of His Majesty. The protagonist nodded, agreeing with the princess, after which he expressed his concern, because it was he who intervened in the civil war, and perhaps everything went wrong because of him. Opening the door, Mara said that she understood everything that Jared meant. Examining the ceiling of the room, the protagonist invited the princess to stay and relax in the estate, to which she immediately agreed. When Jared called out to Hayes, she suddenly opened the doors and walked into the room with her hand raised. Hayes clenched her hand into a fist and, with a smile on her face, assured them that they could rely on her after the protagonist asked her to show Princess Mara around. Approaching Princess Hayes, she smiled, telling her to follow her. Smiling widely, Hayes said she would do her best. Mara became nervous when the maid standing in front of her began praising her beauty. Jared, standing to the side, smiled as he watched everything. He was happy to see Hayes rightfully complimenting Mara's appearance. Events are postponed to March 14th on the territory of Sanair. The crowd of people rejoiced and rejoiced. Mara and Isiel smiled as they watched everything. A crowd of people gathered watched the Pope carry Jared's crown. Jared and the Pope stood opposite each other and smiled. The young dad raised his crown, blessing Jared on behalf of Radius and naming him king of the kingdom of Cvia. The Pope raised his crown high. Jared dropped to one knee as the young dad put the crown on him. The crowd of people raised their hands and shouted, welcoming their king. Jared rose to his feet and watched and listened to the cheering of the crowd with a smile on his face. Suddenly, a golden system window appeared, welcoming Jared as king. Next, the protagonist received 3 system alerts notifying him about replacing the title with a Korean one, receiving gold status, long live the king, and fulfilling all the conditions to achieve the title effect. A moment later, 3 more system notifications arrived, notifying the protagonist that the Goddessos was trying to establish a connection and become their sponsor and that he had received the blessing of the Goddessos. Jared, standing in front of the Pope, continued to receive system alerts. Jared opened his mouth wide in shock after reading the notifications. He was shocked by Essos, who was a high-level god. Essos was a top-level god of war. He was a man with purple hair and scars all over his body. Looking at the system alerts, Jared decided that he would need some time to make the Jade Royal Seal. Waving to the crowd of people, Jared said goodbye to the crowd as the coronation ceremony was ending. But congratulations were still being heard from all sides, and he received the honors that he enjoyed alone. Looking at the confetti in the sky, Jared realized that all that remained was to properly use these privileges so that he and his kingdom would successfully develop. The status of this system, long live the king, gave enormous advantages to the king's territory. And the blessing of the god of war, who in his youth showed unprecedented valor on the battlefield, gave useful buffs and debuffs that would be useful in war. At this time, the crowd of people continued to rejoice, and confetti was still flying in the air. Some people stood in front of Radius's statue, praying for a bright future for the kingdom. The celebration lasted 3 days, including the coronation day in the lands of Sanair. The Kingdom of Cinders sent a large delegation led by Mahira to celebrate Jared's accession to the throne, but the kingdoms of Malice and Bonus sent servants as a timid protest. Delegations of congratulations arrived from the neighboring kingdoms of Pauper and Artenia, and over one of the delegations the flag of the Rentis Empire fluttered. The servants lined up to greet the guests. The only special thing was that Ren Sable, who was like a brother to Duke Kaladin, arrived as an envoy. The confetti continued to fly through the air for 3 days. Jared, accompanied by the Pope, walked along the road. Jared turned his head and looked at the Pope and said that he found it hard to believe that he was turning 80 this year. The Pope looked at Jared and asked if he was handsome in the opinion of the protagonist. Jared involuntarily bit his finger, thinking. Continuing to bite his finger, the protagonist said that it was difficult for him to say that the Pope was over 15. Looking at Jared, the Pope said that it was a blessing from God. But besides him in the dark church there was a follower who looked like a boy. But in fact old man when Jared worriedly asked how his dad was feeling. He told him that age was just a number because he had the body of a 16-year-old. Imagining the cup, the Pope said that everything was perfect because it was a great blessing that it was in his century that they were able to find the shrine. Dad extended his hand to Jared. The protagonist looked puzzled at the outstretched hand. Jared and the Pope shook hands. Shaking his hand, the protagonist felt great divine power trembling at his fingertips. Activating his spiritual eye, Jared was horrified when he realized that he couldn't see Dad's status, which meant that their levels were more than 10 times different. Looking at the landscape in the distance, Dad addressed Jared as a king. With a smile on his face, Dad asked Jared if it was difficult for him to be king. Jared bowed his head slightly, saying that the moment he became king, there was even more responsibility. Dad, standing opposite the protagonist, said that he did not want to listen to such searching words. The Pope stopped smiling, saying that the king strives for a blaze of glory and a magnificent finale more than anyone. Jared looked at his dad and was shocked. Clapping his hands, the Pope said that his body as a priest, having revered and praised Radius all his life, needed a minimum amount of divine power. Grabbing Jared's hands, Dad told him that he wanted to share the power so they could use it more meaningfully. Suddenly, Dad's hands glowed brightly, illuminating the entire room with a bright light. Incredible pressure instead of light appeared and spread from the bodies of Dad and Jared. Jared was shocked to see this and involuntarily threw his head back. 2 golden system windows notified the protagonist that he had received the divine power of the Pope and the special magic of Ode to Joy. The protagonist's eyes were wide open in disbelief and shock. He began to remember how he found the shrine, how Cluzet, putting his blade to his throat, still killed him, and built the Holy Land. All these were terrifying changes that happened after his interventions. Now his body glowed brightly, and the entire space was enveloped in light due to the fact that he received a special magic that was not present in the previous version of the game Paradise, an Ode to Joy. An Ode to Joy could save a treasured comrade, vassal, or soldier when he was dying. Thanks to magic, the comrade came to life and became combat ready again. The Pope put his hand to his chest, telling Jared that the Dark Church was targeting them and he needed to be careful. Standing opposite, the protagonist's dad promised him to send talented people. Jared thanked him and smiled. With a smile on his face, Jared reassured his dad because he had carefully prepared. But Dad decided to repeat his words again and worriedly told him to be careful. The protagonist bowed to the Pope, saying that he would look forward to their next meeting and that he would not forget the weight of the crown placed on him by His Holiness. Dad bowed to Jared, blessing him. Dad and Jared stood in front of each other in a bow for a while. Events are transferred to the Desmond Empire. Near the fortress of the Desmond Empire, the voice of the protagonist was heard. The disguised lackeys asked Jared if he could accompany him to the dungeon. The irritated protagonist told him that if he wanted to stand at the head of the entire army of the kingdom, he had to have the appropriate strength. Looking forward, Jared told lackeys that he still lacked strength. Lackeys bowed his head a little and frowned, feeling ashamed. The protagonist yelled at lackeys, telling him that he was not going to discuss his shortcomings and the merits of his skills. Jared, having calmed down a little, said that he said all this because he knew how to improve his abilities. Jared turned his head to look to the side. Looking at passers-by, the protagonist noted the irreplaceability of Chloe's makeup. Introducing the girl's equipment, Jared was increasingly amazed at the skill of the master of disguise. A moment later, Jared thought about it, imagining Chloe herself. Lackeys, looking around, noted a fairly large number of people. The protagonist agreed with him and said that the image of the Desmond Empire in his head looked more like a cold abode of death. Looking at the people, the protagonist admitted his mistake. Seeing how the mercenaries walked through the streets, Jared said that the only difference between them was their god and their ideology. Lackeys glanced at the king, agreeing with his opinion. Jared asked lackeys not to address him too formally because they might get noticed. Soon both began to walk through the streets of the Desmond Empire. Jared stopped abruptly, lost in thought. It was unusual for the protagonist that Hayes called him young master and was worried about him. This was the first time he had heard someone call him that, but the strange feeling did not leave him. Lackeys looked puzzled at his master as he reflected on memories that were almost erased. Jared came to his senses when lackeys called out to him, asking which dungeon they were heading to. The protagonist smiled and said that they were going to a place called the Garden of the Dead. Lackeys involuntarily imagined this garden above his master's head and frowned. Soon the protagonist was already in the Garden of Death and looking at the stone pillars exposed at the edge of the garden. Lackeys and Jared were approaching the center of the garden, where an old man was sitting on the steps. They stopped at some distance looking at the old man. Turning his head and looking around the area, lackeys said that the rest of the hunters were concentrated in the dungeons in the center of the city, but there was not a single one here. Lackeys glanced at Jared as he began to talk about this dungeon, the conditions of which were too difficult, but the pay was low, which is why many thought it was inappropriate to attack it. After that, they began to approach the old man who was sitting. The old man opened his eyes wide in shock when the protagonist greeted him. The protagonist handed the gold coin to the old man. The shocked and surprised old man extended his hand, not believing his eyes. Jared, standing opposite the old man, told him that apparently he had suffered too much while managing the dungeon. The old man, holding a gold coin in his hands, thanked the protagonist. the protagonist looked to the side asking permission to use these spaces. The old man smiled broadly and immediately agreed without even listening to the protagonist, after which he asked him if the road on the way up was dirty. The old man abruptly stood up from his seat, deciding to leave when the protagonist talked about the garbage. The dungeon overseer, looking at the protagonist, told him that they didn't have to be shy because there was no one inside. Then pointing to the notebook, he asked them to write their name on the list. Jared smiled when he heard the old man's words and agreed. Suddenly the warden rushed past them at great speed, kicking up dust as he went and shouting that he would be very busy. Lackeys looked at his master and noticed how he sat down. Approaching him, he asked Jared what he was going to do. While inserting the crystal into the ground, the protagonist said that he was going to strengthen the dungeon. Looking at his Minister of Defense and telling him not to worry, he knew what he was doing. Jared began drawing a formation on the ground using a branch. He was completely concentrated, completely devoting himself to the task. Soon, when the formation was completely completed, it glowed brightly. This 6-pointed star formation was the formation to summon heresies. He called an evil god into the dungeon, who gave a blessing to the Red Queen, so all the monsters in the dungeon will become adherents of the Church of Darkness. Getting up from his knees, Jared was grateful for the trick taken from his experience in paradise. Smoke began to emerge from the magic circle on the ground. Soon the smoke formed the vague outline of the demon's face. A moment later, like a whirlpool, the dungeon swallowed up all the smoke. Gradually, the garden, covered in thick smoke, began to dissipate. But after a second, bright rays of light dispelled all the smoke. A bright circle of energy formed above the fountain in the center of the garden. Jared turned to lackeys, notifying him that they were entering. Remembering how the Secretary of Defense fought in a recent battle, Jared advised him to fight as well. Lackeys nodded his head in agreement with his master. A moment later, both sharply stepped forward, heading towards the entrance to the dungeon. Jared and lackeys came out of the portal and stopped. Lackeys was shocked to see the portal behind him turn red. Looking at his Minister of Defense, Jared told him that only 2 people could enter here, and now no one from the outside could enter. The protagonist leaned over a little, surprised by what he saw. Right in front of the protagonist's feet was a devilish poisonous flower. The protagonist glanced at lackeys when he asked him if the herb was poisonous, to which Jared asked him for his opinion. Looking at the grass, he began to describe it, saying that it looked like grass that you could eat with bread on a warm spring day. Raising his hands to the stem, Jared said that although many people thought so, this grass was actually poisonous. Having picked a small stem, the protagonist said that if he eats it, he will die within 5 minutes and there is no antidote for it anywhere in the world. Lackeys closed his eyes, saying that he shouldn't touch the grass then. But when the protagonist swallowed it, Lackeys screamed in fear, pointing his finger at Jared. Licking his lips, the protagonist said that the taste disappeared as soon as he swallowed it, but he felt his esophagus swell. Lackeys abruptly grabbed his master and began sticking 2 fingers into his mouth, trying to induce vomiting. Throughout the dungeon, the cry of the protagonist was heard, trying to assure lackeys that everything was fine. Lackeys grabbed his head with both hands, worried about his master, because he had eaten poisonous grass and definitely could not be okay. Jared began to sweat profusely, saying that he had 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, so everything would be fine. Jared turned around, ordering him not to come closer. Lackeys looked away due to the despair he felt. 4 minutes later, the Secretary of Defense watched as Jared kept letting something out of his mouth. When foam began to appear in the protagonist's mouth, he screamed sharply, asking for help and activating a special detoxification method. One of the rings on the protagonist's hand glowed brightly, after which the system notified that the 6th gaming ring of the devil had been activated. A moment later, bright green particles of mana scattered around Jared and he stopped suffering. Immediately 3 system notifications came, informing me that I had received the title, Immunity to 10,000 Poisons, gained immunity to the effects of all poisonous herbs, and increased magical and physical defense by 100 points. The protagonist's lips stretched into a smile, now at least he won't die from poison in this life. Lackeys clenched his fists in rage while Jared rejoiced at gaining resistance to poison. Lackeys shouted, telling his master that since he had prepared, he should have told him in advance. The protagonist stood in a stupor and was shocked when he heard a scream. But a moment later he smiled widely, telling lackeys that he hadn't seen him get angry in a long time. The angry Minister of Defense continued to shout, asking the king what would happen to the kingdom if he died. Laughing, Jared promised not to do this again and asked for forgiveness. Walking down the alley, Jared and lackeys talked to each other. Turning to lackeys, the king again asked for forgiveness. Next, the protagonist looked at the huge doors of the dungeon, offering to start cleaning up. The stricken skeleton fell to the ground. 4 skeletons burned in the protagonist's flames. Lackeys swung his sword several times, leaving behind a trail. Jared clapped his hands and lackeys sighed as another skeleton's head began to fall. Clapping his hands, Jared praised his defense minister. With a smile on his face, Jared told lackeys that he was good with a sword 2 years ago, but now he began to master even magical power. While lackeys was telling the protagonist that he was praising him, he sat down and began collecting crystals. Taking one of the crystals in his hand, Jared suggested that the Minister of Defense deal with everyone personally. Remembering how he strengthened the dungeon 2 or 3 times, Jared warned lackeys about this. Holding the hilt of his sword, the Minister of Defense agreed with the proposal because thanks to the protagonist's spells he became much stronger. Taking off his glove, Jared began to absorb the energy of the crystal, saying that this is a series of spells that increases combat power. Putting his hand to his chest, lackeys said that without the buff he felt some kind of emptiness. While the protagonist put the glove back on his hand, he listened as the Minister of Defense told him that when he was next to him, he felt 3 times stronger. Imagining the Dullahan monster, lackeys said that there are many such strong monsters there. Then he imagined the abomination and their grins at the sight of him. Jared, hearing him, remembered lackey's training, telling him that, observing his skills, he realized that he had not neglected training. The Minister of Defense raised his hand in a salute like a soldier and said that with the exception of time for eating, sleeping, and making love, he trained all the time until he lost his pulse. Standing in front of the wall on which a human face was engraved, Jared offered to rest. The Minister of Defense immediately sat down on the ground and took off his mask. Jared looked at the system window in front of him. Looking at the meaning of the large-scale cut, which reached half, the protagonist thought about it. Looking at the dungeon map, he thought that if they could clear all the areas in the Garden of the Dead, they could fill this gauge. Jared's lips curled into a smile as he thought that if this were another dungeon, the scale would even be 1%. Looking at lackeys, Jared thought that if he grew 1 level, he could reach S rank. Looking at the Minister of Defense, the protagonist mentally told himself that he was coping with his position without any problems. Lackeys glanced at his king as he called out to him. Turning away from lackeys, the protagonist just wanted to call the relationship between lackeys and Mary close, but stopped in the middle. The Minister of Defense suddenly stood up and stood in front of the protagonist when a crowd of monsters rushed towards them. Raising his hand, Jared said irritably that the monsters did not let them rest, but in front of them was the boss's room. Frowning, lackeys asked if everything was as usual. Jared shouted to him with a frown that this time his opponents were all small monsters, and his was an abomination. Standing in front of the approaching crowd of monsters, the protagonist shouted saying that in the Magic Kingdom, beasts similar to abomination were sometimes used in war, so here he could prepare. The Minister of Defense stopped frowning, assuring the king of his victory. Jared shouted sharply, ordering an attack. The protagonist jumped into the air and began smiling madly, telling the monsters that with the exception of the boss monster, their undead army was only needed to fill the gauge. The abomination raised its head looking at the protagonist while the Dullahans aimed their whips at him. Jared extended his hand and formed a magic circle in it. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion that threw all the monsters in different directions. The protagonist smiled and said that the entire army was being used to obtain a large-scale cut. When the abomination appeared in front of the protagonist, lackeys stopped him by making several cuts with his sword. Events moved to the next day, at the end of the battle, when Jared and lackeys were the only ones left standing among the corpses of the monsters. The protagonist was happy, looking at the system window, in which the scale was almost completely filled. Looking at the system window, Jared thought that if he killed the monster boss, he could get a bigger cut. The protagonist's eyes glowed red when the system notified him of the discovery of the 4th ability of the spiritual eye. It was written on the system window that the skill intuitively displayed information about the current state of physical, magical, and divine power in the form of a sphere. Then Jared turned his head and looked at the Minister of Security, wanting to test his new skill. Seeing 3 spheres that showed 3 different characteristics, Jared was glad, because with its help he could target the enemy who needed to be killed first on the battlefield. Jared looked back at lackeys as he cried out in surprise. Looking at his sword, lackeys said that he could not believe that he had killed so many monsters in 2 days. Bringing the sword closer to his face, the Minister of Security was amazed at the feeling he felt when looking at the sword. The protagonist smiled, saying that his skills were growing every second. Lackeys smiled and looked at the king and said that this was not enough. The protagonist looked at the door that led to the boss's room and said that he was the only one left for them. Jared reached into the inside of the cape, trying to reach something. With a smile on his face, the protagonist took out a poisonous herb, saying that they would first do the preparatory work. Lackeys was horrified and began to sweat profusely, looking at the grass. He moved some distance away from the king, refusing this and asking him not to look at him like that. Handing Katara, the protagonist told lackeys that if he became immune to poisons, then in the future the risk of dying during battles with various opponents would be lower. Lackey's hesitantly extended his hand, unsure of his decision to eat Katara. When Lackey's took the grass in his hand, Jared said that this plant contains dozens of poisons. Raising his finger up, the protagonist with a smile on his face said that after poisoning it is necessary to detoxify in order to increase the body's resistance to various types of poisons. But having decided, the Minister of Security shouted saying that he was ready. Jared smiled, asking Lackey's if he wanted him to tell Mary that he loved her if something happened to him, to which he immediately received an affirmative answer. Jared crossed his arms over his chest and called love beautiful, after which he urged Lackey's. The Minister of Defense first brought Katara to his face and sniffed it. Then he opened his mouth and stuck a plant stem into his mouth. A moment later, he clenched his jaw, completely poisoned. 10 minutes later, screams of agony were heard in the room. Inside the boss's room, black smoke was everywhere. In the center of the Garden of Evil, a lich sat on a throne. The lich watched as Jared and Lackey's entered his room and began to complain about the stench. The lich, sitting on his throne, called the people fools who came by dying. When the huge gates were closed, the Minister of Defense told the king that he only now understood why immunity to poisons was needed. Lackey's clenched his fist praising his king, because thanks to him, even inhaling poison they did not feel anything. The lich, looking at the arrivals, was puzzled by the integrity of the people even after they inhaled the toxic fumes. Looking at the poisonous fog, the lich realized that it was of no use. Next, the lich looked at the poisonous rain, realizing that it was of no use either. The lich grabbed the hilt of his sword after realizing that the two were completely immune to all poisons. Looking at Jared, who again dodged his energy attack, the lich became a little wary because he turned out to be a magician. The protagonist closed one eye, dodging another projectile. A moment later, he sharply descended, letting another projectile pass over his head. He had already dodged the lich's attacks dozens of times. Suddenly, 4 projectiles flew at the protagonist almost simultaneously, but he managed to dodge each one. Standing motionless and looking at the magician, the lich remembered that when the magician dodged his unpredictable attack, he thought that he would play with him properly before dying. But the jokes were over. The King of Death Knight stood up from his throne saying his full title. Looking at the 2 men dodging his attacks, the lich thought about his body being able to use all the poisons in the world, and although his poison was neutralized, he had a special skill. Jared, shrouded in fog, looked at the lich who was preparing to use the skill that he had honed in the world of the dead for 100 years. Lackey's also looked at the lich and frowned. The undead king raised his sword using the instant kill sword style. The protagonist and Lackey's jumped high above the lich when he enveloped his blade in mana, wanting to kill the enemy. The stream of energy headed straight towards Jared. Suddenly, dark energy bounced off the formed wind barrier. The protagonist stood with his arm outstretched while a barrier stood in front of him. The lich was horrified to see how his attack was blocked, because it was only a person, and among them even those called masters and archmages died in one blow. Looking at his sword, the lich began to mentally ponder the characteristics of the instant kill sword, which was a magical sword art that mixed magical and physical powers. It pierced mana shields, hitting the enemy, or it broke the shield if the enemy was weak. In its power, the sword was comparable to how a dragon advanced on its opponent with its huge body. In other words, all opponents died from one blow, and their bones became regular skeletons. The lich spread his arms to the sides, looking at his opponent. Jared smiled, shouting to the lich asking what this simple scheme was. A hormonal wall of wind formed in front of Jared, who was soaring in the sky. The lich, seeing her, said that from the outside it was like a wall driven by the wind. The undead king jumped, rushing straight at the protagonist. But a moment later, the undead king flew back, wondering how this happened. The lich's eye opened wide in shock. Looking at the grinning guy, the lich told himself that his magic was beyond human limits. The lich involuntarily imagined the Queen of the Wind spirits, understanding where Jared had such magic. Holding his sword out in front of him after landing, the lich wondered where the man got his spirit magic from. Next, the undead king bowed his head, not believing that the spirit queen personally trained the protagonist. A moment later, the lich's eye widened again in realization. He looked at Lackey's, who had been standing since the very beginning of the fight. He was waiting for the right moment. The king of the undead saw how Lackey's tensed up looking at him. He was afraid of the king. Unlike Jared, for whom it's like a game. The lich raised his sword high above his head when he realized that the swordsman was a worthy enemy for him. Laughing madly, the lich decided to use the skill again with a wave of his sword and kill Lackey's. Jared, standing with his arm outstretched, stopped smiling when he saw this. While the wind cuts flew straight at the lich, looking at them, he confirmed his guess. The king of the undead waved his sword while continuing to laugh, because it turned out that Jared could only use wind magic. The dead man smiled widely, anticipating his victory. The lich grabbed his sword with both hands and pointed it at Lackey's. Lackey's looked at the lich in fear and screamed. Jared was also scared when he saw the lich change its target for attack. A moment later, the cut was made directly into Lackey's torso area. Blood splashed out of the mouth of the Minister of Defense. It was the future, what would happen in 1 second. Lackeys fell to his knees as blood flowed continuously throughout the space. The lich's smile became even wider and crazier. The king of the undead rushed towards his opponent at great speed, but suddenly the sword flew out of his hand. The lich looked in shock at his sword floating in the air. Chains of dark energy created by dual superiority telekinesis began to spread throughout the room. The lich's blade fell to the ground, ceasing to be boring. The Minister of Defense was able to approach him. Lackeys grabbed the hilt of the sword, deciding to take it. He then took the sword with both hands and brought it straight to his face. Lackeys was nervous and delighted, looking at the sword in his hands. Jared, hovering above, grinned as he saw how dark energy enveloped Lackeys. Then he looked at the lich, saying that he knew about all his attacks and inconsistencies. The lich, gritting his teeth, looked at the protagonist, who said that he even knew about his strategy, leaving a difficult opponent and heading for easier prey. Jared took one last look at the tense lackeys, whose eyes and pupils began to glow. He frowned. Jared thought that there had been a change that was awakening repressed cruelty and suppressing loyalty and nobility. Watching him pick up the sword, the protagonist thought that this swordsman had a deep understanding of blades and that when the sword was taken away, he had no way left to respond. He opened his mouth and invited the swordsman to initiate the second plan. The knight agreed. He clenched his hand with a lot of rings into a fist. From the magical stream that emerged from his coils, a robot-like creature appeared. Jared summoned Tatranex. Lackeys screamed. The King of Death Knights carefully watched the man who rushed to attack. He smiled contentedly, thinking that now that the swordsman had completely overcome his fear, he had reached the maximum of his physical skills. Tatranex floated in the air. Jared ordered him to block the enemy's view with his body. A red light came on his head and he said he understood the order. He flew over the head of the King of Death Knights. Lackeys stabbed his opponent with his sword. He screamed, pink liquid pouring out of his mouth. The substance was a deadly poison and hissed when it came into contact with objects. Pink liquid poured onto him. The liquid flowed down his face without causing any harm. The skeleton thought disappointedly that he knew that the poison would be useless. Pink magical streams appeared in front of them. Lackeys waved his hand. The enemy looked in horror at the approaching magical streams. He raised his sword to strike. The tip of the weapon was aimed at the enemy's throat. The blade froze close to his neck. Someone was watching them from above. The magic semicircle lay on his palm. Jared thought with satisfaction that he was finished. Glowing semicircles surrounded the ball. It grew. Streams of magical energy emanated from it. The main character stood below with his hands raised. He thought that he had finished aiming. He cast a careful glance from under his glasses. Lackeys and the Death Knight continued to stand in the same place. He looked up. Jared extended his hand, guiding the ball. A huge magical step flew towards the enemy. He opened his mouth in horror as green streams of magical energy surrounded him. Through the green curtain he saw Tatranex and lackeys pointing his sword at him. Jared thought with satisfaction that this devil, who had no tears and no blood, could not free himself from the wind cannonball. The Death Knight King, trapped inside the ball, screamed in rage. The system sent an alert saying that he had reached 1,000 cuts and was now earning the title of Butcher of 1,000 Cuts. The ring on his little finger glowed. The system window said that the level of an artifact called the Devil's Game had been increased. He looked at his hand with his mouth open in surprise. The ruins of old columns could be seen on the stone wall. Lackeys said with delight that his master's mysterious power was a real miracle. He smiled at the tired swordsman and said that they fought together against Buster. He looked intently at his interlocutor, opened his mouth wide and said that if he had not tied up Buster at the end, he would not have been able to deliver the final blow. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise. He handed him the sword and said that he would like to give the weapon to him. The main character laughed and told him not to do it. He ran his finger along the blade of the sword and said that this is a self-aware sword and it will not allow people who do not know how to handle such a weapon to use it. Lackeys looked at him in surprise, unable to believe what he heard. He looked at the purple glowing sword in shock. Jared said that the blade was quite introverted and would not obey him. He sweated a little with excitement, opened his mouth and asked if the main character knew about this. He smiled mysteriously and said that of course he knew. The sword hung in the air. Jared told him to take the sword and promised to take him to the beginner stage to show his strength. He clenched his teeth, unable to believe his words. The sun's rays made their way into the room with gray walls. He smiled widely, opened his mouth and said that he was doing this only for his own sake, because if the swordsman becomes stronger, then his strength and the strength of the kingdom will increase. He pointed his index finger at him and said he just wanted to make him work harder. Lackeys looked at him in shock. He knelt down and bowed to him. He thought about the magic sword Buster. Jared imagined lackeys holding a sword and said that as soon as he touched the blade, he would feel the instincts of a fighter that had been suppressed. His hands clenched his hands on the hilt of the glowing sword. The main character said that many years of experience and knowledge of the sword would quickly be passed on to him. He thought about the glowing silhouette and the magical flow and said that thanks to mana and aura, he would be able to understand what he did not understand before. He remembered how 2 years ago lackeys, dressed in a white shirt and brown vest, walked decisively along the corridor. Then he was an ordinary soldier in the northern outskirts. He thought of a swordsman with a scabbard in his hand. At that time he did not even dare to dream of becoming a sword master and wielding an aura sword. He looked at the man bending before him and realized that now this was exactly what he wanted. Lackeys continued to sit with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face and falling to the ground. He raised his tear-stained face and paid his respects. There were destroyed columns on the dais. Jared asked if the demonic sword conveyed enough knowledge to him. Lackeys confirmed. He held the sword with both hands and said that although God could have absorbed all this power, he gave it to him. He smiled and asked him to demonstrate his strength because he wanted to see it with his own eyes. He bowed his head and began to carry out the order. Currents of air rushed up. He opened his mouth and screamed. He swung his sword, emitting streams of aura. He turned away, dodging the stream rushing towards him. The glow disappeared. He froze, breathing heavily and looking at the sword in surprise. They stood opposite each other. Lackeys, out of delight, could not say anything coherent. The fingers gripping the hilt of the sword trembled with tension. He smiled and told the swordsman that he should remember the words he once said to his lord. Jared remembered lackeys in the black mask and said that if something happened to the swordsman, it would have a bad impact on the future of their kingdom. He opened his mouth and said that he remembered it. He smiled broadly, called lackeys count, said that with him he was no longer alone and asked him to make every effort to help him in the kingdom. He pressed his hand to his chest and began to say an oath. They stood opposite each other. Lackeys promised to be loyal to his king until his bones turned to dust. Jared listened to the knight's oath with a slight smile and thought that the 15-year difference between them did not affect their relationship in any way. He looked at the smiling lackeys and thought that between the ruler and the minister there was only trust, devotion, and gratitude. A glowing circle appeared. Jared said that he still had work to do and ordered the swordsman to leave the dungeon through the portal first. He watched as Lackey's cloak disappeared into the portal. He stuck out his tongue in zeal and thought about what he needed to do first. He clutched the pink crystal in his hand and thought that he needed 10 transcendental level magic stones. He waved his hand and beckoned all closer. She knelt down next to him. He leaned towards her. He pulled out a stone and asked if she wanted to get 10 superior level magic stones. Cvia watched the recordings of what was happening with her mouth open in surprise. Jared said that he would give them to her for research, so she better be ready. The elf closed one eye and did not answer. The finger reached for the green button. Cvia said he would do it. A green lamp lit up on Tatranex's head. Jared smiled and decided that he should also check his stats. Its characteristics appeared in the system window. The screen hovered low above the ground. Jared noticed that his physical defense was 555 points, which meant that a blow from a goblin or kobold would feel like a blow from a child. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin and began to reason that wisdom would most likely reach 800 and then he would have 3 times as many points as an ordinary wizard. Magical energy emanated from one of his rings. Jared was pleased with the rapid growth of his stats. He looked at his palm and regretfully thought that their growth was not fast enough because he was still a 5th level wizard. He remembered the long-haired man, regretfully thought that reaching level 9 would still take a long time, and decided that he should hurry up to meet Ignis. He sighed heavily and said that even though he hated meeting him, he had no choice. The system reported that the god Cursus expressed strong dissatisfaction with Jared's actions. A message appeared in the system window that the goddess Oz and the goddess Nepria were happy because his actions had angered the god Cursus. He looked at the notification with a satisfied smile and said that this god is so annoyed because he is stupid. He headed towards the glowing circle of the portal. He remembered lackeys holding the sword and thought that now it could be said that the swordsman was developing faster than Ella. Through the portal, a slight smile could be seen on his face. He thought that lackeys would become his first S-rank officer. A scream was heard from the window of a low cottage located in the Cvia Empire of Desmond. He lay on the bed with his arms and legs spread wide. He thought that age could not be deceived. Jared looked at the sleeping man and said that even though he said everything was fine, his eyes couldn't be fooled. He smiled slightly and thought that the swordsman must be very tired after awakening the sword. Lackeys opened his mouth and began to snore. Instead of an answer, the white building was visible in the darkness of the night. He entered a room full of people. Waiters walked from table to table. He looked around in search of an empty seat. He looked at the people sitting on the benches and thought that the atmosphere seemed inappropriate. He looked around the room with his blue eyes and realized that the visitors were divided into 2 groups. Some people had a red bandage with a black rose on their shoulder, while others had a blue bandage with a lion. He shook his head and decided that he needed to find a place. He looked at the sign on the first floor that said there were no vacancies. He went up to the 2nd floor, but there he was greeted by the same announcement. He went up to the 3rd floor, but everything there was the same as below. He climbed the steps, despondently thinking that only the 4th floor remained. The hall on the 4th floor was empty, but someone called out to him and asked him to stop. The man raised his palm and said that the entrance to the 4th floor was closed and only VIP visitors were allowed to enter. He shook his head and apologized for the intrusion. Someone told the employee that this man was with him. He looked to the side and trembled. The client said that he could let Jared in and asked if he needed to give him identification. He bowed and apologized for his ignorance. He invited the visitor to enter and said that he had prepared a place for him. He frowned, wondering who this man was, since Lackey's was his only companion. The man in the brown vest looked alarmed and was told to let the main character inside. He bowed and apologized to Jared, inviting him inside. The main character frowned and thought about the fact that he had no acquaintances here besides lackeys. The Red Queen, dressed in a black dress and red cloak, smiled. Jared turned pale and sweated. As the woman walked towards him, he thought about how she shouldn't recognize him with this disguise Chloe was working on. The Red Queen tilted her head and assumed that Jared was new. The main character raised his eyebrows and replied that this was indeed his first time here. The woman beckoned him with her finger and told him to follow her. She smiled, and 2 men in armor and with weapons appeared behind her. Jared bowed slightly and apologized for the inconvenience. The Red Queen straightened her cloak and said that everyone would be better off if they were kinder to people. She looked at the spacious room with tables and chairs and added that the floor was still too big for her alone. The woman turned around and walked in the other direction. The guards followed her. Suddenly, Jared's eyebrows widened and his mouth opened in surprise. The man with long white hair turned around, frowning, and the main character realized that these were not ordinary guards. Another man with black hair was also looking at him. Jared remembered that these guards had a nickname, 2 Dragons. The main character remembered how during the last meeting next to the Red Queen, and thought that those guards who were with her then were not at all similar to the current ones. Jared imagined the red and yellow dragon, and remembered that these men's names were Black and Fights. He imagined a dark silhouette with 2 heads and thought that the scriptures said that in ancient times there lived a 2-headed dragon, after which these warriors were named. Jared imagined 2 blades with wings on the hilt and thought that the reason for this was that Black and Fights are always together, and both carry huge swords with dragons engraved on them. There was a weapon hanging on the guard's back, and the main character thought that these swords were so heavy that it was difficult to hold them even with 2 hands. Dragon scales were engraved on the gold and silver blade of the sword. Jared followed the Red Queen and the 2 dragons, thinking that Black and Fights were the bodyguards of the future Empress Natalie. The main character frowned. He looked down, thinking that the Red Queen could be Princess Decisive. The woman walked in front while her guards followed behind her. The Red Queen turned around and asked why Jared was standing. The main character looked at her and said that he was already on his way. They sat at a table where there was a lot of food. The Red Queen drank from a wooden mug. Jared watched her from afar, sitting at another table. Fights leaned towards the Red Queen, who was quietly saying something to him. Then the man stood up. When he passed by the main character, he thought that the woman ordered them to watch from the side instead of keeping them close. Jared and the Red Queen were left alone in the room. The main character remembered the woman's blue eyes and her gaze at their first meeting. Then he pressed his hands to his face, gritting his teeth in pain. That time, the woman was sitting on a chair, fixing her gaze on the main character as if she was trying to suppress him mentally. She smiled while other people sat and drank next to her. Jared raised his mug to his mouth and thought that the Red Queen was completely different today because she treated him with some respect and he even had a better opinion of her. The woman picked up the book and Jared thought that she drank calmly without any hysterics. Then she put her hand on the table and began to read. The main character closed his eyes and thought that the woman was still a contender for the throne. He presented the map, thinking about Decisive, one of the 5 empires located on the continent, a state almost equal to Lantos in its power. Jared's eyes widened and he thought that not only was the Red Queen a candidate for the throne, but she also had a dubious past, so they could very well become enemies in the future. He imagined a female silhouette against a red background and thought about the princess of the empire, who hangs out with evil gods and in the future will join the army of demons. Suddenly the Red Queen looked up in surprise. Then she closed the book. She raised her mug and introduced herself as Arin, then asked the main character's name. Jared turned pale and began to think that she was spying here. He looked at her closely and thought that she was impersonating someone else because she wanted to find out something. They looked at each other, sitting at different tables, and the main character introduced himself as Lohat. The woman took the mug in her hand and said that this was a rather unusual name, and then asked if he was new here. Jared replied with a calm face that this was indeed true. The Red Queen wanted to ask about the dungeons when suddenly a bright pink light appeared in the room, which was accompanied by a loud sound. The main character gritted his teeth, his long hair flying. He ran to the balcony and looked down. There was smoke and sparks in the air, and someone was screaming very loudly. People fought each other with swords. A girl with red hair and bandages on her body waved her weapon. The man closed his eyes and screamed in pain, blood gushing out of him. Men attacked each other, some fell to the ground. Jared, who was standing by the colored tapestry, didn't expect things to be so bad, although he knew that hunters in the south are more aggressive than in the north. A woman in leather shoes stepped on the red carpet and said that such fights are not uncommon in remote cities. She stood next to the main character and said that the local lord simply gave up on everything and declared these lands a free land, so even for murder there would be no punishment here. Jared looked at her with a smile and thought that she had veiled simple lawlessness with beautiful words. The Red Queen turned around and walked away, telling the main character that it was better to ignore them and have a drink. Jared sat down in his chair and thought she was right. He took the wooden mug, thinking that there was no point in getting involved in all this. Besides, they shouldn't be disturbed on the 4th floor. A blue light was visible and a rumble was heard. A crowd of men entered the room, and one of them shouted that they were hunters of the Slavic Guild. The main character drank and asked what they needed here, because he and the Red Queen were not going to get involved in their showdown. The bald hunter leaned towards him and said that this tavern was on their territory, so Jared had better leave here. The main character closed his eyes, and the man shouted that people from the Carper Guild were not welcome here. Jared opened his eyes, looking at him silently. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard someone laugh. The Red Queen went to the men, saying that they were unlikely to find the money to rent this floor. The bald hunter took out his sword and screamed in anger. He turned to the woman and looked at her with aggression. Jared's eyes turned red. He looked at the hunters who were immersed in a red glow and came to the conclusion that the bald one was about the level of lackeys, and the rest were of low rank. Jared looked at them intently, thinking that they were of little use, so there was no point in messing with them. The bald hunter leaned towards the main character, who drank from a mug and said that he did not want to fight with them, but to calmly drink beer. The man frowned in confusion. He then smiled and said that Jared was trying to be cool in front of a beautiful woman. The Red Queen crossed her arms, wondering if he meant her. The hunter pulled out a dagger. He then swung the weapon and asked if Jared would be as brave when he cut him in half. The main character silently looked at the man with blue eyes. The hunters grinned. The bald man frowned and smiled widely. Then he jumped high and rushed towards the main character. Everything was plunged into darkness. Suddenly the hunters opened their mouths in horror. The Red Queen smiled softly. Jared plunged his weapon into the bald hunter's back, blood gushing out of his mouth. He pulled out a green weapon called the Death Dagger. The man fell dead to the floor. He was a skilled swordsman and a rank of mercenary. The Red Queen stole a glance at Jared. His hair was flying and he was moving quickly. The woman remembered how the bald man attacked him and came to the conclusion that Jared is a 5th-class magician who can teleport. The hunters looked warily at the main character and talked to each other. The Red Queen frowned and thought that they had better run and not look back if they did not want to die. Suddenly the men took out their weapons and shouted that there were more of them. The woman closed her eyes and put her hand on her face. The hunter ran towards the main character, screaming loudly. Jared tilted his head and smiled. He raised his hand, creating a purple seal. He used the windscreen technique, and the space was engulfed in green mist. The long-haired hunter screamed with a grin that his shield was useless. He confidently ran forward, holding the sword in his hands. The man jumped up, approaching the protagonist's shield. Suddenly he fell, his sword pierced deep into the floor. Jared waved his hand, creating green streams of magic. His attack knocked the hunters off their feet. He stood with his arm extended forward. Green light filled the room. The men looked confused. They were sure that Jared would not withstand even a push, but he turned out to be much stronger. The main character said with a grin that he would rather finish everyone off with one blow than fight against the crowd. Then he lit the fire. Jared smiled and created flames using the double superior wall of fire technique. The flames engulfed the hunters and they screamed loudly in pain. Their skin melted along with their clothes. The Red Queen furrowed her brows as she looked at Jared. A drop of sweat appeared on her face, and she thought that the main character had incredible magical powers. She looked at what was left of the hunters and thought that an ordinary wall of fire would not burn people to cinders. Jared put his hand on his chest and said it wasn't over yet. He snapped his fingers. Separate parts of the flame appeared in the air and an explosion occurred. 2 black silhouettes were visible against the background of the fire. There were human bones on the floor. Jared leaned over and said he warned them. The Red Queen looked at the protagonist's back and thought that those hunters were definitely no weaker than a rank. She opened her mouth in shock, not understanding what such an excellent magician was doing here. She furrowed her brows and thought that there were so many experienced hunters, but their skills were not limitless. She remembered Jared smiling and thought that his wall of fire could be compared to the spell of an 8th level mage, because he strengthens the magic so that it becomes like a fiery demon, melting everything in its path. The woman imagined fire and thought that even if he was only good at such spells, he was a wizard who had destructive power. The Red Queen looked closely at the protagonist, who asked if she was okay. He looked to the side and said that he had gone too far with the flame. Standing behind the main character, the woman replied that surprisingly, everything remained intact. She looked at the charred door and said that was the only thing damaged. Jared looked guiltily at the Red Queen and said that he didn't want to get involved in this, but their manners were too rude. The woman tilted her head and with a serious look reminded her that she had already said that there was a free edge here. Jared looked at her and replied that he remembered that. There were bones and burnt clothes on the floor, and the main character said that in this case he could express himself freely and even kill. The Red Queen turned around. Jared stood on the balcony, resting his hands on the beam. He looked down, thinking that in order for something like this to never happen in his kingdom, he needed to establish a unified system of government. There were many bloody bodies lying on the ground, and the main character thought that he also needed to create an official organization. He frowned, thinking that this incident would serve as a lesson for him so that he would not allow such a tragedy to occur in his lands. Jared introduced several men and came to the conclusion that hunters should become soldiers in the service of the state when it needs them. He then presented a document with a red seal and thought that the hunters would need to sign a contract like a mercenary. Jared examined the corpses lying below and came to the conclusion that the hunters are important, but there is nothing good in dying over such a stupid argument. A tall brick building with a blue roof could be seen. Jared turned around when he heard someone's voice. The waiter walked towards him with a smile, holding a tray with mugs of beer. He placed one mug on the table where the Red Queen was sitting, and the main character wondered if the waiter was used to this, despite all those corpses at the entrance. Jared sat down at a separate table and asked for one drink. The Red Queen took a sip from her mug as he added that he still had unfinished business. He fell silent and thought with a calm face that the trip was short but exciting, and now it was time to return to the kingdom and prepare the next project. He drank beer. The Red Queen looked at him. Brown tapestries hung on the wall. Jared brought the mug to the table and said it was pretty tasty. He smiled and said that the atmosphere had fortunately improved. He then walked across the wooden floor. The Red Queen looked at him in confusion when he said that he would collect the artifacts. Jared added with a smile that the dead had no use for them, but they would be useful to him. He looked at the woman and wanted to say something else when he suddenly fell silent. The main character and the Red Queen ran to the balcony. The door opened and a dark silhouette was visible at the entrance. The red armor had a rose pattern on it. People fell to their knees and bowed. The man with long red hair looked furious. Many townspeople were walking along the street. Some of them stopped. The man opened his amber eyes wide. Jared's mouth opened in shock. His face took on a frightened expression. Barat Milusk, a broad-shouldered man with long hair, fought alongside the Demon King's army and was the one who carried out the genocide of the Radius Order. The main character imagined people behind bars and thought that Barat created a concentration camp, like the Nazis during the Second World War. There was blood on the floor. Jared thought that almost 100% of the prisoners in the camp had been killed. He recalled that almost 2 million church followers were killed in Paradise. The main character frowned and said that he was not a fan of violence. He and the Red Queen looked down. There was a man standing on the ground floor with a wide sword hanging on his back. Barat opened his eyes wide, a white scar visible on his cheek. The system provided information about him. His level was 555. The main character tilted his head and thought that if Barat was alive, it meant that something was interfering with the preparations for the Holy War. He imagined an image of a black rose and thought that all the hunters and employees of his guild had turned into soldiers of the Demon King. Jared imagined one man stabbing another with a dagger and thought that all the officials of the kingdoms and empires that were associated with Barat had been killed. The main character closed his eyes and said with a smile that a disaster awaits them. He remembered the faces of Black and Fates, thinking that Barat had decades of combat experience, and the others looked like children with sticks in comparison. The main character sighed. He lit a flame in his palm. Then both his hands caught fire and he said that a battle could not be avoided. The Red Queen furrowed her brows as she looked at Jared. Barat's wavy hair was visible and he asked if the protagonist had killed his people. He grabbed the hilt of the massive sword and said that he would destroy it. Barat smiled madly and said that he would slowly tear his muscles to shreds and crush his bones until he died. The purple screen showed information about the man's skills. Jared smiled and thought that Barat still had incomplete armor. He looked at the man's legs and came to the conclusion that they were weak. An emblem with a black rose was visible on Barat's shoulder. The main character thought that the man was vulnerable in a protracted battle, but his chest armor was much stronger. He imagined the Barat weapon and thought that every attack with this sword could be the last because of its power. Jared then introduced the man and concluded that, as a result, Barat's weaknesses were minimized and her greatest strengths were maximized. The main character examined the drawing of the flower and thought that, thanks to his technique, similar to the Decisive blow, Barat was able to become the master of the Glory Guild. Jared frowned and concluded that the man was invulnerable because, among other things, he had the blade aura skill. He smiled and said that we need to focus on his weaknesses. The main character raised his hands and said that he would finish Barat. The man grabbed the sword with both hands and shouted that he would do it first. Long hair covered Jared's face, who thought that it would be easier to carry out his future plans if he dealt with Barat now. The Red Queen frowned warily. People in the crowd opened their mouths in fear. Barat jumped towards the main character, who was thinking that everything would be over if he died here. The man smiled madly. Jared stared at Barat, who thought he wasn't going to die. Everything went up in flames, and the main character concluded that there was a way to be a winner. The Red Queen looked worried. She stood at a distance and thought that she had already seen many battles. She recalled fierce battles between knights. Then she remembered the showdown between bandits in the middle of the street. Finally, she recalled beatings where people fought each other with knives. The woman frowned and concluded that she had never seen anything like this before. Barat's eyes widened and he asked why Jared was aiming for his legs. The main character said nothing and extended his hand forward using the magic missile technique. Blue streams of magic rushed towards his opponent. Barat froze in fear as the shells approached him. As the attack hit him, he let out a painful cry. Streams of blood flowed from his mouth. Jared calmly looked at the man who said that this was a fight between a swordsman and a magician. He wiped the blood from his face and said that the main character was persistent. Green sparkles appeared on Jared's hand. He then raised his hands up, creating a magical seal. The main character rose into the air. Barat clenched his teeth angrily. Jared smiled. Then in an instant he was at the enemy's side. The Red Queen turned around when she heard a heart-rending scream. Black and Fadas, who stood behind the woman, said that Jared is not at all simple and his mobility is amazing. Fates frowned and added that the main character seemed to have seen Barat's movements in advance. Black turned around and said that the fight would be over in a blink of an eye if this continued. Barat swung his sword. Purple sparks appeared at the end. Lightning filled the space. Jared looked up. He then looked to the side and used his teleportation and speed skill. His cloak and long hair flew into the air. The purple flashes were bright. The black-haired youth screamed in fear. He leaned against the wall, trying to avoid blows. He then fell to the ground and a pool of blood appeared underneath him. The Red Queen walked forward. She remembered the hunters of the Glory Guild and thought that Jared's magical power was much weaker than when he dealt with 5 hunters. She frowned and assumed it was a trick. The main character sat on one knee while Barat attacked him in a jump. The Red Queen thought that Jared was deliberately hiding his strength. The red-haired man raised his hands up, approaching the main character, while the woman thought about how Jared was allowing Barat to underestimate him and feel superior. Suddenly the main character rushed towards the enemy. Barat looked down, gritting his teeth. Jared lay on the floor and held his hand to the man's lower body with a smile. His palm reached out to the armor. A blue glow appeared when the main character used a power projectile. There were white patterns on the brown wall. Jared's fingers reached towards Barat's body. Suddenly the man flew into the air. He swung his sword, asking if Jared really thought such pathetic magic would work on him. The man's eyes turned white with anger and he yelled loudly, releasing the sword's power to the maximum. The main character raised his hand and spread his fingers wide. The Red Queen frowned and shouted that the main character would die. Barat's weapon emitted a purple light. He opened his eyes wide and smiled. Jared's face was focused. Suddenly everything around was plunged into a blue fog and magic missiles appeared. Violet flashes mixed with blue ones. The Red Queen closed her eyes and said that Jared was surprisingly skilled. Sparks of fire flew past her and she said that he was still destined to die. A bright flash appeared. Black and Fight stood closer to the corner and the woman stood on the carpet. She frowned warily. Her guards looked scared. Blood was flowing from Barat's body. Blood also gushed from his mouth. Then he fell to the floor. The main character bowed his head and closed his eyes. He then looked closely at his opponent and thought that he was already planning to use his disposable technique if needed. The secret of salvation is the protection of God, which is given to people when their stamina drops to 1. Jared pictured the man against a golden background. He raised his hand. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had a safety measure that would keep him alive whether he used it or not. Light projectiles fell down while Jared thought that he felt freer and attacked with much more determination. He looked at his hand and said that Barat would have been able to deflect the blow if it had been a regular power projectile. The main character stood next to his lying opponent. Jared, whose face was smeared with blood, said it was all over for Barat. The man widened his eyes and hissed that the main character was a coward. Jared took out his blade. He then raised it high and the weapon began to glow. The main character knelt down and plunged the blade into Barat's body. The man's hand shook as he let out painful moans. Jared looked at him sternly. Then he put his hands on his knees and said that in any case the result is always the same, and only defeat or victory is important and not the methods of achieving it. Then the main character fell silent and thought that Barat had already lost consciousness. He grabbed the man by the clothes. Jared stood up and used the teleport technique. A dark human silhouette was visible in the sky. People widened their eyes in fear and screamed loudly. They ran inside the tavern, calling for Barat. Jared rose high into the sky, holding his opponent in his hands. People were standing below. The main character looked at the crowd and told them to watch carefully. He took the sword in his hand and swung it. Jared's blue eyes opened wide. A skull was visible against the background of the cross. The main character used the technique of maximum damage. He then brought the weapon to Barat's head. The Red Queen, accompanied by Black and Fights, looked up and called out to Jared. A large amount of blood poured out of the man's body. There was a dagger sticking out of his head. Then the main character let him go, and Barat began to fall down. People watched in horror what was happening. Jared sank to the ground. He approached the enemy's corpse. Splashes of his blood could be seen on the ground. The main character knelt down and said that he would take his artifacts. A girl in the crowd gritted her teeth as Jared asked if everyone was okay. He stood up and added that winner takes all. Then he looked away and said goodbye. The Red Queen ran after the main character and called him. She furrowed her brows and asked where she could meet him. She put her hand on her chest and Jared turned around. He smiled. Then he politely said that they would definitely see each other because today was not their last meeting. The Red Queen looked intensely at the protagonist. She arched her black eyebrows and thought why on earth would they meet again, and that he was a high-class magician, so she wouldn't be able to read his thoughts. They stood opposite each other, and the woman thought it would be nice to see at least part of his memories. Jared's face showed no emotion. He was silent. The Red Queen closed her eyes. Then she opened her eyes and thought that she was unable to find out about his memories. The main character was holding a bag in his hands. She remembered looking at him with her blue eyes. Then she remembered the young man who was writhing in pain and thought that Jared was the man from the bar in the Kingdom of Cinder. Then the woman sat holding a drink in her hands. The Red Queen opened her eyes wide in surprise. She remembered the real appearance of the main character and realized that he was hiding his real face. Jared flew into the air and she held out her hand, asking him to stop. A full yellow moon was visible in the night sky. The Red Queen and her guards remained standing by Barat's corpse. She looked towards the crowd. People ran to the man's body, south of the Kingdom of Cinder. There was a large purple circle on the floor with 2 people standing inside. Lackeys, looking worried, asked where Jared was. The main character answered with a smile that he was on a walk and wanted to unwind. Lackeys said with a surprised look that Jared's magic is truly mysterious. The main character smiled and asked what was so surprising about the magician using magic. They stepped outside the circle and lackeys said that the others were comparing their magic to Jared's. The main character looked down and said that he had a gift for the man. He handed him a 2-handed sword and said that lackeys could use it. Jared then showed him the heavy armor with a smile. The man opened his mouth in shock and the main character told him not to ask where it came from. Jared said with a smile that for the sake of their kingdom, he hoped lackeys would put in more effort in exchange. The unevenly shaped sword had white patterns on it. The protagonist said that together with the cutting blade from the land of evil, lackeys could use the weapon at his discretion. The man frowned, looking at the main character in shock. He then fell to the floor and bowed to Jared, who thought he had activated the passive skill that lackeys sometimes uses. The main character scratched his face and said that he really couldn't tell. That night in the Kingdom of Cvia, there was a portrait hanging in a room with red walls. Lackeys smiled as he put on his new armor. Jared touched his face and said that the characteristics of the man wearing Balat armor had improved, and he had risen to the level of a class commander. The main character remembered the fight with Balat and said that being a class commander is not easy, because he still cannot use the blade's aura. Jared sat down on the sofa and said that the trip to the dungeon was very successful. Besides, he met Barat and took care of any possible troubles. She pressed the translucent screen. Jared remembered Barat's face and thought he needed to study the message the man had given him before he remembered. The system reported that Barat was dead and that the main character had received a new title. Then Jared saw several more system reward notifications. The main character opened his eyes wide and said that he was rewarded with a map of Tristy's Island when a significant event occurred. He presented a structure lying on the ground and said that in the end it all comes down to an attack on the Great Palace in Nars, in the depths of the bottomless afterlife, where it is possible to meet with God. The main character looked down and said that the fewer people who negatively influence the Holy War, the better for him. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. Jared introduced the battlefield and said that a new balance and order would help restore the crumbling state. He remembered the faces of different people and said that his existence must have slowly started to create holes. The main character imagined many books and came to the conclusion that all this reminded him of the plot of novels and films from his past life. Jared from his past life and from his present life stood side by side, and he thought that as soon as a person from the present returns to the past to fix something, the future begins to gradually change. The main character clenched his hand into a fist and said that he must speed up the process. He presented money, people, and a map of the area, all of which he needed. With a focused look, Jared said that he needed to turn this into a weapon and use it wisely. Red curtains hung at the windows. The main character was walking along the path. A girl dressed as a maid raised her hand to her chest and said that Arkeens was waiting for him in the basement of the castle. Jared turned around, asking how long, and the maid replied that Arkeans had been waiting for him since yesterday. She brought a lot of materials, hung it on the wall, and laid out a map. The main character smiled, introducing his student, and said that he would come soon. The maid's eyes widened in surprise when he asked her about Hayes. The blue-haired girl was sitting on her knees. She was training her divine power with all her might in the practice room. Clouds and stars were visible in the night sky. Jared entered the room and called out to Arkeans. There were scribbled sheets of paper hanging on the wall. Arkeans stood against the wall with her hands up. The main character touched his chin while reading about the supply of Caracas petals and their increased popularity, and the girl said that this was something like a survey about interest in losing weight. Suddenly Arkeans shuddered in fear and said that she had not noticed Jared. He looked at the girl, widening his eyes. He then looked at the sheets of paper and asked if this data was from the Merchant Guild. Arkeans turned to him and confirmed this. She then clenched her hands into fists happily and began talking about mapping the continent. There was a map on the other wall, and the girl said that everything was completed. Jared tilted his head, looking at Arkeans gratefully. The monument depicted a wealthy merchant named Arkeans. She was not called for nothing as the one who paved her way to becoming the best merchant in the eastern continent. Jared looked at the documents and thought that the girl had obtained so much information about the demand and trends among buyers on the Nars continent. There was a drawing and notes on the piece of paper, and the protagonist thought that Arkeans had also done a detailed analysis of recent transactions, and it was all handwritten. The girl was hanging the sheet on the wall, and Jared concluded that no matter how well read someone on Paradise was, no one could compare to Arkeans. The girl wiped her sweaty forehead and said with a smile that she felt proud of the work done. The chief extended his hands to Arkeans. He held her close to him. Suddenly Jared's face began to sweat. The girl widened her green eyes. The main character pushed Arkeans away from him. He looked shocked. Then he looked at the long bandage that was lying on the floor. The bandage was dirty and torn in some places. There was a world map on the wall. Jared sat on a chair, elbows resting on his legs, and said that there were many women in the trade guilds, but it was rare for them to be the heads. Arkeans bowed her head and apologized. The main character smiled and replied that he should be the one apologizing for not recognizing her hard work. Arkeans looked down and said that she would continue to dress like a guy because in the world of merchants you need to be cool and decisive. Jared frowned and said he understood. He remembered how Arkeans had wrapped herself in a towel in the bathhouse. The girl closed her eyes and screamed that it was because no one should see her. She smiled slightly, remembering Jared in the bath. He touched his forehead and said that Arkeans saw him uncovered from head to toe. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she did not want this. Jared replied with a slight smile that everyone's body was built the same anyway. He waved his hand towards the door and used his telekinesis technique. The main character looked to the side and said that Arkeans didn't need to pretend to be a guy in front of him. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, and Jared repeated that everything was fine. He widened his eyes in surprise when Arkeans said that she wanted to tell him something. There was a golden globe and books on the table. Arkeans remembered smiling. She then thought about eyeliner, a skirt, and accessories, saying these are fashion trends she chose to explore not just because she is a woman. She held up one finger, asking if Jared knew about it. Arkeans imagined people wearing elaborate outfits and said that it was quite popular among noble families. The main character smiled and replied that he didn't realize how good she was at this. Arkeans raised her hands to her face, which had become flushed, and said that she was pleased that he thought so. Jared stared at the girl in shock and thought that now he could definitely smell a woman's scent. He looked at Arkeans' reddened face. Then he remembered how she looked at him with a smile and thought that he now understood why she always blushed so much when they were together or near each other. The main character put his hand on the table and offered the girl the title of Baron. Arkeans waved her hands and said she was completely happy with her current situation. Candles were visible on the candelabra, and the girl added that she was already the head of the largest guild of merchants in the kingdom, and this had been the dream of her whole life. Jared winked and told her to consider accepting the offer. He presented a gold star on a green background and added that Arkeans must have noble status if she was the head of the largest merchant guild. The main character crossed his arms when the girl tried to object. He presented black silhouettes and said that in this world open-minded people do not live long. Arkeans lowered her head when Chief Jared told her to consider status as her weapon. He stood up and shouted for the girl to create something in his name that would be distributed throughout the continent. Arkeans also rose and replied that for the sake of His Majesty she would do everything in her power. The fire was visible. Jared said with a smile that she reminded him of lackeys. Arkeans smiled and asked when they would start the briefing, and said that all preparations for the sale of Caracas petals were already in place. She looked at the sheets of paper and said that with his permission, the continent of Nars would soon be overwhelmed by a huge wave. Jared clenched his hand happily and said they had plenty of time. Above the castle stretched a dark sky strewn with stars. Caracas petals became popular on the continent of Nars by the year 1417. They have become a ray of hope for every obese person. The main character opened his blue eyes wide and thought that he had an idea when he first saw them. He recalled his office, thinking that he would definitely become famous a year earlier. Arkins raised her index finger and said that she had not only collected the petals, but also provided security, so the demonstration was shaping up to be a big one. The main character answered with a smile that he leaves it to the girl, including negotiations with sales. Arkins raised her hand and joyfully told him to lean on it. They then high-fived each other and Jared said that they would now have a briefing. In the kingdom of Cvia, many people were sitting in front of a special stage. The audience held envelopes in their hands and discussed the upcoming performance. The girl with blonde hair said that there are only two known methods to lose weight now: exercise and blessing through hardship. She imagined a man with a staff in his hand and added that blessing through hardship requires an incredible amount of divine strength and concentration. There were green sparkles in the air and the girl said that anyone could use this once a day, which explained the price. The man with the white mustache closed his eyes and said that the price was at least 100 gold, but the wait in line could last about 6 months. A red curtain was visible on the stage. The man closed his eyes and shouted that he wanted to lose weight even when he was eating. The blue glass bottle was sealed with a gold cap, and this product would be a revolution for the Arkins merchant group. There were 3 people standing behind the scenes. The Maran and Marie twins had cared for many patients in the past at a clinic built on the holy land of Sanair. While working, they had little free time, so they ate poorly, and in just a couple of months, Maroon doubled in weight. Maroon was breathing heavily. The main character touched his shoulder and asked if he was nervous. He then placed his hand on his back and Marin said he had never performed in front of such a crowd. The young man closed his eyes and apologized to Jared. The main character said with a smile that from today Marin will get rid of excess weight and will look quite slim. The young man arched his black eyebrows and said that he had already tried diet pills from other merchants, but it was useless. The main character stood in front of Maran, who asked if the changes he said were possible. Jared smiled and replied that after eating, it would take some time to wait for the weight to come off. Maroon extended his hand forward, asking if the protagonist had another way, and he confirmed it. Jared put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he had a trick that not everyone is capable of. He presented the clock and thought that Paradise had an acceleration bug that did not pose any threat to the system. Then the main character imagined a dead monster and thought that it would be problematic if monsters died from a bug, but everything is limited to only water. There was water and fruit on the table. Jared thought that this bug could speed up the effects of drugs and food without causing rejection. The main character presented a flask and pills, thinking that the same applies to weight loss products. And the bug is not a problem, because it allows you to change your appearance with the help of medicine in a matter of seconds. There were wooden houses in the city. Jared thought that everything was different in this world, because many people could observe the colossal changes. He looked at Maroon and thought that this required 20,000 units of magical energy. The main character imagined lighting a flame in his palm and concluded that this is why not everyone is capable of this. Jared took Maroon's hand and walked to the stage. He smiled and said that he would make this day the most unusual and significant in the whole world. The red curtain opened. The audience looked closely at the stage. The bald man said that he had never seen a king speaking to merchants to promote goods. The woman in the green dress asked if this was too much even for the largest merchant guild in the kingdom. She took the fan in her hand and leaned towards the bald man, saying that the king must remain the king. Jared raised his hand with a smile. The bald merchant frowned when someone said that he had wasted 50 years of his life and had nothing left to do but run a small merchant guild. The man turned around and looked at the stranger angrily. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Behind him sat 2 merchants, one wearing a hat and glasses, the other with a cane. A merchant named Juk looked at the bald man with hostility and said that he was probably jealous of the head of Arcanes. The merchant named Pattern closed his eyes and nodded, saying that Jared was the king of the most open-minded in the entire continent. The book's green cover had yellow lettering, and Pattern said he had recently read his autobiography. The bald man turned away, his face red with shame. He and the woman next to him then ran away. Arkane smiled and handed the blue bottle to the main character. The audience began to applaud. Jared showed people a weight loss potion. People raised their hands in the air, asking many questions. The main character asked them to calm down with a smile. He then leaned towards Maroon and whispered for him to drink the potion, which was made from processed petals. The young man began to open the bottle. Then he brought it to his lips and began to drink. Arcanes and Jared smiled, and Maroon reported that he drank the entire potion. The main character leaned towards him and thought that he was now using the acceleration bug to show incredible changes. He touched the young man's back and a blue glow appeared. Maroon clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Jared kept his hand on his back, telling him it was okay. With a wide smile, he said that he would now show the drug in action, using mana to speed up the process. Maroon sunk his shoulders, closing his eyes. Touching Maroon's back, the guy asks if it's very hard for him, to which he receives a negative answer. The boy closes his eyes when asked to tell him if he feels strange. Leaning towards him, Jared asks how he is doing now. Maroon is enveloped in magic, and he reports that he can feel waves of energy oscillating throughout his body. Looking at him, the guy notices that everything is going as it should, so he uses more mana. He places his hand on the boy's back, casting a spell. Maroon is breathing heavily. Even his feet were sweating. His head is spinning. He worries, asking for forgiveness, to which the guy reports that everything is fine and he needs to concentrate. A magical flame is visible. People are amazed at what is happening. Jared holds the boy by the shoulder. Suddenly, Maroon begins to get thinner. The thought sounds that everything worked out. Turning to the boy, Jared asks how he is, to which he reports that he feels coolness throughout his body. It becomes known that in this case the effect of the drug has ended and Mara needs to drink the second bottle immediately. The guy hands him the bottle. The girls look at each other, and the phrase is heard that now they will have to repeat the process again. Hayes waves his hand when it is announced that they have a healer ready for an emergency, so viewers don't have to worry. Jared gives the boy a determined look, telling him to start. He claims that he is ready. A blinding light can be seen from the tower. A lot of people are sitting and questions are being asked about whether the potion can cause such changes and whether it is true. The men are surprised, noticing that first there was a cure for Ronella and now this, and ask how such hitherto unknown methods appear in the kingdom of Cvia. Maroon stands covered in sweat, and the phrase is heard that the difference is only 1 hour and the person thought that this was only possible in books. The boy becomes half his size, which everyone notices. They decide to stop there because if he loses more weight, the skin will hang. People are amazed, deciding that they should buy it, and they secretly meet with the head of the trade guild. Arcanes, they want to give a bribe because they need to get around other sellers in order to sell it more profitably later. Hayes hands over the mirror after this request. She smiles as Maroon is amazed by his appearance. He looks down in surprise. He covers his face with his hands, crying, and states that he can't believe it. Jared smiles, saying that it was originally supposed to be a surprise. Hayes laughs happily, declaring that it turned out great and the performance is dramatic. Everyone present smiles. Turning his head, Jared wonders if Aki is ready. She excitedly states that they have prepared many negotiation windows. Depending on the level of the seller, a responsible person will be appointed. The guy spreads his arms to the sides, announcing that then from now on he leaves everything to Aki. Her time has come. Her eyes sparkle and she tells him to rely on her to make better connections and channels. The guy looks down. He happily raises his hand, saying that they sell everything and if people are interested in buying a miracle diet remedy, they should head to the windows of the Arcane's Trade Guild. The women are amazed when he claims that they will only sell to the first 100 buyers, so they have to take it. People rush forward with bags of gold, declaring that their guild is the first. Someone claims that he has a lot of money, so he should be allowed through. Aki smiles as he holds the bottle, telling the first 100 people to get in line. A building in the kingdom of Cvia is depicted against a sunset background. Aki is lying in bed when she is woken up. Jared smiles, remembering that she hasn't slept in 2 days. He sits on the sofa when his name is called. The tortured Aki reports the final report on with whom and how the agreement was signed. She stands the same way, but in silence. Suddenly she falls to the floor. She lies in bed with her eyes closed when the guy reports that she fell asleep. He sits, deciding while Aki is sleeping to look at Bharat's rubber boots, otherwise he hasn't seen them. Mangled rubber boots were reported. The boots themselves are shown, and it is revealed that they are an artifact that provides bonus water damage in exchange for speed and charisma. Looking at them, the guy notices that this bonus is only given on the first hit. He puts on his boots, thinking that Bharat did not know about this operation, because if he had known, his first attack would have been stronger. He remembers him during the fight, noting that his attacks were quite constrained, so he was able to dodge. He thinks that they can increase the damage to 99.9%. The guy reaches for his boots, claiming that the capoja wings he wore before would be a good idea to give to Naomi or Ella. A picture is portrayed and it is reported that Paradise's history has begun to slowly change, but now he needs to speed up a little. Looking up, Jared decides that it would be nice to unite all the kingdoms and empires, but this method is not suitable. There is a cross on the man, and it is reported that the Rentis Empire is a haven for demons and war fans. Looking carefully, the guy notices that the kingdoms of Manus and Bonus are happy with everything, although they both have a good base. People are shown as chess pieces, and Jared claims that they cooperate with the Kingdom of Cinders, and the rest are either useless or too stubborn, they need to conquer them. A pattern is portrayed and it turns out that these 3 kingdoms are tainted by the king's incompetence and corruption. They should abolish them. Jared frowns, deciding to quietly sharpen his sword for now. A room with armor and swords is depicted. Things are shown in the corner and praise is given. A blacksmith is seen working, offering everyone to make more weapons from Cvia and improve their quality. Everyone is busy and they decide to do it for Cvia. Weapons are shown and people agree. Aki smiles, stating that it was cool because the presentation that Jared gave with Maroon was a sensation. Drinking from a mug, he asks her to speak more calmly because they have enough time to talk. The girl looks away. Raising his hand, Jared activates absolute silence. He puts the mug on the table, saying that now no one can overhear them. He turns his head, asking how the girl feels about it. Sitting down, she believes that he knows Mr. Duke and Patton. A man with glasses is shown, and the guy says that he knows them a little. Another one is shown, and it is said that they are great traders of the western and southern parts of the continent of Ness. Aki rejoices, claiming that they came this time. They refused the invitation, but came secretly. Jared thoughtfully notes that they are quite important figures and that Mr. Merchant's is a cold and cruel place. Smiling, Aki believes that they were going to take control of the newcomers' hopes. While sipping his drink, the guy suggests that it will be difficult with them, which the girl denies. She also drinks, saying that in any case they have the right to supply this medicine. Flying particles are depicted and it is reported that little is known about Caracas petals. A farmer appears, and the question is asked whether the girl knows that the petals from which the medicine is made are a species cultivated by Mr. Arin. Jared raises his finger, noting that they would have a hard time growing this variety anywhere other than the northern part of the continent of Nass. It would not grow well in mild climates. Aki continues to rejoice, claiming that over time the composition will be analyzed and the presence of Caracas petals will be determined, but the guy notes that it will be difficult for them to find out about other additives. The girl raises her eyebrows, declaring that only 2 people know about the composition, Your Majesty and her. She looks attentively, announcing that she will keep her mouth shut. Grinning, Jared wonders what she will tell him to do. A bed is pictured and it is reported that at least this year and next they will have exclusive supply rights and will likely have similar products in 2 years. Until then they need to establish themselves and establish a monopoly on the market. Smiling, the guy asks what is required of him, to which he receives the answer that it's nothing. He extends his hand, claiming that he gives the girl all the rights so she can do as she wants. Aki smiles, saying that she already has a couple of options in mind, so she will deliver the report to him as soon as possible. Rejoicing, the guy notices that passion and fighting spirit are pouring out of her. He closes his eyes, wondering what the results of the agreements are. Aki holds up a paper, claiming that they only receive 500,000 gold as a deposit. A lot of gold is shown and it is reported that this is the best result ever. The guy is amazed when Aki says that she is serious and they receive 500 billion won. Smiling awkwardly, Jared remarks that this means a real diet frenzy is about to begin. Aki happily states that this will indeed be an interesting spectacle and the guy can rely on her. She folds her hands, telling him that thanks to his help she has come this far, so she is going to become the woman he needs. Jared just remains awkwardly silent. He sweats, noticing that they usually say the word man instead of the word woman. Aki laughs awkwardly, claiming that she just blurted out. The guy, smiling, asks her to take care of him. Raising her hand, the girl decides to start right now. The sunset is shown, and Jared wonders if it was his imagination or if Aki deliberately used the word woman, but he decides that, whatever the case, the presentation of the diet potion ended extremely successfully. As the girl said, it was the best result, which was expressed in monetary terms equivalent. The next day dawns and a man appears. Jared is hooded and realizes he can't put it off any longer. He has a mission to complete. He watches carefully, thinking about the 6th grade quest. Ignis, god of the flame spirits, is depicted, and the guy realizes that he needs to meet him. Vienna, the queen of the wind spirits, is shown and it is reported that she has taken up residence in Anemos' chamber. Ears of corn are depicted. A dazzling glow is seen, and it turns out that Ignis then settled in the famous active volcano Posha. Moving forward, Jared realizes that there is no other way for him to cope with Ignis' quest other than to descend into this burning hell. He flies over the water, noticing that God has a bad reputation, his character completely matching that of the king of the fire spirits. The flame is shown and it is reported that he has an extremely chauvinistic attitude towards outsiders, especially towards humans. People are depicted sitting at the computer, and it turns out that this is why the players in Paradise did not really want to meet him. Instead of receiving a quest from Ignis, most players simply gave up and refused the reward. A computer mouse is shown. The guy looks carefully, thinking about Easter eggs, bugs, and cheats. The idea sounds that he has knowledge that will help reduce the load and effort required. Paradise's book is shown, and Jared decides that they don't call him a bug user for nothing. He looks ahead, noticing that Ignis is no exception. He is called the King of Spirits, who looks down on all people. A heart appears in his palm and it is revealed that he has a way to reach his Achilles heel. He clutches his heart, telling Ignis that he will meet his one and only love soon, he just has to wait. He smirks, declaring that there will always be someone better. Jared is shown standing in front of the door. He raises his eyebrows, noticing that this eerie energy is already felt at the entrance. He stops and sighs. He sits down, claiming that he's come a long way and needs to check a few things before he goes, and decides to start with Lackey's characteristics. The system window appears. Information about lackeys is provided. The guy looks at it thoughtfully. He thinks that, compared to Galadin, his characteristics are still sagging. A man appears, and the thought is heard that he has definitely already reached the S-class. Looking at the system window, Jared wonders if he's focusing too much on lackeys. He remembers Lena and decides that he needs to give her the artifact so that she doesn't get upset. She must be training as hard as she can right now. She smiles, and the guy notices that they haven't seen each other for a long time, but he has nothing to worry about since she fusses around Ella all the time. A sunset and rocks are depicted, and it is reported that they are all developing, but he alone is not improving his skills in any way. He closes his eyes, claiming that he constantly thinks that lackeys becoming captain of the guard is like a blessing from above. Suddenly something sparkles. Jared puts his hand forward, activating a protective field. The glow crashes into the shield. The guy seriously notes that, as expected, Ignis' lair is filled with all sorts of traps. He looks away. He looks at the road ahead. The guy puts his hand forward, casting a spell. He stands near the cliff, watching. Grinning, he claims he knew it. Standing near the lava, he decides to simply fly inside. He flies in the sky, asking Alu to hold him at a height of 20 meters. He is focused and thinks about the fact that from now on he will have to undergo the test of Ignis. A certain portal is depicted, and it is reported that only after completing its test will it be possible to open the spatial gates to the world of Ignis. Vienna is shown, and it is said that she came to see Jared in person because she was interested in him, but only because he was in a place that was comfortable for her. The guy talks seriously about what will happen before the gate opens. He takes off, knowing that he will have to try again and again. A gate appears behind Jared. Looking at his hand, he notices that Tanex is badly battered. He remembers the explosion when 7 attacks almost killed him. He dodges the lava by talking about the volcano's 5 eruptions. Smiling awkwardly, Jared realizes that if they hit him even once, he would die. The guy looks at the road ahead and notices that the world beyond the spatial gate is completely different from what it was before. The world of Ignis is depicted, and it is reported that this is hell, and it is so picky that it will not give anyone a chance. Laughing, Jared claims that no one knows that the cruel Ignis is actually a pretty warm guy. A flame is visible above the road, which the guy is not surprised by. He looks amazed, noticing that the fire is very bright and shining. A gust of flame moves straight towards him. Jared turns his head to the side. The flame hits the ground. All that remains is smoke. The guy frowns when talking about Ignis' confidant, the gatekeepers. The flame has eyes and mentions longing. His legs are shown. It asks interestedly if Jared has come to meet Ignis. Standing opposite the guy, it notices that strange energy is emanating from him. Jared has red eyes, and the idea that he is the pure embodiment of fire resonates. Water and ice are shown, and it is stated that in order to defeat him, the guy needs to use the opposite element, such as water or ice. They stand opposite each other as the Guardian's characteristics become known. Jared notices that he is not good with water magic. There's a flame in front of him, and he decides he doesn't want to drag out the fight, so he'll have to try. He moves forward, asking if he should start or if the Guardian should go first. Flame gets angry, calling him an arrogant servant. Yellow smoke is visible. A dazzling flow of magic is revealed. Jared looks up. He is surprised to notice that the Guardian is quite strong. It sounds like something an ordinary magician would lose control of. The guy puts his hand on his stomach. His hand begins to shine. The Guardian has an evil face and tells him to feel the fury of the blazing fires of the underworld. Jared looks at him silently, frowning. Gatekeeper Ignis spreads streams of flame, directing them at the main character and wanting him to feel the suffering of a fiery hell. Jared watched the attack through the glass of his helmet, thinking that when two opposing magics collided at the closest possible distance, the blow could be neutralized. When the powerful stream of fire was already very close, the Lord stood still, realizing that there was only 1 second left before the collision. Extending his hand with a magic circle in front of him, the main character screamed furiously. When activating the superior water shield technique, water gushed out from Jared's palm. The armored lord stood still, watching as the liquid mixed with the flames, causing steam to rise. A strong whirlwind arose and began to carry stone fragments through the air. The main character clenched his teeth tightly from tension while minerals quickly flew past his protected face. The fire gatekeeper Ignis was greatly horrified, letting out a frightened cry. A powerful stream of water emanating from Jared's shield rushed towards the fiery creature with renewed vigor. The next moment, several stones fell to the ground, giving off a golden glow. The Lord lowered his eyes, joyfully looking at the reward he received and exhaling with relief after the victory. The action takes place in a place with a large accumulation of rocks, on which large statues of warriors were located. A long-haired man with red hair was hiding in the shadows, reflecting on how many interesting guys came to the Phosha volcano for him. Such heroes cunningly made their way through bursts of fire without fear of obstacles. However, they ended up dying one after another in the lava rivers using the forces of nature. The main character was in the stone corridor of the Ignis world, where skeletons were lying around. The guy remembered the defeated fiery spirit gatekeeper, deciding to dispel the myth about the king of this place. Ignis sat on the throne in the flames, angrily thinking that he could have left his subordinate alive in the form of coal, but he was overcome by the element of water. The red-haired man stood up, still glowing. He silently cast a stunned glance back. The upholstery of the red chair Ignis was sitting on ripped open and the stuffing came out. Continuing to look at the throne, the king grinned insidiously. He stood in front of two red chairs, emitting powerful flames. Suddenly the man disappeared, and after this the fire began to go out, spreading out in a vertical stripe. Quickly taking off his equipment, a satisfied Jared praised the suit. The blonde was perplexed when he discovered an open portal in the sunset sky, from which a glow was emanating. The Lord gaped in shock as he watched the arrival of the spirit of Ignis, which shines brighter than the others. While energy was spinning in spirals in the red-orange sky, the main character recalled that at a time when he was not yet so strong, it was difficult to see the face of this creature in parodies. Looking at the portal, Jared realized that he had become much stronger compared to his previous life. Previously, the privilege of meeting Ignis was only given to high-ranking players. Although the main character, being Tapan, was an experienced gamer, he could not reach such heights. That is why the young man was able to see Ignis' face only after he was cut up by many nerfs. And even then, the king of the fire spirits was magnificent and cool, but many players began to mockingly call him Hagunis. Now Lord Jared was creating a magic circle with his outstretched hand, looking intently at the original Ignis in his prime. The king of spirits was descending upon the blonde in the real world, enveloped in a ball of fiery aura. Having dropped to the ground, the man carefully rose to his feet and began to walk forward. Jared silently watched the approach of the king of the spirits of fire, standing opposite. The main character looked at the god of flame Ignis with concern, becoming covered in perspiration. While the pointed-eared, shaggy-haired man was getting acquainted with the young man, a system window popped up, informing him that the creature could not be scanned using the third eye. The stunned blonde only said his name in response. Ignis grinned, saying that the Jareds met quite often. Then the Lord, with a puzzled look, replied that the opposite could be said about the name of his interlocutor. Hearing these words, the red-haired man broke into a satisfied smile. Ignis displeasedly asked why the young man called him, noting that he hated people and that no one received the desired power by coming to him. Then Jared admitted that he wanted to pass the test of the King of Fire Spirits and learn the essence of the flame. After this, the main character extended his hand, in which he was spinning a heart-shaped stone. Ignis, emitting flames around himself, asked in bewilderment whether the interlocutor wanted to die if he asked to open the testing room for him. Clapping his hands, the King of the Spirits of Fire said with a malicious smile that he would show the uninvited guest his world. The next second, Ignis twisted his palms, creating bright streams of energy around himself. Having chosen the right moment, a focused Jared placed a heart-shaped stone in front of him. While the Lord squeezed the magic crystal with his fingers, it emitted a green glow. The King of the Fire Spirits stepped back in horror, being careful of the magic stone and its aura. The red-haired, pointy-eared man covered himself with his hand in panic, furiously asking what the guest of his world was doing. After the question came, Jared raised his hand even higher, and 3 bright streams of energy began to emanate from the stone. The satisfied Lord cast a curious glance at the god of fire, inappropriately clarifying whether he had a loved one. After a long pause, Ignis answered furiously in the affirmative. Then the blonde with a grin called the name of the Queen of the Wind Spirits, Vienna. Hearing this, the King of the Flame Spirits began to sweat in panic and screamed, asking how the uninvited guest knew this information. Still holding the powerful stone in his raised hand, Jared stated that he could not help but find out before meeting the man. While streams of green mana filled the space, Ignis screamed furiously, not understanding how his interlocutor was able to get the heart of his beloved, because this is beyond the power of an ordinary person. Opening his mouth, the long-haired man indignantly said that without the magic stone of the King of Spirits there was no need to even try. Jared, illuminated by the light of Vien's heart, broke into a joyful smile, confirming what the god of fire had said. Opening his palm and releasing dust from the crystal into the wind, the Lord said that he had received a magic stone from the Queen of the Wind Spirits as a gift. Ignis was yelling furiously at this time, asking what his interlocutor had done to his beloved Vienna since he was able to take her heart. Jared mockingly suggested that the girl simply surrendered to his charm, as did the King of the Fire Spirits, opening a portal to his world. Ignis bared his teeth angrily and yelled at his guest indignantly. The pointy-eared man rushed furiously at the startled young man, grabbing him by the chest. Jared's mouth dropped open in shock as he watched the enraged fire god approach him. Tears streamed down Ignis's face non-stop as he held the blonde and thanked him loudly. The Lord furrowed his eyebrows, casting a questioning glance at his interlocutor because of such an unexpected reaction. The red-haired man sobbed bitterly, admitting that he thought he would never see his beloved Vienna again. As the green energy continued to spread through the space, Jared drawled out the name Ignis. The long-haired king of the fire spirits continued to hold the main character, and he asked in bewilderment that about the test. Ignis, in tears, loudly declared that now it did not matter at all. Gritting his teeth, the god of flame tensely stretched his hand to the side and created clots of energy against the stone wall. The blonde watched this in bewilderment, wondering if he had failed the quest. Suddenly, a blue system window popped up, indicating that the test had been successfully completed and that the test would proceed to the next step. Jared broke into a satisfied smile, rejoicing at his luck. Next, a notification appeared, informing the player to ask Ignis for advice regarding the second adventure. It was followed by several notifications from the system, which conveyed the admiration of the goddesses and the telling of a funny story. While Ignis stood with his hand out to the side, Jared carefully studied the contents of the screens. Glancing slyly to the side, the Lord thought about taking advantage of the chance. Both men raised their heads to the heavens as Assos continued to broadcast his admiration through system notifications. In the air, a magical horse was formed from the energy of Vien's heart, which quickly rushed forward. The sky was shrouded in thick fog, through which the outlines of creatures with tridents were barely visible. In the middle between her retinue, a pointy-eared goddess with green hair flying from the air currents flew down. Seeing a horde of flying creatures with tridents, Ignis was amazed to find Vien among them. The queen of the wind spirits widened her eyes in shock, noticing her beloved standing on the ground. When Ignis extended his hand to the girl, the flame met the wind, and the couple, nicknamed the Unfortunate Ones, were finally reunited. The King of Fire, surrounded by a fiery aura, raised his eyes upward, watching his beloved in amazement. The man was silent, not lowering his eyes, when the orange glow around him suddenly disappeared. The green-haired queen of the wind spirits above cast a surprised glance at her beloved, asking how their meeting happened. Now the pair of incompatible elements, without taking their eyes off each other, held hands and discussed their incredible reunion. Ignis pointed at Jared, asking Vien in bewilderment if she really asked this young man for help. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest, turning away in displeasure when they began loudly calling his name. Looking down, the queen of the wind spirits thanked the Lord with an awkward look. Then the main character bowed respectfully to the lady, explaining that he had specifically called her to her lover, whom she missed so much. Covered in sweat, the blonde said with excitement that he was going to ask Ignis for something. Scratching his head with a confused look, Jared concluded that he didn't care about the man, but was embarrassed in front of Vienna. As cumulus clouds rushed across the sunset sky, the Lord decided to be honest, because the two spirit kings had been in love with each other from the very beginning. Due to the fact that Vienna and Ignis separated, becoming rulers of their own worlds, they could no longer meet. A rule that had been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years prevented lovers from seeing each other as they desired. The ban was associated with a curse that bound the king and queen of the spirits like chains, because it could be activated even by the desire for reunion. And this was a prerequisite for ascending the throne. But now everything was different, because the meeting of lovers did not happen of their own free will. Vienna raised her eyes, casting a piercing gaze. She watched the retinue sitting in the clouds with tridents in their hands. In the next second, the creatures suddenly disappeared, dissolving into thin air. Ignis cast a joyful glance at his beloved while she curiously asked about Jared's request, showing her readiness to fulfill everything. Then the blonde man with a serious face said that in order to move to the 6th grade of knowledge, he needed the advice of the fiery Mr. Ignis. The red-haired man frowned displeasantly and asked what exactly the young man wanted to get from him. Suddenly, 3 windows of the system popped up, reporting the progress of the quest, rewards, and the task of listening to the amazing history of fire. While Ignis hugged his beloved, Jared, on the contrary, carefully studied the information on the screens. The blonde opened his blue eyes wide, reading the text of the notifications. Looking down at the King of Fire Spirits, the Lord stated that he wanted to listen to the story of the primeval flame. Vienna looked at her red-haired lover in shock until he, in a fit of rage, became covered in beads of sweat and screamed menacingly at the man. The Queen of the Air Spirits tried to calm the man, assuring him that Jared was very well versed in magic. The main character stood behind with an awkward expression on his face while the couple sweetly discussed his request. Bringing his eyebrows together, the pointy-eared god of fire thought that he himself was already convinced that his guest was an unusual guy. Parting his lips slightly, Ignis asked Jared to first demonstrate to him the power of his fire magic. Vienna looked sideways at her lover with a satisfied look when he noted that thanks to the presence of a more balanced spirit queen, there would be no opportunity to use tricks. The girl took Ignis's hand in hers, telling him that he would be surprised if he just looked at the strength of the blessed youth. Deanna closed her eyes with a contented look and blushed when the red-haired man asked if she was really talking about her blessing. Stretching his hand out in front of him, Ignis furiously demanded that the guy show what he was capable of. Jared began to move sharply with a satisfied smile while his flowing blonde hair covered his face. The Lord happily activated the level 6 superior fireball technique, and a glowing column of energy formed near him. As the blonde stretched his hand forward, a powerful magical stream emerged from his palm. Raising his index finger, Jared used Flame Burst. A powerful energy whirlwind now rushed across the earth, overtaking the fiery spirits scattered in different directions. Ignis looked outraged and Vienna looked shocked as the king's first fiery subordinate flew away, plunged into unconsciousness. The red-haired spirit king silently snapped his fingers and smoke came out of his hand. Ignis cast a puzzled glance at the man, having never encountered a blessing before. Vienna asked with curiosity whether her lover would teach the young man. Looking at the smiling Jared, Ignis realized that he was jealous of the girl. While Dad continued to stand opposite the Lord, the Queen of the Air Spirits explained that love and interest are not the same thing. Ignis turned his head to the main character and with an evil grin asked to listen carefully, not intending to repeat. The blonde raised his fist happily, exclaiming in glee. The Lord listened carefully to Ignis, who stated that the spirits of fire were the first to descend into the primeval world. As the sunset burned in the sky, Jared and Vina listened intently to the story of the fire god, which was the beginning of an interesting story needed for 6th grade enlightenment. A sign with a frame in the form of monsters appeared, which informed about the start of a special quest due to the completion of adventures to challenge challenges. The usual notification from the system popped up, informing me that I had received an award for achieving 6th grade. The lovers stood with their long hair swaying as the wind rose from the column of light that descended on Jared. Vienna smiled, closing her eyes, and Ignis cast a satisfied glance at the young man while shining particles of magic were in the air. The couple and Jared didn't move as the sky turned orange from the sunset. The king of the spirits of fire turned to his beloved, admitting that he missed him very much, to which she reciprocated. The girl and the guy concluded that they must leave the portal open to be able to see each other, because it was not opened by their will. Ignis looked at the green-haired queen of the wind spirits in a panic, asking in a panic if she wanted to close the path to each other and return to a life of separation. Jared coughed awkwardly into his fist as he watched the love drama unfold. The Lord tried to attract attention to himself while Ignis could not tear himself away from his beloved. The action moves to the palace of the Manier of Fire, where the main character asks to tell a little about the secret because of the imminent separation. The blonde man kneels in front of the king and queen of the spirits seated on their thrones. Vienna tilted her head to the side, looking at her lover, and asked him to finally share his knowledge. While Jared bowed reluctantly, Ignis in the chair asked to listen carefully, explaining that the attribute of fire is clash and hatred. The fire spirit king began to sweat beads of embarrassment as his lover gently pressed him, asking him to tell him more. Ignis then extended his index finger forward, declaring that fire must be handled roughly and the use of a rebellious temperament must be used. Vienna looked at her lover in bewilderment, asking him how it was. The red-haired man rose from his chair and walked towards the man, intending to give him something valuable. Extending his palm, Ignis explained to his interlocutor that he was going to give him part of the blessing he personally received. Joe lowered his eyes, asking in shock about what he had heard. Vienna also jumped up and asked her lover if he was really giving away part of his blessing. He put a clawed hand to his chin, saying that Jared reminded him of a guy who was good with fire. In response to his beloved's curious questions, Ignis stated that he could not tell anything. Closing his eyes, the fire spirit king warned with a serious face that this could have a butterfly effect. While in the castle, the man also concluded that it would be wrong to discuss a person without his knowledge. Then Jared, with a thoughtful look, suggested that someone had already come and received part of the blessing. The blonde looked questioningly at the king of fire spirits, not understanding who it could be. In his head, the main character began to go over the names of the legendary blessed ones, remembering Kyle and Natalie, but realized that it was definitely not them. The Lord stood silently, thinking about the owners of the elements of fire. Looking at the couple of the king and queen of the spirits, the Lord decided not to brag because he still had to prepare for war. Ignis brought his fingers together, forming a fiery aura and giving his blessing. A fiery bird appeared in the air above his outstretched hand and magic spread. Jared's eyes widened in surprise, noting the highest class of magician. There was a special magic in the air called Chain of Fire. Looking down at the floor, Ignis admitted that he had given the young man special magic. A sign appeared, blazing in the fire, informing about the Chain of Fire skill. Sharply extending his hand to the side, the king of the spirits of fire invited the guy to try out his new power. Jared turned around in shock as fiery figures began to appear behind him. The main character decided that he needed to concentrate to activate the magic. he began to make various seals with his hands. After that, the Lord began to watch how the fire chain stretched through all the silhouettes. The technique reached each creature's head, creating an explosion, so the mannequins stand, shaking from the powerful technology. Jared watched in shock as the huge explosion followed by a flash. The Lord revealed in shock, realizing the high class of this technique. While the flames were burning around, Ignis asked the guest whether he liked this gift. The young man bowed respectfully, thanking him for the new knowledge. Putting her hand to her chest, Vinna asked the Lord to become the best magician. Nodding his head, the blonde said with a laugh that he would not forget these instructions. Then Ignis joyfully declared that if the guy died, everything would return to him. Jared grinned as the couple began to ask. The main character spent several useful days in the castle of the infamous Ignis. The action moves some time later to the kingdom of Cvia. Jared, who had grown his hair, sat in the tavern, deciding that he could no longer put off finding a teacher for Chloe. While sipping his drink, he remembered Formido, who needed to be hired. The Lord understood that with the help of this assassin the elf would grow professionally to a high level. The long-haired blonde's attention was caught by the conversation of several people ahead, who were discussing the Idima Empire's attack on the kingdom of Listes. One of the interlocutors raised a mug to his mouth, asking again in a stunned manner. The second man took a bite of the sausage, explaining that the Idima Empire had provoked an internal rebellion, attacking from without and from within. Jared listened intently to the guys at the other table, who were animatedly discussing the beheading of the king. The blonde looked at the guys through his glasses, realizing that while such terrible things were happening, the world moved on. This time was an era of civil strife, when each kingdom had independent power, vassals, and overlords disappeared. Jared ate his food carefully, deciding that he wanted to prevent famine and war in his lands. Chewing meat, the shaggy blonde decided to discuss with the Arin about improving the varieties of rice. At this time, a large man at the next table enthusiastically showed a bottle of blue liquid, boasting about the weight loss product he had purchased. The fat man boasted to his friends, talking about the effect even with King Crivius himself. The mustachioed man froze with a mug in his hand, indicating that he was very excited. The plump guy looked sideways at the bottle of weight loss product, remembering the king. Jared, who is the very ruler of Crivius, grinned at the next table, realizing that the quality of the product was being measured by him. In keeping with Iki's aggressive sales tactics, the product was already being transported by caravan and sold throughout the continent. Jared anticipated that soon money would flow in a large stream into the kingdom, enriching the treasury. The action moves to the protagonist's estate, above which the sunset sky was burning. At this time, Jared was sitting in his office, intently looking at the map on the table. The blonde concluded with shock that the alliance with the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice would soon expire. The territory of Cvia lay directly between the two states, but the agreement could not be renewed. The fireplace was burning in the room, and the main character concluded that if both kings are smart people, they understand that they will become his next target. The blonde was taken aback when Chloe appeared behind him, asking questions curiously. Jared turned around in shock, not understanding how he could not have noticed the elf, to which she stated that she had been training a lot. Then the blonde nodded approvingly, smiling at his interlocutor. He possessed a clock that distorted space with a sense of presence. The Lord looked at Chloe in shock, realizing that even such an artifact did not help him. After this, the young man with a curious look clarified how his interlocutor had visited a haven of demons. The pointy-eared girl, having listed her companions, said that now her breath is like a blade. The elf also explained that Isabella could not go with them due to her busy schedule with the Shaman of the Powers. Leaning over the table, Chloe with a curious look asked her interlocutor where it was. The blonde glanced sideways at the girl, feeling awkward at such treatment. The newly crowned young king good-naturedly asked to speak to him as before. Lowering her head, the elf with an awkward look asked whether she should address the young man as a lord. Then the main character smiled, asking to be called simply Jared. However, Chloe did not listen, turning to his majesty with an awkward expression of respect. Glancing sideways at his interlocutor, the blonde realized that she was uncomfortable. When the young king rose from his seat and heard that everything was ready, he proposed to set off immediately. He placed his hand on Chloe's shoulder, declaring the end of today's bodies as she clarified where they would be going. Holding his hands on the elf's shoulders and creating a magic circle on the floor, Jared explained that they were going to the Idima Empire on the Basco's Ridge. Before the transfer began, the young man asked his companion to hold on tight. During the activation of Double Superior Multi-Teleport, the main character announced that he was going to find a teacher for the girl. The next moment, the energy to the room disappeared, turning into small remnants in the air. The action moves to the Basco's Ridge, where the guys materialized through teleportation. Jared and Chloe held hands, suddenly transported to this place. The guy and the girl stood with their palms clasped, looking at the view of the Basco's Ridge that opened before them. The guys suddenly let go of their hands, feeling awkward. Ahead, red streams rose in the sky, raising a whirlwind that ruffled their hair. Chloe, with a menacing look, concluded that she could smell blood. The next moment, the pointy-eared girl was already holding blades in her hands. Jared, surrounded by bloody fumes, cast a shocked look at the elf. Chloe moved forward along the path, asking why His Majesty was doing so much for her. To this, the blonde reminded the girl with a smile that he promised, so now he keeps his word. The elf glanced back suspiciously, sensing the smell of blood, which meant danger for her. There was a sign on the ground warning of the risk of death, behind which there were corpses lying in the clearing. There was another warning near the hand of one of the dead, asking them to flee from this place, to which Chloe concluded that they were standing among a mountain of dead bodies. The elf was stunned to listen to the words of King Cvia, who continued to say that he was going to keep his promise. The guys stood on the path, and the main character announced the need to use flight magic in order to avoid falling into possible traps. Now between the guys there was equipment, which Chloe looked at in shock. Jared explained that the girl sees a golem to move through the air. While the sunset was turning purple in the sky, the young man activated the suit with his voice. Half an hour later, the action moves to a circular, remote area in the forest with a house and a city over which birds fly. Inside the building, on the edge of a bed, was a gray-haired man in a robe. An old man with blind eyes discovered uninvited guests on his territory with a different sense. The elderly man recalled the barbed wire traps installed throughout the ridge, realizing that the guys had not touched any of them. Also hidden in the bushes were fences made of sharp stakes. Taking the weapon in both hands, the old man concluded that he had warned him of the consequences of entering his territory. Preparing for battle, the gray-haired Formido concluded that he had been an assassin for most of his life, becoming one at the age of 7, also remembering that out of 100 people in the training center he was the only one left. The old man waited indignantly, thinking that the guests were looking down on him. As the couple flew across the sunset sky, the owner was angry that they had entered forbidden territory. The assassin stands with swords among tall trees, watching the guys approaching through the air and deciding that they will pay with their lives. Landing in the forest, Jared addressed Formido good-naturedly. The old man, mistaking the couple for lovers, recalled with bewilderment the warnings at the beginning of the Basco's Ridge. Chloe, holding daggers in her hands, asked if they would retreat, but Jared did not answer. The girl recalled the corpses they encountered. Then the blonde turned around, asking the worried elf to rely on him. The pointy-eared girl looked at the king in bewilderment when he invited the old man to have a sword fight. The assassin stood on the path near the house while the guests settled down next to a small vegetable garden. The old man, illuminated by the sun through the foliage, clarified what issue the guys had come to him about. The blonde enthusiastically declared that he would have the rest of Formido's life. Then the assassin frowned, casting a menacing glance at his interlocutor and deciding that he was crazy. Jared broke out into a wide smile, thinking of using any means for recruitment. Toritsa stood in a tense atmosphere, looking at each other with puzzlement. The main character opened his eyes in shock, glancing at the old man. The system's pop-up windows showed Formido's enormous level, as well as many of its high stats. The blonde was shocked by the fact that the assassin was so strong. He glanced at the pointy-eared Chloe, realizing that she was a perfect match for Formido. Stepping aside, the blonde decided that the girl definitely needed Formido as a teacher in order to improve her skills. While the sunset burned over the coniferous forest, the guy concluded that it would not be easy. Swinging his blade, Formido decided to cut to the chase and reminded him of the warnings. The blonde at this time silently cast a glassy gaze at his interlocutor. The next moment, the young king, with a determined look, opened his traveling vest. The inner lining contained a variety of weapons for a variety of situations. The assassin saw this and opened his mouth in shock. With a wink, Jared said that he would have to put his life on the line to negotiate. The old man looked at his interlocutor from under his brows, declaring that he was right. Pulling out his blade, the experienced assassin recalled the price of the transaction again. Then Jared joyfully announced that in addition to this, he would put all his artifacts without exception. Bowing his gray head, Formido clarified whether the guy was going to exchange them for 2 wishes. The king enthusiastically announced that if he wins, the number of wishes will not matter. Lowering the blade, the old man obediently decided to listen to the young man's will. Jared then raised one finger, asking to be his girlfriend Chloe's teacher for the rest of her life. Hearing this, the elf looked at the assassin suspiciously. Formido knitted his gray eyebrows, perplexed by the request. Noticing the pointed ears, the old man concluded that the girl did not look like a person. The assassin was shocked that the young king, despite his companion's race, was going to do her a favor. The blonde gave the older man a sly look, telling him that Trine was nitpicking about the terms of the deal. Formido agreed with an awkward look, noting the sharp tongue of his interlocutor. The old man looked up, full of shock. He looked at the possible elf student with curiosity. After this, the protagonist raised 2 fingers, the next condition asking the assassin to become his personal assistant for the rest of his life. The old man was shocked by such a request, reporting that he had long since retired. Lowering his head, Formido admitted that for 20 years he had been renounced from the outside world and was not interested in current events. Then, putting his hand to his chest, Jared enthusiastically introduced himself as the king of Cvia. Hearing this, the old man burst out laughing loudly. Formido looked puzzled at the young man ruling the state, who decided to find him at the cost of his life. The blonde man answered sharply in the negative with a smile when asked whether etiquette should be observed. Chloe looked back at the men, listening to them talk about kings and the terms of the deal when the old man lost. Jared laughed and hoped that the old man, after living with him, would open his heart to him. While clouds flew across the sunset sky, the men continued to discuss the proposal. Now Formido furiously announced that if he wins, then in addition to receiving the life of the guy and his artifacts, he will still train the elf. Looking at the stern old man, the main character agreed, which meant the conclusion of the deal. Shocked, Chloe screamed, wanting to stop His Majesty from making this decision. Inspired, Jared asked the elf to just trust and wait. Glancing at the girl, the king also asked to observe every movement of the enemy. Concerned, Chloe just silently lowered her head. Swinging his blade, Formido loudly announced the start of the battle. Sensing an incredible thirst for murder, the protagonist activated the third eye with his eyes wide open. Rising sharply into the air, Jared remembered that he had made sure in advance if his stamina dropped. Sparks sparkled all around, leaving behind small traces that appeared thanks to divine blessing as a protective field. Now, when the young man extended his hand upward, the space around him was suddenly filled with numerous magic circles after activating the excellent dimensional door. The blonde carefully watched the line move in the air, checking the route. At this time, Formido was furiously swinging his blades with a laugh. The clock was revealed, creating concealment detection artifacts. As Jared hovered in the air, surrounded by magic circles, he noted the rapid speed. Extending his hand, the protagonist activated the wind barrier to protect himself from the attack. Now Jared was hidden by streams of energy, preventing the enemy's blows from reaching him. The furious assassin was shocked, concluding that most of his opponents died on the first blow. The blonde watched the old man with concern from the air, concluding that it was not for nothing that he received the title of assassin. Suddenly, the number of Formido increased when he used the cloning technique. When copies of the assassin began to move, the main character decided to use a teleport to increase space. He then raised his hand, furiously activating the superior flame arrow technique. The blonde extended his palm, releasing a powerful stream of energy at his opponent. The flame began to move in long stripes from one magic circle to another. Formido, raising his head, watched with curiosity what was happening. Powerful flames began to surround numerous assassin clones standing on the ground. The fire began to get closer, burning the Formido clones. As the powerful attack hit the fake opponents, Jared concluded that the real old man was hard to keep track of. The blonde cast a worried glance at the ground, realizing that he couldn't be sure. After that, he raised his hand fiercely, activating a lightning series, and streaks of light sparkled in the sky around him. A powerful stream of electrical discharges directed towards the ground, blinding. The assassin's clones, holding blades in their hands, watched the approaching attack in bewilderment. The copies of Formido on the ground carefully watched as a powerful stream of blinding energy descended from the air from the enemy. Suddenly, all the clones were paralyzed as their bodies were zapped with electricity as the lightning struck them. Golden stripes moved chaotically among identical dark silhouettes, covering their bodies and spreading around them. As the powerful attack headed straight towards the real Formido, he sharply crossed his swords, activating the perception technique. The blonde looked stunned, realizing that the old man was using a unique assassin technique to evade. Observing the stern old man defending himself with swords, the main character concluded that since he did not attack immediately, he needed a short pause. The worried young king in the air, covered in sweat, decided that it was necessary to limit the enemy's speed. Holding his palm down, Jared released a stream of sparkling magical sparks from it. The main character, with a furious look, pointed his hand towards one of the magic circles, firing many projectiles at it. Formido continued to stand ready with his swords crossed, surrounded by purple energy. From the magic circle closest to the man, magic projectiles began to rapidly fly out in bursts of circles in the sky. Formido, who had a purple color falling on his face, cast a worried glance at the approaching attack. Jared, rushing down with concentration, was determined to exploit the gap right now. Taken aback, the assassin watched what was happening in the sky while the young king opened a short-range teleporter. The blonde man above cast a furious glance at his opponent, watching him intently. Formido, frowning, looked up at the attacking young man. The next moment, the astonished old assassin felt two hands tightly gripping his robe. When the gray-haired man activated the perception technique, he found the main character opposite him, casting a stern look at him. Then Formido concentratedly placed his palm on one of his opponent's clenched fists. The blonde looked dumbfounded at the gray-haired old man emitting purple energy. While Formido pushed the copy of Jared away from him, the real young man who used the mirage technique landed next to him. The assassin took out his four-sided frock coat, furiously shouting death wishes to his enemy. Under these loud cries, Formido threw a compact weapon with all his strength, which quickly rushed towards the target. Standing opposite, Jared opened his eyes wide and coughed loudly, receiving mortal wounds from which blood gushed out. While the created copy, attacked by Formido, fell back, the real Jared suddenly flew into the air. From the forest there was a view of a bright purple sky, in the middle of which bright spots sparkled with the sounds of battle. Elf Chloe, who was among the tall coniferous trees, looked anxiously into the distance and concluded that she could not see anything, because the battle was going on so quickly that her eyes could not keep up with the movements. At this time, at the battle site, Formido rose into the air, where many magic circles were located, trying to overtake the enemy. The assassin froze abruptly when a blinding flash created by Jared exploded in front of him. Formido, weapon in hand, rushed through the air, anxiously dodging attacks. Suddenly, the white-haired man froze as the young king in front of him activated the dimension door, releasing another powerful stream of energy into the magic circles. While all the portals were pierced by blue electrical discharges passing through the portals, Chloe concluded with shock that Jared was able to use such a powerful technique in the current chaos. The elf was surprised that every time Formido approached, the young man flew into the dimension door, blocking the attack. The assassin's movements were so fast that there were no flaws in them. Now both men were in the air, and the assassin attacked his opponent furiously, advancing towards him. The blonde turned away sharply when a deep cut appeared on his arm, from which blood gushed. The liquid spread in the air. Young king, smile widely as you bleed. Chloe, who was watching the battle from afar, was perplexed by the protagonist's smile, suggesting that he was enjoying the chaos taking place. Suddenly, something quickly began to fly in the air with a loud sound. The elf stood motionless in the middle of the forest when a powerful stream of magical energy rushed past. The pointy-eared girl looked into the distance in shock, not making a sound and being in severe shock. Turning to follow the magical flow, Chloe decided that it was a trick. Two identical magical attacks collided sharply at one point in the air, creating a loud sound. After this, an explosion occurred with the formation of a cloud of smoke. Concerned, Jared held his wounded shoulder, from which blood was constantly gushing. Formido, hovering in the air, meanwhile raised his blades for another powerful blow to the enemy. The gray-haired man looked up in panic, casting a questioning glance into the distance. Now the main character watched as a powerful stream of magical energy rapidly demolished the assassin. Immediately after this, a strong explosion thundered across the battlefield, covering the entire area with fire. Jared, dressed in equipment, quickly rushed through the sky, dispersing clouds of smoke. Suddenly the guy began to raise his palm up. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young king happily praised the suit, signaling the completion of the mission. Now Jared was flying through the sky, carrying the unconscious Formido away from the epicenter of the explosion and the spreading fire. Holding the assassin, the young man in the equipment cast a stern gaze into the distance. In one of the magic circles, bright crystals began to grow in all directions. A beam of blue energy hit the body of Formido, who was unconscious. Opening his mouth, the gray-haired man began to cough, releasing a stream of blood. The main character quickly rushed to another magic circle, saving the wounded assassin. The blonde raised his hand, rushing upward as Formido flew down using superior telekinesis. Suddenly, flames began to accumulate in one of the magic circles when the fire arrow technique was activated. Formido, frozen in front of the portal, spread his arms out to the sides in shock. Chloe watched what was happening from afar in bewilderment while a shadow fell on her body. Jared, covered in sweat, raised his head and looked worriedly at the sky. A powerful fire arrow flew out from the magic circle, creating a small explosion in the air. There was an explosion. Chloe looked at him worriedly. A body fell from the sky. A portal opened on the same level as him. Jared flew out of it dressed as Ola. A charge began to form in his hand. Jared looked down seriously and gave the command to do a power charge. Powerful streams of energy entered the body. The enemy screamed. Chloe frowned at the hero's battle and said that now she couldn't even doubt how talented a wizard he was. With sweat running down her cheek, she asked what Sir Jared's limit was. The birds flew away from the battle. The enemy lay in the resulting crater. He looked at the approaching hero. Jared was flying towards him. He thrust his fist forward, which began to accumulate red energy. The hero hit the enemy in the stomach in flight. He closed his eyes with a smile. There was a purple flash. The enemy spat out blood, saying, "Damn it." He fell silent. Chloe ran up to the hero and called out to him. He told her that he never thought he would be able to inflict such a serious wound before passing out, but in the end he said it was okay. Smoke was coming from the suit. Jared said that he had a safety net and therefore there was nothing to worry about. The elf asked what kind of safety net were we talking about. Jared held his wounded side and said that there she was. He said with annoyance that everything would have been fine if he had been at least a little more careful. He began to shine with the divine light he used as an implacable challenger. He frowned and said that he had lost those precious 10 seconds, which gave the effect. Green beams of light accumulated around the wound. Night Forest, the villain could not believe that he had lost and left. He sat opposite the heroes in the crater and said that this was so absurd that he would rather bite off his tongue and die. The hero replied that he was able to win only thanks to luck and called him a mentor. The mentor stood up, dusting himself off, and said that he started calling him that for no reason at all, and said that it seemed his status had risen along with the joy of victory. Jared smiled and said that he was glad of his victory, adding that he had found a wonderful teacher for the elf and at the same time had found a talented ally that his kingdom needed. He smiled and thought that he could win. He said that the mentor had never encountered a magician like him. The mentor said that he tried hard to put pressure on him to the last and said that if the hero had thought for even a moment that he had gained an advantage, then victory would not have been so easy. Jared smiled and said he knew he would say something like that. The mentor smiled. He stood opposite and said that he would fulfill his promise and become a teacher for the elf and spend the rest of his days in his kingdom. A night lantern was burning by the road. The mentor said that since he had become one of the inhabitants of the kingdom, it would be appropriate to address the heroes, for which they thanked him. He stopped and asked the heroes not to call him by such a nasty title anymore and suggested starting a new relationship from that moment. Jared smiled. He extended his hand to the mentor with a healing spell. The crippled mentor regained his healthy appearance. He bowed to the heroes and said that he had been blessed by a great king and would never forget this gift. He stood up and offered to go, saying that although he had lived in this place for 20 years, there was nothing here except all sorts of trinkets. He showed his empty room. Chloe bowed and Jared told her to introduce herself to the new teacher. He smiled and said that he immediately became interested in her, sensing her madness, and asked her to show what she could do, if not against it. Chloe fell silent, embarrassed. Night Sky. Formido, who immediately got down to business, was able to excite even the hero. He wondered what level Chloe would reach under the guidance of the best of the assassins. He noted that, as always, he did a good job. Southern region of the Idima Empire. The heroes stood in a forest clearing and Jared said that if they walked a little further, they would stumble upon a road. Horses were walking along the road. The heroes came out onto the road, where many horsemen were galloping. The horsemen galloped. The hero said that this is the Lion Army, the first army of the Idima Empire. Jared looked down with a frown and thought that even he knew about it, that these were the main troops of Idima, whose banners contained images of a lion. The flag depicted a lion. The hero reasoned that this is an army that is mobilized only in wars of conquest of high importance. They are known as the elite. Jared kept frowning and thought that since they were heading east, they must be going to the kingdom of Segentin. He had never paid attention to such a small nation until this moment. Will bloodshed take over the peaceful continent of Nasu? Based on the information collected, the destroyed kingdom of Ristes, the hero knew that after he was reborn, Idima had already destroyed the kingdom of Ristes. The soldiers galloped without noticing the observers, and before the fires of war had died down from that atrocity, they had already begun a new bloodshed. Jared watched and decided to himself that he needed to focus on internal affairs. He told the travelers to hurry up. Straw effigies lined the walls. The mentor said to listen carefully. Some of the stuffed animals were cut into small pieces. The mentor said that the elf's quick dagger technique was too chaotic. He continued to say that this has its advantages. For example, she will be able to pressure the enemy with a barrage of attacks, but especially susceptible people will be able to adapt to this. The mentor pointed his finger at the elf holding black daggers in her hands. He said that the stance needed to be adjusted a little. The daggers had white writing on them. The mentor said that if Chloe stood like this, then it would be much more difficult to detect her. The mentor pointed to the tree trunk and asked the girl to attack him from a new stance. Chloe looked ahead calmly. She jumped and the tree in front of her shattered into splinters. She landed with her arms outstretched. The mentor clapped and said admiringly that this is what it's like to teach others. Jared stood nearby and watched in admiration. He thought that only 5 minutes had passed since Formido began his lesson. Chloe wiped away her sweat while Jared noted that Chloe's weakness detection and quick dagger technique had become a level higher. Chloe looked at Formido and said that her skills had improved significantly and thanked him for that. She clenched her sweaty fist and said that this was truly something she had never experienced before. The heroes stood opposite each other. Formido told the elf that she was a real diamond in the rough and said that he had met many gray elves, but Chloe was truly unique. Jared smiled admiringly and asked, "Is this really so?" Formido smiled and said that flattery was clearly not his specialty and added that he had not had a student for about 30 years and it was all very exciting. Chloe bowed and asked him to take care of her. The sky was clear while Formido laughed that the elf got such an old teacher. Jared looked at the old man with a smile and thought that it would be wonderful if Formido could live for a long time. He smiled excitedly and thought that this would not be a problem for the next 8 years, but thought that he really hoped that Formido would be with them when the Holy War began. Formido looked at the king and asked if he had something on his face. Jared smiled sheepishly and said no, he was just enjoying our time together. He breathed a sigh of relief. It is possible that some illness at Paradis led to Formito's death. The elf and the old man looked at each other and smiled. If they are ready and monitor his condition, he will live much longer than in paradise. Nasu Continent, June 1, 1416. People were building a palace, the construction of which was 50% completed. Jared looked out the window at the construction process and was glad that the palace was being built little by little. He smiled and said that slowly, but without risks, they approached him from behind. Rakis stood behind him and said that the money they had invested in the sea seeds of Cvia was beginning to bear fruit. Jared asked in surprise if they had achieved a new victory. Rakis joyfully answered so accurately, saying that Admirals Luke and Janet's brilliantly defeated the pirate Renato and his entire gang, answering that the island of Sicily was captured. Jared looked at his friend and said that first they cleared the coastal waters, and now they began to conquer loyal territories, which Rakis happily confirmed. He changed his face and looked at the floor, saying that in the past, when they served the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice, they were only a symbol of intimidation. Jared said that now they have become stronger and have become real hounds of the underworld, and all because he gave them absolute freedom. Rakis replied that this is how, thanks to his great wisdom, both admirals were able to reveal their potential and are now showing everything they are capable of. Rakis took a small boat. He put it on the map and said that the Crivian fleet, located in the coastal city of Laraki, had captured these 5 islands. The notification reported that Admiral Luke's loyalty had increased by 37 points, and with a total of 200 points, he entered the first stage of awakening. Jared was very surprised by this. He asked to please Rakis if there were any problems with supplies for the fleet. Rakis said that the hero had nothing to worry about at all, saying that the supply of seldium was fine, and also, according to Sir Aziro, the quality of the product should increase by 50% from next week. The blacksmiths were working, and Rakis noticed that he seemed to have everything covered there. Rakis clenched his fist and said that everything would be ready next week. He added that they had built a truly grandiose mass production system. He continued to clench his fist. Jared thought that Rakis could not contain his flow of emotions, in general, just as he himself could not contain it. The hero smiled and thought that they had invested so much time in organizing all this. Moreover, the weight loss business he and Iki worked on became a sensation. It was a small blue bottle. Money poured in. Thanks to this, the treasury was almost limitless and replenished all the time, but the hero did not loosen his grip. The clerk sat and kept records of finances. The hero carefully monitored finances to prevent waste of public funds. Jared remembered about the magic lamps and asked if the installation was going well. Rakis replied yes. The film industry, in which they have invested so much effort, is also developing at full speed. Valdez showed gorgeous paintings. His people have the right to enjoy cultural values in formats convenient for them, and the hero was glad that their efforts were finally bearing fruit. Rakis smiled and raised his finger, saying that it looks like traders are starting to invest in the film industry in search of profit, and asked, "Isn't everything going well?" The hero replied that it was so. Rakis suddenly changed his tone and turned to the hero again. He asked what happened. Confused, Rakis leaned towards the hero and asked when the gods will be able to see the king's betrothed, Her Highness the Queen. Jared smiled shyly and thought that the time had come. He replied that he was still quite young and said that it was still quite early to think about marriage. Jared looked away in embarrassment and thought that these were the norms from his past life. He compared his past and new appearance. In his past life, even if he got married after 20, there was nothing strange about it. But now everything is completely different. Here, most people get married while they are still teenagers, and those who are not in a hurry with this still get married before they are 30. He thought about it and noted that he was still a king. He introduced his supporters and decided that his marriage was very important to them. Rakis said anxiously that the queen's position should not be left vacant for too long. Sweat ran down the hero's face. He raised his hand to his face and suggested we talk about this another time, noting that he was tired of something. Embarrassed, Rakis asked for forgiveness. The heroes stood opposite each other and Jared said that they had a good talk and said that he would think about it and asked not to worry. Rakis bowed with a smile and said that he had to go. The hero smiled again and asked if he could call Naomi to her at the same time. The door slammed, but Rakis answered in the affirmative. Jared looked away. Queen. He was just now thinking about the meaning of this word. He thought about it and introduced Maria, deciding that she would be the best partner. In general, a marriage of convenience is an excellent opportunity to improve relations with the Kingdom of Cinder. He looked at the floor and thought that with a marriage for love, everything is not so simple, but if without love. He decided that such a marriage would turn into a living hell, so this option was not even considered. He looked at the table and was surprised that many of his subordinates were women. It all started with Iki, whom he first mistook for a man, then Isabella, Hayes and Chloe appeared. He raised his hand and remembered Naomi, Ella and the others. He grabbed his head in hysterics and thought that it would be much easier to live without meeting anyone, asking what kind of wedding this was. He turned around and Naomi was standing in front of him, asking if she should come over later. Jared smiled apologetically and said that everything was fine, and said that it had been a long time since they had been alone. Naomi bowed. He remembered that a couple of months had passed since she swore allegiance to his kingdom. As expected, she is actively developing, commanding the magical troops of Demios. The hero looked at the girl until she said that he had sent for her at just the right time. She looked at the hero and said that she had something to tell him. She said that she knew that with the beginning of the new year, the treaties with the kingdoms of Bonus and Malice would expire. Jared said that's right, it is. Excited, Naomi asked if the hero was going to attack them. Jared looked at her seriously. He said that the basis of the Sea Fortress, as well as all preparations and training, are concentrated specifically against these kingdoms. Moreover, the number of troops on the borders is increasing and they, together with the kingdom of Sindert, are putting pressure on them. The heroes stood opposite each other. He said that before they start a war, he wants the kingdoms to start collapsing from the inside. He smiled and raised a finger, saying that next year their first task would be to take over both kingdoms and that by then Naomi and her magical troops would be the spearhead of their attack. Naomi bowed obediently and said that she did not dare to resist and said that she only wanted the glory of Cvia to fill those cursed lands. Jared smiled and said that after she set foot on her native lands, they would build an academy there. Naomi said that it would not compare to the one that was there before. Naomi thanked the king, and he said that he was counting on her, saying that the future of their magical troops was completely in her hands. The hero smiled and suggested meeting the girl more often and said to come whenever, and not just when he calls her. Naomi blushed and said that he would come more often. Jared playfully said to come whenever possible, but Naomi was already leaving the office and said she would. Naomi ran away flushed, apparently shy, the hero thought. He remembered how the girl was bound by a curse and assumed that it must be because of the memories of their battle. The effects of the injury take longer to manifest than he expected. The next night, northeast of the kingdom of Cvia, the assassin jumped in the night. The hero thought that he needed to collect all 5 sacred relics. Jared looked ahead quickly and thought that the sacred relics of order in paradise had a colossal effect. For example, the Platinum Holy Grail, which is located in Lake Margaret in the Holy Land of Sanair. The lake turned into a healing spring thanks to the grail located under the water. Other relics also have their own unique features. Elevation Stone, Blank Bible, Staff of Justice, Blessed Soil. These are the 4 remaining relics. Jared flew through the night. He originally planned to collect them little by little as needed, but he can't put it off any longer. He squeezed his hand and thought that the title Long Live the King still had an effect on him. The golden notice announced that a golden era had arrived throughout the kingdom. Jared looked ahead and thought that he could achieve maximum synergy if he collected all 5 relics. Underneath the hero was the Eastern Stone Mine. There was a strange smoke in the air. The hero thought that it was already summer, but in the northern territory it was cold as always. He remembered the cold winds of the first day after his rebirth. He remembered himself as a fat man and then he was sure that he would die an inglorious death as a minor character. He looked down and decided to put his thoughts aside because he needed to find the Exaltation Stone. He examined the pile of stones, thinking that although it was unremarkable, this stone should resemble a human figure. He opened his eyes wide. In front of them, in a pile of stones, lay a malachite stone of elevation. The beginning had been made. The hero understood that he would not turn his entire kingdom into a holy land breathing life, but with 5 relics. He flew for the next relic and promised himself that his lands would be filled with prayers and blessings. Night Temple of Sanair. The man turned to Neod and he bowed. Venius looked at the novice and asked if the king really said that he would find all the sacred relics. The man straightened up and said that everything was correct, adding that he was not one to throw words into the wind, so he was very surprised when he publicly stated this. A green glow appeared in the sky. Venius asked how he was going to find the relics that even their order had been unable to find for decades. He looked at the novice and asked if he knew what the sacred relics were capable of. He said that he had only heard about them, but he had never seen them live, saying that only the Grail allows them to be fulfilled. Venius replied that when all the holy relics were collected, these lands would turn into true blessed holy lands. Honey and milk will flow in rivers, and all illnesses will go away and they will be blessed, and these lands will be abundant. And in this case, His Holiness will be able to see the lands of Sanair in a new light. Venius looked at the man and said that this is true, and then he might want to move here. A huge fire was burning in a carved stone bowl. There are lands with a long history, but without magic and miracles, and there are lands whose history is short but full of both. Venius looked at the man from under his brows and asked him what would be more suitable for the holy city. In fact, the Tarancilia Empire, in which the holy city of Radius is located, has poor relations with the capital. And all because the emperor repeatedly tried to use the Pontiff for political purposes in order to strengthen his political influence, He even forced the Pontiff to sign a support agreement for the sake of appearance. However, Jared never set such goals. He stood and watched. He never exerted political influence on them and never demanded anything from them. Phineas closed his eyes and said that even his appointment here was due to the concern of his holiness. But he claims that he will collect all the holy relics here. It's like collecting all the will of Radius that exists on Earth. The man gasped in alarm. They looked at the empty area in front of them, and Phineas continued to say that he thought a lot about whether the great king of Cvia could be a messenger of God. The interlocutor replied that it was quite possible. It was deep night. Phineas kept thinking about how the hero received God's revelation. It's as if he was tasked with finding sacred relics. It's incredible, but at the same time frightening. It's as if he has powers that defy comprehension. Outback Antiques Market. The man handed Jared an empty Bible, saying that no one had ever been interested in this old book. A small rural village where there was a statue of an elder using the staff of justice as a cane. The hero grabbed the staff. Shio's Island. The hero flew between the rocks. He landed in front of the blessed soil and said that at this rate he would remember the entire northern region. He grabbed the soil in Aquila. He smiled and said that he still felt proud and imagined what if he brought these relics to the land of Sanair. He imagined the city at night and realized that then the entire kingdom would receive bonuses for the whole year ahead, and this thought excited the hero. A golden notice appeared in front of the hero. It contained the characteristics of the kingdom, which were almost completely filled out. Jared smiled and thought that compared to how the kingdom of Cvia used to be, they had developed incredibly. He looked at the city at night and thought that in the days when the country had an E rank, the maximum indicators did not exceed 300, and now they are 30,000. He took off, leaving the snowy forest and thinking that if this continues, then they will become the leader in the amount of resources in the world, and if you remember about the synergy of holy relics and the golden title, then their kingdom will stay in the golden era for a whole year, which other states even and they cannot dream. Jared smiled and said he would keep an eye on everything. He cut through the air and thought that although he was really looking forward to the moment, something was making him worry. They say that if you stand out too much, others may not like you. He thought that no one would be happy about their newfound powers. His hair fluttered in the wind and he said that now their strongest artifacts have 9 stars and therefore they need to collect more artifacts. He presented a map of the islands and said that as soon as he figured it out, he would need to get to the Lost Island at any cost, where he could get a rank 10 artifact. Jared flew over the forest and said that he was a little annoyed that he could not teleport to the Holy Lands due to the clash of magic and holy power. Someone called him, which surprised him greatly. Hayes climbed out of the bushes and shouted that she was here. Jared landed next to her and asked what she was doing here, and she asked back if she didn't have the perfect disguise. She laughed embarrassedly and asked, "Is it really cool?" Jared embarrassedly told Hayes not to learn disguises alone and suggested turning to Chloe, to which the girl grabbed her heart and said that it was aching for her. Jared turned to the girl in confusion and said that he needed her divine powers and added that the two of them would give real blessings to the holy lands of Sanara. He released the holy relics from the ring. Hayes opened her mouth in surprise and asked if he really found them all. Jared sat down in front of the laid out relics and Hayes said that the Order of Radius searched for them with all their might, but never found them. She looked at the hero in surprise and said that even his holiness could not get them. Jared calmly replied that it doesn't matter now. In response, the girl called the king cool. Jared remembered the god's helmet and thought about his special privilege and thought that if he didn't use it, it would be rude to the god who brought him here to be reborn. Jared scowled as he pulled Ola out and ordered Hayes to get into the robot. Hayes found herself inside the suit and asked Ola to take care of her. The robot answered precisely and asked to entrust control to her, saying that the flight would be comfortable. Jared exhaled and said not to be so happy. The couple flew over the forest and the hero said to go to the southern region of the Holy Land, Meadows of Sanair. The heroes landed on the ground. The girl took the soil in her hands and began to use her magic on it. She placed the soil on the ground. The ground shook and a moment later became covered with grass. The heroes were surprised that the lands immediately became fertile, and Hayes asked if this was really a miracle of the relic. In the Sanair Mountains, Jared stuck the Staff of Justice into a mountain. The mountains were immediately covered with a fertile layer. In the Sanair Crypt, the heroes stood in front of a huge tombstone. Jared smiled and put the empty Bible inside the crypt and said that as long as no one touched it, the book would help the church servants develop their divine powers and achieve enlightenment. A green flash of light appeared. Holy Land of Sanair, the main square. The statue stood and held a book in its hands. The stone in the statue's hands glowed green. The Exaltation Stone has healing powers, just like the Holy Grail. In the future, the Radius statue will become a miracle that will send blessings on believers by surrounding them with healing energy. Jared and Hayes stood by the lake and held the glowing green grail together. The golden notice announced that the hero had successfully collected all 5 holy relics in the sacred land. Hayes released magic onto the Grail. The notification reported that the hero had earned the title Favor of Radius. The productivity of the territories had increased, the gains had intensified and lasted thanks to the synergy of titles. The gains would last for a year. Jared closed his eyes and thought he had used his best hand. Hayes looked at the glitter and notifications in admiration. It said that the kingdom had reached its maximum internal indicators. The heroes looked at the mountains while Jared thought that the golden era, which would last a year, had arrived. This was the basis for the development and prosperity of the kingdom. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.